Chapter 1. Pursuing Higher Education? Nonsense. Let's learn magic instead. In the early morning, at a prestigious apartment somewhere in London. Mr. Albert, have you packed your belongings? Headmaster Iverson from Eton College is eagerly awaiting your arrival. You remember him, don't you? Your grandfather's closest friend. Leonard Grindelwald stood waiting outside, his face adorned with a proud smile that radiated from the depths of his heart. In the United Kingdom, private schools are the breeding grounds for the elite. Among all the publicly funded private institutions, none holds a candle to Eton College. It is a place where only those endowed with both talent and wealth are deemed worthy to tread. And his son, Albert Grindelwald, is nothing short of a paragon among them. With a staggering lead of 50 points over the second-place contender, he ascended to the pinnacle of this year's incoming class at Eton, shattering the highest score ever recorded since the school's inception. I don't have much luggage. I placed it in the trunk of the car yesterday, Mr. Grindelwald. A boy of just over 10 years stepped outside, his silvery hair shimmering in the sunlight. Several neighboring ladies passing by paused, momentarily entranced. Leonard shook his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Undoubtedly, Mr. Albert has perfectly inherited his grandfather's wisdom and his grandmother's beauty, which somewhat explains why, despite being reasonably affluent, he feels so ordinary having all emotional traits passed down to his son. A genius? Though referred to as such since childhood, Albert has never truly embraced that notion. As a traverser who arrived in this world 11 years ago, he harbors countless secrets, including the golden finger that accompanies his journey. The golden shovel system. Indeed, perhaps it was during his previous life playing the golden shovel that he found himself endowed with a system of the same name upon arriving in this world. The system's interface is rather rudimentary, featuring only an achievement panel and a lottery pool. The achievement panel refreshes various tasks from time to time, rewarding a certain number of lottery tickets upon completion. However, it disappointingly indicates that he cannot accept any tasks due to the prerequisite enrollment task remaining unfulfilled. As for the lottery pool, as the name suggests, it serves as a venue for drawing prizes with lottery tickets. Yet, due to the absence of any tickets, he is also unable to utilize it. Fortunately, upon activating the system, he was randomly bestowed with an adorable companion and a rune talent. Colored rune, clear mind. Indeed, unlike in the game, the rune's level has transitioned from gold to color, and even the effects are strikingly different, becoming literal in meaning. Clear mind. Effect. Acquire superhuman learning abilities. Evaluation. The term excellent is an insult to you. Under the influence of this rune, he has found everything he undertakes, from childhood to adulthood, to be remarkably effortless. His far-surpassing learning capabilities have effortlessly transformed him into the child of someone else's family. Yet, regardless of the accolades and praise bestowed upon him, Albert remains largely unpretentious. All of this is a gift from the system, or rather, from clear mind making it inconsequential who possesses it. Rather than basking in compliments and flowers, he has been quietly waiting for one thing throughout his life: to encounter the so-called magic within the system and to truly embark on his own narrative. Even in 3 hours, when he may be dining with the headmaster of Eton and formally confirming his enrollment as the top student, such matters are of little significance. He has waited so long and is untroubled by the prospect of waiting a few more years. Graduating middle school, high school, university? Albert's patience has always been long-term and abundant. An owl? Mr. Leonard exclaimed, jolting Albert from his reverie. Following his father's gaze, a white owl glided low overhead. A letter sealed with wax fire was deftly dropped into Albert's hands, as if everything were preordained. Mailbox 279, Timat Avenue, addressed to Mr. Albert Grindelwald. He quietly read the small print on the envelope. Simultaneously, the long-dormant golden shovel system began to display a message for the first time. Magic? Magic. Task requirement. Officially enroll at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Reward. Random entry-level title, achievement panel activation. So, this is the world of the Harry Potter novels? Turning the envelope over, Albert unsurprisingly beheld a shield emblazoned with the letter H, surrounded by the figures of a lion, serpent, eagle, and badger. What on earth is this, Albert? Leonard gazed at the letter in his son's hands with a mixture of confusion and suspicion, his expression more fraught with visible concern than surprise. To be frank, his father's reaction was peculiar, suggesting this was not the first time he had encountered an owl delivering a letter. Considering his surname is Grindelwald, certain speculations quickly bubbled to the surface of Albert's mind. With a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth, Albert blinked his silver-tinged eyes and softly said, "Let me read this letter, Father." Without waiting for the conflicted Leonard to respond, he swiftly began to read the letter. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, Knight of the Order of Merlin, First Class. A name that feels both distant yet profoundly familiar. Dear Mr. Grindelwald, we are pleased and honored to inform you that you have been granted permission to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment for your reference. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We shall await your owl before July 23rd. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. It appears our plans may need some adjustment, Father? Glancing at his father's somewhat rigid expression, Albert stifled a silent chuckle. Albert, Leonard was acutely aware that, given his son's intellect, his earlier reaction had inadvertently revealed far too much information. Nothing, Father. It's merely a change of school, that's all. I shall have a delightful time there, won't I? However, before that, who should I borrow an owl from to send my reply? Aunt Angelina? Uncle Gawat? Listening to Albert's musings, Leonard's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions. His reaction, nothing short of spectacular. He had underestimated the extent of his son's perceptiveness. In an instant, Albert had deduced which individuals in their household were wizards. On the verge of speaking, Leonard's multitude of thoughts culminated in a deep sigh as he turned off the car engine and retreated indoors to make a phone call, soon engaging in a hushed conversation with someone on the other end. Outside, the young boy squinted slightly against the sunlight. Magic is truly something to anticipate, he remarked. Wouldn't you agree, Gwen? Accompanied by a peal of silvery laughter, a small figure clad in a white dress, wielding blue scissors, appeared perched upon Albert's shoulder. In her large blue eyes, the reflections of black and red symbols danced. Magic, magic, click-clack. Chapter 2. Visitors from Hogwarts and Grindelwald. The diminutive Gwen, affectionately dubbed Little Roast Chicken by many, was a small hero Albert had cherished during his time as a player of Golden Shovel. Upon arriving in this world, she unexpectedly became his guardian spirit. Indeed, a guardian spirit. If Albert had harbored any doubts, he has now come to a firm conclusion. The essence of little Gwen is composed entirely of his own magical energy, allowing her to coalesce or vanish at will. It is somewhat peculiar, however, that he has never learned the Patronus charm. Yet with the existence of the Golden Shovel system, such anomalies seem less surprising. Moreover, the most significant point is that little Gwen possesses her own soul. She is a thoroughly living being and has been his closest companion throughout the past 11 years. Though, at times, this little creature can be quite a handful. Albert, what is this? Leonard, returning from his phone call, stared in astonishment at the adorable, enigmatic creature on his son's shoulder. Just as you conceal matters from me, Albert turned, his face adorned with his usual gentle smile. I too harbor my own little secrets. I absolutely refuse to allow this ridiculousness. In the living room, the newly made-up Mrs. Grindelwald immediately expressed her fervent opposition upon learning of the recent events. What magic nonsense! Albert, why would you forsake a bright future to learn tricks in some backwater place? Isabella, it's not tricks, it's magic. Silence. The wrathful gaze of Mrs. Grindelwald shattered her husband's defenses and courage in an instant. This was the first time in over 20 years that she had expressed such fury. Mother, I believe before any decisions are made, Father has something to share with us. Albert, playfully toying with little Gwen on his shoulder, rendered the fiery Isabella momentarily speechless. The son is far too mature, which sometimes makes it quite challenging for us as parents. Well, to be honest, our family hasn't encountered any peculiar situations over these years, and I was rather pleased about it, Leonard said, cradling his head and speaking somewhat hesitantly. Isabella, magic is indeed real. Many members of our family belong to that world, however. To evade disaster, we have essentially severed all ties with the magical realm. Show me a trick, and I'll believe you, Isabella retorted coldly, arms crossed. I've already told you it's not a trick. I can't do a dud, born without the ability to cast spells. But my father and several cousins can. Although they haven't touched a wand in decades, the instinct to cast magic still resides within them. Leonard explained with a forced bravado, only to be interrupted again by his wife. Don't tell me you are unaware of Albert's exceptional genius. If he wishes, accomplishments in any field are within his grasp. He should showcase himself on a grander stage, not in that pathetic circus you mentioned. Goodness, Hogwarts has been reduced to a mere circus in her eyes. It was evident just how furious Mrs. Grindelwald was at that moment. Ding-dong. Suddenly, the sound of a doorbell rang out from outside. The trio exchanged glances, and ultimately, Leonard rose to his feet, rushing to the door as if fleeing a fire. I've said so much, Albert. What are your thoughts? Isabella asked, her hand resting on her chest, her brow furrowed. Regrettably, their son maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. revealing nothing of his true feelings within. Geniuses are often difficult to comprehend, even for their own parents. Noticing Isabella's gaze, the peculiar doll perched atop Albert's head silently formed a peace sign. Strange as it was, one couldn't help but admit it was rather endearing. Mrs. Grindelwald certainly possessed a youthful spirit. "It seems I have arrived at just the right moment," an elderly lady remarked as she followed Leonard, who was glancing back repeatedly. She immediately sensed the oppressive atmosphere. "Initially, I had no intention of visiting, considering you all hail from wizarding families, but Albus clearly had broader considerations in mind. His foresight remains impressively precise. Are you a professor at Hogwarts?" Albert inquired, scrutinizing the lady before him and giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. Even by the strictest standards of ancient families, this gesture of respect was beyond reproach. "Minerva McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Grindelwald." When mentioning the surname Grindelwald, McGonagall hesitated briefly, but soon regained her serious demeanor. This appeared to be entirely understandable. "It is my honor. Additionally, Gryffindor House? I shall remember that it is a lovely name." Upon hearing this subtle compliment, McGonagall smiled genuinely, then retrieved her wand and lightly pointed it at a nearby table. Before the astonished eyes of the three, the table swiftly transformed into a magnificent lion. "My goodness!" Isabella instinctively recoiled, while Albert merely bent down to stroke the soft mane of the lion, exclaiming, "It feels just like the real thing. Magic is truly remarkable." Upon hearing her son's words, Isabella's expression shifted dramatically. Forgetting her fear, she quickly interjected, "But that surely requires years of practice. Not everyone can accomplish such feats at will." "I must concede, that is indeed the case," Professor McGonagall acknowledged, fully aware of Isabella's implication, yet unable to resort to outright falsehood. "However, I must say, if a young wizard is not properly guided during their adolescence, it can easily spiral out of control, even endangering their life." McGonagall's words left Isabella momentarily breathless. "I do not speak lightly, Mrs. Grindelwald, but I assure you, Hogwarts is the finest institution in all of Britain, in my view, the world when it comes to teaching young wizards the art of magic. We will ensure that young Mr. Grindelwald receives the best education possible, and should you ever wish for him to return his previous life, that option remains available. The two are not mutually exclusive, merely a matter of choice." Professor McGonagall's words left Isabella unusually hesitant. "Let us proceed. Thus, thank you for your visit, Professor McGonagall." Just then, a silver-haired gentleman entered the living room from the hallway, accompanied by a smiling elderly lady. Despite their advanced age, traces of their youthful grace were still discernible. "Father, mother," Leonard exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape as he looked at the newcomers. "Mr. Grindelwald, I shall leave the domestic matters to you from here on. I still need to persuade a few others. Thank you for your efforts, and please extend my regards to Albus." "Very well." As Professor McGonagall's figure vanished with a soft pop, Campbell Grindelwald waved his wand, reverting the lion back into a table. "I am proud of you, Albert," Campbell said with a warm smile as he approached Albert, giving his shoulder a hearty pat, and then curiously poking the little face of Gwen perched atop Albert's shoulder. Once McGonagall departed, the little one could no longer contain her impatience and reappeared. "Whose adorable little one is this? Gwen, say hello." Little Gwen spun around adorably, striking a peace sign. Chapter 3. Your family is full of oddities. "All right, Isabella, Hogwarts is not as dreadful as you imagine. Smile a little. You should be happy for Albert. He has gained another option." "Not everyone is so fortunate to have such choices," Isabella replied, and even without Campbell intentionally looking at their son, Leonard understood she was referring to him, lowering his head in silence. Seeing this, Campbell sighed. "Take Leonard out for some fresh air. Winnie, he is quite worn out today." The two exchanged a silent glance, and Mrs. Grindelwald affectionately stroked her not-so-young son's hair as she accompanied him outside. "I shall join him," Isabella said, feeling somewhat out of place between the grandparent and grandchild, and promptly stood up. "That would indeed be best. Isabella, please comfort Leonard. This child has had a tough time too." As she departed, Campbell turned his attention back to Albert, seated across the sofa. "Let me guess, you discovered the existence of magic quite some time ago, Albert? Was it during the adult ceremony for Natasha when you were 6? Albert simply gazed silently at his grandfather, neither nodding nor shaking his head. "Indeed, it appears to be from an earlier time. Even in comparison to my brother, your magical aptitude is quite commendable, Albert. Of course, when it comes to the scientific realm, that is an entirely different matter." Campbell shifted his tone, a rare glimmer of pride lighting up his eyes. "Is this not the very reason we must separate from the magical world? Well, during the Second World War, he engaged in some rather unsavory deeds, and eventually faced the consequences of his actions. One might say he brought it upon himself. As for right and wrong, you shall discern that for yourself in due time. I wish not to imprint any preconceived notions upon you. The educational philosophy of the Grindelwald family has always favored guiding the next generation towards discovery, rather than providing direct answers, encouraging them to think critically and arrive at their own conclusions. Knowledge and wisdom are never simply bestowed. They must be seized through one's own endeavors. Well, that concludes our idle chatter. Let us formally confirm one last matter. Albert. Campbell straightened his posture, resting his hands upon his cane, his expression now serious and earnest. You wish to witness the realm of magic, do you not? Though, due to your surname, you may encounter unforeseen complications. Yet, no Grindelwald could ever resist the allure of the unknown. Albert rose, his silver-gray eyes gleaming with clarity. As for dislike or affection, such feelings arise only after comprehension and understanding. Ha ha ha, indeed. An hour later, on Charing Cross Road in Westminster, the grandfather and grandson stood at the corner of the street, surveying the grand bookstore and the dilapidated pub that nestled between it and the record shop. Campbell, more keenly observing Albert's reactions than anything else, seemed to be conducting yet another experimental observation. It was not an admirable habit, but the renowned physicist Campbell Grindelwald had indeed carried many of his professional habits into his personal life. His wife, Winnie, had voiced her grievances about this more than once. Yet the old man's stubbornness was clearly not something to be altered at his age. This is an entrance. Without needing any guidance from his grandfather, Albert boldly stepped into the pub. The establishment was unusually quiet at this hour, with only a smattering of patrons scattered about, most adorned in ridiculous hats and heavy robes that resembled a medieval cosplay. Behind the bar, a bald old man was polishing glasses, casting a glance at the newcomer. Oh, a young wizard just beginning to explore the new world? His attention quickly shifted to Albert's strikingly abnormal silver-gray hair and eyes, and further back to the remarkably handsome, albeit aged, visage of Campbell. Good heavens, Campbell, I never thought I'd see you return. I hear you're making quite the name for yourself out there. An infernal genius. Ever so conspicuous. Long time no see, Tom. Embracing the old man, Campbell led Albert further inside, soon arriving at a somewhat shabby courtyard. Still the same old place, eh? You know, old friends often reminisce about the past. Tom kicked aside a few empty bottles at his feet, casting a strange glance at his silent companion. Before them, Albert had already approached the wall, bending over to inspect the patterns and crevices, seemingly counting the bricks. On his shoulder, a diminutive figure was cheering him on, whispering encouragement into the young man's ear. Pray tell, you have shared the methods of discernment with him, haven't you? Of course not. Do I strike you as the sort who relishes in robbing others of their joy? Campbell shrugged casually, though he conceded, I suppose I have handed this child the key. He gestured to the old wand that Albert held in his grasp. Old Tom rolled his eyes, a knowing expression crossing his face. Honestly, your family is full of oddities. As they spoke, Albert slowly rose. Not the one above, but here. Albert directed a comment towards little Gwen, then raised his wand towards a brick that had evidently been struck multiple times, creating a noticeable dent. This likely requires magical contact, but I should manage with my wand. Following human habit, I doubt it will take more than 5 strikes, perhaps 3. After 3 strikes against the brick, a clear reaction occurred. The bricks began to recede like a tide, unveiling a spacious archway. At the end of the cobblestone path, a multitude of oddly robed figures and vendors could be glimpsed, alongside a plethora of hanging shop signs. Goodness, your family truly is a collection of oddities. People often respond with fear and negativity towards that which surpasses their understanding. You've become equally mundane, John. Campbell shook his head and stepped onto the street, the entrance swiftly morphing back into a wall behind them. Come, let us explore this new world, Albert. He grasped Albert's hand, nostalgia reflecting in his eyes. Trust me, you shall not find disappointment or boredom here. Chapter 4. The near creation of an atomic bomb. How does one articulate the sensation here? Albert furrowed his brow, observing the crowd clad in burlap garments, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Their attire suggested they had not partaken in the conveniences bestowed by the industrial age. Primitive. In truth, Albert had initially intended to use the word primitive, but upon reflection, he recognized the minimal distinction between the terms. After all, these two descriptors often coexist. To be candid, one might find a certain natural beauty in it, though ultimately, One's own perception reigned supreme. Campbell did not impose upon his grandson the expectation to embrace the magical realm's order, for even he had grown somewhat unaccustomed to life here. Ultimately, even in the pursuit of studying magic, forsaking the comforts and conveniences of modern society seemed to yield more losses than gains. That hardly resembles the words of a scientist. Albert jested. Yet it may very well be the words of a grandfather. Campbell replied affectionately, tousling Albert's hair as they arrived before a towering white structure. At its entrance stood a bronze door, partially ajar, revealing a glimpse of numerous small figures moving about inside. To be honest, they resemble the goblins from those online games of yore, albeit with a somewhat more elongated stature. Oh, and they are quite well dressed, too. In a sense, they are even more refined than the wizards outside. Fairies, beings who live and die for profit. Campbell proclaimed this in the presence of a fairy. Yet the creature seemed oblivious, simply bowing in greeting. Do not take it too seriously. This is neither politeness nor courtesy. They are merely paying homage to wealth, Campbell elucidated. Indeed, it has been decades since our last encounter, Mr. Grindelwald. The fairy nodded in acknowledgement and initiated a greeting. Is there a fee for this salutation? Campbell smirked slyly. After all, my life was saved by you at that time, even if it was my brother who intended to take yours. You are you, he is he. Both are distinctly different entities. The old fairy shrugged, noticing Albert intently gazing at the second silver door nearby. More precisely, it was the inscription above it that captured his attention. Enter, O stranger, yet beware of the fate that greed may bring. To demand without labor, to reap without sowing, shall incur the severest of penalties. Does that sound like a bank's motto? Upon uttering this, Albert suddenly realized that the fairy might not comprehend this term. Just as he was about to elucidate, he heard the fairy nodding. We understand what a bank is, Mr. Grindelwald. It differs somewhat from your expectations. We fairies maintain a close cooperation with modern banks and financial institutions. Indeed, Albert, one must never underestimate anyone, even with the gift of insight. After this cautionary note, Campbell proceeded to inquire, Nola, does Vault 12 still remain intact? After all, Mr. Gellert has merely been confined, not deceased. Even the upper echelons of Gringotts would dare not covet his gold. It appears that the commotion back then has indeed left a profound impression on you fairies. Please procure for me 2,000 galleons, which, when converted to pounds, amounts to approximately 10,000, a sum that represents several years of income for an ordinary middle-class family in this era. Albert was somewhat taken aback by the amount. Was it truly necessary to require so much? If it were merely for schooling, perhaps it was indeed excessive. However, if it were to support certain small hobbies, this sum was merely a starting point. Before long, an old goblin emerged from an elevator, presenting a seemingly modest suitcase to Albert. The size and weight did not suggest it contained a significant amount of metal currency. The suitcase had been enchanted with a non-visible expansion spell, a charm that greatly increases actual volume, although the Ministry of Magic imposed stringent restrictions on such practices. Campbell offered a brief explanation and then turned to the old goblin Nola, inquiring if the source was legitimate, as he was reluctant to see his grandson caught by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures for misuse of magic. Rest assured, anything that leaves our establishment will not contravene the regulations of the ministry, responded the goblin, bowing habitually. Things remain unchanged from the past. After withdrawing the funds, the grandfather and grandson proceeded to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and the potions shop, acquiring uniforms, cauldrons, experimental materials, and other necessities for school. As for the textbooks required for first-year students, Campbell informed Albert that he had arranged for a better collection through an old friend, thus rendering any external purchases unnecessary. Finally, they were about to embark on a pivotal moment in every wizard's life, the selection of a wand. Welcome to Ollivander's Wand Shop. The shop's interior was rather small, filled with long boxes that left little room for passage. An elderly man with similar silver-white eyes ambled out from the back. It is that time of year again. The annual Hogwarts enrollment season. I can hardly contain my excitement. After sizing up Albert, Ollivander's expression shifted to one of peculiar surprise upon noticing Campbell at the back. Old friend, surely you jest? How many years have passed since that incident, and you still dwell on it? Campbell merely shook his head. Although the atmosphere between them was somewhat odd, they appeared to be friends, sharing a brief embrace after a moment of mutual understanding. This is my grandson, Albert, who is enrolling this year. Albert, I remember him. Ha ha ha. Yes, the genius who nearly accompanied me to build an atomic bomb. Though he ultimately chose to depart for America, I consider that a fortunate decision, Ollivander murmured. Campbell feigned ignorance, continuing, I hope my grandson possesses the same talent, which is why I chose this name. It seems to have borne fruit. That is truly remarkable, Ollivander remarked, gazing at Albert with genuine admiration. He knew his old friend to be objective, never one to boast without merit, even regarding his offspring. This made Ollivander's earlier statement all the more significant. Now, let us not linger on pleasantries. I have a premonition that Mr. Albert's selection of a wand will not proceed with ease. Ollivander swiftly retrieved a measuring tape, assessing the length from Albert's shoulder to fingertip with practiced precision. However, for a wand maker, this was a most favorable endeavor. Chapter 5. First-year lottery tickets and white spoils of war. Red cedar with a phoenix feather core, 8 inches long. No, not this one. Birch with a night owl feather core, 12.5 inches. Oh, utterly dreadful, this combination. With a flick of his wrist, Ollivander used a levitation charm to remove yet another wand from the box, rubbing his nose and regaining his focus. A rather discerning young patron is not a bad thing. How about this one? Willow, with the tail hair of a newborn unicorn. 10.75 inches. This seems ill-suited. Walnut with dragon heartstring. Well, it appears we are not quite to each other's liking. No need to force it. Let us try this one instead. Time flew, and 2 hours had elapsed before Albert believed he had tested every wand in the shop. Suddenly, a brilliant silver light erupted from the tip of the wand he had just acquired. Magical sparkles rained down indoors like a dreamlike shower, instilling a sense of calm and warmth. Ah, this is the one. Yes, I should have known. Silver birch wand body, tail feather of a phoenix, 13.75 inches. Perfect for a stubborn seeker of knowledge and truth like you, Grindelwald. Ollivander beamed at Albert's newly acquired wand, seemingly savoring the experience of selection. Before long, a long gift box floated over, and Ollivander carefully wrapped the wand and handed it to Albert. Here you are, a total of 52 galleons. Campbell, who had been dozing, was startled and incredulously asked, what kind of wand costs so much? A typical wand for a commoner could be procured for less than 10 galleons, making this price astonishingly exorbitant. Even if he was not short of funds, it hardly justified being overcharged. The wand body and core are made from endangered species materials. Thus, the price is not entirely outrageous. Of course, the primary reason is that you, old fool, have money, so I shall not hold back. You are still holding on to that old grudge, I see. Despite some dissatisfaction, Campbell opted to pay without further protest. Just before leaving, he suddenly recalled something and inquired. By the way, no tracking thread, I hope? The tracking system is not perfect, and your Grindelwald family possesses 1,000 ways to obscure their traces. If any trouble arises, I do not wish to be summoned by the ministry for an investigation. I have no desire to invite trouble upon myself. That is well. Upon returning home, whether due to the grandmother's persuasion or not, Isabella's demeanor had notably softened, even displaying curiosity towards Albert's new wand. A wand. Leonard observed his son's radiantly glowing silver wand with a complex expression, a blend of regret, pride, and envy. Let us start with the most fundamental spells, Campbell suggested. Curious about what his grandson's first spell would be. Even prodigies like Dumbledore or his brother Gellert felt a degree of unease during their initial attempts at magic, often leading to humorous mishaps. With a flicker of light, a warm glow emanated from the wand's tip, but it quickly flickered out like a dying light bulb, extinguishing after a few brief flashes. Albert set down his wand and lifted his gaze towards his grandfather, silently inquiring for the expert's assessment. Although he faintly sensed the subtle flow of magic coursing through the wand, Albert remained uncertain whether his recent spellcasting could be deemed a success. By the standards of a novice, it was already quite commendable. You ought to possess a bit more confidence in yourself, Albert. You are a true prodigy, both in the realm of magic and beyond. Campbell nodded in satisfaction, loudly praising him. Meanwhile, Leonard and Isabella, who were unfamiliar with the arcane arts, could only awkwardly join in the applause. A rare smile graced Albert's face, not merely due to the modest success of his inaugural spellcasting, but rather because that very act had allowed him to accomplish an achievement within the system. Achievement unlocked. First spellcasting. Requirement: successfully cast a spell for the first time. Reward: Level 1 lottery ticket 1. I shall cherish this moment, the first encounter with magic. Finally, a lottery ticket, albeit just a level 1 one. 11 years had elapsed since his arrival in this world and the activation of the system. At long last, he would discern the true nature of the system's capabilities. However, it was not yet the time to indulge in a lottery draw. Shall I attempt again? Indeed, it is prudent to practice further. Most foundational spells rely heavily on experience, and proficiency enhances both success rates and the efficacy of spellcasting. More attempts are essential. Campbell, too, felt a flicker of excitement, repeating his sentiments twice. Without any elaborate preparations, Albert brandished his wand and cast the Lumos spell once more. The light flickered. Subsequently, Albert successfully cast the Lumos spell 5 times. What began as a diminutive spark that extinguished almost immediately evolved into a stable halo capable of illuminating a 5-meter radius. Albert's mastery of the Lumos spell had undeniably progressed at an astonishing pace. "All right, Albert, let us call it a day," Campbell interjected, preventing Albert from further exhausting his magical reserves. "After all, this is your first spellcasting. Overexerting yourself is not beneficial for your health. There remains ample time before school begins for you to explore at a leisurely pace." "Understood," Albert replied, though he felt entirely capable. He recognized the wisdom in not rushing and heeded his grandfather's advice. Later that evening, Albert stood before his parents' room, ensuring they were fast asleep before cautiously making his way to the living room on the ground floor. Uncertain about the potential noise of the lottery draw, he decided it prudent to keep his distance. "Come on, Albert, hurry and draw to see what treasures await in the lottery pool," the small and spirited Gwen exclaimed, clinging to Albert's arm and twirling around, her blue hair swirling in delightful spirals behind her. "All right, I know," he replied, affectionately ruffling little Gwen's hair as he internally recited the incantation for the draw. Within the lottery pool, a white ticket was gradually introduced, transforming into a soft glow of pale light. Soon after, a white loot orb tumbled forth from the pool. Chapter 6. Skill. Static defense upon activating the loot orb. The prize revealed itself. Skill. Static defense. It creates a reinforced barrier surrounding the caster, shielding against external damage. Although his memories were somewhat hazy, Albert vaguely recalled this skill resembling that of Blitz, the one-cost robot from the game Gold Shovel. However, the original damage reduction effect had been replaced with a direct damage negation. In many respects, this was indeed quite practical, as wizards lack the robust physique of robots like Blitz. Let us put this skill to the test and see how it manifests in this world. Static defense. A somewhat convoluted incantation was uttered, and a pale blue spherical barrier instantly expanded around Albert. The barrier appeared semi-transparent, revealing faint holographic patterns within. He pondered the specifics of its defensive capabilities. "Hey, little one, toss something my way at random." Albert greeted little Gwen, who tilted her head in contemplation. With her tiny arms, she quickly embraced a teacup before spinning around several times, ultimately flinging the cup toward the protective barrier surrounding Albert. Upon contact, the teacup shattered into countless flying ceramic shards, scattering chaotically across the carpet. While the outcome appeared satisfactory, the limited sample size necessitated a cautious approach to assessing the defensive capabilities. With a gentle flick of his wand, the scattered fragments were swiftly drawn into the corner trash bin by a mysterious force. Unbeknownst to others, despite this being his first day of casting spells, Albert had gradually discerned the fundamental applications of magic, such as the ability to generate directed force from thin air. Even though Campbell had repeatedly lauded his grandson's innate talent, it was evident that he still underestimated Albert. The exceptional learning ability granted by his clear intellect was poised to overturn all previous understandings. However, the systematic method of skill acquisition was entirely different from what he had envisioned. It was not merely an endowment of the ability to cast spells. Rather, it transformed into a coherent incantation. This prompted a tantalizing thought. Could he reverse engineer the principles and logic behind these spells? In the blink of an eye, September 1st arrived. Regrettably, due to his obsession with practicing incantations the previous night, Albert had exhausted a considerable amount of magical energy, waking up this morning to little Gwen tapping his cheeks. Although he was the one preparing for school, Gwen exhibited even greater excitement, donning the mini backpack that Albert had specially crafted for her. "Al, which house do you think I will be sorted into?" she exclaimed, bouncing on the table with her backpack and small scissors. "Gwen, I have told you many times," Albert replied, bending down in resignation to tie her hair into 2 lovely bows now that he was dressed in his new uniform. "Hogwarts would not sort a guardian spirit. But how will I know without trying?" she protested, covering her ears in an attempt to escape reality. After a couple of jumps in midair, she nestled herself into Albert's pocket. It seemed she was a bit upset and would likely ignore him for several hours. Are you really not considering Eden School anymore? Mother Elizabeth awaited at the door, hoping for one last appeal. Yet she understood that her son's decisions were nearly immutable. He had always been an enigma. Perhaps that is the essence of genius. Mother, your outfit today is lovely. I adore that corsage. Albert did not respond directly. He merely embraced his mother gently. Sighing, Elizabeth understood that her son's mind was made up and ceased her futile efforts. I wish you all the best, Albert. I will, Mother. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station in his father's carriage, Albert disembarked with his suitcase in hand. The magically enhanced, seamless expansion charm on the suitcase provided a far greater capacity than he had anticipated, effortlessly accommodating all the necessities for his schooling. Thus, he was glad to travel light, conserving considerable energy. I am not concerned about your ability to learn at Hogwarts, Albert. What I truly hope is that you find happiness there, my son. From the driver's seat, Leonard rolled down the window and earnestly advised, nothing is more important than your own feelings. Albert paused momentarily, a gentle smile gradually emerging on his face. I will write to you often. Remember to open the attic window, Father. With that, he grasped his suitcase and strode directly through the columns between platforms 9 and 10. This was the fabled platform 9 3/4. At the edge of the platform rested a magnificent deep crimson steam engine, its side emblazoned with the words Hogwarts Express. The striking figure, with silver hair and silver eyes, coupled with an almost innate air of aloofness, swiftly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. First year? Inquired a girl, who had also arrived early and was waiting for the train. She towered over Albert by a whole head, likely a senior from the 3rd or 4th year. I'm Albert, a first year. It's a pleasure to meet you, senior. Albert extended his hand, and that somewhat enthusiastic gesture left the senior somewhat taken aback. I am Margaret Vladimir. If you have any questions about the academy, feel free to ask me. I am in my 5th year. She shook his hand and then deliberately adjusted the badge on her chest, which was adorned with an eagle and the letter P. My apologies. I did not realize you were the head of Ravenclaw. Not at all. I merely drift along, she replied modestly, feigning indifference upon noticing that Albert recognized her. Are your family members wizards? You seem quite familiar with Hogwarts. No, I come from a family of muggles, or as you would say here, ordinary people. Upon uttering the term muggle, Albert slightly frowned. He always felt that this term carried an air of condescension towards non-magical individuals, rendering it rather impolite. However, it seemed that wizards in the magical realm had grown accustomed to using this term, even great wizards like Dumbledore. Yet, not everyone is willing to adopt such habits. Seeing the senior's skepticism, Albert elaborated, Hogwarts, a history. I skimmed through it during the holidays out of boredom. But the copy I have is not the original and lacks many crucial details. You will undoubtedly be sorted into Ravenclaw. Trust me, Junior, Margaret said, giving Albert's shoulder a firm pat, her tone resolute. Perhaps, in a general sense. The two continued their idle conversation until more young wizards, accompanied by their parents, began to arrive at the platform, making the atmosphere increasingly lively and crowded. On one hand, they needed to make space for others, and on the other, as the head of the house, Margaret had to fulfill her responsibilities, so they parted ways. Once on the train, Albert casually found a seat in compartment 3. After browsing what appeared to be a train product brochure on the table, he took out a piece of paper and began to write with a pencil. Suddenly, laughter and playful banter echoed from the door. Hee hee, Elira, did you sneak some forbidden books over the break? You seem to be exuding more dark magic lately. Stop it. I told you it's ancient magic and rune work. If I really learned dark magic, you'd be the first to face my wrath. As the compartment door swung open, 2 girls stepped in and immediately noticed Albert sitting at the back. Oh, sorry, we didn't realize someone was here, said the first girl, sporting a light golden ponytail. A bit embarrassed. Wow, what a cute guy. Ouch. The second girl, with black twin pigtails and an evidently lively personality, whistled a discordant tune before her friend playfully smacked her on the head, causing her to crouch down in mock defense. It was quite an amusing duo. Setting aside his pencil and notepad, Albert's gaze swept over the Ravenclaw emblem on their uniforms. No, perhaps I should be the one to apologize, seniors. It seems I have taken your usual spot. In this train, there is no place that belongs to anyone. If you don't mind, we can share. It would be perfect. As I can also introduce you to Hogwarts and, subsequently, Ravenclaw. The blonde girl enthusiastically drew her friend inside, shutting the door before sitting across from Albert. She curiously observed the relatively small suitcase beside him and the completely empty luggage rack above. The girl seemed to realize that the suitcase was likely enchanted with a non-detection charm. I don't understand, Elira. How can you be so sure he will be sorted into our Ravenclaw? The black-haired girl, Pava, remained puzzled. Her friend shook her head, pointing at the bag beside Albert. At that moment, Pava noticed that the bag appeared to be hovering just above the seat, suspended in midair. Levitation charm. Well done. So what of it? Sighing, Elira motioned for her to observe Albert's pencil. This is not the conventional way wizards write, coming from a Muggle family. Yet mastering the levitation charm so proficiently in such a short time after encountering magic is quite remarkable. More importantly, I find it hard to believe someone with such a thirst for knowledge about magic would be sorted into another house. Elira scrutinized the paper beside Albert, which was filled with various timing and analysis charts. Are you calculating the average duration and magical energy consumption of the levitation charm? Truly a Ravenclaw-esque research spirit. Chapter 7. Chocolate frogs are merely for deceiving the uninformed. The authentic experience lies among the cockroach clusters. Hee, Elira has done something similar before. Even in Ravenclaw, she is considered quite the oddball. You, who consistently ranks at the bottom of your year, are the strangest in Ravenclaw. Without hesitation, Elira retorted and introduced herself. I am Elira Pandrella, a second-year Ravenclaw. Pleased to meet you. I am Pava Satania, also in second year. Remember to call me senior. The black-haired girl blinked her large, round eyes, lazily resting her head on the table, embodying a carefree demeanor. Ahem, I am Gwen, a new student this year. The two girls looked curiously at Albert's pocket, from which the petite Gwen suddenly peeked out, as if she had just woken up. Seeing everyone looking at her, she proudly straightened her posture, declaring, I believe I will be sorted into Ravenclaw. Oh, how adorable. Pava immediately scooped the little Gwen up, inspecting her closely. What is this creature? What is this creature? Don't be so rude, Pava. Elira raised her hand and playfully smacked Pava on the back of her head. She too was intrigued, observing Gwen, who resembled an elf or perhaps a toy enchanted with a transformation spell, albeit far too intelligent for that. Gwen is just Gwen, the little one pouted, hopping down from Pava's hands and scurrying over to Albert, climbing up his sleeve and settling on his shoulder. Her tiny legs swung in the air, and her head bobbed, completely ignoring Elira and Pava. This is Gwen. In terms of species, she is likely a Lilo doll, Albert said, gently tapping the little Gwen's head, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. Considering that directly mentioning her as a guardian spirit might stir unnecessary trouble and speculation, he opted for the simplest explanation. After all, it wasn't entirely a falsehood. As for me, I am Albert Grindelwald. A pleasure to meet you. G. Grindelwald. Upon hearing this surname, Pava's expression froze, while Elira looked on with slightly less shock, merely regarding Albert with an inquisitive gaze. Both were observing each other's reactions. You are not from a Muggle family? Elira, having realized her earlier assumption was incorrect, felt somewhat troubled. Shouldn't the point of concern be here, sister? Pava found herself at a loss for words. Yet the prevailing atmosphere rendered her unable to speak. Following the unfortunate incident involving that elder, my grandfather chose to extricate our family from the magical realm to avoid complications. It was not until I recently received my acceptance letter that I became aware of these matters. I apologize, I should not have inquired. It's nothing, truly. If I were genuinely concerned, I would not have responded. The two exchanged smiles, each finding the other agreeable, and the conversation flowed without undue pressure. By the way, is it true that the original Dark Lord is still alive? Pava suddenly leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. The proximity was rather intimate, so much so that Albert, positioned slightly higher due to his stance, nearly caught a glimpse of the girl's loosely draped neckline. Thus, he politely leaned back. You are utterly impolite. Elira, standing behind, pinched Pava's cheeks, forcefully tugging them outward, eliciting cries of pain and pleas for mercy from her. Honestly, I admit my fault. With her cheeks flushed from the pinch, Pava, in a somewhat defeated manner, retrieved a box of candy from her pocket and extended it to Albert. As a gesture of apology, I offer you some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Thank you. Albert took a candy, unwrapped it, and tossed it into his mouth, chewing it lightly a few times. He had previously encountered this product in the train's merchandise catalog, which seemed to feature a plethora of flavors, including the rather grotesque earwax and vomit varieties. Fortunately, the candy he had chosen was rather conventional, bearing the sweet taste of blueberries. I had never met that elder, and to be candid, I suspected he did not particularly appreciate the moniker of Dark Lord. After all, from his perspective, everything was purportedly for the greater good of humanity. Seeing Albert's composed demeanor, Pava felt a twinge of disappointment, as she had been hoping for some extraordinary event. As for the other information, I must admit that my acquaintance with the magical realm is quite recent, and my understanding of him is derived solely from books, no more profound than yours. As the train gradually set in motion, Albert seized the opportunity, while the two young witches were busy stowing their luggage, to place his experimental notes into his suitcase. Although he relished research, he felt it somewhat impolite to engage in such activities in front of others. He was not lacking in decorum. It was worth noting that this compartment was indeed devoid of other passengers. Being confined in a space with an overly studious individual was rather stifling. Nobody relishes discomfort. Pava shot a malicious glance at Albert. Then why are you so unbothered? Elira retorted coldly. I have a thick skin, he replied. Outside, a gentle rain was falling, and Albert drew the window closed, casually initiating a conversation. When I visited Diagon Alley, I had imagined the magical world to be entirely medieval in style. While Hogwarts uniforms do possess a touch of antiquity, they ultimately align with contemporary aesthetic sensibilities. The two girls before him sported quite fashionable bracelets and hair accessories, each infused with a hint of magic. Those antiquated relics may be so, but we are vibrant young witches, and quite a number of students hail from Muggle families. So our understanding of beauty is quite similar, Pava remarked, rubbing her petite nose with a sense of pride. I truly wish you would dedicate more time to your studies rather than to dressing up for research, she quipped. Shoo, Pava whistled an off-key tune, pretending not to hear. Albert had numerous inquiries regarding the magical realm, and soon found himself engaged in lively discussions with the girls. Both individuals possessed an inherently warm disposition, at least towards him, and Albert gleaned a considerable amount of knowledge about the magical world beyond the confines of textbooks. The scope of literature is ultimately limited, and despite being systematically organized, it inevitably contains substantial gaps. Suddenly, the door to the compartment swung open, and a kindly witch pushed in a cart laden with snacks, inquiring with a gentle tone. My dear, would you care for something? Pointing to 3 selections in the promotional brochure he held, Albert smiled and replied, I'll have these 3, and please bring one of everything else. Wow, a true spendthrift, Pava exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she watched Albert effortlessly pay 2 galleons. Before long, the contented sales witch bid her farewell, leaving behind a veritable mountain of snacks and candies on the table. It seemed that the purchasing power of galleons was indeed formidable. Albert offered a brief assessment. Indeed, my monthly allowance amounts to merely 2 galleons. Pava, with great enthusiasm, assisted in unwrapping a snack, when suddenly a black chocolate frog leapt onto her face. The little witch remained unfazed, with a swift flick of her tongue. She deftly drew the chocolate frog from her nose into her mouth, producing a sound of sheer satisfaction. Yet, the chocolate frog fell short of expectation, in my opinion. The authentic flavor can only be found in those that come from a pile of cockroaches. One ought to give it a try if given the chance. If you dare to bring that ghastly creature into the bedroom, do not ever expect me to lend you my homework, Elira remarked, her right eye twitching, her tone grave. I understand, truly, it seems there are not many with refined taste. Chapter 8. Just as I opened the window, a male from below splattered me with something unpleasant. Who understands the struggles of sisterhood? The array of candies on the table appeared plentiful. Yet Pava's prowess in consumption was rather astonishing, as she single-handedly annihilated the majority of the snacks. In less than an hour, only a scattering of open wrappers and colorful candy wrappers remained on the table. Allow me, Albert interjected as Elira reached for her wand, raising his own wand to point at the table before them. Static barrier. A translucent blue shield materialized instantly and, under Albert's command, swiftly contracted, compressing all the refuse into a spherical form. Subsequently, with another flick of his wand, the refuse sphere transformed into a petite cardboard box for waste. Landing lightly at the innermost edge of the table, Elira was taken aback by this display of skill. For a novice, your proficiency with the transfiguration spell is indeed quite remarkable. However, I am more curious about the spell you employed first. I have never encountered it before. It can be considered an extended application of a certain spell. I have yet to thoroughly research it, but once I grasp the principles, I can teach it to you. Albert nodded, his intentions transparent. Then I shall rely on you. I am genuinely intrigued by such rare spells. Elira's eyes twinkled like crescent moons. This girl's beauty. even in an era enhanced by filters, would rank among the most striking. Merlin's boots, another oddity. I need to open a window for some fresh air. Pava feigned a blank stare as she theatrically opened the window, only to be met with a damp newspaper that splattered against her face. Today is truly unfortunate. I detest rainy days and the start of school, she fumed, tearing the newspaper from her face and slamming it on the table, her anger palpable. Who is this? The newspaper, emblazoned with the headline of the Daily Prophet, featured a portly middle-aged man waving in various directions, his expression plastered with the formulaic smile of bureaucracy. In the magical realm, such images typically depicted individuals capable of limited movement, which was rather amusing. For the unfortunate Pava, it bore a hint of mockery, prompting her to swing her fist and strike the man's face in the photograph. The figure in the image flinched, silently screaming as he ducked behind the frame. Cornelius Fudge, the recently retired Minister of Magic, had just been nominated as a candidate for the new ministerial position. Elira cast a glance at Fudge's image in the newspaper and shook her head. Of course, I do not believe he stands a chance against Barty Crouch. The reputation of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is not something a bureaucrat like him, who has never engaged in practical affairs, can rival. That might disappoint you. Albert chuckled inwardly. If the timeline had remained unchanged, that Mr. Barty Crouch would be disqualified due to the ramifications of his son's affiliations. Considering Dumbledore's disinterest in wielding power, it is likely that Cornelius Fudge would eventually ascend to the position of Minister for Magic in Britain. It is uncertain how much time has passed when the train comes to a halt once more. The cacophony in the aisle serves as a reminder that the trio has arrived at their destination. This year's influx of new students is considerable, suggesting that the opening feast will be quite lively. Pava, ever the enthusiast for spectacle, excitedly turned to Albert and the diminutive Gwendolyn perched on his shoulder, exclaiming, "So much delicious food awaits, and there are singing hats as well. You will surely adore it. Thank you for your candid and unembellished description, Miss Satania." Elira replied with a hint of exasperation as she gently nudged her friend forward, casually waving her wand to levitate the two luggage carts trailing behind them. Albert smiled and waved his wand, replicating the spell with ease. For him, such a simple levitation charm posed little challenge, having become a part of his daily practice. Outside the platform, rain fell in torrents, cold droplets mingling with the biting wind, relentlessly battering the throng of young wizards, coupled with the inherent darkness of the night. It left many feeling uneasy. Last year's weather was just as miserable. Sometimes I truly question if the school does this on purpose, Pava grumbled. Instead of indulging in such paranoid musings, you ought to invest your time in mastering the water and fire repellent charm, Elira murmured, drawing her wand and casting the spell on the garments of both boys. Water and fire repellent. Instantly, their damp clothes were rendered dry, as if an invisible barrier had deflected the rain from other directions, redirecting it elsewhere. After completing this, Elira lifted her wand to cast the same charm on Albert, only to notice that his clothes remained dry as well. It seems you have acquired quite a repertoire of spells before entering school. It is truly impressive. Merely acquired knowledge, Albert humbly replied, observing that many seemed to gravitate towards him, resulting in an unusually crowded space. It was inevitable. His striking silver hair and silver eyes, one might say, his extraordinary good looks, were hard to overlook, causing him to often become the inadvertent center of attention. However, being accustomed to such attention did not equate to enjoying it. For Albert, this phenomenon was somewhat bothersome. He was not one of those stars or idols who thrived on attracting attention, nor did he relish the sensation of being surrounded by throngs of people. Fortunately, there was always someone to alleviate the situation. First years, new students have arrived here. Quick! Make way for them. A giant, bearded man holding a lantern stood atop a nearby stone, surveying the bustling crowd. Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. A half-giant with an extraordinary affection for magical creatures, later seemingly became the instructor for care of magical creatures. It truly was a disaster, at least for the majority of young wizards. For now, we must bid farewell, dear seniors. Today, Hogwarts is your stage. Pava and I shall remain in the audience. Albert and Elira bid farewell to Pava in hushed tones as they mingled with the throngs of first-year students, making their way towards Hagrid. Are all the first years present? Have the older students confirmed? Hagrid inquired. If everyone is here, we shall commence our journey. After a brief delay to ensure no one was left behind, Hagrid led the newcomers along the winding path. The terrain was somewhat treacherous, and time and again, a girl would inadvertently slip, leaning against Albert for support. After enduring this occurrence multiple times, Albert grew weary and decided to navigate through the crowd to the forefront of the line. The water and fire protection charm? Oh, thank you. Albert cast a charm of invulnerability against fire and water, as well as a cleaning spell on Hagrid's clothing, effortlessly removing the mud and moisture, rendering it immaculate as if freshly pressed. Hagrid, predictably, expressed his gratitude, for he found himself unable to perform magic in front of so many onlookers. Thus, Albert had rendered him a considerable service. Chapter 9. Grindelwald. After a rather bumpy journey, the group finally arrived at their destination, a pitch-black lake. Across the water, a grand and magnificent castle could be faintly discerned, its lights shining brightly even on this rain-soaked night, illuminating the surroundings in an astonishing manner. Everyone aboard, remember. For two a boat. No need to crowd. There are plenty of boats, Hagrid called out in a booming voice, gesturing towards the small vessels moored at the shore. Al? This one. Little Gwendolen tugged at Albert, leading him to the foremost boat, marked with a red rope. Before he could settle in, the adjacent spot was claimed by three young witches who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Sorry, the seats are full, they taunted. Glancing at the other girls on the shore who had failed to board in time, they then eagerly leaned towards Albert, engaging him while playfully teasing Gwendolen perched on his shoulder. It was evident to all that Albert shared a close bond with his little companion, and this approach was undoubtedly the easiest way for them to forge a friendship. Hagrid inspected each boat to ensure there was no overloading. Satisfied, he took a seat in a relatively larger vessel with a child who had yet to find a companion. Everyone seated, no standing, be careful not to fall in. We're setting off. It was unclear whether he uttered a spell or if it was an incantation triggered by his voice. But the boats near the lake began to move on their own. Amidst the excited whispers of the young witches, they glided slowly toward Hogwarts across the lake. Due to the enveloping darkness, Albert could not fully appreciate the scenery along the way, though he vaguely recalled passing by a cliff. Soon, the small boats docked again, and everyone disembarked at the pier beneath the castle. Achoo! Many of the newcomers began to sneeze, likely due to their damp state. Little one, could you lend a hand? Hagrid winked at Albert, his expression endearing. It would be my pleasure, Albert nodded, taking his wand and tapping it on the shoulders of the young witches behind him. In no time, he had cast the charm of invulnerability against fire and water, as well as the cleaning spell on all. He was met with an outpouring of gratitude and no fewer than 20 friendship notes, all pre-written. British girls truly mature early, he mused. Albert shook his head internally. In truth, a simple fire and water incompatibility spell would suffice. It is truly remarkable that your magical prowess allows for such frequent casting. Having spent numerous years at Hogwarts, Hagrid has a fair understanding of the magical abilities possessed by young wizards. Albert's outstanding performance swiftly garnered him admiration. It has been many years since Hogwarts has witnessed such a gifted young wizard. Ah, of course, I almost overlooked the young lady, Elira, though I sense that. At least in terms of magical prowess, she does not quite measure up to you. I still have a long way to go compared to my senior. Albert hastily replied. It seems you two have met on the carriage. Indeed, geniuses often recognize each other. Hagrid laughed heartily, continuing to guide everyone onward. This journey was remarkably brief, and within mere minutes, they arrived at a lawn directly beneath the castle. Not far away stood a long flight of stairs, leading to what was likely an oak door of the castle. Professor McGonagall, clad in green robes, awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing Hagrid, they exchanged greetings. Water and fire. It seems a spell has already been cast. Professor McGonagall, who had initially intended to cast the water and fire protection spell, keenly noticed the magical traces on the young wizards, her gaze swiftly settling on the almost conspicuously talented Albert. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. If it weren't for the fact that the sorting ceremony has yet to take place, I would truly wish to award you 10 points, Mr. Grindelwald. The mention of this surname from Professor McGonagall elicited an immediate gasp from the young wizards, countless eyes turning towards Albert. In the magical community, the name Grindelwald has become a phenomenon in its own right, conjuring a myriad of associations and speculations upon its mere utterance. Albert had anticipated this situation and accepted it with calmness. It seems my grandfather had a word with you? His exact words were, one must become accustomed to the troubles that this surname brings. Otherwise, avoiding them each time is rather inefficient. Professor McGonagall faithfully relayed Albert's grandfather's sentiments. It indeed sounded like something he would say, and the reasoning behind it was indisputable. I had no objections. After a brief exchange, Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and surveyed the increasingly restless crowd. Most were engaged in discussions about the forthcoming sorting ceremony, a customary event at Hogwarts each year. Young wizards like Albert, who exhibited such maturity, were indeed a rarity. First-year students, please remain quiet and follow me. Following Professor McGonagall, Albert and the other peers formally entered the castle along the corridor. Albert was intrigued by the occasional apparitions that emerged from the walls, harboring a desire to reach out and touch them. However, he recognized that such an act would be rather impolite and felt unable to do so deliberately. Additionally, the stone walls were adorned with numerous blazing torches. Upon closer inspection, Albert noted the absence of any discernible fuel source within, leading him to speculate that an intricate mechanism must be at play. Truly, in the realm of magic, there exists an abundance of enigmas, and the ceaseless unknown stirred a flutter of excitement within Albert's heart. Soon, Professor McGonagall guided the group into a modestly sized chamber. As she elaborated, this space served as the waiting room for the sorting ceremony. Due to the large number of attendees, most were crammed into the corridor, shoulders brushing against one another. Many boys cast curious glances at Albert, for he was surrounded by a throng of girls. "Quite the popular one, aren't you?" remarked a red-haired boy to his identical brother. "Fred, do you think we could make a fortune selling his photos and merchandise?" "Hey, when did you steal my idea?" "Well, it's settled then. Before long." After seemingly concluding discussions with the hall, Professor McGonagall instructed the new students to form a single file line and subsequently led them into the grand hall. Within the expansive space lay 4 long tables, each brimming with students, spaced apart with care. Countless floating candles were scattered across the ceiling, while the stained glass windows on either side shimmered with warm and resplendent light. At the center, beneath the dais where the professor sat, an old, tattered hat was placed upon a stool, faintly emanating a humming sound. The sorting ceremony was about to commence. Chapter 10. The first hat wore the sorting hat, a relic believed to be a treasure left behind by one of Hogwarts' 4 founders. Godric Gryffindor required each new student to don its seemingly ragged form to determine their house. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. One of these houses was destined to suit each individual. According to Albert's understanding gleaned from Hogwarts, a history, the sorting hat possessed the intellect of the 4 founders and excelled in legilimency, capable of discerning thoughts and assessing traits to facilitate the most accurate sorting. However, he perceived significant flaws in this mechanism, noting instances such as Harry Potter's conscious choice of house, suggesting that one could potentially obfuscate the hat's judgment through various means. "This hat looks rather dirty. Must we really wear it?" queried a nearby young witch, her expression one of evident reluctance. Indeed, for those with a penchant for cleanliness, the image of the sorting hat could be quite off-putting, particularly since the hat seemed overly self-aware, seldom acknowledging this fact. After all, it was once Gryffindor's hat. A witness to history, a relic, if you will. You may find me unappealing, but do not judge by appearances. A hat smarter than I is a falsehood. Were it true, I would consume myself, it mused. In accordance with tradition, the sorting hat merrily sang a peculiar tune, concluding its performance amidst the audience's ambiguous applause. Honestly, if someone were to practice for 1,000 years and still sing in such a manner, they would indeed lack the requisite talent for singing. Yet, from another perspective, it was merely a hat. Even with a touch of sentience, it remained just a hat. The fact that it could sing in such a manner, and even compose its own lyrics, seemed quite remarkable in its own right. Albert did not dwell on the matter, for he was the first to be summoned to the stage by Professor McGonagall. Albert Grindelwald. The mere utterance of that surname sent a tremor through the pupils of everyone present, plunging the entire auditorium into a hush. In a certain sense, the name Grindelwald had become synonymous with terror. Dumbledore sat at the highest point, wearing that familiar benevolent smile that had remained unchanged for decades, rendering it impossible to discern his true thoughts. His cerulean eyes, peering through half-moon spectacles, quietly scrutinized the silver-haired youth. The once unfamiliar handsome visage began to intertwine with a figure from many years past, inadvertently evoking a flood of memories. "There's no need for anxiety. The sorting hat will take the lead," Professor McGonagall whispered, gently placing the sorting hat atop Albert's head. It was indeed somewhat oversized, nearly obscuring Albert's entire field of vision. Fortunately, despite its tattered appearance, it seemed to have been intentionally cleaned, faintly imbued with a scent reminiscent of botanical essential oils. It was not particularly pleasant, yet bearable. Gradually, the voice of the sorting hat resonated in his ears. "Ah, an evidently clever one. Let me peer into your heart and discern your rightful house." Goodness. Why can I not read anything at all? The Sorting Hat fell silent for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed with fervor, I had envisaged 3 scenarios. And based on the outcome, you appear to fit the second, Mr. Hat. Albert murmured to himself with closed eyes. You possess the ability to read minds, whether through magic or some other means. However, this telepathy is constrained by the nature of the school, adhering to certain limitations to avoid infringing upon privacy. Your mind reading is essentially a connection to thought. Thus, whoever dons the hat, you will invariably throw out an initial statement to provoke contemplation in the wearer and make further judgments based on the logic of the thoughts you perceive. At that moment, the Sorting Hat was utterly disinclined to speak, feeling as though it had been subjected to a reverse mind reading. How infuriating. You are likely pondering why I've gleaned nothing. Why not? I did not think that. Just as the Sorting Hat was about to voice its thoughts, Albert preemptively read its mind, prompting the hat to promptly choose silence. Being led by the nose by a mere youth left it feeling somewhat disgruntled. Albert paid no heed to the Sorting Hat's musings, continuing with his analysis. The answer was remarkably simple. I had just ceased my self-awareness and mechanically responded from your perspective. You had indeed perceived it, but mistook the success of mind reading due to the similarity of content and inquiry. In other words, it was merely answering the same question with the same question. After a prolonged contemplation, the Sorting Hat, now revealed, suddenly exclaimed with delight, Ah, my boy, I concede you are somewhat extraordinary, yet this does not confound me. A clever mind such as yours belongs to Ravenclaw, and nowhere else. What if I were to add a touch of ambition? Albert chuckled, and the Sorting Hat immediately discerned his aspiration to dominate the world and reign as its sovereign. Despite knowing this thought was but a fabrication, the Sorting Hat could not fathom how Albert accomplished this. It was unable to discern the truth from the falsehood. Subsequently, Albert adeptly conjured personas of valiant heroes and culinary enthusiasts, leaving the Sorting Hat feeling an unsettling sensation, despite the absence of an actual scalp. Enough of this. It is hardly amusing. Ravenclaw is your rightful place, and nowhere else. It seemed the experiment had reached its conclusion. He had somewhat underestimated the pride of this legendary magical artifact. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Opportunities would abound in the future. With a resigned shrug, Albert set aside the Sorting Hat. At the long table designated for Ravenclaw, numerous upperclassmen erupted in enthusiastic applause, welcoming Albert's arrival. In both demeanor and appearance, Albert epitomized perfection. The kind of individual who would undoubtedly excel even in the superficial judgment of appearances. Not to mention, Albert had unknowingly caused a flurry of disarray within the Sorting Hat, provoking its ire. Coupled with Albert's rather intimidating surname, his presence was undeniably formidable. So what follows? Hey, who are you? Albert was halfway through when he suddenly heard a surprised shout from behind, emanating from the Sorting Hat. Don't be ridiculous. You are neither a wizard nor even a human. And I shall not sort you. Did you hear me? Get away from me, little one. I will count to 3, or else. Wait, what is that you have? No. Help. Someone, please. The hat is being attacked. Dumbledore. The voice of the Sorting Hat transitioned through confusion, disdain, and anger to sheer terror in mere seconds, reaching a pitch that could rival a soprano's high notes. Professor McGonagall, sensing the commotion, swiftly lifted the hat and discovered a small figure hiding beneath it, Gwen, who at that moment was puffing up her adorable round face, brandishing a pair of large blue scissors menacingly towards the Sorting Hat. It became clear why the hat had been crying out in such despair. What could incite more fear in a hat than scissors or blades? Nothing. Chapter 11. The Feast of Indulgence. What is that? A man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose, seated at the faculty table, gazed in bewilderment at the small doll-like figure not far from him. He prided himself on his knowledge, yet could not discern what species this creature belonged to. Dumbledore. Aren't you going to intervene? Snape turned to Dumbledore, who remained unperturbed, as if comfortably fishing. That is a kind-hearted little child, Severus. Although not a wizard. I find the occasional charming surprise quite delightful, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Albert had returned, placing the still fuming Gwen on his shoulder and offering an apology to Professor McGonagall and her Sorting Hat. Mind your little pet, boy. The last one who tried to take a bite out of me was from Ravenclaw. Do you wish to become their next target? Upon uttering these words, the Sorting Hat suddenly noticed the numerous eager gazes directed at the Ravenclaw table. Blast it, I've misspoken. Snip, snip, you wretched hat. Gwen floated above Albert's head, brandishing her blue scissors with fierce determination. Her bows perked up, resembling 2 tiny black scissors. Come at me, scissors girl. Do you think I am just any hat? If I had hands, I would have already thrown my gloves at you. The tension between Gwen and the Sorting Hat escalated, while the young wizards below watched in gleeful anticipation, reveling in the spectacle. This was indeed an annual highlight, an unprecedented display of drama. Now, it's merely a lively misunderstanding, and the hour grows late. Sorting Hat, please proceed with sorting this little lady and continue the ceremony. Dumbledore interjected suddenly. Are you asking me to sort this unidentified doll? The Sorting Hat grumbled. Hogwarts is not new to accepting students beyond the realm of wizards. I trust you are aware of this. Should I let this pass? Salazar would certainly be furious. After a moment's hesitation, the Sorting Hat declared, Gwen, Ravenclaw? Humph. Gwen placed her hands on her hips, puffing her chest out proudly. The Sorting Hat could hardly contain its irritation at the sight. Over here, Ravenclaw's table, Pava called out loudly, waving his hand and indicating a purposely vacated spot between himself and Elira, ignoring the astonished expressions of others. Aren't those all second years? Albert thought, but decided it did not matter. Embracing a philosophy of adaptability, he took a seat at the empty place, greeted warmly by nearby upperclassmen. Gwen quickly became the center of attention due to her adorable appearance, instantly garnering a following of mom fans. After the uproar caused by Gwen, the Sorting Hat's efficiency improved remarkably, sorting the remaining young wizards into their respective houses within 20 minutes. Among them were familiar faces, such as the Weasley twins and the talented Cedric from Hufflepuff, all of whom were in the same year as Albert. This indicated that he had entered Hogwarts 2 years prior to the arrival of the main character, Harry Potter, allowing him to enjoy at least 2 years of peaceful life, quite satisfactory, indeed. Albert mused softly. What? Elira's ears perked up as she turned to look. Albert then noticed that she did not seem to be of pure human lineage. Her ears were elongated and pointed, reminiscent of elves from cinematic depictions. Oh, nothing. Just a fleeting thought. You always seem so serious, Pava laughed, playfully slapping Albert's back. You must be a fool, living carefree without a worry in the world. Yet, there seemed to be nothing amiss about this. After all, no one enjoys seeking out troubles. Soon, as the last anxious new student was sorted into Hufflepuff, Dumbledore rose from the highest point of the faculty table. His already tall stature appeared even more imposing, magnified by the myriad of tales and legends surrounding him. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Dumbledore surveyed the hall, looking at the young wizards seated at the 4 long tables, raising his arms in greeting with a beaming smile. These delightful little ones are the future of the magical world and my greatest achievement. As we gather here once more at Hogwarts, there is truly nothing more worthy of celebration. Now indulge in the feast. His deep voice resonated through the hall, as an array of delectable dishes appeared in the bowls and plates atop the tables, eliciting waves of cheer. Fried chicken, steak, lamb, tomato braised beef, char siu, roasted pork neck, Hawaiian turkey, culinary delights from around the globe made their grand entrance, unleashing a cascade of tantalizing aromas that sparked the appetites of the young wizards present. I expected it to be all British cuisine. This is unexpectedly beyond my expectations. Albert had not anticipated much from the feast, having grown accustomed to the vast array of Chinese dishes in his past life. However, Hogwarts offerings were a delightful blend of flavors. Sampling a few dishes, he found each to exceed his expectations, each with its unique flair. It seems the school has indeed put considerable thought into the menu. It truly lives up to its millennia-long legacy of magic. Marvelous, simply marvelous, Pava exclaimed, tears of joy glistening in her eyes as she used both knife and fork, devouring the food before her like a famished ghost. Sauce splattered across Elira's hair, causing the latter's temple to twitch as she prepared to speak, only to have her mouth stuffed with a Russian sausage by her enthusiastic friend. I know. It's delicious, right? Pava said, cheeks full as she turned to insert a piece of sous vide venison into Albert's bowl. You should eat too, Albert. Albert nodded, deftly wielding his knife and fork to carve the venison on his plate. His gaze drifted over to a dark-haired man at the faculty table, who had suddenly turned to engage in conversation with Professor McGonagall. Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House and a master in the field of potions, stood as one of Dumbledore's most trusted aides, despite his former allegiance to the Death Eaters. Though his past was shrouded in complexity and infamy, he was, in truth, a man of good character, albeit not in the conventional sense. However, had that man just been staring at me? Chapter 12. Let me see. Who was the unfortunate soul teaching defense against the dark arts this year? Following a hearty meal, the chaos on the table had vanished. Apart from Pava, who was weeping inconsolably, everyone's attention shifted back to Dumbledore, who had risen once more. The girl had been a moment too slow, watching helplessly as the fruit pudding she had anticipated disappeared before her eyes. Such is the tragedy of life, Albert couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although he typically eschewed vibrant colors, he certainly possessed a cunning nature. Now, as everyone has filled their bellies, allow me to say a few words, Dumbledore said, casually waving his wand, his voice resonating once again. Remarkably, it did not come across as overly loud. Rather, it was unexpectedly gentle. It seemed that the headmaster had made significant improvements to the amplification charm. While the students might have grown accustomed to such warnings, it was my duty as headmaster to reiterate them, particularly for the new students. The forbidden forest outside the castle is perilous. Please refrain from approaching or venturing into it. To certain upper-year students, I kindly ask you to maintain decorum, for the wrath of Madame Pomfrey can be quite taxing on an old man's heart. Dumbledore winked at the audience below, eliciting a chorus of cheerful laughter. Such was Dumbledore's unique charm, unparalleled. Furthermore, our dear caretaker has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors, especially not the permanent sticking charm. I find myself in agreement on this matter. The school's walls cannot withstand centuries of relentless wear and tear. Dumbledore's gaze flickered, landing pointedly on a few notorious pranksters as a warning. For reasons unknown, the two red-haired twins, newly enrolled, unexpectedly found themselves under the same scrutiny, exchanging glances of astonishment. Truly, Dumbledore's keen insight had allowed him to identify Hogwarts' most significant troublemakers for the coming years, despite their having done nothing yet. A pure case of presumption of guilt. Albert couldn't help but chuckle, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Finally, allow me to formally introduce the new defense against the dark arts teacher for this semester. Dumbledore stepped aside, revealing the figure behind him. The young wizards in the audience craned their necks in eager anticipation to glimpse the unfortunate newcomer. At Hogwarts, the position of defense against the dark arts instructor is notoriously perilous, often leading to severe injury or even death. The root of this peril lies in a curse cast by a young job seeker many years ago who believed Dumbledore was deliberately targeting him, a sentiment that held a measure of truth. Thus, the stage was set for the introduction of Professor Rowland, a distinguished scholar of ancient magical creatures and holder of the third-class Order of Merlin. The new instructor appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a classic middle-part hairstyle, a serious demeanor, and clad in a heavy black coat. His attire seemed laden with an array of metallic devices, producing a dull clattering sound with even the slightest movement. I am truly delighted that you accepted my invitation, Frank, Dumbledore said affectionately, patting Professor Rowland's arm. It's merely a temporary arrangement, Albus. I cannot say when I might depart, replied Rowland. Ah, that will suffice, old friend. I am certain you will impart a wealth of invaluable knowledge to the students. Dumbledore's joy was palpable, as he had been applauding enthusiastically moments before. The third-class Order of Merlin, while seemingly modest, held considerable value at a time when such honors were not so liberally bestowed. Considering that Harry Potter had yet to officially enroll, it was likely that Dumbledore's so-called savior training program was still in its infancy. The defense against the dark arts instructor he had chosen was undoubtedly well qualified. Unlike future figures such as Lockhart, who merely served as a comedic foil for the young wizards, Severus Snape scoffed derisively from the side, yet, upon meeting Professor Rowland's gaze, he awkwardly averted his eyes. This was a rare occurrence for someone who had once aspired to the same teaching position and did not possess an overly magnanimous spirit. It appeared that Professor Rowland possessed considerable prowess, enough to instill a sense of caution even in the proud Severus Snape. Albert silently observed the subtle expressions of a few individuals, finding it quite intriguing. In contrast to the novels and films of yore, what lay before him now were flesh and blood beings, their myriad thoughts and emotions far more complex than the simplistic and straightforward memories of his past life. Black and white, such notions belong to fairy tales. The blurred lines truly represent reality. As time wore on, he mused that before bidding good night and retiring, they should engage in a traditional concluding activity. Upon witnessing Dumbledore enthusiastically wielding his wand to summon a golden ribbon that danced gracefully in midair, Albert's expression abruptly stiffened. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his wand from his sleeve and cast a silencing charm upon himself. The cacophony of the school's anthem, with its erratic tempo and rhythm dictated by personal whims, morphed into a veritable inferno of discord. Even the usually solemn Professor McGonagall and Professor Rowland couldn't suppress the involuntary twitching at the corners of their mouths. their expressions betraying a struggle for composure. On the return journey, the fifth-year Ravenclaw prefect, the very Margaret he had encountered at the station, persistently sought opportunities to converse with Albert. Out of politeness, he maintained a patient smile, though a tinge of impatience brewed within him. He harbored no interest whatsoever in the witch's so-called whitening potions or magical cosmetic mirrors. Grindelwald, may I call you that? The prefect inquired, deliberately twirling her hair, revealing her long, alabaster neck, her countenance imbued with gentleness. Why would you think that an 11-year-old boy would be influenced by hormones? Albert now harbored some doubts regarding whether the female prefect truly belonged to Ravenclaw. Margaret, we are all quite fatigued. May we proceed more swiftly? In the queue, Elira suddenly spoke up to alleviate the situation. Oh, I am merely introducing the school to the first years, the prefect retorted. Indeed, you are correct, but even little Gwen has succumbed to slumber. Pava pointed to Albert's shoulder, where little Gwen was soundly asleep, tugging her eyebrows in an exaggerated manner. Observing Albert's similarly silent expression, the prefect felt a bit flustered and ceased her chatter, hastening her pace. Soon, the group arrived at the Ravenclaw common room. Before them stood a simple wooden door adorned with a bronze knocker shaped like an eagle. Chapter 13. A wonderful day begins with a shortcut. Much like Hogwarts itself, the knocker of the Ravenclaw common room is an artifact steeped in history. In the magical realm, where objects are less prone to wear and tear, such an item would likely be subjected to years of imprisonment for even the slightest mishap in the modern world. Margaret? The male prefect glanced at the halted female prefect, his impatience growing as he urged, "Please answer the question and open the door, otherwise, we shall be stuck here." I understand, she replied. Initially, she had intended to linger at the door, elaborating on the rules of the Ravenclaw common room to Albert, but she had no choice but to tap on the door. Frankly, Albert felt a sense of relief, though the prefect was quite amiable in appearance. Her incessant chatter had been rather tiresome. The eagle-shaped knocker slowly opened its beak, emitting a gentle sound imbued with an indescribable classical rhythm, reminiscent of ancient Greek poets reciting timeless verses. I possess 3 faces. One caresses the skin with tenderness, another embraces the sky with gentleness, and the last shatters rocks with hardness. What am I? The question posed was somewhat challenging. Margaret, the prefect, lowered her head in contemplation, while the male prefect seized the opportunity to address the new students. Our Ravenclaw common room differs from those of other houses. It is neither concealed nor requires a password. However, anyone wishing to enter must correctly answer the question posed by the bronze eagle knocker, even if they are students of Ravenclaw themselves. Exceptional knowledge is humanity's most treasured asset. As he spoke, the male prefect's expression radiated pride. I know. It is water. Just then, Margaret had also arrived at the answer. Consequently, the door creaked open, revealing a passage that extended inward. The Ravenclaw common room was remarkably spacious, adorned with airy stained glass on all sides, and draped with light gauzy curtains by the doorways and windows. The pristine ceiling was etched with various astronomical symbols, while the floor was covered in a cerulean carpet marked with stars. Against the wall stood an array of bookshelves and tables. A white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of the house, faced the entrance, holding a book and wearing an unusual circlet resembling a crown intertwined with floral motifs. First, your boys, follow me. I shall assist you in arranging your beds and dormitories. If you have any particular preferences, do let me know, and I will do my utmost to group you accordingly. The male prefect moved with remarkable efficiency, swiftly organizing the new students. Good night, everyone. As the first years climbed into their beds and tucked themselves in, the male prefect smiled softly, waving his wand. The lights within the vicinity extinguished sequentially under the power of his magic. Remarkably, he employed a silent spell, exhibiting exceptional precision and control. Is this truly Ravenclaw? It seems I have indeed arrived at the right place. In the darkness, Albert gazed with interest at the retreating figure of the male prefect, gradually resting his head upon the soft pillow while gently pulling little Gwen closer, covering her with her miniature blanket. Good night, Hogwarts. Albert closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. Achievement unlocked. Magic? Magic. Awarded the title of Novice Sorcerer. His affinity for magic reached its utmost potential. The achievement panel is now activated. I am the head of Ravenclaw. The answer is water. Nothing can stump me, for I am the cleverest. At the crack of dawn, before the sun had even risen, Albert was roused from his dreams. Little Gwen's sleeping posture was rather unfortunate, resembling a fuzzy caterpillar as she rolled back and forth, cocooned in her blanket beside his cheek. Most notably, she was mumbling in her sleep, seemingly lost in a delightful dream of becoming the head girl of Ravenclaw. Head girl, wake up. After waking little Gwen, the pair, one tall and one small, sleepily completed their morning rituals in the washroom. They then donned their school uniforms and joined the intermittent stream of students heading to the dining hall, including Albert's two roommates. Many young wizards struggled to adjust to the morning routine at Hogwarts, still wrapped in their blankets and wandering in the realm of dreams. Albert attempted to rouse them, but it seemed futile. After a brief response, he merely turned over and resumed his slumber, deciding against any further pointless efforts. Breakfast, breakfast. Good morning, little Gwen. The diminutive Gwen perched upon Albert's shoulder, occasionally greeting the Hogwarts young wizards they encountered. Having recently challenged the authority of the Sorting Hat and becoming the 5th non-human student in the history of Hogwarts, this charming creature was quite familiar with the events of the previous day and bore no psychological burden. Oh, where on earth is this damn staircase? The staircases of Hogwarts were predominantly winding and, enchanted as they were, would unexpectedly transform when one was not paying attention, either descending or ascending, and sometimes even vanishing altogether, exhibiting a whimsical nature. Just moments ago, a first-year student, who had been exchanging greetings, misstepped and tumbled from the 4th floor to the ground floor under Albert's astonished gaze. Normally, such a fall would be disastrous, but this was a magical school, not a slaughterhouse. All areas were protected by enchantments. Even if one were to fall, the young wizards would land safely thanks to magical safeguards, albeit they would then have to navigate their way back up. Of course, for those in a hurry to descend, this could appear to be a rather convenient shortcut, provided one remained unseen by the professors, as such reckless behavior would undoubtedly result in a significant loss of points. In the midst of his reflections, the unfortunate student had evidently misstepped again and was whisked away by a flurry of stairs to the highest point. He had actually reached the ground floor. Poor fellow. Sorry, Albert. You go on to the dining hall. I suspect it will take me some time to make my way back down, came the voice of the earlier student from above, laced with frustration. Well, an incident like this early in the morning would hardly bring joy to anyone. With a resigned shake of his head, Albert began his descent. Upon closer inspection, one might find that the staircases of Hogwarts did possess a certain regularity, as long as one avoided the treacherous areas masquerading as shortcuts. It was generally possible to navigate safely without incident. After patiently observing the erroneous demonstrations of several individuals, Albert had managed to grasp the essentials rather well. 3 minutes later, he arrived at the restaurant, where he encountered Elira and Pawa, who had also just arrived. Oh, I thought you would be late today, Pawa remarked mischievously, nudging Albert with her shoulder. This fellow sometimes truly resembled a tomboy. After all, we had arranged to meet. The trio selected some soft bread and jam and found an empty spot at the Ravenclaw long table. Not far away, at the Hufflepuff table, a group of individuals, both male and female, were gathered around a charming and sun-kissed young man, laughing and chatting, creating a delightful atmosphere. The camaraderie and relaxed ambience of Hufflepuff were indeed enviable. Noticing Albert's gaze drifting in that direction, Elira casually glanced over and remarked, Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff's captain this year, much like yourself. I am hardly a leader, Albert replied modestly. Albert shook his head and tore off a piece of bread, stuffing it into his mouth. Living up to the expectations of others can be quite exhausting. Chapter 14. Son of the Giant. After finishing his breakfast, Albert, buoyed by the first-year notes he had received from Elira, made his way to class with a cheerful demeanor. Perhaps it was the camaraderie shared among high achievers, or perhaps it was simply the desire to find a fellow student for mutual growth. But Elira did not hesitate in accommodating Albert's request. She even provided him with an additional list of extracurricular reading materials for reference. The list was densely filled with the titles of 70 or 80 supplementary books, each one seemingly obscure and challenging to comprehend. Beside him, Pava's expression as he glanced at the list was one of sheer horror and distortion, as if he wished to incinerate it on the spot. Likely having already endured Elira's fervent enthusiasm, I advise you not to look at it. It is a sheer waste of time. Who would have an interest in the evolutionary history of floating spells and the nuances of accent? Pava began, only to notice that Albert, who had previously donned a formulaic smile, had suddenly transformed into a figure of remarkable enthusiasm. Pava's gaze sharpened. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, the first class was History of Magic. It was reputed to be the most excruciating course in Hogwarts history, capable of immersing one in a ghostly, numbing perspective, as if time itself were being infinitely elongated minute by minute. In simpler terms, it was so dull that days felt like years. However, Albert found it tolerable. While a third of his attention was devoted to the lecture, the majority was focused on Professor Binns, the instructor. Perhaps in an effort to exemplify the conclusion that the study of history is a dead end, Professor Binns was, quite literally, a ghost. In the magical realm, ghosts appear for various reasons, but fundamentally, they all arise from some unyielding obsession that persists even beyond death. Albert gazed steadily at Professor Binns' translucent gray-white form, his hand moving purposefully across the desk as he wrote fervently. He wielded not a feather quill, a common writing instrument in the magical realm, but rather a steel pen he had brought from the Muggle world. It was a cherished gift from his grandfather, Campbell, bestowed upon him when he was merely 6 years old, and it was said to have once belonged to a great scientist whom his grandfather admired. Though the old ink cartridge and reservoir had been replaced, it did nothing to diminish Albert's affection for the pen. Seated nearby, a young Slytherin which observed Albert, who was recording Professor Binns' lecture with near-blind fervor, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Humph, Albert is quite impressive, the little witch, Gwen, stretched lazily, peering out from Albert's pocket. She had previously dozed off and now awoke rejuvenated, despite the professor's hypnotic teaching style, which would inevitably send anyone back into a sweet slumber. Indeed impressive, but alas, not of pure blood, the Slytherin witch murmured, her expression tinged with regret. Yet, as she beheld Albert's handsome profile, which he had maintained throughout, she found herself reconsidering the significance of blood purity. "Ah, I can do this," she thought excitedly. "What are you dreaming about?" Scoffed a group of 3 or 4 Ravenclaw girls seated near Albert, casting disparaging looks at the suddenly smitten Slytherin. It was clear they would not associate with the serpents dwelling in damp caves. The Slytherins' foolishness and prejudice were evident, as was the dwindling value of their remaining ambition. The first-year Slytherin girl, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, longed to retaliate but chose to retreat in the face of overwhelming numbers. Always steer clear of impulsiveness and recklessness was a time-honored philosophy among Slytherins. By the way, where are the others? Surely, I can't be the only Slytherin girl enamored with a handsome boy. The Slytherin which glanced suspiciously toward the back of the room, noticing students from her house huddled together, whispering while occasionally casting glances in her direction. No, they weren't looking at her. They were focused on Albert. What is that foolish Jenny doing over there? Can someone make her move? She's obstructing my view of the portrait comparison. A boy with disheveled black hair and drooping eyes frowned, gesturing dismissively. His standing among the first-year Slytherins seemed significant, as someone quickly complied with his request, returning shortly with the young witch in question. This all transpired under Professor Binns' indifferent gaze, a testament to his notorious disinterest, perhaps a limitation of his ghostly existence, or simply a lack of concern. Even amid rumors of his lingering in the teaching position until his demise, his outdated pedagogical approach and equal disregard for both diligent and unruly students suggested that his fixation on teaching was likely unrelated to his ghostly state. "Rommel, what do you think of the comparison results?" "Very similar," replied Rommel Yaxley, clutching an old photograph and scrutinizing the back of Albert in the front row. "The profiles are strikingly alike, though the features appear softer, suggesting authenticity." Coincidentally, as if sensing the intensity of Rommel's gaze, Albert turned around. The moment their silver-white eyes met, Rommel inexplicably shuddered, the photograph slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. "So it is true, that must be him. The resemblance is indeed striking." Albert picked up the photograph, which depicted a young boy with golden hair and silver eyes, bearing a striking resemblance to himself. Of course, it would be more accurate to say that he resembled the boy. Judging by the age, he appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, and remarkably, this photograph was immobile. Although it was crafted from the magical world's animating picture material, it remained completely still, akin to an ordinary Muggle photograph. Without a moment's hesitation, Albert realized that this was likely his great-uncle, Gellert Grindelwald, who once instigated the Second Wizarding War. Despite having a relatively minor role in the original narrative, he was nonetheless a formidable figure, capable of contending with the illustrious Albus Dumbledore. This individual, often referred to as the First Dark Lord, likely possessed raw power comparable to that of Voldemort, the principal antagonist of the story. His charismatic presence was unparalleled, akin to that of a true leader reminiscent of A.F. Frere. "Albert, this person looks remarkably like you," chimed little Gwen, who nestled against Albert's shoulder. Her soft face pressed against his neck, her little legs joyfully swinging behind his shoulders. After all, being the brother of his grandfather, it was only natural that they bore a resemblance. Albert chuckled softly, shaking his head as he returned the photograph to the young man before him. "I am Rommel." Rommel Yaxley, the boy, clad in Slytherin robes with dark hair and a rather vacant gaze, suddenly spoke. Coincidentally, Albert had perused a neglected novel titled Remembering Pure Blood in the Ravenclaw common room just the previous night. Although the plot was rather cliché, the narrative appeared to be inspired by reality, mentioning the surname Yaxley, which seemed to belong to a member of the sacred 28 pure blood families within the wizarding world. Is there something you need? Although Albert does not shy away from social interactions, he is inherently a self-centered individual, which translates to a disinclination to engage with strangers. I have heard from others that you have only recently ventured into the magical realm. If you do not mind, we could converse during our leisure time. Rommel extended his hand with a hint of nervousness. Trust me, while pure blood families often produce fools, their lineage is long enough to grant them secrets that far exceed your imagination. That would be splendid. Albert Grindelwald, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Albert smiled as he shook hands with him. Although he was uncertain of the intentions of this peer from a pure blood family, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the allure of knowledge and secrets. As for whether the other party had ulterior motives or the implications of their affiliation with Slytherin House, frankly, such matters seemed trivial. Unlike the brainless Gryffindors, the students of Ravenclaw did not wear tinted glasses. In the absence of direct conflicts of interest, their relationship remained amicable. After all, Slytherin pursued power and glory, while Ravenclaw sought knowledge and truth, and often, these pursuits ran parallel. At least in Albert's view, knowledge is power. After the history of magic class concluded, the young wizards poured out of the classroom like refugees, desperate for a breath of fresh air to revive their minds, which felt as if they were on the verge of becoming as permanently dormant as Professor Binns. To describe this lesson as boring would be a gross understatement. For the vast majority, it felt akin to serving a prison sentence. "Professor Binns, I have a few questions." Albert closed his notebook, intending to utter a few words. But Professor Binns, disregarding him entirely, passed through the ceiling above, leaving no opportunity to call him back. "Ghosts truly are remarkably convenient. You are indeed an unusual individual." It is my first time witnessing someone proactively seek out Professor Binns to pose inquiries. In the last row, a tall, red-haired boy gradually rose from his previously hunched position, casting a substantial shadow that enveloped Albert entirely. He appeared to exceed 2 meters in height. Could he be of giant lineage? Albert scrutinized the ill-fitting Slytherin robes adorning the figure before him. It was quite remarkable that he had been sorted into this house, renowned for its disdain towards half-bloods. Many within its ranks even shunned wizards from Muggle families, let alone those of mixed heritage with non-human races. "What are you staring at?" Perhaps he had lingered too long in his observation, for the towering lad grunted, muttering, "Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. Yes, I am of mixed non-human lineage." "A giant?" With the matter laid bare, Albert boldly inquired. After all, provoking the boy might lead to a brawl. And though he had never fought before, he believed such things could be executed well enough without prior experience. "Ha-ha, a giant? Do you think I'm some sort of Hagrid?" The large youth laughed heartily, but his expression swiftly morphed into one of cold indifference and malice. "Remember this, you fortunate one favored by Merlin. My name is Beowulf Shimotero, the offspring of a troll destined to trample all wizards underfoot." Chapter 15. Snape's rampage. As Albert traversed the corridor, he casually introduced the quaint features of Hogwarts to the diminutive Gwen perched on his shoulder. Soon arriving at the classroom for his second lesson, his mind still lingered on the Slytherin student who had boasted of being a troll's child. Sensing a palpable hostility directed at him. Why the dungeon? Albert pondered, gazing at the visible dampness and the somewhat eerie classroom door, momentarily taken aback. Was there truly no other classroom available at Hogwarts? Why conduct lessons in such a dismal place? Gwen loathed the setting. The tiny creature huffed and burrowed into the pocket of Albert's robe. Upon entering, he found several students already present, distinctly divided into two factions. To be honest, Albert saw little merit in categorizing students into 4 houses based on traits. Human nature is not static. Most individuals are rather ordinary. Their personalities far less pronounced than the characteristics represented by the 4 houses. Such divisions only serve to foster conflict and prejudice. The temperature in the classroom was notably low, with numerous glass containers lining the walls, each containing murky liquids housing unknown creatures and plants. It was unlikely to be formalin. They were likely potions needed for the study of potion making. With his still rudimentary understanding of potionology, Albert was unable to discern their specific purposes. Over here, a fellow first year from his house called out, the crowd parting to offer him a forward seat. Unable to decline their warm invitation, Albert settled into the spot. Despite his discomfort with being encircled, humans, after all, are social creatures, severed from their networks and bonds. They flounder like fish out of water. Did you know? The professor for this lesson is Slytherin. A Ravenclaw student beside him began to boast about the information he had gathered, but before he could continue, the cloaked figure of Snape silently entered the room, standing ominously behind him. The boy stiffened and instinctively lowered his head. With such a menacing demeanor and aura, it was no wonder the Gryffindors affectionately dubbed him the Bat. Proceed, Ravenclaw newcomer. Enlighten me with your insights, Snape commanded, his tone laced with irony. Though framed as a question, the once proud Ravenclaw first year now appeared on the verge of tears. Ah, truly, Albert sighed inwardly, stepping forward to intercede between the two. Professor, I believe everyone is simply eager to embrace their new life at Hogwarts, with no disrespect intended towards you. Snape, unmoved, continued to scrutinize Albert from his lofty position, his expression a blend of mockery and disdain. It appears class has yet to commence, Professor. I brought my watch, Albert replied, revealing the electronic wristwatch gifted by his father the previous year. Given the technological advancements of this era, it was considered cutting edge. Clearly unfamiliar with such a device, Snape nonetheless grasped that it served as a timer. Upon hearing Albert's surname mentioned in connection with Grindelwald, Snape paused momentarily, his expression revealing a flicker of discomfort. He was acutely aware of Dumbledore's greatness and power, and frankly, he doubted even the resurrection of the four founders could rival Dumbledore's prowess. Thus, he understood the magnitude of the man named Grindelwald, who had once necessitated Dumbledore's utmost efforts to be defeated. Of course, this boy before him was not Grindelwald, thus. After overcoming his initial unease, Snape resumed his composed demeanor. I am the instructor for this lesson. From the moment I entered this classroom, the lesson has already begun. Albert, after all, was merely a student and could not overtly defy Snape, thus he chose to bow his head in submission. You are correct, it was indeed our oversight. Disrupting classroom discipline incurs a deduction of 3 points for Ravenclaw. Is there anything else, Mr. Grindelwald? Shaking his head, Albert took a seat beside his classmate. His objective had been achieved. At least Snape would cease to dwell on the earlier incident. As for the deduction of points, truth be told, he was not particularly concerned, for there were myriad ways to recover them. Perhaps it was the sound of Snape's voice that roused little Gwen, who slowly emerged from Albert's collar, her small hand rubbing her eyes, resembling a child just awakened from slumber. This sight irritated Snape, who regarded potions as a sacred discipline to the utmost degree. As a master in the field of potions, he possessed a rather narrow disposition, and he would spare no effort to express his disdain for anything he deemed to tarnish or desecrate this esteemed subject. Manage your pet, Grindelwald. Or do you not comprehend the concept of classroom discipline? Little Gwen had been officially sorted into Ravenclaw, and I believe she could be considered your student, Professor Snape. Snape was taken aback by this remark, almost amused, and though he wished to retort, he found himself inexplicably reluctant to chastise little Gwen too harshly. Paying attention in class incurs a deduction of 5 points for Ravenclaw. Naturally, there was no dissent regarding this matter. Albert nodded in agreement, continuing to smile. His composure and poise belied his tender age of 11. Snape, for a fleeting moment, felt an unsettling sensation akin to facing Dumbledore. Observing that Albert displayed none of the typical shame or distress associated with losing points, Snape likely recognized that this student was a formidable character, prompting him to disregard him further and proceed with the lesson. Throughout the class, a barrage of sharp inquiries persisted. Prince, enlighten me on the method of extracting flobberworm mucus. Lettuce, it stimulates copious secretion of bodily fluids. Is lettuce all you know? Oh well, one should not expect much from the intellect of a Gryffindor. An answer that might have sufficed in the eyes of other professors garnered no points and was met with ridicule from Snape. The Gryffindor students simmered with unexpressed indignation. Yet being mere first years, they lacked the audacity to confront Snape directly. Marina, what are the ingredients of the Confundus potion? Professor, that does not seem to be within the scope of the first-year syllabus. When the time comes for you to brew potions, will you speak to others in such a manner? Ravenclaw, deduct, sneezewort, angelica, and bad blood root. Just as Snape was about to announce further deductions, Albert interjected in support. Although he was unsure of the unfolding circumstances, he sensed that Snape was being excessively harsh towards the students of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. If this continued, by the end of the class, each student would likely lose over 30 points. It was far too extreme. I believe I wasn't addressing you. Was I, Mr. Know-It-All? Albert never anticipated that the title, which rightfully belonged to the original protagonist Hermione, would be bestowed upon him. Little Gwen, clearly oblivious to the sarcasm embedded within that term, energetically patted Albert on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Albert is amazing, knowing everything. Snape raised an eyebrow, yet did not direct his attention towards Gwen. Instead, he continued to interrogate Albert. Tell me, what are the ingredients for the intelligence potion? This was quite excessive. A Ravenclaw student, overwhelmed with excitement, stood up, only to be calmly pushed back down by the ever-composed Albert. The preparation of the intelligence potion was a topic reserved for fourth-year students, and even the recipe would typically be introduced in the third year, making Snape's inquiry undeniably challenging. Fortunately, Albert had indeed perused many books prior to his enrollment and possessed a remarkable memory, thus recalling the potion's formula. Crushed scarab beetles, minced ginger root devoid of mouthparts, combined with the bile of an armadillo that had perished within the last 3 days. The original Conchino's potion notes? Snape inquired suddenly. The ingredients were correct, but the specifications regarding the removal of the scarab beetle's mouthparts and the freshness requirement of the armadillo bile were evidently not mentioned in standard potion textbooks. As a master of potions, Snape's extensive knowledge allowed him to deduce the source of Albert's modified recipe in an instant. A handwritten copy, though the content is mostly consistent. Albert acknowledged. My grandfather had someone assist him in gathering it. After a prolonged silence, Snape murmured, You have a commendable elder. He then altered his previously acerbic demeanor, ceasing his relentless questioning, and proceeded to conduct the lesson in a more conventional manner. However, an inexplicable weariness and a sense of disinterest lingered in his expression, leaving one to wonder which of his nerves had been inadvertently touched. Severus Snape was indeed a complex individual. Even Albert, who had some familiarity with the original text, could not fully grasp the depths of his inner thoughts. The intricacies of this character were not significantly less convoluted than those of Dumbledore, which perhaps explained the close collaboration between the two. In summary, following this incident, many breathed a sigh of relief and cast grateful glances towards Albert. You faced Snape head-on. That was remarkable, Albert. Once class concluded, numerous students gathered around him. Generally, in Western culture, people do not directly address acquaintances by their first names unless they share a close bond. Surnames are often used instead. However, considering the exceptional significance of Albert's surname, Grindelwald, most individuals preferred to call him by his first name, Albert. It doesn't concern me much. Perhaps it was merely the professor's own associations. Albert refuted the assertion regarding his retreat, for he understood that Severus Snape was not so magnanimous and preferred not to offend him over trivial matters. Moreover, Snape was, after all, the instructor responsible for imparting their knowledge of potion making. A modicum of respect for one's teacher should certainly be upheld. Chapter 16. This little witch is quite deranged. I heard you had a confrontation with Snape today? During lunch, at the Ravenclaw table, Elira sipped her bean soup while glancing at Albert beside her. It was merely a routine exchange. Professor Snape's temperament had always been thus, and there was no need to vilify him. Albert cast a glance at his side, where little Gwen was ravenously devouring a curry bun, her small face smeared with yellow. He wiped her face clean with a tissue and surveyed the surroundings, noticing the apparent absence of someone. Looking for Pava? Well, weren't they inseparable? The notion struck Elira as rather odd as she pushed aside the untouched bean soup, feeling a twinge of distaste. She had intended to indulge in something novel, yet the flavor was exceedingly peculiar. She estimated that these few sips would be the last bean soup she ever consumed. The inventor of this dish truly deserved a swift end. She had not completed her homework last night and hoped to feign ignorance today, only to be unceremoniously expelled from the classroom by Professor McGonagall. At this moment, she was likely hiding in some corner, quietly shedding tears. Aren't you going to comfort her? I warned her yesterday, but she insisted on being stubborn, claiming she wanted to try something demonic like her family name. I couldn't be bothered to persuade her further. Elira tugged at the corner of her mouth, her lovely eyes narrowing beneath her light golden brows. Pava, that fellow, was merely envious of little Gwen's opportunity to avoid homework, thinking to emulate her. What a delightfully simpleton. Indeed, a fool. The two exchanged resigned head shakes. Hey, you two are being quite unfair, talking behind my back, protested the very fool in question. who had been silently eavesdropping and now squeezed between them with a feigned air of grievance. Finished with the little pearls? Albert teased. Little pearls? Oh, I see, Pava replied, turning his head in confusion before realizing Albert's meaning. He pouted. I was crying. Don't listen to Alira's nonsense. Right, Alira said, casting a sidelong glance at her friend's still reddened eyes and nose, too lazy to expose the truth. All that remained for this fellow was his stubbornness. By the way, don't you freshmen have Professor Roland's defense against the dark arts class this afternoon? Alira mused. That professor gives off a rather strange vibe, though I can't quite articulate it. Pava, how did you describe him this morning? I found it quite apt, Alira remarked, frowning as she patted Pava, who was bent over, competing with little Gwen for a skewer of meat. Like a demon, Pava exclaimed, triumphantly declaring, I win, with the skewer clutched in his mouth. His expression animated as he faced little Gwen. The poor child, appearing utterly defeated, hung her head in despair, her two spiraled pigtails drooping lifelessly on the table. Next time, I absolutely refuse to lose again. You two ought to stop, Alira admonished, playfully pinching one of Pava's cheeks, pulling it with a firm grip. His soft, babyish face flushed bright red, and a tear slipped down as he whimpered. Ouch, stop it. What did you mean by what you said this morning? Clarify, and I'll let go. After a bout of playful scuffling, Pava finally relented, rubbing his sore cheek and grumbling. My family has been demon worshippers for ages. I've told you, haven't I? Demons? Do such things truly exist? Albert's eyes brightened. I can't say for sure, but they probably do. In our family, someone awakens extraordinary magical abilities every so often. Pava munched on his fries, straining to recall. Without exception, they're summoning types, capable of calling forth bizarre magical creatures. Things like invisible black octopus tentacles, fish-headed conjoined monsters, and humanoid ghosts clad in yellow hoods and coats. But the last one should remain unmentioned. Forget it, quickly forget it. They're merely stronger magical beings, hardly demons, Alira scoffed, finding Pava's claims utterly absurd. Terminology aside, if they're impressive and striking, what difference does it make? Pava's aesthetic sensibilities were refreshingly unpretentious. Albert stroked his chin, contemplative. So, according to your assertion, Professor Roland is remarkably strong? To be precise, it is his physical prowess that is formidable. I have never encountered a wizard exuding such a chilling aura, even Dumbledore pales in comparison. That fellow is undoubtedly peculiar. He might have engaged in some nefarious experiments on himself. You do realize that slandering a professor is rather inappropriate, do you not? Alira shot a sideways glare at Pava. So what if we lose points? Who's afraid? Rolling up her sleeves to reveal her fair arms, Pava struck a defiant pose, drawing the attention of students from other houses. While Hogwarts boasts many enchanting young witches, none exhibit such a peculiar mindset. Strangely enough, it seems that a considerable number find this endearing. In fact, Pava received more love letters last year than Alira did. Albert, hailing from a parallel timeline, could comprehend this sentiment quite well prior to his crossing. He had encountered numerous individuals online, displaying foolish expressions of infatuation with equestrian characters. What was it called? Poetry opera or imperial treasure? Regardless, they appeared rather dim-witted. Of course, you aren't worried, since it's not you earning the points. This remark irked Alira, who promptly lunged at Pava, and the two girls were soon entangled in a scuffle. Despite her seemingly demure demeanor, Alira surprisingly possessed a talent for physical combat. That guillotine chokehold is quite impressive. Observing the escalating chaos, Albert, adopting a discreet stance, quietly exited the dining hall, making his way to the classroom for the next lesson. If memory serves, the upcoming class was the highly anticipated defense against the dark arts. What could Professor Roland possibly impart? I'm aware that many of you still associate this course solely with Voldemort's curse. With a dramatic flair, Professor Roland commenced the first class with a bold declaration, uttering Voldemort's name before a group of first-year wizards. It is common knowledge that the name itself is a spell. The prevailing belief in the magical community is that uttering his name would alert the unknown fate of Voldemort, leading to a curse. While a significant portion of the populace regards this notion as mere superstition, one must ponder, what if? The terror Voldemort instilled in British wizards is, in many respects, more enduring and stubborn than the radiation from Chernobyl. Of course, regarding lethality, Albert remained skeptical. Even Voldemort, without protective gear in a high-radiation environment, could not survive for long. Professor, how dare you? A student muttered softly, prompting a scoff from Professor Roland. You know nothing of curses. And what gives you the right to assume that someone brave enough to undertake this role would fear the curse of one whose existence remains uncertain? The curse Voldemort imposed on the position of defense against the dark arts professor is far more significant than any effort expended on that foolish name. Compared to other houses, Professor Rowland's performance undoubtedly captivated the Gryffindor students, resulting in a chorus of whistles and cheers. Now, let's commence the lesson. The first order of business is to discard that utterly useless self-defense guide. It is outdated. Most of the dark creatures mentioned can be dealt with using a simple banishing charm. What you need to learn is not this. In a single utterance, the remaining students from the other houses began to appreciate this professor. A defense against the dark arts class devoid of textbooks sounded exhilarating. Chapter 17. The Strong Oppressing the Weak. This is the sole purpose of power. Let it be said up front, I harbor no grievances against Master Trimbley. In fact, I have always adhered to his widely acknowledged adage. Rowland paused momentarily before articulating the well-known phrase within the magical community. Practical experience always outweighs theory. Quentin Trimbley, the author of the esteemed text on defense against the dark arts, Dark Magic, a self-defense guide. In addition to being an expert in defense against the dark arts, he has reportedly held the title of dueling champion for several consecutive years. It is said that Professor Filius Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, once aimed to emulate him in a dueling competition, easily claiming the title of champion. However, one must understand that aside from the immensely powerful yet highly restricted ancient magic, modern magic has been continuously advancing. Albert exhibited a burgeoning interest in the ancient magic that Professor Rowland spoke of. Yet the focal point of the lesson remained the defense against the dark arts. While the knowledge contained within the textbooks was indeed essential, it was a task to be undertaken after class. No one could forcibly implant spells into your minds, my young ones. Despite his serious demeanor, Professor Rowland's teaching style was surprisingly witty, making the material accessible rather than dogmatic. Thus, although I typically recommend that young wizards like you flee at the sight of dark creatures, let us indulge in a touch of recklessness for the sake of learning. Professor Rowland raised his wand high, unleashing a cascade of gray magical luminescence, conjuring illusory images of more than a dozen magical beings. What a remarkable imaging spell! Recognizing the complexity of this feat, Albert straightened up, his expression shifting to one of earnestness. Setting aside the tales of Pava for now, it was evident that Professor Rowland possessed considerable skill. There was a good chance he could impart a wealth of knowledge beyond the confines of textbooks, or rather, invaluable experience. Ghouls, werewolves, vampires, zombies, dementors, oh, and of course, mummies. Professor Rowland systematically enumerated these creatures, placing special emphasis on the last, the mummy. Believe me, children, he cautioned, in this lifetime, avoid provoking mummies at all costs, excluding those ordinary corpses that have become mere exhibits in the Muggle world. Every genuine mummy was once a formidable and troublesome entity in life. At this juncture, Rowland tugged at one side of his hair, eliciting gasps from the young wizards. What had once been his right ear now bore only a gaping hole, a massive scar faintly visible within. In less than a second of eye contact, I was cursed. The first affected organ was my ear. To prevent the curse from spreading, I unhesitatingly severed that part of my body and exerted every ounce of strength to destroy the entire structural integrity of that tomb, ensuring that its existence would remain forever buried underground. Rowland's tone was somewhat calm, yet the underlying peril was palpable to all, resolute and unyielding. This new defense against the dark arts instructor was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. It was no wonder that Dumbledore was so animated and pleased. So, do you understand? My young ones, whether it be curses, dark creatures, or other potential dangers, they will not spare you merely because of your fear. Professor Rowland gradually raised his voice, resonating like thunder, his powerful gestures stirring the sound of clashing metal chains. Before fear can completely paralyze your thoughts, you must focus on one singular idea, just one. Move. And then survive. In that instant, applause erupted like thunder. I wager that Professor Rowland has undoubtedly vanquished countless dark creatures. By Merlin Esbeard. Just look at that ghastly wound. I have never encountered a wizard so fiercely courageous in my life. Of course, I do not mean to suggest that Dumbledore is not formidable. It is merely a matter of differing types. Dumbledore is so powerful that he appears almost surreal, whereas Professor Rowland embodies a tangible heroism. Even after class had concluded, the students around him continued to discuss the lesson and the newly arrived Professor Frank Rowland. It is no exaggeration to say that within the span of mere hours, Professor Rowland had ascended to an exalted status in the hearts of the young wizards. Compared to the dreariness of textbooks, the personal experiences recounted by Professor Roland in class were undoubtedly far more captivating to these children, who had grown up sheltered and carefree under their parents' protection. Albert would wager that, among the defense against the dark arts instructors at Hogwarts in recent years, Professor Roland undoubtedly ranks as one of the most esteemed. The afternoon lessons had concluded, and Albert intended to retreat to the Ravenclaw common room for a brief respite with some light reading. However, as he rounded a corner, he stumbled upon a gathering encircling a towering figure, all clad in Slytherin robes. "Hey, I say, Behemoth, it has been nearly a year since your arrival. How much would it take for you to graciously withdraw from Slytherin?" The group comprised boys of various ages, from upperclassmen to first-year newcomers. The individual at the center of the commotion was Beowulf Shimitero, the self-proclaimed son of a giant, presumably a second-year Slytherin student. "What are they doing?" inquired little Gwen, who, lacking an understanding of the concept of bullying, curiously nudged Albert's arm. "Foolishness," Albert succinctly replied. At that moment, the Slytherins uttered something that prompted the imposing Shimitero to suddenly strike one of the upperclassmen squarely in the chest. The unfortunate victim was sent sprawling, blood spewing forth. Frankly, given the substantial height difference, approximately 50 centimeters, Albert was baffled as to why these boys dared provoke him. The fact that the victim merely bled rather than being fatally struck was clearly a deliberate act of restraint on Shimitero's part. Naturally, the Slytherin students did not share this perspective. While a few retreated in alarm, several older students drew their wands, aiming them at Shimitero, resembling a small giant. Stupefy. A stunning spell shot forth from behind, but Shimitero deftly rolled to evade it. In that instant, a wand, significantly thicker than the others, materialized in his grasp. Petrificus totalis. Bind them. Levitate. There were simply too many assailants. As Shimitero began to chant the petrification spell, he was struck by multiple spells, rendering him immobile while an invisible force slammed him to the ground. Before he could struggle to his feet, several binding spells hit him from behind, completely quelling any resistance. "A troublesome half-breed," remarked the leader of the group, presumably a third-year Slytherin, as he kicked Shimitero, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He withdrew his wand, preparing to unleash a malevolent curse at close range. The blood on his chest suggested he was the same unfortunate soul who had been knocked back moments earlier. The stinging jinx, a particularly cruel curse, inflicts excruciating pain akin to being burned, with the potential for disfigurement if aimed at the face. Setting aside how this Slytherin student had mastered such a vile curse, using it against another student in public was a serious breach of conduct. What a complete fool. Thus, before the spell could take shape, Albert intervened. He could not stand idly by as an innocent individual was destroyed before him. This had clearly surpassed mere mischief and required immediate cessation. Disarm. He cast a disarming charm, effortlessly sending the assailant's wand flying. "Who are you?" "A Ravenclaw meddling in affairs that do not concern you." "Hey, isn't that the one who stole the spotlight at the feast?" Although some recognized Albert, the more brash Slytherins instinctively retaliated. "Wadawasi." A Slytherin aimed his wand at a vase on a nearby table, sending it hurtling toward Albert like a bullet. Does Hogwarts truly descend into such chaos? He muttered to himself, twisting his wrist to manipulate his wand. Immobulus. A flash of silver light froze the vase midair. Stupefy. Two spells flew at Albert, who barely had time to react. The faces of the Slytherins bore malicious smiles, reveling in the prospect of overpowering a so-called genius. To be honest, having only been acquainted with magic for 2 months, even though he had grasped some basic spells, it was indeed a tall order for a newcomer like Albert to respond swiftly or execute them deftly. Thus, he opted to employ a more extraordinary tactic: static defense. Without even waving his wand, Albert stood still, a faint blue light flickering in his eyes. A semi-transparent spherical barrier emanated from him, effortlessly blocking the incoming stunning spells. Though static defense was a localized spell, it resembled a gifted ability that Albert could wield even without a wand. The form of the spell, rather than merely a means or method, was more akin to an additional layer of acquired knowledge. The successive stunning spells merely created ripples across the surface of the barrier. Ultimately, these were merely a group of underage wizards, and the potency of their spells was rather lackluster. Casting without a wand. What nonsense. Wait, isn't he from a Muggle family? Why? The expressions of the Slytherins grew increasingly anxious. Some students began to sense the precariousness of their situation and discreetly scanned their surroundings for an escape route. In matters of survival and retreat, many Slytherin students exhibited a remarkable instinct. After all, the emblem of their house was that of a cunning serpent. I did not say you could leave. 6 spherical barriers simultaneously encased the 6 Slytherins who had launched their attacks, offering them no opportunity to react as they were forcibly confined. Under Albert's control, the barriers constricted to their minimal size, rendering it impossible for the Slytherins to extend their arms, let alone perform the gestures needed to cast spells. This meant they had entirely lost their ability to extricate themselves from the barriers. Until the barriers were breached by external forces, they were forced to endure their uncomfortable positions. Static defense, in Albert's hands, was no mere protective skill. Watching Albert approach, the third-year Slytherin student, who had lost his wand, abandoned any thought of retrieving it and raised his hands in surrender. Don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Nearby, Shimitero slowly rose, surveying the Slytherins ensnared by the static defense, gradually absorbing the expressions of shock and envy. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Albert casually waved his wand to cast the summoning charm, retrieving the fallen wand that had landed not far away and returning it to Xiomitero's hand. His silver-white eyes were fixed on Xiomiteero, inadvertently imposing an invisible and heavy pressure upon him. Whether to save you or not is of no concern to you. It is merely because I believe that what just transpired needed to be halted, and nothing more. Ultimately, do those devoid of power truly possess the right to choose acceptance or rejection? With this statement left hanging, Albert seemed to lose interest in the conversation. He glanced at the approaching Professor McGonagall, shook his head, and turned to leave the scene. He believed that his recent actions would earn him praise from Professor McGonagall. But little Gwen was already protesting, wanting to return and rest. Thus, he decided to leave the aftermath for the Slytherins to handle themselves. After all, it was merely a matter of tedious bloodline discrimination and school bullying, and he had no desire to continue participating. In any case, he had already reaped the benefits. Achievement unlocked, display of power requirements, defeat any target or group head-on, demonstrating overwhelming strength. Reward, 1 level 1 lottery ticket, useless stick. To oppress the weak is the sole purpose of strength. This was the task he had unexpectedly triggered, and the reward was quite appealing. It was a prime opportunity he had no intention of overlooking. The useless stick, Albert vaguely recalled, was likely a basic piece of equipment from the game Golden Shovel, capable of enhancing a piece's fundamental magical strength. Fortunately, he did not need to speculate much, as the system kindly provided an explanation. Item description: useless stick, a fundamental material for synthesizing higher-tier equipment. It can be integrated into weapons and gear at any time, enhancing the user's spell strength by 10%. While it seems of little use in casting spells, it unexpectedly inflicts considerable pain when used to strike. Perhaps it would be best to keep it for now. As there was no urgent need to enhance his combat power, he would wait until he had other equipment to maximize the benefits through synthesis. Speaking of which, since arriving at Hogwarts, this was the first task released by the system that he had completed. It was not that no tasks had triggered before. In fact, just last night, he had activated a task before falling asleep. Time-limited achievement. Night Owl of Hogwarts requirements. Explore over 90% of the Hogwarts castle before dawn. Reward: 1 level 3 lottery ticket. How many secrets only become clear under the veil of night? The task's reward was quite substantial, but regrettably, Albert had no desire to be called out by the entire school for wandering around at night, especially so soon after starting his studies. He was not one to act whimsically like the Weasley brothers, and rationally, he deemed it nearly impossible to complete this achievement. The Hogwarts grounds were vast, and according to Hogwarts, a history, the castle concealed numerous secret passages and special rooms. If the achievement was based on the castle's true area, even if he explored every floor, it seemed unlikely he would meet the 90% exploration requirement. Therefore, there was no need to fret over it. This achievement could be disregarded. What transpired? Meanwhile, Severus Snape, having received messages from certain Slytherin students, hurriedly arrived at the chaotic scene. His face darkened. Turning the corner, he beheld 6 Slytherin students trapped within a translucent blue barrier, awkwardly maintaining a half-crouched position. A circle of curious onlookers had gathered nearby, with several witnesses recounting the intense skirmish that had just unfolded. Words like truly, Gellert Grindelwald's wandless magic could be faintly heard. Snape's expression grew even more ominous. The Slytherin ethos maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards failure, as it was generally regarded as thoughtless or indicative of low intelligence. Truly clever Slytherins would always strike after thorough preparation, like serpents lurking in the shadows, aiming for the vital points. Professor Snape, your timing is impeccable. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her tone slightly frosty. Students from your house have been bullying others and even attempted to use the jelly legs jinx. I will investigate these matters and ensure each offender is punished accordingly. Snape, expressionless, nodded and waved his wand to cast a dispelling charm. However, to his surprise, the charm had no effect on the barrier at all. For a moment, his usually sullen face displayed a rare look of astonishment. He understood now why Professor McGonagall had arrived before him, yet his own students remained trapped. They must have faced a setback of their own. Bubblehead charm? No, it appears different, he mused, observing the numerous obstacles and the protective armor that seemed incorrect. Those spells should not have been able to withstand a dispelling charm. Who did this? Finally, Snape recalled that he seemed to have forgotten to ask the most crucial question. Mr. Grindelwald acted heroically to stop this bullying. Professor McGonagall interjected, narrowing her eyes as she corrected Snape's choice of words. As a result, I have awarded Ravenclaw 20 points. To stand up against bullying is a mark of golden virtue, and of course, this unprecedented spell he cast also merits commendation. The two professors' gazes fell upon the transparent energy barrier, their expressions revealing stark contrasts. What to do now? Snape was not particularly skilled in dispelling charms. The few he could cast were dark spells that were ill-suited for display in front of so many witnesses. He had no desire to find himself in Azkaban. As for Professor McGonagall, while she excelled in transfiguration, she too was not adept at counteracting this non-corporeal type of spell. In fact, among the professors currently at the school, only Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, was proficient in such matters. Unfortunately, he had been called away for an urgent matter that afternoon and was not present at the moment. The shared looks of uncertainty between the two professors elicited gasps of amazement from the surrounding students. Who would have imagined that a mere first-year student could cast a spell that left two house heads at a loss? Of course, this was somewhat of an exaggeration. Both Snape and McGonagall could easily have destroyed the barrier with brute force without harming the students trapped inside. However, such an action would imply an acknowledgement of their failure in magical theory. Moreover, it would instill a misguided belief in the onlookers that power alone defined the essence of magic. Hogwarts was a place of education, and there were far too many considerations to account for, often rendering them constrained in their actions, despite Snape's acerbic demeanor and his tendency to shield his house students. To the extent that many from other houses wished to curse him behind his back, he remained dedicated to his potions instruction. The classroom content included numerous techniques and formulas not commonly shared, though most students were unaware of this fact. What an exquisite spell, a familiar voice interrupted, prompting both Snape and McGonagall to turn. It was Dumbledore. Albus, can you identify this spell? No, quite the opposite. I have no idea what it is, he replied. Dumbledore blinked cheerfully, spreading his hands. I am not Merlin, Minerva. There are many things I do not comprehend. This was indeed a rarity. Snape scoffed, and then noticed Dumbledore waving his wand towards the Slytherin students. The barrier, which had stubbornly resisted the disarming charm, disintegrated in an instant into countless fluttering butterflies, escaping through the open window. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in astonishment. Being a master of transfiguration herself, she could appreciate the intricacy of Dumbledore's recent feat. Rather than merely dispelling the barriers, he had executed an astonishingly powerful transfiguration, transforming the curse itself into butterflies. This act transcended mere physical transformation and bordered on the incomprehensible. Even Professor McGonagall found herself unable to fathom how he accomplished such a feat yet. This was Dumbledore. He had never failed to astound. I had already heard the cause and course of events from others, and to be frank, I was rather disappointed. I had expected the atmosphere at Hogwarts to be more pure. Although he did not use a particularly harsh tone, the freed Slytherin students bowed their heads, some unable to meet Dumbledore's gaze. Slytherin, deduct 50 points. Snape glared at them coldly. I sincerely hope you empty-headed fools can redeem yourselves before the end of the term. This left the Slytherin students in an even more difficult position. Forcing Snape to deduct points from his own house was indeed a historical moment. By the way, was it that child who cast the spell that trapped them? Dumbledore stroked his beard, turning to look in the direction of the Ravenclaw common room. In his azure eyes, there was a glimmer of contemplation. Yes, I heard from the witnesses that it was a nonverbal spell, and he cast it 6 times in an instant, the effects persisting until now. Professor McGonagall nodded, relaying what she had previously learned to Dumbledore. At first, I assumed it was some sort of secret family curse, but it appears that is not the case. Dumbledore's words caused Snape, who was about to leave, to halt in his tracks. Though reluctant to boast, I suppose I have some talent for spellcasting. However, even at my age, I could not manage to cast 6 spells simultaneously without a wand. Are you suggesting that this Mr. Grindelwald is a genius even more exceptional than yourself? Snape inquired, astonished. Our dear Mr. Grindelwald is undoubtedly a genius. But that is not my point, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. Seeing that Snape and Professor McGonagall still appeared puzzled, he clarified, I have created a few spells myself, so I am somewhat familiar with this matter. The creators of spells often find themselves more favored by those spells. In simpler terms, the strength and potency of their magic far exceed that of other wizards. Are you implying that? Professor McGonagall covered her mouth, unable to believe it. Snape's expression darkened further. A Ravenclaw genius beating up the fools of his own house was hardly a pleasant circumstance. The only consolation for him might be that Albert Grindelwald was not a student of Gryffindor. Ignoring Snape's discontent, Dumbledore, with a joyful expression, proudly proclaimed, although this is merely conjecture, I believe this spell was most likely created by our little genius from Ravenclaw. This would explain why he could so effortlessly perform nonverbal and rapid casting. Truly remarkable talent. Chapter 19. The invitation to collaborate from the Weasley brothers. Albert was unaware of Dumbledore's praise. Even if he were to learn of it, he would likely not react much. For him, the opinions of others held no practical significance. He preferred to obtain everything he needed and desired through his own efforts. Listen here, Albert, you're famous. Early in the morning, having just finished his morning routine, Albert encountered Pava, who was eagerly waiting at the door. He always felt that this fellow was either gossiping or on the verge of spreading gossip. Yesterday, he had seen her discussing something with the Weasley twins from Gryffindor, and it was likely not anything good. Though not particularly interested in Pava's chatter, Albert, being a friend, politely inquired, What do you mean? Did you beat up those fools from Slytherin yesterday? Pava asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her large orbs filled with twinkling stars. On what grounds do you call others fools? Albert shrugged, attempting to deflect the conversation. I have never harmed anyone. Be cautious, Miss Satania, or I shall sue you for defamation. Observing Albert's silence, Pava circled around him several times before, taking him by surprise. She wrapped her arms around his neck from behind. You must tell me, or I shan't let go. To be honest, such intimate contact made Albert somewhat uncomfortable, yet it seemed inappropriate to move at this moment. Therefore, he could only sigh in resignation and silently invoke the static defense. A circle of pale blue energy swiftly expanded outward, gently pushing Pava away. Contrary to Dumbledore's expectations, Albert had actually mastered static defense to a greater degree. Wandless magic was not his limit. He was entirely capable of performing silent spells. However, the spells cast in this manner were incomplete, unable to unleash their full potential, rendering wandless magic generally more practical in most cases. Oh, this is it. The legendary self-created spell. Pava displayed no anger as she was pushed back by the barrier. Instead, she pressed her face against it, her eyes wide with curiosity. Who is spreading this tale? Dumbledore mentioned it, so it must be your creation, Albert. As Albert dispelled the enchantment, Pava drew closer again, playfully nudging his shoulder with hers. This girl certainly struggled with her sense of personal space. Had their genders been reversed, Albert would have been compelled to contact the authorities. I suppose so. By the way, why have you been following me? From the Ravenclaw common room all the way to the dining hall, Pava had remained steadfastly by Albert's side, occasionally glancing around with a sense of urgency, clearly harboring some hidden agenda. Albert had waited patiently for her to speak, but seeing that Pava remained silent, he felt compelled to take the initiative. Ahem, my dear partner, let us now provide the necessary explanations together. Albert turned around to face 2 boys with fiery red hair approaching him. Their vibrant locks framed their tall, slender figures, and their faces bore the telltale freckles of youth. Most notably, they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Albert undoubtedly recognized the individuals before him, Fred Weasley and George Weasley, characters of significant prominence and presence in the original narrative. Partners? He first cast a glance at Pava, who was awkwardly whistling, before turning his attention to the Weasley twins, prepared to listen to what they had to say. Oh, Dear friend, no need to act so formal. The Weasley twins held unfinished glasses of milk, clinking them together in camaraderie. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were as close as family. As they spoke, they extended their hands. Fred and George, though you may also refer to us as the future prank kings of Hogwarts. They raised their glasses high, creating a raucous cheer that instantly captured the attention of countless young wizards in the dining hall. Wherever these two roamed, the atmosphere became vibrant. Perhaps this was their innate talent. Don't be modest, great hero. One of the brothers patted Albert on the shoulder. Everyone knows Albert Grindelwald single-handedly toppled a boatload of Slytherins just yesterday. In my opinion, that is precisely how to deal with those rascals. Fred exclaimed animatedly, nearly bouncing onto the table to announce this joyous news. A circle of Gryffindor lions had gathered around, cheering, as was their custom. Wherever Slytherins faced misfortune, Gryffindors would invariably congregate. Of course, it could be said in reverse without much issue. And they were trapped in their own conjured spell. Even Professor McGonagall and that wretched old bat were at a loss. Do not forget that, Fred, George wisely interjected from the side. Oh, of course, how could I forget? Thank you for the reminder, dear George. Fred exaggeratedly gestured with his arms, bowing graciously to Albert. Allow us to pay our respects, great hero of Hogwarts. Perhaps you are in need of a squire to hold your horse. I believe we would be quite suitable. Fred winked playfully, adopting an exaggeratedly humble expression that drew laughter from the onlooking young wizards. Not only Gryffindors, but even students from the other two houses began to join in the merriment. They likely bore no ill will towards Slytherin, viewing it all as mere entertainment. The youthful inclination to revel in excitement was vividly on display. Out of respect for the situation, especially with the formidable Grindelwald present, the Slytherin snakes chose not to instigate any trouble, hastily gathering their breakfasts and departing. Slytherins never engaged in battles without assurance of success. What do you wish to do? Albert sighed in exasperation. He found that since entering Hogwarts, his sighing had become increasingly frequent. The incident had originated from a Slytherin student being bullied, yet with Albert's involvement, it seemed few could still recall this matter. Heroes, conflicts, and the one against many. Young wizards were ever so fascinated by such themes. Everyone is quite curious about you, Albert, George said kindly, approaching with a plate of pre-prepared desserts, unabashedly taking a seat at the Ravenclaw table. You've already become the talk of Hogwarts with such a significant debut. And on top of that, you are handsome and powerful. The two Weasleys chimed excitedly. To be honest, they were quite eloquent. It was a pity they didn't pursue stand-up comedy. You have a mysterious background and share the same surname as the first Dark Lord, George remarked. However, Fred swiftly elbowed him in the stomach, cutting him off. That need not be mentioned, he muttered in exasperation to his twin brother. Chapter 20. The task of earning your first fortune at Hogwarts. My. George grumbled as he crawled back up from under the table. The elbow Fred had thrown in haste nearly knocked the wind out of him. Given George's slip of the tongue, Fred decided to abandon subtlety and pleasantries, getting straight to the point. We wish to find you. What is the term? Endorsement? Oh yes. Endorsement. We would like to request you to endorse our prank products. Albert was momentarily taken aback before realizing that these two individuals had indeed developed a plethora of mischievous inventions in the original narrative, such as the slug candy, the automatic ink feather quill, and the extendable ear, all conceived during their school days. In a certain sense, they could be considered the Edison of the wizarding world's pranks. However, to be candid, he was not in dire need of money, at least for the time being. He had no intention of engaging in activities that could potentially displease the professors, primarily because the risks outweighed the benefits. He was more inclined to cultivate a positive rapport with the faculty, which would facilitate future requests for borrowing restricted books or seeking guidance on specialized subjects. Yet, unexpectedly, a quest suddenly materialized before him. Quest: the first fortune at Hogwarts requirements. Earn 100 galleons during your time at Hogwarts through your own efforts. Rewards. Level 2 lottery ticket X1. Pirate treasure chest money is essential when you need it. Albert's gaze sharpened, and little Gwen beside him remarked, "Isn't that stating the obvious? Another level 2 lottery ticket and what appears to be a treasure chest that could yield items. Most crucially, the task's difficulty is remarkably low." Thus, he bid farewell to his previously orderly campus life. Albert was brimming with inner thoughts, yet his countenance remained remarkably composed. The refusal he had initially intended to express took an unexpected turn of 180 degrees. I harbor no objections. The question is, what will the division of profits be? Seeing that Albert did not decline, the two brothers exchanged glances, both exhaling a sigh of relief simultaneously. Despite their confidence in their product, they were still first-year students, lacking any notable reputation, and thus desperately required a figure of considerable charisma and influence to assist in promotion. How about a 50-50 split? Or perhaps a 37-63 division, considering I have contributed little. After all, the costs and development are borne by you. At this juncture, Albert suddenly hesitated, his peripheral vision catching sight of Pava, who seemed hesitant to voice her thoughts. Perhaps you could allocate an additional 10% to Pava, encouraging her to contribute more in the future. Although a bit dim-witted, she possesses a good rapport within the school and could indeed be of assistance. Yet, even without my suggestion, you had intended to proceed in this manner, hadn't you? At this, Pava appeared rather embarrassed. She lowered her head, softly explaining, recently, I have been rather extravagant with my spending. I can scarcely afford the materials needed for my summoning practice. If I neglect my training, I will surely be exposed during the next holiday and could very well face my grandmother's wrath. It had previously been mentioned that Pava's family were devotees of demonology, having inherited various summoning rituals and incantations from long ago. Each month, a substantial portion of her allowance was devoted to this pursuit. However, her inability to restrain her spending led her to deplete her funds shortly after the semester began, prompting her to consider collaborating with the Weasley twins on a venture involving prank products. The logic was not particularly complex. Albert quickly deduced the situation. Naturally, this arrangement had already been tacitly agreed upon. In contrast to Pava's somewhat bashful demeanor, Fred and George were far more forthright, nodding in agreement. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. In a few days, I shall bring you our prototypes for your evaluation on how to best present them. Indeed, should any issues arise during development, I would be more than willing to assist, Albert softly added. That would be splendid, with a Ravenclaw prodigy in the mix. Our wellspring of inspiration shall be inexhaustible. The twins exchanged glances, erupting into hearty laughter. As it stood, the future appeared promising. Engaging in the Weasley brothers' prank business, while somewhat unexpected, was merely a delightful interlude in the tapestry of Hogwarts life. Following the course schedule, Albert joined the throng of students heading to the second-floor Transfiguration classroom. Among all the subjects at Hogwarts, this was the one that piqued his interest the most. Compared to other spells, Transfiguration was inherently more complex and challenging, embodying a sense of inclusivity that allowed it to stand alone as a discipline. Before his enrollment, Albert had already attempted the most rudimentary forms of transfiguration. Although his progress was remarkable compared to that of an ordinary person, he still lacked the sense of mastery, perpetually sensing that something was amiss in his technique. The textbooks utilized in the first and second years at Hogwarts were mere introductory guides to transfiguration, primarily elucidating foundational spellcasting techniques and essential points of caution, leaning more towards a formulaic approach devoid of intricate details. Additionally, he had sought advice from his grandfather. However, the elderly man appeared not to be particularly well-versed in transfiguration spells or the art itself, and despite several inquiries, he could offer little assistance. Ultimately, Albert could only hope that the transfiguration professor at Hogwarts would be able to clarify his doubts. Albert. In recent days, he had become acquainted with his classmates in the house. Upon entering the classroom, several young eagles beckoned him to sit with them. Choosing a seat near the front, Albert cast a glance at the tabby cat lounging on the podium, his lips twitching slightly. Professor McGonagall usually bore a serious demeanor, yet at times, she exhibited a rather cunning nature. Al, why does that cat seem so peculiar? Asked little Gwen, donned in a miniature Hogwarts uniform, as she placed her small backpack on the desk and pointed at the tabby cat. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. How odd, or could it be? Your observation skills are quite keen, little Gwen. Albert watched with amusement as a group of first-year students, armed with small fish snacks, attempted to tease the tabby cat. Stifling his laughter, there is a certain delight in witnessing the misfortunes of others. As anticipated, before the newcomers could become more audacious, the tabby cat leaped from the podium, transforming into the stern-faced Professor McGonagall. Several Gryffindor students fell back in shock, their mouths agape. Settle down, class is about to begin, McGonagall commanded. Adjusting her glasses that mirrored the feline patterns of her former shape, her piercing gaze sweeping across the room. The Gryffindor lions, renowned for their bravery and audacity, dared not utter a word and swiftly returned to their seats with their tails tucked. While other houses may be mentioned, Gryffindor students held a profound mixture of respect and fear for their head of house. In fact, this sentiment might even be more pronounced among the younger years. Who among the students does not fear the stern teachers of their youth? Although, as they mature, this fear often transitions into a deep-seated respect. Chapter 21. Is it not merely the Gryffindor hat? What is there for this wretched hat to be so proud of? Transfiguration is a complex and perilous subject, and before you engage with it formally, I feel it necessary to reiterate this point. Furthermore, my classroom does not welcome troublemakers. Please keep this in mind. Professor McGonagall maintained her usual demeanor, choosing not to mention the earlier incident involving her fishing for mischief. In Albert's recollection, a similar scenario appeared when the protagonists first enrolled, which now seems to be a deliberate instructional strategy employed by Professor McGonagall to ignite the students' interest and passion for learning. Frankly, it is an astute approach, befitting of the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall patiently awaited the young witches and wizards to return to their seats, casting her gaze around the classroom, which had finally fallen into a serene silence, lingering particularly long on Albert. Apart from his rare silver hair and silver eyes, his perpetually calm expression indicated that he had recognized his transfiguration from the very beginning. It was uncertain whether this insight had been divulged by other upperclassmen or if he had discerned it on his own. Moreover, the diminutive creature beside him, whose specific lineage even Dumbledore could not identify, also captured Professor McGonagall's attention. This was partly due to the undeniable cuteness of little Gwen, and also because, as a master in the field of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall sensed a strong essence of transfiguration inherent in the small being, stirring a degree of curiosity within her. Was that also transfiguration just now, Professor McGonagall? A courageous student from Ravenclaw inquired. Animagi, Professor McGonagall nodded, elaborating, are considered one of the most perilous and obscure aspects of transfiguration. I do not recommend that you attempt it lightly until your skills are more developed. Since the 20th century, I have only recorded 7 registered animagi in my memory. You can imagine the difficulty involved. Her words elicited a chorus of astonished gasps from the young witches and wizards. Albert displayed little reaction, secretly pondering Professor McGonagall's cunning nature. The professor undoubtedly understood that the vast majority of animagi would refrain from registering with the Ministry of Magic, implying that the actual number of animagi far exceeded the mere 7 known. To delve into the past, as a leading figure in the field of transfiguration, he found it hard to believe that Dumbledore had not conducted research on animagi, yet he had never observed the headmaster engaging in any registration activities. However, it was perhaps premature to explore animagi for the students. A more pragmatic approach was encouraged. Transfiguration, as its name suggests, is the magical art of transforming objects into other forms, involving a plethora of magical manipulation techniques, which we will elaborate on later. The applications of transfiguration are vast, and the transformations are not confined to inanimate objects. In the hands of a skilled wizard, the boundaries between objects are often blurred. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, transforming a toad clutched by a young wizard into a teapot, with a whimsical design reminiscent of the toad's shape still faintly visible. The toad's owner, a first-year witch, was startled, her eyes brimming with tears as she was on the verge of crying out, only to witness her beloved pet reverting back to its original form. Following this, Professor McGonagall proceeded to turn books and desks into a variety of lively creatures scuttling about, including winged pigs and serpents adorned with horns, strange beings indeed. This display was nothing short of spectacular, eliciting applause from the audience, including Albert and little Gwen. If I could master the transfiguration spell, I would certainly turn that foul hat into a toad, little Gwen declared fiercely. As her unconventional guardian, Albert had long recognized that Gwen possessed a certain degree of magical ability. Although he was uncertain whether her magical source was linked to him or if it would continue to grow, it was evident that her magical capacity was not inferior to that of an average first-year witch, even approaching the average level of a fairy. This assessment was provided by Albert's grandfather, Campbell, a bona fide scientist who shared a keen curiosity about little Gwen and dedicated considerable time to research over the summer. Ultimately, he concluded that in her fully manifested form, little Gwen was indeed a living being. This notion was distinctly peculiar, yet considering his own unique circumstances, it seemed less implausible. He sincerely hoped to unravel the mysteries of his own extraordinary abilities in the future. Albert rolled his eyes and playfully pressed down on little Gwen's mini wizard hat. reminding her that it was, after all, a sorting hat. Did she wish to be expelled from the school? It was merely a Gryffindor hat. Why should it hold any arrogance? Little Gwen, with indignation written all over her face, crossed her arms and declared, "Albert, you will surely surpass Gryffindor." Nearby, a few young wizards from Gryffindor widened their eyes and turned to look, somewhat doubting their ears. Clearly, little Gwen's audacious proclamation had startled them. However, her charming demeanor made it difficult for anyone to harbor genuine ill feelings towards her. After the initial shock, they simply chuckled, dismissing her words as innocent folly. After all, it was improbable that any young wizard would mature to rival the likes of Hogwarts' legendary four. Even Dumbledore, constrained by his own perceptions and reverence for the ancients, would not place himself above the four greats. Pay attention in class and refrain from whispering. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze fell upon little Gwen, who resembled a wayward child caught in mischief, hastily covering her mouth with her small hand and nodding vigorously. In a certain sense, the child was rather honest. Let us open the beginner's guide to Transfiguration. We shall commence with the first chapter. The fundamentals are of utmost importance, and you will come to understand this in due course. Upon hearing they would be delving into the textbook, the young wizards' heads drooped in unison. After all, they were children, and none genuinely relished the prospect of poring over dull, tedious text. Of course, with one exception, Albert, having lived 2 lifetimes, possessed an unparalleled enthusiasm for knowledge. However, if everyone could maintain their focus, perhaps they might have the opportunity to attempt a simple transformation today. Professor McGonagall's words lifted the atmosphere in the classroom once more. The earlier demonstrations of enchanting transfiguration surely piqued everyone's interest. The theoretical portion of the lesson stretched the first 2/3 of the class into an eternity. Even Albert, who had already perused the entire book, took extensive notes. Thanks to the conveniences of modern industry, Albert, equipped with a fountain pen, recorded his observations far more swiftly than his peers wielding quills. Occasionally, Professor McGonagall glanced over, contemplating whether to encourage the young wizards to switch to fountain pens for note-taking, to avoid excuses about the impracticality of quills and the slow pace of their writing. All right, that concludes our theoretical study for today. I am aware of your thoughts. So next, observing the drowsy faces of her students, Professor McGonagall rarely displayed a smile, but this time, she did. With a flick of her wand, countless matches soared from the matchbox on her desk, landing neatly on each student's desk. Let us test the results of your theoretical understanding. Use the transformation spell to turn the matchstick into a needle. Those who succeed before class and shall receive extra points. Chapter 22. Albert's Transfiguration Transform. Transform. Why isn't it working? My matchstick grew legs. It seems I'm close to succeeding. In the Transfiguration classroom, an array of bewildering spectacles unfolded. Most of the matchsticks remained utterly unresponsive, regardless of the fervent incantations uttered by their young conjurers. A select few, however, due to their exceptional talents, managed to create some amusing variations, like matchsticks sprouting legs and running around the classroom or unexpectedly exploding, leaving a mess on the faces of their fellow wizards. Professor McGonagall appeared unperturbed by the scene, standing resolutely at the front of the classroom like a steadfast anchor, surveying each student's progress. Transform, I command you. Little Gwen stood atop her desk, angrily jabbing her wand, a sewing needle, at the matchstick before her. Albert could not discern whether she had unleashed any magical power, but it was evident that she was exerting herself, for the matchstick snapped with a decisive crack, breaking in two. Gwen was infuriated. She rolled about on the table in a fit of rage, her tiny fists pounding the surface while her short legs kicked at the air in frustration. Simply exerting strength was futile. One must pay greater attention to technique. Professor McGonagall approached, gently ruffling little Gwen's hair. She then glanced at Albert, who had been observing with the affectionate gaze of a kindly father throughout. Have you already learned this before your enrollment? She inquired. Well, I suppose you have only grasped the basics, Albert replied, tightening his grip on his wand and lightly tapping it against the matchstick before him. When he withdrew his wand, a shimmering silver needle had materialized upon the table. In fact, he had exceeded Professor McGonagall's expectations by transforming the material into silver, a feat of greater complexity. Impressive. Truly. Albert, you accomplished this with such ease, exclaimed one of the young wizards, who quickly gathered around, abandoning their own practice to witness the spectacle. Professor McGonagall refrained from chastising them. After all, Albert's transfiguration was indeed remarkable, providing an excellent demonstration for the other young wizards. It seems your progress is far swifter than I anticipated, Professor McGonagall remarked with a hint of admiration, adjusting her spectacles. I had thought your talent for transfiguration might be inherited from your grandfather. Was his transfiguration that poor? Albert asked, curiosity piqued. Compared to his areas of expertise, it was rather unremarkable. Indeed, quite mediocre, to the point of being almost embarrassing, Professor McGonagall admitted, pausing mid-sentence, for she could not deny the truth. Albert was somewhat amused and chuckled. Ha ha ha. No wonder during the holidays when I sought his guidance, he always made excuses claiming he was busy. Nevertheless, your talent in transfiguration is indeed a fortunate matter. Professor McGonagall noticed that, throughout their conversation, Albert once again transformed the needle back into a match with his wand, which significantly elevated her assessment of him. Completing a transformation only to revert it successfully indicated that Albert's skill was on par with that of second-year students. Moreover, considering that he performed the reversal without directly touching the silver needle with his wand, his actual proficiency might be even more impressive than it appeared. His astonishing talent almost reminded her of the Dumbledore she had known when she first became a teacher at Hogwarts. The same effortless grace, the same remarkable brilliance. Such an exhibition deserved an abundant reward. Your exceptional skills in transfiguration and reversal are hard to believe, given that you have only been practicing magic for 2 months. Professor McGonagall initiated a round of applause, her eyes brimming with approval. Ravenclaw, 5 points. I do not expect everyone to reach the level of Mr. Grindelwald. But perhaps you could seek his counsel during your leisure time. His efficiency in practice and spellcasting techniques are indeed worth emulating. In an instant, Albert became the center of attention once again. What's so impressive about that? Muttered a disgruntled Slytherin student from the corner. Just because he is better than everyone else. Does that satisfy you? Rommel Axley walked past him, casting a cold glance his way, holding a needle that had just been transformed. Although it still retained the thickness of a match, with only a portion resembling a needle, it could still be regarded as a successful transformation. This feat surpassed all the other young wizards present, aside from Albert. He's merely a half-blood. Are you really going to say that in front of me? Rommel's icy gaze silenced the Slytherin student, who had been prepared to retort. The Axley family, one of the 28 pure-blood families, boasted an almost unparalleled purity of blood, surpassed only by the twisted practices of the Gunter family, which engaged in close kinship. However, the disparity in talent and ability between their descendants was nothing short of astronomical. Ironically, the Axley family motto was strength above all, which did not discriminate against half-blood wizards or those of Muggle descent. Weaklings should stop whining and just serve as a backdrop. With a haughty lift of his chin, Rommel passed by the other student and sought out Professor McGonagall. Soon after, Slytherin House was awarded an additional point. After class, Professor McGonagall deliberately called Albert over. Professor, did you need something? Albert patiently waited until everyone had left before turning to inquire. The small creature, Gwen, perched on his shoulder, looked on curiously as well. Mr. Grindelwald. You may call me Albert, he replied with a smile. Very well, Albert. Your proficiency in transfiguration is remarkably high. Have you been practicing diligently during the holidays? It was somewhat challenging for Professor McGonagall to address him by the surname Grindelwald, and upon seeing Albert's suggestion, she readily adopted a more familiar form of address. Yes, I practice almost every day. Professor McGonagall was uncertain of the extent of what almost every day entailed, but from his tone, it seemed he did not invest a significant amount of time. Nonetheless, she surmised just how formidable Albert's talent in transfiguration truly was. However, considering his earlier display of creating spells, Professor McGonagall managed to remain relatively calm about the revelation. How peculiar. It took me 2 full months to reach this level, even with extensive practice. At that time, she had been praised as a genius by the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts. Could he possibly be another Dumbledore? Or perhaps Grindelwald? Professor? Professor? Noticing that Professor McGonagall seemed lost in thought, Albert quietly prompted her a few times. I'm fine, Albert. Professor McGonagall sighed, genuinely expressing, sometimes. I truly envy Professor Flitwick for consistently having such outstanding students. I am also your student, Professor, Albert replied sincerely, shaking his head. Ha. The feeling of being acknowledged by a genius is unexpectedly pleasant, Professor McGonagall said with a smile, her mood lifted. Regardless, your progress is exceedingly advanced, Albert. While this is undoubtedly a good thing, continuing with first-year courses would undoubtedly be a waste of your time. For a genius, it is essential to tailor education to the individual. I shall propose to Dumbledore that you be placed in a higher grade course, of course, with your consent being paramount. Albert certainly had no objections. However, just before he spoke, he glanced at the perplexed little Gwen on his shoulder, as if recalling something. I have no objections, Professor, but I believe little Gwen should still participate in the first-year classes. Huh. Little Gwen slumped dejectedly to the ground, her cherubic face clouded with disappointment. She had envisioned soaring to greater heights alongside her peers in upper-year classes. Do not aim too high. First, learn to transform a matchstick into a needle, Albert advised. I know, you're so tedious, Al. Is that so? Something so intriguing happened in the last class. Professor Flitwick, as per usual, stood atop a stack of books, listening with a cheerful demeanor as the students from his house animatedly recounted Albert's performance in Transfiguration class. Despite his diminutive stature, the little wizards of Ravenclaw held great respect for their easygoing headmaster. Albert, do not hold back this time. Showcase the same brilliance you displayed in Transfiguration class. Otherwise, I shall feel embarrassed to greet Minerva the next time we meet, Professor Flitwick teased Albert. Albert shrugged, indicating that he had done his utmost. The lesson was attended by both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, two houses known for their harmonious relationships and composed temperaments within Hogwarts. I must apologize for allowing everyone to self-study during the first lesson due to personal matters I needed to address. Professor Flitwick bowed sincerely, while the new students below reassured him that it was of no concern. The standard spells of Master Miranda Goshawk, which everyone should have already reviewed, will not be belabored. We shall proceed directly to practical application. Professor Flitwick spoke eloquently from the podium, smiling as he introduced the three spells, the softening charm, the levitation charm, and the unlocking charm, which would be the focus of extensive practice during the first half of the semester. These are practical spells with minimal danger, and you may practice them in your leisure. With a flick of his wand, he aimed at a pile of books. Wingardium Leviosa. In an instant, the books soared into the air, granting him a lofty vantage point over the excited young wizards below. The levitation charm shall be our focus for today. I have prepared feathers for everyone to practice with. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, and an abundance of feathers burst forth from his desk, gently landing before each young wizard. These feathers appeared to be transfigured, and Albert could vaguely sense traces of magic within them. Soon, the classroom was filled with the sounds of incantations echoing Wingardium Leviosa. Perhaps due to her innate talent for levitation, or simply her gift, little Gwen succeeded in making her feather float after only 2 attempts. This was her first significant achievement, and her large eyes sparkled with joy. Excellent. Little Gwen has successfully levitated her feather. Everyone should take inspiration from her. As head of Ravenclaw, I am proud to award Ravenclaw an additional point. Professor Flitwick's praise only heightened Gwen's excitement. She soon began to levitate herself, joyfully spinning atop her floating feather. Her delightful antics brought laughter to many young wizards, filling the classroom with merriment. Cedric, you can do it. We're counting on you. The Hufflepuff students focused intently on one boy, cheering him on. He was the closest among them to success, having struggled several times to lift his feather, and the prospect of achievement was within reach. Cedric Diggory, the leader among the first-year Hufflepuffs, possessed extensive knowledge and considerable magical prowess. His personality epitomized the Hufflepuff spirit, easygoing and cheerful. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he was a prominent figure among the new students, second only to Albert. With persistent practice, Cedric finally succeeded. As he beheld his feather floating steadily before him, Professor Flitwick joyfully awarded Hufflepuff an additional point. However, he then cast a mildly reproachful glance at Albert, who had been somewhat reticent. Albert, excessive modesty won't do. My apologies, Professor, Albert chuckled, waving his wand and softly uttering, Wingardium Leviosa. In the next moment, his feather floated gracefully, orbiting the classroom under his control before landing gently in his palm. This display was remarkably elegant, clearly setting him apart from his peers. Professor Flitwick silently praised him. Excellent. Mr. Grindelwald never fails to impress us. An outstanding application of the levitation charm, and your control of magic is quite mature. Ravenclaw earns another point. Given that he had already awarded a point to Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick hesitated to grant more, contenting himself with just 1 additional point for Albert's performance. Everyone understood the significance of this. They were once again astonished by Albert's extraordinary talent. Honestly, I thought I might at least lead in the levitation charm, Cedric lamented, scratching his head, while his companions patted him on the shoulder in consolation. Perhaps this is what it means to be a polymath? There's no comparing, Cedric muttered, contemplating whether he should switch tracks and focus his efforts elsewhere. Perhaps Quidditch would be a splendid option. He had practiced a few times and found himself surprisingly adept at flying. As for Albert, he appeared rather demure, leading one to assume he might not excel in such extreme sports. Yet, one could never be certain. He seemed to approach everything with an effortless grace, leaving others to wonder if there was truly anything he struggled with. Chapter 24. Do you wish to provoke me? For Albert, life at Hogwarts was both enriching and delightful. A full week swiftly passed. During this time, the title of Ravenclaw's Point Collector was officially bestowed upon him. In nearly every subject, Albert exhibited virtually no weaknesses, consistently earning significant points from the professors. The most remarkable aspect was that he even managed to acquire a few points in Snape's potions class, a feat, considering the Slytherin head's notorious reluctance to award points to students from other houses, often merely refraining from deducting them as a kindness. Nevertheless, one could not deny the satisfaction of having a headmaster who showed favoritism towards his own house, especially as a Slytherin student. Albert, have you heard? The Quidditch team intends to recruit you as a first year. In the corridor, Albert and little Gwen, perched on his shoulder, had just finished their midday respite and were somewhat listlessly listening to Pava chatter excitedly nearby. Elira, standing beside them, wore a similarly exhausted expression. They belonged to that category of students who required a midday nap, as their attention in every class was intensely focused, draining their energy far more than their peers who merely attended classes. In this regard, the carefree Pava had no such concerns. She rarely paid attention in class, and in her own words, she was there to savor the joys of campus life, not to exert herself academically, a sentiment that would not sit well with her mother. Yet even so, Pava managed to rank somewhere in the middle academically by the end of the term. It could be said that her placement in Ravenclaw was not without merit. I wager it must be due to your performance in flying class the other day. According to Madame Hooch, she has never seen a student fly so adeptly on their first broomstick since James Potter. Albert nodded slightly, then continued to yawn. It was evident that he lacked a profound passion for the sport of Quidditch. I fail to comprehend the allure of Quidditch. Many others share my sentiments, including Elira, who offered no pretense and directly gestured dismissively at Pava, as if to say it was merely a bunch of fools engaging in aerial skirmishes on broomsticks. Hey, how can you speak of Quidditch in such a manner? Pava retorted, clearly irked by Elira's disdain, puffing up indignantly as she exclaimed, "A bookworm is simply a bookworm," utterly oblivious to the fervor of Quidditch. Elira furrowed her brow, feigning the act of rolling up her sleeves, which startled Pava into leaping back a meter, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. Who knows what prompted it, but Elira, seemingly demure, possessed an exceptionally adept skill in joint locks. During their last encounter, Pava had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, saved only by her frantic pounding on the floor, which compelled Elira to release her. At least until Pava completed her self-proclaimed rigorous training in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, she had no courage to engage Elira in close combat again. Albert was taken aback by the actions of the two individuals, his spirits somewhat lifted by the encounter. However, he was soon confronted by a towering figure blocking his path, Grindelwald. The newcomer was Beowulf Schmittero, the half-blood Slytherin whom Albert had inadvertently rescued previously. "Is there something you need?" Albert inquired, sensing an inexplicable aura of combativeness emanating from his opponent. "Let us duel," Grindelwald, Schmittero proclaimed, brandishing a massive wand from his sleeve, his eyes aflame with a fierce determination. "I aspire to be as powerful as you, so let us engage in combat." What kind of logic is this, one might wonder. Albert felt that this individual's intellect was quite comparable to that of Paver, and he furrowed his brow, unwilling to engage. He had no time to indulge someone in a mock duel. Shiomi Tuo's voice resonated powerfully, causing the passing young wizards to halt in their tracks, with several eager onlookers hastily rushing off to summon friends for a spectacle. It must be said, the extracurricular hours at Hogwarts had become rather mundane, to the point that even a slight altercation would capture the attention of other young wizards. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave," Albert remarked coolly, attempting to circumvent the towering figure of Shiomi Tuo. "Then you would retaliate, wouldn't you?" Shiomi Tuo murmured under his breath, and with a sudden, bold stride forward, he aimed a massive punch at both Elira and Paver behind him. Before he could fully unleash his blow, he sensed an unexpected surge of magical energy erupting from behind. Do you truly wish to provoke me? An invisible force enveloped Shiomi Tuo completely, and amidst his astonished expression, his entire body was lifted and forcefully slammed onto the ground beside him. The tremendous impact generated a gusting wave of air. A disorienting sensation washed over him, and it was not until 3 seconds later that Shiomi Tuo managed to stagger to his feet. Levitation charm? Stunning spell? Wandless and silent casting? The surrounding upperclassmen gasped in disbelief. Was this the level of magical prowess one would expect from a first-year student? Skill. Shoulder throw. This skill allows the caster to throw a nearby enemy to the ground, causing a brief stun effect upon landing. Ironically, this skill was drawn from the first-level lottery ticket Albert had acquired when he saved Shiomi Tuo previously. The effects of the skill were straightforward, and the difficulty of casting it was far less than that of a static barrier, allowing Albert to perform it nearly entirely wandlessly and silently. The spell's effects bore a resemblance to a fusion of the levitation and stunning charms, making it challenging for the average person to discern the differences. Indeed, you are exceptionally powerful, Shiomi Tuo exclaimed, seemingly unfazed by his disheveled state, as he excitedly thumped his chest, his unruly red hair seeming to boil with enthusiasm. Has your mind completely unraveled? Except for your weapon. Albert let out a cold snort, raising his hand to cast a disarming spell that glowed with a crimson light. He had no intention of causing harm. It sufficed for him to disarm his opponent by sending their wand flying. As for any subsequent punishment, he trusted that the professors of the academy would handle it appropriately. However, to his surprise, Shumitero's agility was unexpectedly nimble. The 2-meter giant managed to evade Albert's swift disarming spell with a mere bend of his body. Grindelwald. Shumitero roared like a beast, charging towards Grindelwald in 2 strides, his fist descending like a battering ram. Was he more accustomed to physical combat than spells? What manner of wizard was this? The surrounding young wizards were taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock and disdain, unable to conceal their fear of Shumitero's madness. No one wished to provoke a lunatic, especially one of such a colossal stature. As the fist neared its target, Albert merely lifted his gaze, his face devoid of any expression. Thud! A translucent, azure barrier materialized just in time, firmly blocking Shumitero's blow. The latter exhibited no hint of panic. Rather, he became increasingly exhilarated, relentlessly striking the barrier. In an instant, the entire shield began to tremble, a myriad of cracks spreading across its surface, threatening to shatter entirely. I have won, Grindelwald. Amidst Shumitero's taunts, Albert coldly raised his wand, slowly aiming it at Shumitero, who was on the verge of breaching his static defense. Static defense, launching. Thud. In the next moment, accompanied by the shattering of the barrier, a transparent energy sphere, approximately 1 meter in diameter, shot forth from the tip of Albert's wand at high speed, colliding with the unsuspecting Shumitero, who was hurled against the wall behind him. Struggling to free himself, he found the spherical barrier expanding with each breath, ultimately pressing half of his body into the wall. Chapter 25. Little Gwen. Farewell to my Quidditch dream. The sudden and horrifying scene caused everyone present to gasp in shock. Initially, they believed Shumitero was frightening enough, but they were unaware that a more terrifying spectacle was yet to unfold. No one knew what spell Albert had just used, but its dramatic impact and effect were sufficient to leave this group of young wizards, still grappling with basic spells, utterly dumbfounded and speechless. Dismissing the launched spherical barrier, Albert stowed his wand and stood aside, not even glancing at the unconscious Shumitero, patiently awaiting the arrival of the professors. Static defense. Launching was a novel technique he had developed by combining static defense with the levitation charm. Essentially, it involved releasing the static defense spell and subsequently employing the levitation charm for accelerated movement, using the spherical barrier as a projectile against his opponent. Given that static defense inherently expanded in a fixed position, it could unleash formidable destructive power when utilized in narrow corridors or against walls. Of course, those unfamiliar with this spell would struggle to grasp its intricacies. Even Albus Dumbledore would find it perplexing. This was a different system altogether, merely borrowing the form of a spell. What transpired? At this moment, the professors finally arrived. The first to arrive was Severus Snape, his countenance grim. Given that Shumitero was a student of Slytherin, it was only logical that he would be the first to be informed. Snape cast a glance at Albert, who stood silently to the side, then looked down at Shumitero, who lay beside the shattered wall, his right eye twitching involuntarily. Did you use a destructive spell? No, Professor. It was a spell of my own creation. You should have seen it before. Albert promptly denied the accusation. He was well versed in the school rules and understood that using destructive spells at Hogwarts warranted severe penalties. This hulking brood attacked us out of nowhere. I merely retaliated to stop him. Observing Snape's unsatisfied expression, Pava raised his voice, gesturing toward the cluster of young wizards nearby. Many had witnessed the event and could attest to it. Yes, it was Shumatero who attacked first. Merlin's boots. This fellow is akin to a giant troll, resorting to fists instead of spells. Only Albert could handle this. The others should be heading to the infirmary. The young wizards rallied in support, their voices rising in a cacophony, while Snape's expression shifted from one of discontent to another, darkening further. Without glancing at the equally stoic Albert, he focused on the unconscious Shumatero, his eyes flickering as if contemplating something. Severus, I have already heard about the situation. The second to arrive was Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Despite his short stature, he commanded attention as the crowd parted to create a wide passage for him. Flitwick's expression was serious, a stark contrast to his usual approachable demeanor. The nature of this incident was grave, especially since 3 students from his own house were involved, both Albert and Elira being paragons of Ravenclaw. Pava, so can I leave now? All right, little Gwen, no more kicking him. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, casting the levitation charm to pull the small Gwen away from Shumatero, who remained unconscious. Perhaps angered by Albert's assault, the little one had been angrily kicking at him with her tiny legs. Given the vast difference in their sizes, such attacks resembled little more than playful pokes. Flitwick fixed his gaze on Snape, his tone grave. This student must face severe consequences. Snape's gaze flickered, but he said nothing. His silence alone was a statement. Thus, Professor Flitwick intensified his tone, reiterating, Severus, this matter must reach a resolution. A formidable aura emanated from Professor Flitwick. Even Snape was reluctant to confront Flitwick's ire directly, merely averting his gaze and giving a slight nod. I can hardly believe it. You saved him last time, and yet he sought to attack you? Is this how Slytherin repays kindness? A plump boy struggled to control his broomstick during flying lessons, trailing behind Albert with great difficulty. Despite Albert's repeated attempts to slow down, not everyone could soar freely on a broomstick like Harry Potter did upon his first encounter. Except for Albert, he epitomizes the quintessential Dumbledorian genius, possessing seemingly boundless capabilities. This notion has become a consensus throughout Hogwarts, embraced by all 4 houses, including Slytherin. Mr. Bridges, I believe your flying skills are insufficient for you to complain while airborne. My apologies, Madam Hooch. Braun Bridges made a zipping motion with his lips, diligently focusing on his flight. Albert was not particularly concerned about the punishment of that Slytherin lunatic, but he could not resist the persistent chatter of those around him. Following that incident, the young wizards of Hogwarts had developed a newfound appreciation for Albert's formidable abilities. Many even regarded him as the next Dumbledore. Having created his own spells shortly after enrolling, he not only excelled in all subjects, but also effortlessly cast spells of terrifying potency, embodying both intellect and martial prowess. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that his striking appearance was the subject of much discussion among the girls, as high attractiveness often detracted from a boy's reputation among his peers. Oh, my dear, your flying skills are improving remarkably. Madame Hooch lavished praise upon little Gwen, who was perched on her mini broomstick beside Albert. This miniature broomstick had been custom-made by Albert at the Quidditch supply shop, equipped with all the essential features, albeit at a rather steep price. However, that was of little consequence. As long as little Gwen was happy, it was sufficient. Can I participate in the Quidditch tryouts? Little Gwen inquired, her short legs swinging joyfully as she sat upon her broom. Madame Hooch found herself in a bit of a predicament, unsure whether to speak the truth. Gwen's flying skills were not lacking, yet the issue lay in her diminutive stature. She was even smaller than the Quaffle. If she were to take to the field, it remained uncertain whether she would be playing the game or simply being played by it. Little Gwen was acutely aware of this, and with a pout, she lowered her head, guiding her mini broomstick away in silence. Suddenly, flying did not seem as delightful as it once had. Later, at the school's Quidditch pitch, Albert was almost escorted here by a group of classmates. The Ravenclaw Quidditch team was conducting tryouts for the position of Seeker. It was evident that Albert, who had performed exceptionally well in the flying class, had already entered the candidate list for the school team early on, even though he was merely a first-year student. Having been acquainted with a broom for less than 2 weeks, what did it matter? With Albert's innate talent, a little practice would likely suffice. Trust. Chapter 26. The team members were remarkably proficient in theory. Welcome, Albert. Upon his arrival at the field, a refined-looking upperclassman grasped his hand. A glance at the Quidditch uniform he wore, adorned with a gleaming captain's badge, made it clear to Albert that this was indeed the captain of their house's Quidditch team. Mabry Pietro, a fifth-year student, had just assumed the captaincy of their Quidditch team this year. The young man introduced himself and instinctively cast a glance towards a nearby corner. Coincidentally, the Gryffindor Quidditch team was also selecting new members. Their captain was a slightly plump, robust young man with red hair, Charlie Weasley. Currently recognized as the strongest seeker in the school, he had assisted Gryffindor in winning the House Cup in his second year, despite the inadequacy of their brooms. Noticing that Albert was also looking in that direction, Mabry quietly offered a few words of explanation, his tone tinged with a hint of rivalry. As if he were confronting a formidable adversary, Albert felt an unsettling premonition and lowered his voice to inquire, if I may be so bold. Our academy's theoretical prowess is indeed commendable. In other words, our practical skills are rather lacking, are they not? Albert, being an astute individual, immediately discerned the underlying implications in Marbury's words. Our academy has languished at the bottom for many years. To be candid, given our current performance, each of us bears a share of the responsibility. The speaker was a senior student beside them, her long golden hair intricately woven into a braid cascading down her back, exuding a spirited elegance. Do not speak so, Vanessa. Everyone has exerted their utmost. Indeed, we have strived hard. Yet 2/3 of our time in Quidditch is spent poring over books and strategizing, with no one bothering to practice on the pitch. It is no wonder other academies label us as mere bookworms. Vanessa glared fiercely at the Quidditch team, including Captain Marbury, as though she wished to consume them whole. The others dared not utter a word, instinctively lowering their gazes. Who, after all, is the true captain of this team? Albert hesitated, yet ultimately chose to heed the whispers of his heart, similarly adopting a stance of evasion. Albert, you are well aware of the current state of our team, Vanessa stated, her demeanor serious as she fixed her gaze upon him. Albert had nearly grasped the situation, in contrast to Marbury. It was Vanessa who truly embodied the essence of a captain, an unquestionable apex of the team's hierarchy, she remarked with sincerity, yet couldn't resist a jab at her teammates. It was evident that this senior possessed a fiery temperament, likely exacerbated by years of tribulations at the hands of her comrades. I am not well versed in the rules of Quidditch, and having only attended a few flying lessons, I hope you do not place too much expectation upon me, senior. Albert rubbed his nose, feeling rather like a duck being shoved into water. The footage of your previous flying lesson was recorded by a female student using a memory orb. Vanessa patted Albert on the shoulder, encouragingly asserting, I believe you possess considerable talent, and, how shall I put it, a certain spark that is rare among our peers. Such metaphysical notions? It hardly seems to align with our Eagle House's ethos, Albert mused. Indeed, I concur, senior. On Albert's other shoulder, the diminutive Gwen, now adorned with sunglasses and a false mustache, lounged nonchalantly, crossing her legs. In the wake of a devastating blow to her Quidditch career, Gwen had swiftly rallied within a single lesson, now aspiring to become a renowned Quidditch manager, with Albert as her sole contracted player. Ah, you must be Gwen. A pleasure to meet you. No girl could resist the allure of charming things. Vanessa, having long heard of the delightful Gwen, abandoned her earlier scowl and offered a warm handshake. Captain Vanessa, I entrust our Albert to your guidance. Please do train him rigorously. How can a young person thrive without a bit of hardship? Oh, not at all. Albert is quite gifted. It won't be long before he excels as a seeker. Furthermore, I am not the captain. That title belongs to Marbury. Gwen waved her hand dismissively, shaking her head with exaggerated wisdom. Ah, but that's not quite right. In my view, this team can do without anyone, save for you, senior. You are the true leader of this squad. Haha, you flatter me. Watching Gwen and Vanessa engage in their playful banter, Albert sighed silently, exchanging glances with his upperclassmen. The path ahead appeared fraught with challenges. Later, Albert, weary to the bone, gradually made his way into the school dining hall. At this hour, the hall was bustling with students, tables laden with an array of fragrant dishes. Regrettably, having just concluded an intense training session, Albert found his appetite utterly diminished. Is the intensity of our Quidditch practice really this high? Elira glanced at Albert seated beside her. her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise. Though indifferent to Quidditch, she had familiarized herself with the workings of her house's team out of a sense of pride. After all, winning the House Cup could earn a hefty 150 points. That would be sufficient for that fool Pawa to wreak havoc for 2 or 3 academic years. I feel as though someone is cursing me, Pawa suddenly exclaimed, lifting his head from his soup, casting suspicious glances around. Surely not. It must be your imagination, Elira replied, her gaze slipping away as her elven ears twitched slightly, speaking in a hushed tone. Huh, have you traded your intellect for primal instinct? Albert thought, dismissing the petty rivalries among the girls. He declined the cream turkey offered by his manager, slowly lifting himself upright. The true leader of the team, Senior Vanessa, held long-standing grievances with the upperclassmen. My inclusion was merely a pretext. Albert shook his head and casually took the orange juice that Pava had intended to drink, gulping it down in one go. It was the only sustenance he could manage at the moment. In terms of sheer results, our training today surpassed even that of Gryffindor, and I felt as if my body was no longer my own. The sound of flapping wings approached, and before the young wizards could react, a solitary owl swooped in, followed by a veritable swarm of owls delivering letter after letter to their recipients. Oh, the candies I ordered from the Duke of Honey have arrived, Pava exclaimed, eagerly unwrapping a large package and glancing at the two with delight. Would you like some? They're the latest flavors. Is this the reason you've sunk so low as to partner with the Weasley twins in business? Elira shot back, her tone dripping with unabashed mockery. Pava clicked her tongue, her expression turning slightly sour. Hey, I'm kindly offering you sweets, and you choose now to pick at my wounds? Wishing to remain uninvolved in the banter between the two friends, Albert unfolded his copy of the Daily Prophet and began to read in silence. A news report occupying a significant portion of the front page piqued his curiosity. Chapter 27. Flight lessons always have their surprises. Ministry of Magic attacked by unknown assailants. The Daily Prophet had employed an exceedingly exaggerated 3 exclamation marks to emphasize the gravity of the situation. Frankly, this was a well-known tactic of the newspaper, nevertheless. Wizards seemed to fall for it every time. Albert internally scoffed and continued to read. On the evening of the 12th of this month, the Ministry of Magic was besieged by unidentified assailants. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was breached, and 2 employees on duty were brutally dismembered and devoured by some creature. Their remains discovered the following morning. In response to this shocking and heinous incident, the director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Magellan Antonio, stated that he immediately requested the intervention of the Ministry of Magic's law enforcement for an investigation. The preliminary investigation has tentatively identified several recent arrivals as the suspects, believed to be dark wizards. Another employee of the department, Amos Diggory, claimed in an interview that the recently secured magical creature remains and ancient artifacts had been preemptively relocated and sealed for storage, indicating that the intruders had evidently not succeeded. The attack on the Ministry of Magic has become quite sensational news within the British wizarding community, especially considering that lives were lost. Many young witches and wizards at Hogwarts have discussed the topic recently. Frankly, Albert was unsure what exactly the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures entailed. Although its name suggested magical creatures, it seemed improbable that it housed an array of bizarre magical beings. After all, the Ministry of Magic was not a farm. The ministry has offered a reward of 1,000 galleons for any information or leads regarding the identity of the assailants. Pava leaned in closer, noticing only the reward notice at the bottom of the newspaper, his gaze sharpening with interest. Foolishness is foolishness. Do you truly believe anyone can earn that money? Who knows? Perhaps the assailants are right here at our school. Pava habitually retorted, but soon lost interest, redirecting his attention back to the corn chowder before him. Despite having joined the Ravenclaw Quidditch team as a newly minted seeker, Albert, at his insistence, still attended flying lessons with the first-year students. Senior Vanessa had been unusually persistent lately, dragging them to training every day, leaving them utterly exhausted. During this rare flying lesson, Albert merely wished to relax rather than appear foolishly practicing on the Quidditch pitch. Speaking of which, the small figure of Gwen had been getting quite close to Vanessa, consistently sporting her manager's sunglasses and fake mustache for several days. Could it be her idea? With that thought, Albert instinctively glanced over his shoulder, finding nothing there. Oh, the culprit has been identified. What are you thinking about, Albert? It was Roger Davies, another first-year student, who was among the best flyers in Ravenclaw beside Albert. If all goes well, He should make the house team next year. He had expressed his desire to become a chaser, and he was currently working towards that goal. It's nothing, just a sense of having pinpointed the source of fatigue. Albert let out a weary sigh, instinctively steadying the quivering broom beneath him. Roger found himself in a similar predicament. Had he not swiftly aligned his posture and gripped the broomstick firmly with his thighs, he would have surely plummeted from the sky. Goodness, the flying brooms at the school have likely not been updated in a decade. Are these truly intended for human use? Roger muttered under his breath, cursing softly. Indeed, it seemed rather peculiar. Hogwarts should ostensibly be financially sound, especially considering Quidditch is a highly popular sport both within the school and globally. One wonders why there is such a lack of investment in this area. Are you unaware? Spoke Cedric Diggory, the charming representative of Hufflepuff House. It appeared he had also caught the eye of the house team, though not quite as fortuitously as Albert. He would have to wait until his second year to take the place of a graduating seeker. The Hufflepuff Quidditch team is remarkably strong, having clinched the championship last year. They are now intent on defending their title with the same formidable roster, thus are not in a rush to cultivate new talent. Albert turned back, somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? You know what? One of the Hogwarts governors, the proprietor of the Quidditch boutique in Diagon Alley, is involved in this. So, are you suggesting they deliberately provide us with inferior brooms to compel us to purchase superior ones from them? Roger queried, a hint of skepticism in his tone. That seems to be the case, Cedric replied, shrugging his shoulders. Damn it. The three of them could not restrain themselves, exclaiming in unison. After their outburst, they shared a moment of camaraderie, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Just then, a sudden gasp erupted nearby. The trio looked down to see a Hufflepuff student soaring away on a wildly oscillating broomstick, ascending into the sky at a speed far exceeding the norm. Come back. Hurry back. I can't control it. This wretched broom is out of control. Roger blinked, glancing at Albert beside him. Can that broom really fly that fast? No more sarcasm. It's clearly out of control. We need to help, Albert urged. The three of them crouched low and dove in pursuit, attempting to catch the frantic Hufflepuff student ahead. However, the student's speed was astonishing, with an expertly executed serpentine maneuver that rendered them unable to seize the opportunity. Pat, jump down, Cedric shouted in a moment of inspiration. But the only response was a terrified, I can't. I wouldn't dare at this height either, Roger replied, casting a glance at the blurred scenery below, nodding in empathy. Many were unaware that he harbored a slight fear, one that only subsided when adrenaline surged, allowing him to momentarily forget the terror of being airborne. Static defense. Albert fixated on the path ahead, gripping his wand and commencing a spell. A series of ethereal blue barriers manifested in rapid succession, yet they consistently lagged behind Pat's frantic flight. Soon, 7 or 8 translucent blue spheres adorned the sky, capturing the attention of the Hogwarts students below. If only the spellcasting could be expedited and the range extended. Albert habitually scrutinized his own shortcomings, while the unfortunate Hufflepuff, Pat, was unceremoniously swept away, initiating an emergency descent that culminated in a collision with a uniquely shaped willow tree. Ouch! Pat cried out in agony, collapsing into a pile of fallen leaves. Clutching his calf, it appeared that his leg had been broken. Don't move. Alberg's voice rang out from nearby, halting Pat's instinctive attempt to crawl away. Simultaneously, Mrs. Hooch and several other young wizards landed gracefully on their brooms behind the trio, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation as they gazed at the willow tree. The infamous Whomping Willow. Albert whispered. Chapter 28. The painful strike of the beaten Lou. What should we do now? Let's call for help. The professors should have a solution. Yet, I noticed something amiss with Pat. He was lying in a pool of blood. Albert squinted at the unmoving Pat, particularly lingering on the expanding pool of blood on the ground. This unfortunate fellow had suffered a grievous injury, with shattered bones piercing his veins, leaving no time to await the arrival of the professors. Initially, he had contemplated advising Pat to apply the Whomping Willow-S branches for self-rescue. However, upon this realization, Albert decided against observing any further. He casually thrust his broomstick into Roger's arms and strode purposefully toward the Whomping Willow. Mr. Grindelwald, what are you planning to do? Mrs. Hooch exclaimed, somewhat alarmed, reaching out to grasp Albert, only to be restrained by several nearby Ravenclaws. Rest assured, Mrs. Hooch, he will be fine. Yet, she hesitated, after all. It was a Whomping Willow, and he was merely a first year. Mrs. Hooch was perplexed by the unwavering confidence of these young wizards. Nevertheless, one Ravenclaw raised her voice, gazing at Albert's retreating figure with fervor. That is Albert Grindelwald, a prodigy who created spells upon his entrance and mastered all subjects, akin to Dumbledore. As Albert approached the Whomping Willow, the tree seemed to sense an impending threat, its previously still branches gradually lifting. It appeared poised to unleash its fury. However, this was not merely an illusion. The inherent threat of the Whomping Willow was not overly exaggerated. At least the wizards possessed means to combat such immobile flora. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Whomping Willow was an exceedingly rare and precious magical plant, barring necessity. No one would genuinely wish to harm it. To put it bluntly, the value of a Whomping Willow far exceeded that of human life, particularly outside the confines of Hogwarts. Stepping into the Willow's attack range, Albert uttered his incantation just in time, conjuring a shimmering sphere of azure light. Almost immediately, countless branches descended upon the barrier like a tempest, producing exaggerated, web-like cracks. The Whomping Willow's offensive power was indeed far superior to that of a mere spellotape. Perhaps sensing that its assault had yet to breach the defenses, the Willow intensified its thrashing, transforming its branches into shadowy, whip-like appendages that howled as they struck the barrier once more. Crack! Bang! The already strained willow branches shattered the barrier, slicing past Albert's cheek. Crimson blood seeped from the widening wound. The speed of the Whomping Willow's strikes was truly remarkable. Even the mere gusts from its passage could break skin. With a swift motion, Albert raised his wand, casting another spell before the next wave of assault could strike. Bang! A new barrier formed to shield Albert as he advanced, though it soon rippled uneasily, leaving the nearby young wizards and Mrs. Hooch breathless. Not everyone could maintain such composure in perilous circumstances as Albert did. The speed at which he summoned his static defenses seemed to have quickened, if only slightly. Albert continued to cast his spells, subtly sensing that the formation speed of the static defenses seemed to be accelerating imperceptibly. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. What initially had been a tenuous barrier had now seamlessly coalesced, taking shape in an orderly fashion to ward off the descending willow branches above. It appears that practical experience is indeed essential. Albert lifted the unconscious Pat from the ground, supporting him with one side of his body while continuing to cast a protective spell with a single hand, beginning to turn back. It was only when he had exited the range of attack that the relentless strikes from the attacking willow gradually ceased, leaving behind a faint sound of weeping carried by the wind. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination or the willow itself lamenting its own pain remained uncertain. Oh, Merlin, what has transpired? Professors Flitwick and Sprout hurriedly arrived, creating an absurd atmosphere reminiscent of police arriving after a great battle. Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, was a kind-hearted witch with a sturdy physique and a generous spirit, dedicated to imparting knowledge of herbology to young wizards. Her amiable nature rendered her reputation a stark contrast to that of Snape, making her one of the most beloved professors among the students. With a broken thigh and blood vessels torn by shattered bones, I took him to Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. After casting a simple charm to staunch the bleeding, Madame Pomfrey, her face pale, cradled Pat and departed, accompanied by several Hufflepuff students. One must admit, the sense of unity within Hufflepuff is indeed commendable. Thank you, dear child. You have saved young Pat's life, Sprout said, embracing Albert with a look of profound relief. Though this may not suffice to express our gratitude, Ravenclaw earns an additional 50 points. Applause erupted among the young wizards, none harboring feelings of envy or jealousy, as they celebrated with an air of pride. Albert's unwavering stance against the onslaught of the ferocious assailant, as he valiantly rescued the injured, truly garnered him the admiration of many. After all, regardless of which college Albert belonged to, he was a first-year student, easily resonating with the freshmen. Oh, Pomona, you leave me utterly speechless, Professor Flitwick lamented, though his face beamed with joy more radiant than anyone else's. Indeed, this superlative prodigy, who had created a spell at the onset of the school year, hailed from their very own Ravenclaw. Who knows, in a few decades, he might even ascend to the position of Hogwarts headmaster, much like Dumbledore himself. Nevertheless, this incident did draw the attention of the school authorities, prompting Hogwarts to reintroduce significant updates to the flying lessons after a decade-long hiatus. Consequently, classes were suspended for a week. If an accident were to occur due to the deterioration of the brooms, even someone as esteemed as Dumbledore might find it difficult to absolve himself of responsibility, quickly becoming inundated with a barrage of irate letters from parents. Albert certainly harbored no objections to this. He would have preferred that the broom had broken last semester, thus sparing him from being forcibly dragged by Senior Vanessa into an intense training regimen. During this period, a remarkably rewarding task had emerged on the achievement panel. Task: the final Victor requirement. Assist Ravenclaw House in winning the House Cup this academic year. Reward: 1 level 5 lottery ticket. In my realm, failure had long been eradicated. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a legitimate task, offering a level 5 lottery ticket, which could potentially yield one of those coveted 5-cost orange cards from the Golden Shovel. Was this not akin to soaring to new heights? As for the feasibility of completion, that was a jest. Including the 50 points previously added by Dean Sprout, he had already accrued over 100 points on his own. Not to mention that Ravenclaw was inherently the most adept at garnering points from the professors, even if Quidditch were to falter. Foregoing that additional 150 points would still be more than sufficient. As Albert pondered this, he happened to pass by the hall and casually glanced at the enormous hourglass that contained the points for his house. Pristine and utterly void, as if it had been stripped of everything. What? Albert, having walked past, quickly stepped back to his original position, vigorously rubbing his eyes. The good news was that his vision was sharp. He had not been mistaken moments earlier. The bad news was that Ravenclaw now stood at a total of 0 points. 0 points. Chapter 29, Lawyer. Lawyer. Help. I was just contemplating when you would finally realize. Elira had somehow appeared by Albert's side, silently observing the hourglass of Ravenclaw. Albert's expression underwent a series of transformations, a peculiar blend of astonishment, choked emotion, and various other strange visages. How could this be? Just 3 days ago, we held a commanding lead of 130 points over the second place. Elira remained steadfast, her bright eyes reflecting even upon the pristine glass of the hourglass. Albert anxiously glanced at his watch, calculating when they would finally arrive at the scene. However, it seemed they had been delayed, much to their chagrin, as a result of some fool's actions. Since the following day, they had been docked a staggering 250 points. This was the first time I had ever heard of negative points within the academy. How amusing. Bring it up. Elira gently clapped her hands. Soon, a familiar figure, gagged and bound, was hoisted onto a bamboo pole by 3 sullen-faced Ravenclaw upperclassmen. He resembled a roast pig destined for the earth's embrace. Following closely behind were 4 or 5 other Ravenclaw students, each carrying a shovel. Their intentions remained an enigma. Albert had no desire to know. Pava, tears streaming down her face, sobbed desperately as if she wished to utter something. Perhaps she should be granted an opportunity for a defense? Albert squinted his eyes in disdain, his expression dark. Elira, merely a second-year student, seemed to command significant respect among her upperclassmen. With just a glance, someone stepped forward to remove the rag from Pava's mouth. I am innocent. I am truly innocent. Pava, finally able to speak, cried out with tear-filled eyes. For reasons unknown, she had recently been plagued by misfortune, and nothing seemed to go her way. I didn't do it on purpose. Driven by her instinct for survival, Pava began to plead fervently. Unfortunately, constrained by her limited knowledge, she was unable to find any words that would resonate with Elira, rendering her arguments pale and powerless. Elira's neck turned slowly, like that of a marionette, her face devoid of any substantial expression. In potions class, the unauthorized addition of fire lizard lungs had caused an explosion that engulfed the entire classroom. During herbology, the shattering of a mandrake pot led to Professor Sprout and a student fainting before they could don their earmuffs. In the care of magical creatures class, the enraged Ketterburn had his ribs broken by 2 adult thestrals when carrots and coriander were forcibly stuffed into their mouths. At this point in the defense against the dark arts class, Elira paused, her temples throbbing with tension. In that moment, she appeared less like the erudite Ravenclaw and more like a wild Gryffindor lioness. The act of surreptitiously collecting materials from dark creatures and illegally recording summoning rituals in the Forbidden Forest had disrupted the external wards of Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, even Albert felt a sense of unease. This girl was audacious enough to breach a protective barrier that had stood for a millennium. It is worth noting that the final deduction of points was personally executed by Dumbledore, amounting to a staggering 100 points. Elira faced Albert and explained, "This may very well be the first instance in Hogwarts history where a young witch has been penalized by Dumbledore himself. In a sense, she had made history. Do you have any further defenses to offer, Miss Satania?" Elira's gaze was as cold as ice, seemingly capable of freezing all in its path. Pava's eyes darted back and forth, and after much hesitation, she stammered, "Can I request my lawyer? My uncle Brett, he runs a law firm in London." "Let it be buried," someone interjected. "Wait, this is a violation of human rights. I demand legal aid. Lawyer, lawyer, help." In the end, Pava was not truly buried. Elira and the upperclassmen had only intended to frighten her a little, hoping to rein in her reckless behavior. It is worth mentioning that this plan had received prior approval from Professor Flitwick, who had stated, "Oh, I see, just be mindful," to prevent any misunderstanding. I mean, don't be too lenient. Surviving the ordeal, Pava sat trembling behind Albert, maintaining a distance of 3 paces from Elira. Albert indeed contemplated turning around to strangle this troublesome being, yet considering the situation had already reached a point of no return, further agitation of Pava seemed futile. I recall that last year, the House Cup was claimed by Ravenclaw. Could we truly win with such a burden? Last year, her transgressions were not as severe. With only 30 points deducted throughout the year. Only 30? A typical student wouldn't lose even 10 points in a year, would they? At least prior to the arrival of the protagonists, both Snape and the other professors exhibited a degree of restraint regarding point deductions. Pava was, in fact, a burden equivalent to 3 individuals. "I am quite serious. What exactly is your issue?" Albert pinched Pava's soft cheek with his finger, pulling it outward with little regard for the fact that she was a senior. "How unfair," Pava lamented, her face a portrait of despondency as she stared down at her fidgeting fingers. "I assure you, my previous words were not spoken lightly. I have no idea what is happening. Everything has been going awry lately. During potions class, I simply slipped up. The lung of that fire lizard was even from the table next to me. How it ended up in my possession remains a mystery." Herbology was no different. While walking rather steadily, my left leg inexplicably tripped over my right, sending me crashing into a flower pot, and to add insult to injury, I inadvertently knocked over a mandrake. In Care of Magical Creatures, I discovered that my feed bucket had inexplicably been mixed with radishes and cilantro. Assuming it was a professor's doing, I paid it no heed, only to realize later that the thestral was merely being picky when it snorted. Pava desperately recalled her prior calamities, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Yet, her gaze would occasionally dart towards Albert and Elira, as if she were gauging their reactions. This rascal, she was clearly attempting to elicit sympathy. Unable to contain her temper, Elira raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Pava's nape. "Stop it. If you continue, you might just drive someone mad." "Humph. As if you were ever wise to begin with. What about that incident in the Forbidden Forest?" Albert suddenly inquired. "Huh? What incident in the Forbidden Forest?" Pava feigned ignorance, her large eyes sparkling with feigned innocence. However, in an instant, Elira seized her other cheek and twisted it mercilessly. "Ow! Ow! Okay, I remember." Pava winced, rubbing her reddened cheek. "That was a ritual passed down in my family, involving the sacrifice of biological materials to summon a demon for a contract, though we have never succeeded. Nevertheless, my family insists that we must practice. I spend 80% of my allowance on materials for this ritual each month. Furthermore, this year in defense against the dark arts, there were various dark creatures, and I thought it would be a waste to discard the materials that fell. So I decided to use them for my family's ongoing assignments. Consequently, things went awry." Pava's words were fragmented, yet Albert comprehended her meaning. Just when he thought the matter had been sufficiently clarified, Pava suddenly added, "Moreover, that night, there was a sneaky individual conducting some magical ritual in the nearby woods, somewhat akin to our family's summoning ceremony, but seemingly more complex. The breach of Hogwarts barrier was undoubtedly his doing." As Pava grew increasingly animated, pounding the table in frustration, Elira's expression shifted, her brow furrowing with concern. "Why did you not inform the professors of such a significant matter earlier?" At this, Pava began to stutter, her demeanor suggesting she was concealing something. Consequently, Elira resorted to further interrogation. "Are you going to speak or not? Is it so difficult?" With little tolerance for pain, Pava ultimately capitulated. She cautiously peered around to ensure no one was watching before stealthily retrieving an item from her pocket. It was a severed finger from a desiccated corpse. "Our rituals interfered with each other, resulting in an explosion. I found this at the scene afterward. It possesses potent magical energy, and I thought to take it home during the holidays to show my family what a treasure I had discovered," Pava whispered excitedly. Chapter 30. The Perspective of the Victim. The Unnameable Horror on Pava. You really dare to collect anything and everything?" Elira exclaimed, somewhat speechless. In the magical realm, one does not casually pick up items found by the roadside. Dark magical objects, curses, forbidden tomes. Who knows in what manner those items might be sealed, or if they might inadvertently be unleashed. So, you willingly accepted this burden, remaining silent, simply for the sake of an enticing find? Albert scrutinized the elongated, withered finger, struggling to fathom Pava's line of reasoning. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it was evident she was rather foolish, and thus, everything fell into place. Hey, this finger isn't just any trinket. Its magical properties are nearly equivalent to our family's ancestral contract. Pava fervently defended her actions, attempting to embellish her foolishness. Regardless of the era, fools always detest being labeled as such. "May I inquire, when did you conduct that summoning ritual?" Albert took out his notebook, habitually recording the information. The mysterious stranger and ritual Pava mentioned piqued his interest. A week ago, precisely on the night of the full moon, Pava recounted her misadventure with remarkable clarity, recalling the specific date without hesitation. Albert was momentarily taken aback, slowly lowering the steel pen he held. He turned around and looked up at the bewildered Pava. "So, the misfortunes you encountered subsequently all stemmed from that event?" Due to the order in which Elira initially introduced the events, Albert had assumed that the failed summoning ritual conducted by Pava had occurred recently. He even asked casually, "Is that so? Are you suggesting that my misfortunes are a result of our family's ritual?" Pava slapped his forehead, realizing the implication belatedly. "Not necessarily. It could also be linked to the ritual of that stranger you encountered, or perhaps a conflict between your magical ceremonies. The possibilities are endless." Elira was not as hasty as Pava and considered the matter more comprehensively. Could it be a curse that brings about a decline in fortune? It sounds akin to an inverse version of a blessing, yet I have never heard of such a thing. Albert closed his notebook and addressed the two. "I shall inform the headmaster of the situation." After saying this, he glanced at the somewhat bashful Pava, slowly spreading his palms. Oh, I really cannot remain here any longer." Pava sighed, reluctantly placing his withered fingers into Albert's hands. "Let us consider this a lesson learned. If nothing untoward occurs, consider yourself fortunate." With this remark, Albert departed briskly, making his way to Professor Flitwick's office. At last, the relic had departed from the girl's side. In a dimly lit room, a pair of slit pupils suddenly opened wide. Through the adjacent window, he observed Albert hurriedly ascending towards the castle, along with Elira and Pava, who had just exited the dining hall. From his vantage point, he could faintly discern a spectral creature lurking behind Pava. It appeared as a massive, cloud-like mass, its surface bristling with countless tentacles, and a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth that dripped translucent liquid from its lips. Despite its terrifying appearance, this creature seemed to exist outside the realm of reality. Even as numerous young wizards passed through its form, no peculiar incidents transpired. However, this was contingent upon their refraining from attacking Pava or engaging in any malicious actions. "Damn it, what on earth is that?" the shadow muttered under its breath. Rolling up its sleeve, along its arm, a dense mass of black fur writhed as if alive, desperately attempting to break free from the 8 silver metal pillars that were driven into its edges. These pillars served as seals to suppress the transformation of that flesh, proving effective, yet unable to completely dispel the curse in a short time. Who would have thought that such a terrifying entity would attach itself to an unremarkable second-year witch? For heaven's sake, all he desired was to retrieve the relic lost during the previous failed ritual, yet he had been ambushed by that monster. It was rightfully his. Several times, he had not even approached closely before being severely wounded by that creature existing in the liminal space between illusion and reality. Nevertheless, based on his observations, it seemed that the creature had also paid a price, or rather, had unknowingly compelled the young witch to pay one. Her luck had been drained, leading to a series of unfortunate events. If this continued, even if he refrained from further actions, she would likely meet her demise through some unforeseen accident. However, this situation was now acceptable. Judging by Grindelwald's demeanor, he appeared poised to hand the relic over to Flitwick. That would be splendid. Compared to that ambiguous and malevolent entity, wizards were decidedly more manageable. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, it seemed that ever since Pava relinquished that withered finger, her fortunes had taken a turn for the better, or perhaps it was a resurgence following suppression. Not only did she craft top-tier potions of impeccable quality during potion class, But she also managed to draw an exceedingly rare holographic card of Merlin while enjoying chocolate frogs. Reportedly, only 3 such cards had been issued officially to date. This second event even caught the attention of the esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, who feigned indifference and inquired if Pava had any intention of selling the card during a chance nighttime encounter. Upon learning that she intended to frame the card as a family heirloom, Albert was certain he witnessed a profound disappointment on the headmaster's face. The greatest wizard of the century, indulging in card collecting? Returning to the matter at hand, while surprised by the headmaster's quaint hobby, Albert's primary concern remained the Ravenclaw house points. After all, this directly impacted his ability to achieve the coveted House Cup by the end of the academic year and earn that invaluable 5th-level lottery ticket. In a sense, he seemed to be striving for card collection, not so different from Pava and Dumbledore. Fortunately, after successfully addressing the significant deficit in Ravenclaw's house points caused by Pava, the overall points were rapidly recovering at an impressive pace. Within less than a week, they had surpassed the second-to-last place Gryffindor. Of course, had it not been for Pava's predicament, Gryffindor would have undoubtedly been in last place. The underlying reasons were threefold. First, the overflowing adventurous spirit of Gryffindor's young wizards often led to various mishaps. Second, Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, was particularly committed to fairness and impartiality and did not show favoritism towards her students as other househeads might. As for the third reason, Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, consistently displayed overt animosity toward Gryffindor, routinely deducting points in excess of 10 during each class. Even Gryffindor had grown accustomed to this. All things considered, if Gryffindor was not at the bottom, who else could be? They are deserving. Chapter 31. The request of Mitro as everything returned to normal. Albert's life resumed its routine of study, Quidditch, and sleep. Despite many finding his ascetic lifestyle oppressive and incomprehensible, Albert himself found joy in it. There is no greater pleasure than immersing oneself in knowledge, especially with Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, granting him a long-term pass to the restricted section for his studies. Professor Flitwick firmly believed that for someone like Albert, who had completed the entire first-year curriculum of spells in just a month, to continue on a conventional path would be a disservice to his remarkable talent. Thus, one often encounters the sight of Albert, while first-year students struggle with basic spells, buried in a mountain of magical tomes in the back row, feverishly taking notes, accompanied by several enchanted quills recording his learning insights and research data. The masterpiece of Albert Grindelwald unbeknownst to him. This moniker was bestowed upon Albert by others, symbolizing that he appeared as a flawless creation of the divine, possessing extraordinary talents far beyond the ordinary in every aspect. Spells, potions, practical combat, Quidditch, wizard's chess. There seemed to be nothing in this world that Albert could not excel in. Many claimed that after a gap of 90 years, Hogwarts had once again welcomed a polymath who dominated all subjects, or perhaps the next Dumbledore. Regarding such remarks, Dumbledore had never publicly commented. Perhaps the surname Grindelwald was too haunting, as he seemed to intentionally maintain a certain distance from Albert. I can hardly believe you caught the golden snitch within 30 minutes again. Have mercy, Mr. Grindelwald, said Cedric, the Hufflepuff captain, who had also mastered all first-year spells. As he lightly patted Albert on the shoulder, a tone of resignation in his voice. Just prior to this class, during the Quidditch match, Albert, as the seeker for Ravenclaw, had successfully caught the golden snitch in less than 25 minutes after the start of the game, bringing it to a decisive end. This marked the second time this academic year that he concluded a match in under 30 minutes, and at a much swifter pace than before. Despite Vanessa's persistent training sessions, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team seemed to have channeled all their talents into their intellect, with physical stamina dwindling and reflexes being even more lacking. No matter how hard they tried, they always fell short compared to students from other houses, often resembling a group of bookish dreamers. Thus, Albert was compelled to act, once the match extended beyond 20 minutes. He could not guarantee that his 150 points from catching the snitch would suffice to bridge the score gap. Mr. Cedric, while I permit you to self-study, please do not disrupt your classmates, Professor Flitwick remarked leisurely, glancing towards the back row of the classroom. Apologies, Professor. Cedric quickly bowed his head in contrition, assuring he would not repeat the offense. After class, Albert gathered his textbooks and gently nudged the drowsy little Gwen, who had dozed off during the lesson. As the weather grew colder, Gwen seemed to be increasingly lethargic. Have we finished class, Al? Little Gwen yawned widely, rubbing her eyes. Albert expressed a sense of helplessness, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "Your demeanor hardly resembles that of someone preparing for final exams. It's all right. The spells you master, I shall naturally learn. For I am your guardian." He interrupted little Gwen, denying her the chance to continue, and gradually exited the classroom under Cedric's inquisitive gaze. It was the eve of Halloween, and the corridors were adorned with festive decorations, the air filled with a delightful aroma of roasted pumpkin. Grindelwald, a most unexpected figure, descended the staircase across the hall, casting a familiar shadow. "I thought you had been expelled," Albert commented without lifting his gaze, his eyes fixed on an experimental record in his hands. "Almost. Thanks to Hagrid's intervention, I was merely suspended for 2 months." Beowulf Schmidter's deep voice resonated through the corridor. Having grown considerably during their 2 months apart, he now stood at an impressive height of approximately 6 feet 9 inches. Although his exact age was uncertain, he was undoubtedly not of the typical enrollment age. Albert estimated him to be between 14 and 15. Under normal circumstances, he should be in the 4th or even 5th year rather than the 2nd. "Oh, is this due to our shared mixed heritage?" Albert mused as he closed his book and slowly raised his head. "So what brings you to me? After 2 months, you have grown significantly stronger," Schmitter remarked to himself before continuing in a hushed tone. "I seek your assistance in becoming stronger. I have an adversary, and I must be powerful enough to exact my revenge." Albert glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "I am under no obligation, yet you are not a fool. Given your statement, there must be something of value to exchange. Due to his mixed heritage, my blood, hair, or other bodily organs are highly sought after as precious ingredients for potions and alchemy. As long as I am not incapacitated, I can provide as much as you desire." Zayumite Luo was remarkably forthright, pointing to himself as he introduced his identity, showing no hesitation in presenting himself as a commodity. "Now I understand how you came to Hogwarts." Albert recalled Snape's peculiar reactions from before, and considering his own identity as a master of potions, he surmised that it was highly probable that Mysterio had entered Hogwarts using a similar approach and leverage as Snape. Albert felt a flicker of interest. He had been studying potions and alchemy lately, and indeed required materials from high magic creatures. As a half-ogre with considerable utility and research potential, the wizarding novice Taro had his own value. "How may I assist you?" Albert did not readily agree, but intended to hear Taro's thoughts first. Sensing Albert's slight concession, Taro hastily exclaimed, "My intellect is rather dull. Relying solely on myself, I could only attain the level of an ordinary wizard throughout my life. But you are different, Grindelwald. You are a true genius. I hope to receive your guidance in charting a path that will allow me to grow stronger swiftly." Suddenly, Albert recalled the earlier occasion when Taro had attacked without warning. Taro nodded affirmatively. "However, I find it impossible to replicate your methods or even comprehend your actions. Thus, I wish to be more direct. Assist me in my quest for strength, and I shall offer you everything but my life." Taro struck his chest earnestly, indifferent to the curious gazes around them. "I seek not dignity, freedom, or equality. All I desire is the power to exact revenge. In this matter, neither the school nor the professors will aid me, so I beseech you with everything I possess." With that, Taro unhesitatingly knelt before Albert. After a prolonged silence, Albert waved his wand, and an invisible force lifted Taro from the ground. Let us discuss this in another location. Chapter 32. Task: Bloodkin, Blood Revenge, Bloodshed First. "Provide me with a vial of your blood." In a spare potion preparation room, Albert warmed the cauldron, speaking without turning. "Here." Taro produced a glass tube from his pocket and placed it on the table. Indeed, this fellow frequently engaged in transactions with Snape. Observing the prepared blood, Albert's eyes narrowed slightly. Although it seemed cruel, Snape had done nothing wrong. In the wizarding world, assistance was seldom given without reason. Snape fulfilled his duties within the scope of his teaching, earning his modest salary, and as a master of potions, he had ample time to create brews beyond that income. To receive additional support and assistance, one must offer something of value, a principle well understood by both Taro and Snape, given their Slytherin backgrounds. Thus, Albert had always found it difficult to appreciate Slytherin House's overly pragmatic atmosphere, which felt unbefitting of a student's environment. Pouring Taro's slightly golden blood into the cauldron, Albert swiftly added the ingredients in order, soon concocting a potion shimmering with faint blue specks. After gently shaking the vial, he observed the sediment dissolve gradually before tilting the bottle to drink from it. The calming agent's dissolution time had decreased by 70%, yet its efficacy had increased by approximately 50%. Now I understand why Professor Snape is willing to assist you, Albert remarked, nodding. Your blood significantly enhances both the efficiency of potion condensation and its effects. It is an exquisite magical catalyst. Thus, are you willing to aid me? Terrell, unconcerned with Albert's perception of him, solely wished to know if his ambitions could be realized. Yes, I shall help you grow stronger. But you must regularly provide me with your blood and other bodily tissues. Rest assured, this will not result in permanent harm. If necessary, I will also supply restorative potions and blood replenishing agents. I have no intention of causing harm to any student at Hogwarts. Albert extended a hand, his silver-hued eyes fixed intently on the figure before him, Scimitar. The latter, without much hesitation, reciprocated the gesture. The disparity in the size of their hands was nearly a factor of 2, yet the grip they shared was equally firm. In that moment, an achievement task emerged from the depths of Albert's gaze. Task: Bloodline, Blood Vendetta, Bloodbath requirement. Assist Beowulf Scimitar in becoming stronger, and put an end to the source of the bloodline tragedy. Reward: 1 artifact of Aorn. You shall come to understand. Fate has been on your side from the very beginning. This task appeared somewhat enigmatic. Nonetheless, Albert decided to regard it as an incidental undertaking, indifferent to the outcome of its completion. Although Albert harbored a certain curiosity regarding the artifacts of Orn, he refrained from giving the task much thought until its feasibility was established. Time is of the essence, and one must learn to allocate it judiciously. So, is this fellow to become your attendant from now on? During dinner 3 days hence, Pava cast a curious glance at the young Scimitar seated beside Albert, unashamedly revealing her envy. How delightful! I too wish for a subordinate of my own. Elira took a sip of the borscht from her plate, finding it somewhat unpalatable, and pushed it toward Pava, who was always eager to accept. She looked at Scimitar and softly remarked, his situation may lead to ostracism by his own academy. As a half-blood, that is an experience I am already enduring. Scimitar bit through the pork bone in his mouth, swallowing the meat along with the fragments of bone under the fearful gaze of little Gwen. In these past 2 days, I have read through all the spellbooks you mentioned. He turned his head to observe Albert, who was engrossed in a book detailing ancient Egyptian language. Goodness, just a few days ago, he was studying Portuguese, and now he has shifted to ancient Egyptian? Scimitar had no doubt regarding Albert's capacity to learn. This fellow utterly despises inefficiency and would never revisit tasks he had already completed. Have you learned it? Albert inquired languidly, turning the pages of his book without raising his head. How could I possibly learn it all in 2 days? Then continue until you have mastered it entirely. Albert's voice was soft yet inexplicably imbued with an undeniable firmness. Shumite Troche fell silent, choosing to bow his head and eat in quietude. Is it customary for you Ravenclaws to indulge in such rigorous pastimes during your breaks? The Weasley twins approached, navigating around the long table, casting an awestruck glance at the book Albert held, just as Albert completed the final page. He closed the book and squinted his eyes for a moment before turning to speak. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa. What? The twins exchanged bewildered glances. It's ancient Egyptian, meaning a greeting, Albert explained, rubbing his nose and pressing his forehead. My mind momentarily failed to switch back to English. Are you even human? Fred quipped, playfully narrowing his eyes as he placed a fabric pouch on Albert's table. Your share should amount to 10 galleons and 7 sickles, right? Fred, somewhat uncertain, nudged his slightly distracted brother George. This was the first time George had encountered Shumite Troche, and his curiosity was piqued upon seeing the Slytherin robes he wore. 17 galleons and 5 sickles. You forgot to include the earlier prank feather quill. Without Albert leading the charge, it wouldn't have sold so well. Oh, indeed. Albert was rather unconcerned about this modest sum of money, for his grandfather had bestowed upon him a substantial fortune prior to his enrollment. Yet, considering his task of amassing 100 galleons, a flicker of delight danced in his heart. As a prominent figure among the younger students of Hogwarts, Albert found it exceedingly effortless to assist in promoting the products of the Weasley brothers, with merely a casual excuse to employ their whimsical gadgets a few times. A multitude of young witches and wizards would soon be inquiring about the whereabouts of such delightful trinkets. From the elevated faculty table, Professor McGonagall suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes honing in on the Weasley brothers with increasing sharpness. She likely surmised that the mischievous contraptions recently employed by the Gryffindor cubs had a distinct origin. Beside her, Professor Roland of Defense Against the Dark Arts engaged in a desultory conversation with Dumbledore. It was evident that Professor Roland was utterly uninterested in Dumbledore's humorous quips about chamber pots, responding with a perpetually stoic countenance. Most of the other professors appeared visibly relieved, grateful that the brunt of Dumbledore's frosty jests had finally fallen upon someone else. Albus, I merely wish to enjoy a quiet meal. Just as Professor Roland was on the verge of breaking his silence, an elderly man clad in tattered garments, Filch, abruptly burst through the door, stumbling into the room. Perched upon his shoulder was Mrs. Norris, her red eyes fixed upon Dumbledore at the farthest end of the table. Ministry. Numerous orders before he could complete his sentence. The sound of boots striking the ground echoed from behind, growing ever closer and more urgent. Soon, a grim man with a small mustache and slicked-back hair made his entrance, flanked by a throng of wizards cloaked in black robes. Chapter 33. The Abduction of Professor Roland Barty Crouch, former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had recently seen his reputation plummet following the revelation that his son was a Death Eater. Not only had he lost any prospects of ascending to the role of Minister for Magic, but he was also to be reassigned to a more trivial position within the ministry. Nevertheless, it appeared that, due to ongoing investigations, he still retained the authority to command his elite Aurors to a certain extent. "Oh, Barty, I thought you were my affairs or my own to manage, Albus." Crouch interrupted Dumbledore, his hawk-like eyes scanning the Hogwarts faculty and students before him. Albert observed that Hagrid, despite his towering stature, was trembling like a leaf and appeared exceedingly restless, as if ready to flee at any moment. Professor Flitwick shook his head in resignation and whispered a few words to Hagrid while standing atop a chair, managing to somewhat soothe this seemingly fearsome, yet inherently timid giant. Indeed, in the original text, Hagrid's trepidation regarding Azkaban rendered him quite fearful of the Ministry of Magic officials and Aurors. Snape cast a cold glance at Hagrid, his expression one of disdain. Recently, he had heard whispers that Dumbledore intended to appoint Hagrid as the successor to Professor Kettleburn for the care of magical creatures course upon the latter's retirement. To be frank, although Professor Kettleburn was a reckless, drunken old fool, possessing only one arm and half a leg, he nonetheless had genuine expertise. But Rubius Hagrid? That brutish oaf, akin to a wild man. Relying on his rudimentary knowledge of dealing with magical creatures would surely lead to the demise of the young witches and wizards before the term concluded. Not everyone possesses the tough hide of a half-giant, capable of shrugging off a scorpion-tailed lion's bite after a mere nap. Albus, I am here under an arrest warrant issued by the Minister of Magic. At the mention of the minister, Bartemius Crouch's eyes flickered noticeably, and his expression became quite complex. Dumbledore noted the Aurors encircling Bartemius Crouch and furrowed his brow. He spoke in a low tone. "Head boy and prefect, please escort your respective students to the common room." Rising from behind his desk, his towering figure loomed over the ministry officials. Bartemius Crouch, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, cast his gaze downward, mentally cursing that fool Cornelius Fudge countless times. As a participant in that war, he understood better than anyone the formidable and terrifying nature of Dumbledore. Even at the height of Voldemort's power, he would not dare confront this venerable wizard without preparation. Yet now, the ministry sought to remove someone from his presence? It was madness. The officials from the Ministry of Magic arrived in a hurried flurry and departed just as swiftly, taking with them Professor Frank Longbottom from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The rationale was that his magical signature and fingerprints were found at the scene of the attack on the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Indeed, the ministry had resorted to cutting-edge Muggle technology to solve the case. However, they were still in the phase of suspicion, and Professor Longbottom remained remarkably composed. According to Hagrid, who was present at the time, Professor Longbottom merely regarded Bartemius Crouch with a cold stare and bid Dumbledore farewell, stating he would be stepping out for a brief period. He was undoubtedly innocent. "This means our Defense Against the Dark Arts class will be cancelled again," Roger Davies remarked, leaning toward Albert, the only one in the front row who seemed genuinely attentive. Many young witches and wizards held a natural fondness for the legendary professor, especially since he rarely assigned homework, with the majority of the classes focusing on practical engagements with dark creatures. "The school will find someone to substitute. You best prepare yourselves mentally." Albert set down his quill, lightly waving his wand to cast an automatic writing charm, causing it to begin recording the lecture content in his notes. "What spell doesn't he know?" Roger pouted but quickly realized the implications, hastily inquiring, "Substitute? Who would be willing?" The remainder of his question remained unvoiced. But the implication was clear. The position of defense against the dark arts teacher had been cursed by a mysterious entity, deterring any sane individual from taking up the role. No, there are those who would. I've heard from upperclassmen that Snape has been persistently applying for the position of defense against the dark arts teacher over the years. But alas, due to his personality, he has yet to receive approval. Albert's words fell upon the ears of several young wizards, evoking a sense of dread. Is that true? Snape? Cedric, who had been eavesdropping nearby, stammered somewhat hesitantly. The Hufflepuffs, possessing mostly average academic abilities, were regarded by Snape as no different from mere timber, leading to frequent and severe point deductions. Little Gwendolyn, clad in her pristine Hogwarts uniform, nodded vigorously, straining to climb up Albert's sleeve and perch upon his shoulder. Albert was somewhat perplexed as to why the diminutive Gwen, who was clearly capable of flight, chose such a laborious and inefficient means of locomotion. Nonetheless, it was a trivial matter, and he deemed it unnecessary to comment. With her hands on her hips and one hand gripping a tuft of Albert's hair to steady herself, the petite Gwen proclaimed, "Minerva informed me that Dumbledore has agreed to allow Snape to substitute for a month in the defense against the dark arts class." It was well known that Gwen never told lies, and consequently, this revelation left everyone feeling quite disheartened. Enduring potions class was already a formidable challenge in itself. The only one who seemed to derive any enjoyment from Snape's potions class was undoubtedly the peculiar Albert. As long as he could acquire knowledge that eluded his understanding, he remained indifferent to the mockery directed at him, immersing himself fully in his studies. Thanks to his remarkable clarity of mind, his pace of learning and analytical prowess had far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Despite his relatively brief exposure to potion making, there were times when he posed questions that even Snape found difficult to answer. It was not that he was being deliberately obtuse. Rather, his inquiries were strikingly insightful, to the extent that Snape occasionally found inspiration and ideas from them, even rewarding Albert with extra points. Students from all four houses felt as though they were witnessing something extraordinary. It wouldn't be long, Albert mused, as Dumbledore had many supporters. It was likely that Professor Rowland would soon be reinstated if he were indeed innocent. Albert was acutely aware of Dumbledore's character and the multitude of supporters behind this white wizard. Connolly Fudge, the newly appointed Minister of Magic, would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the pressure exerted by Dumbledore, and the release of Professor Rowland was likely just a matter of a week. In Chapter 34, The Intruder and the Resurgence of Sweetertide, Albert found himself immersed in study until the late hours, rubbing his weary eyes but unwilling to succumb to slumber. Recently, he had concocted several bottles of invigorating potion following the recipes in his book. Although Professor Snape had deemed the results as nothing more than the work of a mediocre talent, it indirectly indicated that his potion brewing had indeed been successful. Otherwise, Snape would have outright prevented him from taking the invigorating potion instead of merely displaying disdain. Though it may sound peculiar, Albert shared a relatively amicable relationship with Snape, occasionally exchanging experiences, predominantly with Snape responding to Albert's inquiries. Snape was undoubtedly a true master in the field of potions, having even been awarded the second-class Merlin Medal for his expertise. After finishing a bottle of invigorating potion, Albert wiped his lips with the back of his hand, opting not to rouse the peacefully slumbering little Gwen, and prepared to venture to the Hogwarts kitchen for a midnight snack. Theoretically, this was prohibited, as Hogwarts forbade students from roaming the halls at night. Yet, as a diligent student, Albert possessed a certain privilege, and should he encounter a patrolling prefect or Filch, he had numerous ways to evade detection. As he walked alone through the corridor, the sound of dripping water resonating from the dark corners, Albert's mind wandered to the basilisk that had made its appearance in the second installment. At this hour, it was likely still in hibernation, hidden away in the subterranean chamber. What a pity it was. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to procure some basilisk venom and scales, both of which served as exceptional magical catalysts. Suddenly, the sound of rummaging broke the stillness, stirring Filch, who was lurking around the corner with a lantern. However, Albert had already cast the disillusionment charm and the silencing charm in advance, confidently striding past Filch without being detected. The feline, Mrs. Norris, seemed to catch a whiff of Albert's presence, but perhaps sensing his benevolent gaze, she merely meowed softly before bowing her head to groom her paws. Such a well-behaved and considerate little cat. As Albert proceeded down the corridor, pondering what to eat that night, He was startled by the sudden commotion of items being tossed about. Through the flickering torchlight, he could faintly see a door ajar some 10 meters away, Professor Flitwick's office. Coming to a halt, Albert squinted, then quickened his pace toward the source of the noise. With the enchantments of the disillusionment and silencing charms, he felt assured that he would not be discovered by anyone inside. Finally, as he crossed the threshold, Albert beheld the disarray within, the floor strewn with various objects, and a tall figure clad in a dark cloak, rummaging through a cabinet. Hesitating for less than a second, Albert slowly raised his arm, aiming his wand at the intruder's back, rapidly gathering magical energy. To his dismay, this very motion caught the intruder's attention. The intruder spun around abruptly, gazing into the empty doorway. From the obscured depths of the cloak, a raspy voice emerged, reminiscent of metal clashing. Disillusionment charm? In the next instant, without warning, he waved his wand, casting a silent cutting curse with swift precision. Although Albert was slightly delayed, his remarkable casting speed and quick reflexes allowed him to conjure a static defense in the blink of an eye. A pale blue spherical barrier unfurled instantly, successfully intercepting the slicing spell's assault. However, this action caused him to be ejected from his illusionary state, forcing him to stagger backward several paces. "Is it you?" The intruder, upon recognizing the silver-haired boy before him, voiced his surprise. "It seems you are familiar with me." As soon as these words escaped his lips, the intruder realized his blunder and promptly fell silent, instead brandishing his wand once more, unleashing a flurry of 3 aggressive spells. The opponent's magical prowess was formidable, employing nearly silent incantations, rendering Albert unable to discern the nature of the spells being cast. Nonetheless, his primary concern was evasion. With blue light flickering in his eyes, Albert deftly sidestepped the initial incoming spell, swiftly maneuvering his wand to conjure 2 layers of protective barriers around his body, thereby bracing himself against the subsequent 2 spells. TSK. Reducto. 2 orbs of white light erupted simultaneously from the adversary's wand, astonishingly showcasing the rare feat of consecutive casting. Albert squinted. Yet he was not inclined to confront the situation head-on as he had previously. The opponent's magical prowess was formidable, and this time, they were employing a fully realized incantation along with intricate gestures. Relying solely on static defenses would not necessarily suffice to mitigate the onslaught of the spell. Thus, he invoked Sweetertide. With a counterclockwise twist of his wrist, Albert executed a sweeping gesture toward his adversary. An indescribable force of distortion surged forth, enveloping the intruder and the wall behind them. In an instant, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. The entire doorframe, along with one side of the wall and the brick structure, appeared to be seized by an invisible hand, fracturing and converging toward the direction of Albert's wrist motion. Caught off guard, the intruder, still in the midst of their incantation, was swept away by the torrent of bricks and stones. With a resounding explosion, a blast spell detonated the debris surrounding him. The cloaked figure, obscured in shadow, quickly regained their footing and coughed, inquiring, what spell was that? They had never encountered such a magic before. It bore some resemblance to a high-level transmutation spell. Yet the transmutation did not incorporate such an eerie field of distortion. In that fleeting moment, the intruder felt as though their very form was on the verge of disintegration, a sensation that was both uncanny and dreadfully terrifying. Even more alarming was the fact that the figure opposing them was merely a first-year student. What a farce. Just a recent research achievement, nothing more, Albert replied coolly. The incantation Sweetertide, a novel spell, was an enhancement derived from the shoulder throw technique bestowed by the Golden Shovel system, amalgamated with the characteristics of levitation and slicing spells. Its principle involved deconstructing and amplifying the manifestation of the shoulder throw into a directed assault that unleashed a potent distortion force upon objects within the target range. It possessed both destructive and controlling effects, rendering it an unavoidable compulsory spell. This world is truly mad, monsters abound, and we are among them, the intruder declared, extending a hand to reveal a twisted, withered finger. Unmistakably, it was the very finger that Pava had discovered and later entrusted to Professor Flivy. Under the indistinct flickering of firelight, the intruder lifted the finger with 2 others and slowly swallowed it. The scene was undeniably grotesque, yet Albert was more preoccupied with the implications of this act. Recalling Pava's mention of the intruder conducting some ritual, he pondered whether this grotesque act of consuming a severed finger was part of their magical ceremony. I've regained a fragment of my original power, the intruder mused. And Albert couldn't shake the sensation that their voice had inexplicably transformed, becoming richer and more resonant. However, he had little time to dwell on such nuances. A pair of obsidian arms emerged languidly from beneath the intruder's cloak, each hand clutching two orbs of an unknown spell, formed from concentrated magical energy. For arms, Albert was filled with a sense of uncertainty when the intruder simultaneously recited an incantation. Sufit kol magia. The sandstorm beckons. In an instant, the walls, ceiling, and floor of the corridor disintegrated into countless seething grains of scorching yellow sand, surging towards Albert with the force of a tsunami, as if propelled by an unseen power. Chapter 35. The Gifted Oddity, Albert Boom. The outer wall of Hogwarts' fifth floor erupted violently, tons of yellow sand erupting outward in a radial explosion. A somewhat inconspicuous blue sphere plummeted from above, creating a massive indentation in the ground below. With a rush, Albert dispelled the spherical barrier, bracing himself on his knees as he gasped for breath. To withstand the earlier assault, he had unleashed 6 static defenses in that fleeting moment, depleting a significant amount of his magical energy. Truly, a formidable talent, that little fellow. The swirling sands nearby coalesced, forming the shadowy figure of the intruder in black robes. This mode of movement bore a resemblance to Voldemort's dark smoke flight technique, yet the underlying mechanics might be entirely different. One must wonder, if Hogwarts bans apparition, why not include this flight spell in the list of prohibitions? The thought process of the 4 founders eludes comprehension. That previous strike could have easily claimed the life of an adult wizard. Are you not going to flee? With some effort, Albert regained a measure of stamina and magic, rising to his full height while maintaining a calm gaze. The intruder had likely cast a spell akin to the disillusionment charm, rendering him completely concealed, his face invisible from any angle. Professor Dumbledore should be arriving soon. I presume you do not wish to engage him? The intruder shook his head slowly and replied, Are you still testing the waters at this point? However, you are correct. I indeed have no desire to confront that wizard. Thus, farewell. With that, the figure disintegrated once more into yellow sand and ascended into the air, departing the scene. To be honest, it was rather fortunate that the intruder was so reasonable. Albert was somewhat apprehensive that his recent attack might have left a lingering resentment in his adversary. Given his current reserves of magical energy and state, he was nearly incapable of thwarting any spell. Before long, as countless sparks illuminated the surroundings, professors and upperclassmen began to arrive in succession. From the elevated corridor, one could still discern numerous small heads of young wizards peeking stealthily. The commotion caused by Albert and the intruder had been quite significant, easily alarming others within the castle. Oh, Merlin, what on earth has transpired? Professor Sprout exclaimed, raising her gaze towards the enormous breach in the castle's outer wall and the substantial crater left by Albert's fall, covering her mouth in astonishment. Professor Flitwick, however, was even more perceptive, noting Albert's conspicuous state of magical exhaustion. Albert, who were you battling? He inquired, stroking his little beard with a serious tone. A cloaked intruder with 4 arms, his features obscured, Albert replied. Reparo. He patted down the wrinkled fabric of his school uniform and stepped out from the crater, effortlessly casting the repair spell to fill the gaping hole beneath him. His execution of the spell was exceptionally deft, reminiscent of a seasoned wizard well-versed in incantations, leaving the observing professors astounded. While such skill might be regarded as merely competent for a soon-to-graduate student, it was remarkable for a mere first-year novice like Albert. Not to mention, the destruction wrought upon the castle suggested that the encounter had involved far more than ordinary spells. This level of magical talent was truly astonishing. Ah, and indeed, the incantation he uttered was not in conventional English, but rather a blend of ancient Egyptian and Hebrew, perhaps even an archaic dialect. Albert reminisced about the details of their previous encounter and offered a piece of information. Snape, gazing intently at Albert, suddenly inquired, How do you know? I have recently studied a bit of ancient Egyptian, and I learned Hebrew when I was 8. I can still discern similar phonetic characteristics, Albert replied. In fact, I can roughly understand the meaning of that incantation. It appears to be a combination of words like sand and movement. Upon hearing this, Snape was momentarily rendered speechless, only casting a peculiar glance at Dumbledore, who was ambling towards them. It seemed that the headmaster had taken an interest in learning a plethora of obscure languages. Can you believe he even knows both merfolk and centaur languages? Quite an intriguing hobby. Dumbledore observed the young wizard with keen interest and, clapping his hands in approval, remarked, "Language and script are essential elements for exploring all that is unknown." Albert nodded in profound agreement with the principal's perspective. "Very well, Albus. Now is not the moment to delve into personal preferences." As the vice principal, Professor McGonagall consistently prioritized the management of urgent matters. At this juncture, she inquired of Albert, "What exactly transpired, Albert? Are you aware of the reason behind your assault?" Regardless, an attack on a student within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts undoubtedly constitutes a grave matter. If not addressed appropriately, the subsequent uproar from parents and the public could inundate the institution like a flurry of feathers. Similar incidents had occurred in the past, leaving a lasting impression on Professor McGonagall, who was eager to avoid a repeat of such an experience. Previously, a second-year student named Pavasatania had inadvertently stumbled upon a magical artifact, which I subsequently handed over to the headmaster. This evening, while seeking fresh air, I unexpectedly encountered the intruder rummaging for something in the headmaster's office. My initial intention was to incapacitate him from behind, but he discerned my disillusionment and silencing charms. In a moment of urgency, I was compelled to engage in combat. Albert provided a concise overview of the events that had transpired, articulating his thoughts with remarkable clarity. However, the peculiar glances from several professors hinted at their unease. Venturing out at such a late hour clearly contravened the school's regulations. Yet their primary concern lay in the fact that Albert had mastered both the disillusionment charm and the silencing charm, spells not typically accessible to first-year students. Ahem. Albert's rapid academic progress was indeed astonishing. A conventional learning approach seemed ill-suited for him. Hence, I granted him a library pass. "By the way, Albert, how many spells did you say you can perform now?" Professor Flitwick inquired casually. 75, Professor. If we include derived spells, then 135, Albert replied candidly. An extraordinary talent. Could he possibly be the reincarnation of Merlin? The other professors, along with the upperclassmen, could hardly conceal their astonishment. Even Dumbledore appeared taken aback, stroking his beard in disbelief. As a prodigy himself, he understood the implications of mastering such a vast array of spells in such a short time. It is no exaggeration to say that even considering the legendary Hogwarts founders from a millennium ago, no wizard has ever exhibited such an exceptional capacity for learning. This phenomenon transcended mere high intelligence or innate talent. Dumbledore gazed at Albert's composed demeanor, his eyes deepening with intrigue. Although prying into others' secrets is not particularly courteous, his curiosity about what lay beneath was undeniable. "Well, it is evident that you have been working diligently. Keep it up, Albert," Professor Flitwick acknowledged, though the upward curve of his lips betrayed a hint of pride. Frankly, the heads of the other three houses felt a twinge of envy. Yet who could blame them for Albert's remarkable fortune in possessing such a prodigious gift? Chapter 36. Do not misinterpret this as arrogance. Albert, we have a general understanding of the situation. Rest assured, the school will spare no effort in uncovering the identity of the intruder, Professor McGonagall stated with unwavering conviction. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, his expression equally grave. "This is a serious incident. We must ascertain the facts." He then winked at Albert, raising his hand in encouragement. "Nevertheless, regarding Mr. Grindelwald's bravery and commendable performance, shall we award Ravenclaw 50 points? I had thought it would be 100, Albert replied with a playful shrug. Huh, that simply won't do. Otherwise, the other house's young wizards would be quite disheartened. A 200-point deficit is no easy gap to bridge. Dumbledore chuckled heartily, rubbing his hands together, adding, "Moreover, the recent special point awards have been rather frequent. In Muggle terms, one might say it resembles inflation." "You are quite in tune with the trends," Albert remarked. "Indeed. It is often said," Dumbledore replied, clearly pleased with the ambiguous compliment, as he proudly stroked his pale beard. Professor McGonagall, however, wore an expression of restrained disapproval. To be candid, judging by Dumbledore's attire at the start of the term, his notion of fashion seemed somewhat outdated, perhaps more accurately described as antiquated rather than retro. The following morning, the first class for the first-year Ravenclaw students was Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by Professor Severus Snape. The once familiar joy had now transformed into a tormenting experience. Unlike Professor Rowland's practical approach, interspersed with adventurous anecdotes, Snape's teaching style was notably rigid and conventional, heavily focused on theoretical learning. Considering his exacting standards for students from houses other than Slytherin, The young wizards dared not even daydream in his class, enduring the lesson while diligently taking notes. Mr. Davis, tell me, what is the proper response if you encounter a creature known as a red cap? Roger Davis appeared drowsy, on the verge of dozing off, only to be startled awake by the cold, indifferent voice from behind. He instinctively stood up, trembling as he turned to face the shadowy figure of Snape, whose demeanor resembled that of a great bat. I would use a spell to eliminate it? Davis managed a forced, awkward smile. A first-year student, seeking to engage a level 4 magical creature. Well, that response might suffice, provided you possess Mr. Grindelwald's level of magical prowess, Snape remarked slowly, prompting suppressed laughter from the other students. Ravenclaw, 5 points deducted. Davis's head drooped in defeat. Everyone, turn to page 35 in your textbooks, the entry on red caps. Today, you will familiarize yourselves with their characteristics and attempt the spark spell. Professor, Grindelwald is reading other books in your class. A Slytherin student suddenly reported, pointing at Albert, who was engrossed in a pile of heavy tomes on his desk. Even upon hearing his name, Albert remained indifferent, his striking silver eyes showing no inclination to look up. The reporting Slytherin visibly felt slighted, his expression one of barely contained frustration as he reiterated, "He clearly shows no respect for you, Headmaster. I think we should." "If I were you," Snape interjected, striding directly to the Slytherin student and leaning over the desk, his hawk-like nose nearly touching the boy's head. The oppressive atmosphere compelled the latter to quiver and retreat to his seat. "I would not be foolish enough to challenge someone whom I could not possibly contend with out of jealousy or any other emotion." Grindelwald, the spark spell? Albert, without lifting his gaze, casually grasped his wand and conjured a majestic eagle composed entirely of green fireworks from its tip. He did so without uttering a single incantation, performing a silent spell with pure finesse. The spectacle left the audience in awe, drawing gasps of admiration from both Ravenclaw and students of other houses alike. Some groups of young witches whispered among themselves, gazing adoringly at Albert, who remained silent throughout. In terms of looks, skill, charisma, and knowledge, Albert epitomized perfection in nearly every aspect, making it all the more remarkable that he was merely a peer, a fellow student. For the blossoming young witches, there was no better idol. Albert Grindelwald was indeed a masterpiece. "Now do you understand, fool?" Severus Snape snorted disdainfully, dismissing the disheartened students of his own house. "Continue with the lesson." As soon as the class ended, before the other young witches could begin their jeers, the previously instigating Slytherin students hastily fled the classroom, fearing that lingering too long would result in being swarmed by the fervent young witches. Unbeknownst to them, many of these witches had unwittingly become ardent supporters of Albert, including several Slytherin students. Despite their claims of coming from Muggle families, many Slytherin students believed that Albert, bearing the bloodline of the Dark Lord, was indeed a scion of an ancient wizarding family and, without a doubt, the most exceptional among them in recent decades. He should have been sorted into Slytherin. "Do you need me to teach him a lesson, Albert?" Rommel Jaxley strode over, greeting him with a smile. "I am not interested in pointless conflicts." "Let him do as he pleases," Albert replied, closing his thick tome and waving his wand to cast several silent shrinking and levitating charms, effortlessly gathering the items on his desk into his pockets. The exquisite execution of his magic made Rommel's eyes light up. "Your magical prowess has indeed improved, Albert. It is truly enviable. It is merely a matter of practice. I simply possess a greater aptitude for learning than the average person," Albert said, gently placing the drowsy little Gwen on his shoulder as he made his way toward the classroom exit. Perhaps due to recent practice with the Patronus charm, his little Patronus, Gwen, had become noticeably more lethargic. Albert remains uncertain about the connections and influencing factors at play. Perhaps, once his protective spells attain a more stable level, the situation will improve. "Excessive humility is merely a form of arrogance," Rommel called out helplessly from behind. "Do not misunderstand." Albert turned slowly and remarked, "That is indeed arrogance." Rommel paused in surprise, then unabashedly clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. "You truly ought to join Slytherin, genuinely." Chapter 37. Pre-match banter is also a part of Quidditch. By the tranquil black lake in the afternoon, Albert reclined on a lawn chair, quietly observing Shumatero showcasing his learning achievements. Strentzant, immensely powerful. Protego, a shield of armor. Shumatero, whose physique had noticeably expanded, proudly thumped his chest, producing a series of crisp sounds. These were two spells specifically recommended by Albert. designed to significantly enhance his defensive capabilities and strength. Compared to ordinary wizards, the naturally robust Scimitaro found that employing these spells yielded remarkable results with minimal effort. As for gaining an advantage in duels with wizards and subsequently establishing a fighting system, that was a consideration for the future once he had laid a solid foundation. How about it? 2 spells in 2 weeks. Do you want me to praise you? Albert sighed and shook his head. Hey, do you think everyone is a monster like you? These spells are not basic. Mastering them to this extent in 2 weeks is quite impressive, all right? Scimitaro's mouth twitched in indignation, feeling somewhat wronged. All right. Albert shrugged and handed a roll of notes to Alira, who sat beside him. It was the Transfiguration notes from the 1st to 3rd year, provided by Professor McGonagall. Have you finished reading it so quickly? Alira exclaimed in surprise, taking the thick notebook that resembled a dictionary. However, she soon realized the person before her was Albert, and with a resigned sigh, she remarked, "Being around a genius like you puts immense pressure on us mere mortals. If you feel pressured, then what should I be feeling?" Pava and little Gwen sat in a row on a nearby stone, chewing on the newly released honeycomb candies, their cheeks puffed up like little hamsters. Fools are oblivious to pressure. Indeed, but who are you calling a fool? Pava, taking 5 seconds to register the insult, retaliated but was swiftly subdued on the ground by Alira's deft maneuver, tears welling in his eyes as he pounded the floor in frustration. It turned out that his recently learned Brazilian jiu-jitsu was of no use against Alira's joint locks. Of course, it could also be simply a matter of skill. Honestly, Albert, with your abilities, you could easily secure a professorship right after graduation, Pava said, rubbing his shoulder as he groggily got back on his feet. I haven't decided what I want to do yet, Albert replied softly, not denying his potential to become a professor after graduation. He had an accurate assessment of his abilities, neither exaggerating nor downplaying them, for such actions would be meaningless. After guiding them through the casting motions for the summoning charm, Albert began to gather his scattered belongings. Preparing to return to the castle, do you have plans this afternoon? Alira asked, her hair tie held between her teeth as she tied her ponytail with both hands. After playfully wrestling with Pava, her hair had become somewhat disheveled. Our house has a Quidditch match against Slytherin this afternoon. Don't you care? Pava slowly stood up, brushing off the grass seeds from his clothes while teasing Alira. Feeling slightly embarrassed by his comment, she turned her flushed face away. Albert noticed that her pointed ears had turned a vivid shade of red, resembling ripe tomatoes. In the magical realm, whether among wizards or magical creatures, the expression of emotions is exceedingly overt. Go on, obliterate Slytherin. This statement, while seemingly innocuous, bore a significant flaw. The speaker was none other than Xiaomi Tua, an individual hailing from Slytherin House himself. This was indeed a classic case of being a quintessential double agent. If you detest Slytherin so much, how could you possibly be sorted into that house? Pava could not help but interject. Xiaomi Tua tilted his head in contemplation, shrugged his shoulders, and replied, "You'd have to ask the illustrious Sorting Hat about that." Mentioning the Sorting Hat jolted the previously dazed little Gwen into alertness. She puffed up in indignation and soared into the air, furiously shaking her fists. That wretched hat is no good. All right. Now is not the time to air your personal grievances. Albert shook his head and stretched his arms, basking in the brilliant sunlight that made his silver hair gleam resplendently. However, he was resolute in not yielding victory to anyone else. He aimed to conclude the match within 10 minutes. After a light meal to replenish his energy, Albert donned his Quidditch uniform and joined the Ravenclaw team members in front of the Great Hall. Numerous young witches greeted him enthusiastically, including some from Slytherin House. Despite the rivalry, admiration for Albert transcended houses. They were fans of him as an individual, not merely supporters of Ravenclaw. Meanwhile, students from other houses, particularly Cedric and the Weasley twins, fervently hoped for a decisive victory over Slytherin. The trio surrounded Albert, offering a plethora of food and drinks. Seemingly concerned that he might not be adequately nourished for the match, one might mistakenly think they were all Ravenclaw students. George shoved a chocolate bar into Albert's mouth while patting his shoulder vigorously. "Oh, dear Mr. Grindelwald, I know Slytherin poses no challenge for you, right? Eagles are born to catch snakes." Fred, on the other side, squinted playfully, mimicking an eagle soaring in flight. Their words drew icy glares from the assembled Slytherin Quidditch team, who seemed to wish to cast a silent curse upon them. The twins, however, remained unfazed, oblivious to the chilling stares. Should Slytherin dare to retaliate? Albert would take no issue with incapacitating them before the match. He was a staunch efficiency advocate, unperturbed by the prospect of securing victory outside the realm of the match itself. As for whether he could best them, that was a ludicrous notion. Albert was a formidable spellcaster capable of confronting intruders, and the ruckus they had caused the previous night had already spread throughout Hogwarts. Many speculated whether Albert had inherited the magical knowledge of the original Dark Lord, as it was difficult to fathom how a first-year student could possess such formidable power. In summary, Albert's presence fostered an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere between the two teams, devoid of the usual pre-match squabbles or disputes, an uncommon occurrence in Quidditch history, where banter often constituted a vital strategy. After a brief respite, the Quidditch players from both teams set off in unison to the playing field. The surrounding platforms were already filled with students and faculty waving banners and chanting slogans from their respective houses, creating a vibrant and boisterous spectacle. It must be noted that wizards like Elira, who were indifferent to Quidditch, were indeed in the minority. The sky-blue banner of Ravenclaw soared high, featuring a majestic eagle in flight that occasionally emitted a resounding cry, beneath which the words Ravenclaw will prevail were inscribed. This was the handiwork of Professor Flitwick, utilizing various imaging and emotional charms to effectively rally the spirits of Ravenclaw House. Conversely, on the Slytherin platform, hundreds donned green scarves. Their backdrop, a solemn banner adorned with a slithering silver serpent, the edges inscribed with the names of past champions of the House Cup, evoking an air of a prestigious team. In fact, Slytherin had indeed won the Quidditch Cup more times than any other house at Hogwarts, significantly outpacing second-place Gryffindor. As for Ravenclaw's historical performance, it could only be described as woefully inadequate. This group of clever individuals had not shone in the realm of Quidditch. Chapter 38. The fastest Quidditch legend in history. Attention, Slytherin and Ravenclaw teams are entering. The commentator was a senior Hufflepuff student with an eccentric braid, adorned with numerous shimmering accessories at the ends. It was not yet the time for the protagonists to enter school, and Lee Jordan, known for his overt biases and preferences, was merely a first-year student, thus incapable of commenting on the entire Quidditch event. Mabry Pietro, Vanessa Marshall, and of course, our shining star, Albert Grindelwald. The commentator, Bryn Ubry, expressed with enthusiasm, "Honestly, I feel this is Ravenclaw's best chance in years, primarily due to their exceptionally skilled seeker." It was uncertain whether Quidditch commentators possessed a universal style, but Bryn's fervent introduction seemed atypical for a Hufflepuff. "Ahem, Bryn." Professor McGonagall, seated beside her, cleared her throat to signal her to stay on topic. "Professor, I'm merely respecting the facts. I absolutely did not accept a bribe from Grindelwald's fan club, I assure you." Bryn inadvertently let slip, prompting a chorus of boos from the audience, interspersed with the laughter of many young witches. Professor McGonagall shot Bryn a reproachful look, but chose not to comment further. On the Quidditch pitch, small interactions that resonated with the audience were a significant aspect of the match itself. "Oh, perhaps it is my imagination, but Ravenclaw seems exceptionally confident today," Bryn exclaimed loudly. Her words drew the audience's attention to the Ravenclaw team gathered at the center of the field. "Interesting. Our brilliant new Ravenclaw student, Mr. Grindelwald, is signaling a 10? Is he suggesting he intends to capture the golden snitch within 10 minutes to conclude the match?" Bryn Ubry teased playfully. Albert also heard Bryn's teasing and looked up at the high platform in astonishment. How could she guess so accurately? "Oh dear." Bryn blinked and stood up, excitedly exclaiming into the microphone, "Our Mr. Grindelwald just smiled at me. It seems I must dress up nicely tonight for a date." As they gazed at the narcissistic Bryn Ubry, the boos from the young witches of various houses grew louder, accompanied by paper balls hurled at her. Propelled by the summoning charm. "I didn't know you could use the summoning charm?" Elira looked in surprise at her companion, Pava. He had just led the charge, launching 3 paper balls at the commentary booth, all employing the charm's derivative applications. "Little Gwen taught me," Pava said proudly, hands on his hips. Perhaps due to being Albert's guardian spirit, little Gwen could naturally grasp the spells Albert learned, although her practical application was not as effortless as his. She had certainly surpassed the level of an ordinary young witch. "Gwen is a wonderful teacher." Little Gwen beamed with pride, standing atop Pava's head, her 2 spiral pigtails swaying behind her. Elira, sensing a possible connection between little Gwen and Albert, found it quite unsurprising. As for Pava mastering the charm so quickly, it was simply due to his laziness. His mind was indeed sharp. Learning the summoning charm was quite normal. Soon, With a splendid fire-making spell launched by Madame Horklump into the air, the match officially commenced. Slytherin took the first serve, their brooms being the latest models they had custom-built, far surpassing Ravenclaw in performance. However, this statement might lead to some misconceptions, as their Quidditch skills were also considerably ahead of Ravenclaw's. The sole advantage lay with Albert, the Seeker. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw was also on the move. Ravenclaw is employing a team encirclement strategy right from the start, Bryn exclaimed in astonishment, banging on the table. Have they lost their minds? Above the pitch, Ravenclaw's 3 chasers and 2 beaters disregarded everything else, adopting a man-to-man defense strategy, showing no intention of scoring. Slytherin was caught off guard by this peculiar tactic, and chaos ensued, making it difficult for even the commentators to keep track. Oh, what do I see? It's Grindelwald. He's flying at full speed towards something, the Golden Snitch. The Slytherin players were momentarily startled, quickly sending their Seeker and 3 beaters racing after it. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't need to worry much, as the Golden Snitch itself was fast and agile, not easily caught. However, Albert was different. He embodied efficiency and energy. Once he located the snitch, he could capture it in an incredibly short time, concluding the match. This was how Gryffindor lost to Hufflepuff previously. Even if they led by 70 or 80 points, if the opposing team captured the 150-point snitch, they would still face instant defeat. This is why the Seeker is often the most crucial position on a Quidditch team. No way, I won't let you succeed. The Slytherin captain directed his broom straight towards Albert's back, attempting to knock him off. Yet, Albert seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, evading the collision with a slight sidestep. At this moment, he was within arm's reach of the Golden Snitch. Catch it, Albert. Everyone block him. Amid the excited shouts from Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and countless spectators on the sidelines, Albert tilted his broom, deftly evading 2 incoming Slytherin players, before accelerating away. When his broom finally hovered dozens of meters in the air, Albert raised his right hand, slowly spreading his fingers. In his palm lay a shimmering golden snitch, quietly resting there. After a brief silence, a tsunami of cheers erupted throughout the Quidditch pitch. I can't believe it, I can't believe it. Commentator Bryn Ubry stood on the platform, her voice hoarse as she shouted, pointing at the figure suspended above. Ravenclaw's Albert Grindelwald captured the golden snitch just 3 minutes into the match, ending the game. Chapter 39. Masterpiece in the Gamp's Law of Elemental Transfiguration. Albert is incredible. You'll surely make it to the national team. In fact, my uncle works in the international sports department. Perhaps he can help introduce you. Even the following day, the young witches of Hogwarts continued to enthusiastically discuss the previous day's match. Capturing the golden snitch just 3 minutes into the game was unprecedented not only in Hogwarts history, but also on a global scale. Many speculated that if Albert so desired, he might receive an invitation for national team trials by the end of the term. After all, his talent as a seeker was visibly evident. I don't intend to pursue a career in Quidditch, Albert replied, shaking his head and sipping his oatmeal porridge for breakfast, politely declining Davis's kind offer. It's fine to play casually now and then, but doing it repetitively would become rather unbearable. Such a remarkable talent, yet no passion for Quidditch. What a waste. Roger Davis sighed regretfully, deciding against further persuasion. A genius of Albert's caliber is undoubtedly capable of achieving remarkable feats in any endeavor he chooses. Thus, there is little need for him to pursue a profession that does not ignite his passion. Before long, Elira and Pava also took their seats beside Albert, each with a tray in hand. Penelope Cravato from the second year inquired whether he would be interested in organizing a celebratory event within the academy, mentioning that she could secure sponsorship from outside sources, eliminating the need for financial contributions from everyone. Albert set down his spoon, slowly lifting his head, raising his silvery brows. Wasn't it a bit premature to be preparing for the position of prefect? Partly, that was the case. The other reason, Elira pointed at Albert and said with a hint of resignation, was that you are aware your reputation extends beyond Hogwarts, correct? The magical community is not particularly vast, and it is rare for a genius akin to Dumbledore to emerge, making it easy for news to spread to every corner. Many seek to cultivate a friendship with him, considering it an investment in the future. The illustrious Albert Grindelwald. This name even reached the ears of Elira's great-grandmother, a pureblood elf contemporary with the 4 great wizards. Understanding this, Albert nodded. Just then, an owl flew in from afar, dropping a package at his feet. Albert was taken aback, particularly as he was well aware of the contents of the package. He hurriedly unwrapped it. Inside lay a pitch-black metallic instrument, accompanied by scattered shards of glass. Indeed, it had shattered. I warned against using the owl. What if the repairing spell fails to restore it completely? Albert grumbled, extracting his wand and intoning slowly, Reparo. The broken fragments of glass instinctively converged into the metallic apparatus. Leaning in with one eye, Albert observed the restoration and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had indeed been fully repaired. What is this? Pava inquired curiously, raising his hand. Elira, standing nearby, shared the same question. It's a microscope. A marvel of modern technology capable of observing objects at a microscopic level, Albert briefly elucidated before employing a shrinking charm to stow it away in his pocket. I don't understand, Pava blinked, speaking in a somewhat foolish manner. It's akin to a telescope. Oh, if you had said that earlier, Pava exclaimed, playfully slapping Albert on the shoulder, wearing an expression that invited a light-hearted reprimand. Albert, disinclined to elucidate the intricacies of the matter, swiftly consumed his oatmeal and then sauntered off with Roger Davis, who was keen to ingratiate himself with Elira. This fellow, in his first year, dared to pursue a second-year senior. His audacity was commendable. Alas, he had misjudged his target. Elira's temperament was far more tempestuous than her exterior suggested, and her tolerance for advances from strangers was exceedingly low. Had Albert delayed for a few more moments, it was certain that Davis would have endured a severe reprimand from Elira, which would have inevitably strained their relationship. Albert, what are you doing? Hey, you can't possibly have a crush on Senior Pandora, can you? Albert shook his head in resignation and continued to walk forward, indifferent to the pleas behind him. Please, if you compete with me, it would spell doom for us. Oh, Grindelwald, have mercy. Get lost. All right then. The first class of the morning was a long-awaited transfiguration lesson. Professor McGonagall exuded her usual formidable aura and immediately called upon a Gryffindor student to answer a question. The 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, Mr. Weasley? Indeed. The unfortunate soul selected was none other than Fred, the elder twin of the Weasley brothers. Despite their mischievous antics, these two were quite academically gifted, and Fred readily answered the question. The 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Let me think. First, one cannot conjure food out of thin air. Second, the products of transfiguration cannot truly possess the characteristics of living beings. Albert observed that when Professor McGonagall addressed the second point, she cast a deliberate glance towards the quietly attentive little Gwen at his side. Indeed, it is nearly impossible for any master of transfiguration or alchemy to suppress their curiosity and inquisitive nature regarding the charming young girl. Meanwhile, Fred continued his discourse. Thirdly, transfiguration cannot consistently transcend numerical limitations. 1 remains 1, and 2 remains 2. Fourthly, transfiguration cannot conjure precious metals such as gold, as that falls within the realm of alchemy. Fifthly, transfiguration cannot achieve permanence. Once magical energy is depleted, everything reverts to its original state. Your response was commendable, clearly indicating your recent diligent studies. Weasley of Gryffindor. An additional 3 points for you. I commend you. Fred exaggeratedly bowed with a flourish, chuckling as he returned to his seat. Albert recalled Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration and its 5 exceptions, and could not help but draw a parallel to a similar principle within the Muggle society. When an object is subjected to an uneven external force, it invariably undergoes a certain degree of deformation, the severity of which depends on the magnitude and direction of the applied force, as well as the structural integrity or stability of the object itself. The similarities between the two concepts were striking, even down to their nomenclature. Albert found himself humorously speculating whether the Indian mathematician and theoretical physicist Andrew Gamp, who first discovered and articulated this law, was, in fact, the renowned wizard Gamp from the magical realm. He shared this just with his peers. But even the astute Elira seemed perplexed, failing to grasp Albert's humor. For the first time in his life, he experienced the same awkwardness that Dumbledore must have felt when his jokes fell flat. It was genuinely amusing. Why aren't you laughing? Why am I the odd one out? Chapter 40. Why should you have a private kitchen when everyone else shares? After a brief review, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and began distributing cages containing small white mice. Up to this point, the students had gained some experience with the transfiguration of inanimate objects. Today's lesson would focus on attempting the transfiguration spell on living beings. Please be advised that this spell must never be used on humans, as the transfiguration of the human body is the most challenging and carries the highest risk of irreversible consequences. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept across the room as she spoke with unwavering authority. Albert's eyes flickered with intrigue. If he recalled correctly, in the original text, the character who impersonated Mad-Eye Moody, the young Barty Crouch Jr., had once forced Malfoy to transform into an animal during a defense against the dark arts class. It seemed he did not suffer severe repercussions for this act. It appeared that Professor McGonagall's warning stemmed from the students' lack of proficiency in transfiguration, hence her reluctance to allow them free rein. To achieve irreversible effects through transfiguration would, in a sense, breach the fifth exception of Gamp's law, which states that transfiguration cannot be permanent. When magical energy is depleted, everything reverts to its original state. As far as Albert understood, only the legendary blood curse could accomplish such a feat, granting the enchanted individual the ability to transform into a specific creature. However, the price of this power was that, over time, the person's soul would become irrevocably trapped within the gradually solidifying animal form, with their memories consumed by primal instincts. A prime example of this was Voldemort's pet snake, Nagini, who was originally a woman cursed by her family's matriarchal bloodline. At this moment, she was likely still avoiding Voldemort, perhaps lurking in the forests of Albania, retaining a fragment of her human consciousness. Albert felt profound sympathy for her plight, but remained resolute in his decision not to intervene. Life was too fleeting, and he did not wish to squander time on matters beyond his interests. The objective of today's class was to transfigure the white mice into teapots, and I sincerely hope everyone can succeed. Albert, please demonstrate for your classmates. Without hesitation, Professor McGonagall called upon Albert, as the universally acknowledged genius of the school. No one doubted his ability to perform such a simple transfiguration. Indeed, without even touching the cage containing the mouse, Albert waved his wand and transformed both the mouse and its cage into an exquisite teapot resting upon a mahogany low table. The brilliance of his transfiguration spell earned him 10 points for Ravenclaw. If anyone did not comprehend the intricacies of that transfiguration spell, I would be more than happy to elucidate its nuances. Professor McGonagall rarely displayed such warmth as she addressed the other young wizards in the classroom. Mr. Grindelwald did not merely cast a single transfiguration spell. Rather, he executed a more complex multi-stage transfiguration. He first transformed the cage containing the mouse and subsequently the mouse itself. But remarkably, both transformations occurred simultaneously under Mr. Grindelwald's precise control. Oh, my apologies, I reflected upon it, and 10 points were indeed too stingy. Let us add 10 more for Ravenclaw. This feat had surpassed the capabilities of most Hogwarts graduates, and even members of the Transfiguration Society rarely achieved such a level of skill. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall could not help but award Albert additional points, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the young wizards. This had never occurred in a Transfiguration class before, making it evident that Professor McGonagall truly appreciated Albert's recent accomplishment. Your mastery of Transfiguration has reached such an effortless degree. Albert, would you be willing to share your learning experiences with the class? Professor McGonagall inquired, her astonishment palpable. Albert scratched his head and earnestly remarked, as you have informed us, the essence of Transfiguration lies in the power of belief. In terms of understanding, I have never been lacking in confidence. During lunchtime, the weary young wizards, famished and fatigued, gradually made their way to the dining hall. So, you must be the reincarnation of Merlin, then? Pava rested his head on the table, lazily twirling a fork in his hand as he playfully twisted the tomato pasta on his plate. Albert's extraordinary prowess in transfiguration spread throughout Hogwarts in less than half a day. It seems that everyone must be rather bored, don't you think? You certainly have a penchant for attributing everything to Merlin. Albert took a seat beside her, leisurely slicing his lunch of French foie gras paired with red wine-braised beef. The astonishing aroma caused Pava to blink in surprise, momentarily rendering her mind blank. She soon forgot the previous topic and, swallowing hard, inquired, "Why is this being served at noon?" The usual fare at Hogwarts was rather modest, as the meals were not conjured from thin air but painstakingly prepared by the hard-working house elves, utilizing genuine ingredients. Indulging in gourmet cuisine daily would surely strain the school's budget. I personally ordered the ingredients, having imported the Wagyu beef from Japan, and the kitchen elves kindly assisted in its preparation. What? Pava's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. In the communal dining hall where everyone else dined, how could he be the only one splurging on a lavish meal? Delicious food can elevate one's spirits and enhance cognitive function. I believe it is well worth it. Albert remarked as he speared a piece of beef with his fork, dipped it in the foie gras, and offered it to the eagerly awaiting little Gwen, who expressed her delight with a joyful face, puffing her cheeks and waving her tiny hands for more. Albert affectionately patted little Gwen's head and then promptly slipped a piece of beef into her mouth. When he raised his gaze again, he noticed Pava, with her mouth wide open, looking at him with eager anticipation. "What are you doing?" "Please, Grindelwald, give me a piece too," Pava implored humbly, her hands clasped together. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime request." Elira, standing nearby, averted her eyes, unable to bear the sight of such a friend. Sighing, Albert forked a piece of beef and placed it in Pava's mouth. Her eyes widened in delight as she chewed the melting morsel, seemingly dissolving into a blissful state of happiness. Delicious, truly high-quality beef. Tears of joy glistened at the corners of Pava's eyes, and her mouth was adorned with shimmering droplets. In that moment, her mind was swept away by the wave of culinary ecstasy. Chapter 41. The Flaw of the Bison Summoning Spell and the Perfect Potion. As I reflect, I have been contemplating on the way back to the lounge. Pava casually toyed with the long ponytails on either side of her head and remarked, "If you pronounce Zazfin the levitation charm, wouldn't it turn into the bison summoning spell?" And so, Elira glanced at her, casually inquiring. Albert, walking between them, his eyes glinting with understanding, guessed what Pava was pondering. If I keep mispronouncing it, wouldn't there be endless beef? Selling it for money wouldn't be a bad idea. Pava's thought process was certainly unique, but the idea momentarily stumped Elira. Although it sounded odd, it seemed that this plan might actually be feasible. "That is not possible," Albert interjected in time, dismissing Pava's notion. "The bison summoned by the bison summoning spell are not real creatures. They vanish the moment they are attacked. Even if transformed again with the transfiguration spell, they would disappear before being made into a generalized concept of food." Pava and Elira halted in their tracks, blinking in unison. "How do you know?" "Because I experimented with it when I first learned the levitation charm," Albert replied nonchalantly. "Truly, you are remarkable," Elira sighed, once again feeling the intensity of Albert's somewhat frightening thirst for knowledge and action. No wonder he had reached such heights in magical prowess in such a short time. The first class of the afternoon was potions. While the subject matter of potion making could not be deemed entirely dull, the presence of Professor Snape inevitably cast a shadow of fear over the other young witches and wizards from the three houses. The pressure of house points always felt insufficient at this juncture. "I have previously stated that I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite fusion of cauldron and potion, accompanied by that perfect white smoke and aroma." However, Snape, clad in his black cloak, strode ominously towards a Hufflepuff student. The atmosphere grew tense. His somber expression and the silent skill of his piercing gaze rendered the classroom's occupants mute. "Mr. Bourbon, considering your mind is evidently as barren as a desert, I must remind you once more," Snape said, slowly bending down to pinch a handful of dried nettles from a small scale. He meticulously explained. Dried nettles required for the potion, if not ground to a sufficiently fine powder, will yield a significant amount of suspended particles during the boiling process, severely affecting the quality of the final product. His voice resonated powerfully, causing the nearby Hufflepuff student to stiffen, nearly on the verge of tears. In truth, this step was not mentioned in conventional potion recipes, but as a master of potions, Snape had evidently infused the lesson with numerous insights and special techniques from his own experience. Thus, even a potion as common as the Scabbers potion was prepared with methods and handling processes distinctly different from those in the provided textbooks. Frankly, it was akin to the difference between a bowl of plain rice porridge and one made from a medley of grains. The young wizards and witches at Hogwarts could not yet appreciate the value of this knowledge, but Albert was certainly an exception. No one revered and craved knowledge more than he did, and thus he held utmost respect for every individual or object that could impart further wisdom to him. With this thought, his gaze lingered on the thick notes on the podium for a moment. His gloved right hand picked up a segment of a porcupine quill, swiftly pouring it into the already boiling cauldron. What price would one pay to have Severus Snape impart all his potion-making insights, reviving his beloved Lily, summoning the spirits of the deceased, or merely creating illusory memories? If mishandled, it could lead to bitter enmity, he mused with a chuckle, as the pale red vapor ascended. Accompanied by steam from beneath the cauldron's lid, Albert leisurely lifted the lid with tongs, using his other hand to stir the liquid within with a wooden spoon. A soft blue hue gradually spread from the center, saturating the entire surface. The The color is promising, it seems well settled, and the efficacy should exceed that of a premium potion. Unbeknownst to him, Snape had approached Albert's side, bent down, and inhaled the aroma from the cauldron with his sharp, hooked nose. When he stood upright again, he turned away and resumed his stride toward another table. With thorough grinding and precise temperature control, the potion sediment is nearly non-existent. Your Scabbers potion can be submitted to St. Mungo's as a first-tier reserve. As he continued, Snape paused momentarily, quietly adding, moreover, your technique for removing the exterior spines of the porcupine quill is indeed effective, accelerating the entire reaction process by 1/5. Ravenclaw, 10 points. As soon as potions class concluded, the young witches and wizards surged forth as if liberated from a stifling prison. They could faintly be heard discussing Albert's unprecedented achievement of earning points from Snape. It seemed yet another tale and legend about him would soon circulate. Are you not leaving? Snape inquired, glancing towards a corner of the classroom. Albert leisurely resumed his seat, extracting various items from a seemingly enchanted suitcase that had been subtly expanded. A wooden rack displayed numerous glass test tubes, a laboratory alcohol lamp, and a large machine riddled with numerous slots, resembling an odd telescope. Some of these contraptions were recognizable to Snape, while others left him utterly perplexed. He recalled Dumbledore mentioning that Albert's grandfather was a renowned scientist in the Muggle world, akin to a figure like Nicholas Flamel in the magical realm. Having been immersed in such an environment from a young age, many of Albert's actions appeared to transcend those of an ordinary young wizard. Indeed, his utilization of Muggle technological innovations was undoubtedly at an unprecedented high within the annals of Hogwarts, occasionally unveiling cutting-edge advancements. Notably, Albert still employed a fountain pen for writing, showing no inclination towards the use of quills. To him, such primitive writing instruments epitomized inefficiency, a notion he found utterly intolerable. With ample time before the second class, I seized the opportunity to experiment with certain ideas. Ultimately, Albert retrieved a vial containing vivid crimson blood from his pocket and inserted it into the peculiar device, which boasted over 30 hollow slots. Through the glass, Snape discerned faint golden specks, causing his expression to shift imperceptibly. Having employed it himself on numerous occasions, he recognized it instantly. It was the blood of Beowulf Schmittero. Chapter 42. Albert's Mind Control, Snape's Embarrassment. I see you have recognized it. Albert did not lift his head as he pressed the switch on the instrument before him. Indeed, it was the blood of a Muggle born. You, Snape, gazed at the rapidly spinning disc above the machine, hesitant to voice your thoughts. The centrifuge, employing a high-speed rotor, facilitated the centrifugal sedimentation of the suspension, effectively separating serum, plasma, and protein precipitate from the blood. While the device itself was not exorbitantly priced, Hogwarts, lacking electrical facilities, necessitated my grandfather's considerable investment to procure a custom capacitor battery. In a short while, the centrifuge gradually came to a halt, and Albert reached out to retrieve the glass tube containing the blood. Inside, the blood had been meticulously separated into 4 distinct layers, comprising the inherent serum, plasma, and proteins, alongside a substance that shimmered between gold and amber hues. Snape maintained a stoic expression, merely observing. Although he felt somewhat embarrassed to admit his complete lack of understanding regarding Albert's explanations, the novelty of the tool and technique undeniably piqued his curiosity. As a master of potions, Snape recognized the rarity and significance of the operation that separated the liquid components. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that if all potions could undergo such meticulous component separation, the purity and efficacy of the potions themselves would reach unprecedented heights. Just as I suspected, the reason Muggle-born blood serves as a catalyst for magical power is due to the presence of an element that does not belong to humanity. Troll blood? I find such a notion implausible. Meanwhile, the assistant, little Gwen, had already taken up the dropper, drawing the golden precipitate from the test tube, and turned to deposit it onto the glass slide of the microscope stage. Muggleborn's mother, having been cursed by a blood curse, transformed into a troll while pregnant with him, which is indeed rather peculiar, as the theory of blood curses should not typically encompass magical beings. Albert adeptly adjusted the magnification of the microscope, one eye already peering into the frame. Snape's expression shifted slightly as he squinted and remarked, "He divulged all of this to you?" "Of course not," Albert replied, tilting his head with a smirk. "But such matters can be easily discerned by asking a few Slytherins. Such acts of bullying cannot exist without reason." Snape's gaze flickered momentarily, and he remained silent. It was a difficult topic to navigate, as it was hardly a matter of pride, despite the prevalence of similar occurrences within Slytherin. In fact, several decades prior, Slytherin House did not harbor such a culture. Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders, valued pure blood merely because such wizards inherently possessed greater magical capabilities. At its core, it was a reverence for power. Regrettably, with the rise of Voldemort, many Slytherin students came from families with Death Eater relatives, having been influenced by such ideologies in their formative years. Although they did not become as extreme in their beliefs as adults, they still carried vestiges of bloodline theories. You mentioned earlier that it is not troll blood, Snape pondered aloud, recalling Albert's initial statement. Troll blood lacks the properties of a magical catalyst, and I have separated the blood of that cumbersome creature. It contains none of those golden elements. Albert released the microscope, slowly straightening up, and turned to face Snape. That is not the blood component of any known creature. So, was Muggleborn's mother truly afflicted by a blood curse? Albert patiently scrutinized the expression on Snape's face. But aside from embarrassment and silence, it seemed he garnered no insights. Incidentally, he had just employed legilimency, which Snape appeared to have sensed. Regrettably, the other's mental occlusion was remarkably adept, leaving Albert with nothing but a surge of irritation. Do you lack the necessary respect for the professor? Snape's voice lowered, tinged with ire, as one hand instinctively moved towards his wand in his pocket. For a creature of Albert's caliber, mastering legilimency in such a brief span was hardly surprising. However, Snape's discomfort stemmed from the audacity of Albert's actions, hinting at underlying risks and dangers. This was a prodigious talent rivaling even Voldemort and Dumbledore, making it impossible for Snape to regard him as merely a first-year wizard, especially after the recent encounter. Snape had come to a profound realization. Albert's typically genteel demeanor was merely a facade, and this young individual was not above bending the rules to achieve his objectives. Albert's silvery eyes narrowed slightly, and then he bent down with a smile, offering an apology. My apologies, Professor. I was merely a bit curious. I admit this approach may indeed be somewhat offensive. Ravenclaw loses 50 points. Of course. Albert stepped aside, watching as Snape's figure faded from the classroom doorway. What a pity. This Slytherin headmaster seems to possess some insider knowledge, he murmured to himself. Can't we just ask the oaf directly? Tiny Gwen waved her makeshift wand. A sewing needle, shrinking the array of equipment on the table and subsequently stowing it into her handbag, which had been enhanced with a non-detection extension charm. Due to the influence of Albert's Patronus, Gwen had also mastered the spells Albert had learned, though her practical application was still far inferior to his. Human emotions are delicate entities, requiring careful nurturing. Albert chuckled softly, and then, with the little Gwen perched upon his shoulder, he swiftly exited the classroom. Did something transpire between you and Professor Snape? I inquired, having just witnessed a sudden deduction of 40 points from the house hourglass. As Albert rounded the corner, he encountered Alira. She had been meticulously monitoring the house points in recent days, inquiring after each class whether our scores had been restored. In reality, we had lost 50 points. However, I managed to earn back 10 during the lesson, resulting in a net loss of 40. Albert's explanation evidently did not satisfy Alira. Yet she could discern that he was reluctant to elaborate on the matter concerning himself and Snape. With a resigned sigh, she pressed her forehead. You would do well to remain cautious. Professor Snape can be rather vindictive at times. I actually find him quite amiable, Albert interjected. But his words trailed off abruptly as his gaze instinctively shifted towards Alira's rear. A familiar cough echoed nearby, prompting Alira to hastily turn around, only to find Professor McGonagall standing behind her, clutching a stack of textbooks. The young girl's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Speaking ill of professors behind their backs is hardly the behavior of a lady, Miss Pendrella. My apologies, Professor. It was unintentional and shall not occur again. McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement before directing her attention to Albert, who maintained a courteous smile at her side. Mr. Grindelwald, Headmaster Dumbledore requests your presence. Please proceed to the headmaster's office at once. Albert's smile abruptly stiffened. After a considerable pause, he finally retracted his meticulously crafted grin and murmured softly. It seems our potions professor indeed harbors a grudge. Tattletale, piped up little Gwen from the side, only to be gently rapped on the head by Professor McGonagall. Woe is me, Gwen was mistaken. Please do not deduct points from her. Observing little Gwen curled up defensively on Albert's shoulder, Professor McGonagall felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. At this moment, Albert's spirits were far from delightful. After a brief and simple farewell to Professor McGonagall and Elira, he approached the entrance of the headmaster's office with a multitude of complex emotions. This was a solitary tower, its impenetrable walls adorned with a stone gargoyle from which water dripped. As the stone figure was moved aside, the wall behind it gradually split open, revealing a staircase of stone. At that moment, the staircase functioned as an elevator, beginning its slow ascent. Chapter 43. The bustling headmaster's office. When the elevator finally came to a halt, Albert found himself facing a somewhat classical set of half-open doors. Bright light streamed through the doorway, casting a faint glow upon the tips of Albert's shoes. Albert inhaled deeply and stepped slowly into the spacious and luminous circular chamber. The cacophony of fragmented sounds amalgamated into a symphony from all directions, predominantly emanating from the various frames adorning the walls. These portraits were likely of the illustrious headmasters of Hogwarts, a diverse assembly of both men and women, their attire distinctly reflective of their respective eras, each markedly different from the others, except for a select few who were dozing off within their frames. The majority of the portraits cast scrutinizing glances at Albert the moment he entered, through the thin haze of smoke wafting from the silverware placed centrally. Albert surveyed the likenesses of these headmasters with an unflinching smile. "Oh, I must say, I find this child's gaze rather unsettling. It possesses an air of someone examining experimental subjects. Look at his uniform, an affliction common among Ravenclaws, always eager to dismantle and investigate everything," one portrait remarked. "Phineas, in case you are unaware, that is called academic spirit, a most precious and commendable quality," another chimed in. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Valessa, only those of Ravenclaw descent would think that way. Excessive inquiry can indeed be quite perilous," came the retort. The portraits continued their hushed whispers while Albert listened politely and patiently to the evaluations from the successive headmasters, his gaze wandering over the shelves brimming with rare tomes and enigmatic metallic vessels. In the middle of the shelves, he caught sight of an old acquaintance. "Oh, it's you. That insufferable little scissor-wielding imp. I knew you would come," the weathered sorting hat grumbled. Just then, little Gwen clambered out from Albert's collar, her expression one of indignation as she fixed a fierce gaze upon him, a delicate pair of light blue scissors clutched in her hand. The sharp, crisp sound of the scissors snapping together irritated the sorting hat, which instinctively recoiled, clearly uncomfortable in their presence. Hats, after all, tend to shy away from scissors and needles. Now, little Gwen, this is the headmaster's office. Let us not be too rude," Albert said, ruffling her hair, prompting her to begrudgingly stow away her bow-tied scissors. Though she continued to scowl at the sorting hat from a distance, Albert slowly approached the desolate principal's desk, casting a casual glance at the phoenix dozing on the shelf beside him. If memory serves correctly, its name was Fawkes. It seemed that he did not possess the privilege of a protagonist, as this esteemed magical creature appeared indifferent to his presence, which was indeed unfortunate. He had quite fancied plucking a few of Fawkes' feathers, for they were rare magical materials. Sensing Albert's unspoken intentions, Fawkes abruptly stood, glaring at him with apparent ire, instinctively unleashing a burst of flame from his beak. Although he consciously restrained the intensity of the fire, it was sufficient to leave Albert covered in soot. "Static defense." Albert chuckled, uttering the incantation, and a shimmering blue barrier materialized, dissipating the fiery projectile that had come perilously close. This only served to further vex Fawkes, who flapped his wings in agitation, preparing to intensify his assault. Now, old friend, it is not yet your time for rebirth. Why engage in a quarrel with a mere child?" Dumbledore, frail yet dignified, descended from the attic above, making his way down the staircase. In his pale blue eyes, Albert's figure flickered, reminiscent of a golden-haired boy from years past. After a moment of silent, almost illusory sighing, Dumbledore finally stood before Albert, gesturing toward a nearby chair with an inviting motion. "Let us sit and converse. At my age, a soft chair suits me far better." "You jest, Professor," Albert replied with a shake of his head as he settled into the chair. In his perception, Dumbledore resembled a compact yet powerful confluence of magical energy, a torrent of magic surging forth like a tsunami, causing his eyes to involuntarily sting. An impressive spell for perceiving magic. Such a charm is rather uncommon, Dumbledore remarked, casting a knowing glance at Albert. "It is indeed formidable. The magic perception charm bears no external markers, yet you discerned it with such ease." Truly, experience is invaluable. You remain as vigorous as ever, Headmaster Dumbledore, Albert courteously retorted, his gaze lingering on an empty teacup near the principal's side of the desk. Faint wisps of steam still rising from within. It seems Professor Snape has just departed? Astute observation, much like the late Campbell, Dumbledore mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. He then mischievously winked at Albert. However, contrary to your assumptions, Severus merely requested that I take some time to teach you certain spells. It appears he is quite concerned about you straying onto a misguided path. The application of power relies on the heart of the wielder. Though somewhat taken aback, Albert maintained a composed demeanor, conceding, I must admit, it was indeed excessive to intrude upon another's thoughts. That is one aspect. However, Severus is more concerned that you may have encountered the tomes from the restricted section, many of which possess the capacity to ensnare the heart and mind. Dumbledore observed Albert intently as he spoke, noting the young wizard's maturity, which starkly contrasted his youthful appearance, revealing no trace of emotion. Indeed, Severus' suspicions can be largely dismissed. A person of your caliber is unlikely to be swayed by such forbidden texts. It seems I have misjudged Professor Snape. I shall extend a formal apology to him later, along with young Gwen. Albert scratched his head, expressing sincerity in his words. Although he was not accustomed to accepting help or kindness, he was even less inclined to feel indebted to others. While it was probable that Snape's concern stemmed from a desire to prevent a second Voldemort from arising at Hogwarts, he felt compelled to acknowledge this gesture. Perhaps a microscope would suffice as a token of gratitude next time. Young Gwen, completely oblivious to the ongoing discourse, raised her head and blinked her round, innocent eyes. Within them, akin to Pava, lay an untainted purity and wisdom, untouched by the corrupting influence of knowledge. A truly endearing and delightful student. Dumbledore gazed fondly at little Gwen before his expression shifted, as if recalling something. And he glanced at the sorting hat perched atop a cabinet, his demeanor becoming somewhat peculiar. Ahem, in any case, Mr. Grindelwald, I hope to borrow some of your time every Friday evening. Perhaps we could discuss those heartwarming words found in the writings of Nivern, such as sanctity and love. Albert blinked, swiftly realizing that Dumbledore intended to personally instruct him in the ancient runes. Surprised, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, remarking that it seemed the mischievous child was indeed the one to receive the indulgence. Nevertheless, his earlier reluctance to engage with the runes appeared to have been a wise decision, as the runes evidently possessed the capacity to influence one's mental state. Dumbledore would not impart knowledge without reason. He had chosen to begin with the sacred and benevolent aspect of the runes, which immediately evokes a sense of positivity. It seemed that the esteemed headmaster, perhaps as a precaution, sought to harness the beneficial effects of the runes to mitigate the risks associated with his recent frequent encounters with forbidden texts. He certainly held himself in high regard. However, it mattered little, for he would not be the one to suffer any detriment. Chapter 44. The omnipotent barrier spell. The conversation with Dumbledore was generally pleasant. During their exchange, Albert intentionally broached the subject of his great-uncle, only to be deftly sidestepped by Dumbledore. An elder of his years always possesses a myriad of ways to evade uncomfortable memories, and a simple admission of forgetfulness sufficed to quell the young man's burgeoning curiosity. After escorting Albert and little Gwen to the staircase, just as Albert uttered the password to open the grand doors, Dumbledore, suddenly curious, inquired. The password to the headmaster's office was changed just this morning. I have yet to inform Minerva. Mr. Grindelwald, how did you come to know it? I observed you enjoying the delectable honeycomb during breakfast these past few days, and given that the previous passwords often bore a similar theme, I decided to give it a try. Albert looked up at the headmaster, exasperatedly suggesting, perhaps you should occasionally adopt a more random password, considering the recent intrusion incident. Dumbledore feigned distress, scratching his head. Oh, the memory of the elderly can indeed be quite a challenge, and I have grown rather fond of this password after so many years. However, you may be right. It would be quite unfortunate if something were to be stolen. I rather like my woolen socks and classic urinals, after all. Who would steal such things? Little Gwen perched atop Albert's head, loudly chiming in with her critique. Soon, Albert took his leave. Dumbledore gazed at the retreating figures of the large and the small, murmuring to himself, a guardian spirit, perhaps? Magic truly knows no bounds. With a flick of his wand, Albert intoned, Sormidon, stone to sword. As he stood upon the lawn by the Black Lake, the massive rock before him began to crack and reassemble, transforming into a 3-meter-long, semi-suspended great sword. This was not a simple transfiguration spell, but rather a niche incantation he had discovered in a geographic journal from the library. It possessed the characteristics of transfiguration, levitation, and hardening spells, yet was remarkably more effortless to wield. The only drawback was the considerable amount of magical energy it consumed, enough to drain an ordinary novice wizard in an instant. Nonetheless, both Albert and his companion, Zayumitero, possessed magical reserves far exceeding those of the average wizard, thereby easily accommodating this spell. Sormadone, stone to sword. Zayumitero stumbled through the incantation, gradually conjuring a grotesquely twisted stone club that floated before him. I have mentioned this numerous times. Although the M in the middle is not pronounced distinctly, it must be articulated clearly. Otherwise, the transfiguration will be quite lackluster. Albert pressed his forehead, casually casting a transfiguration spell that enveloped the unsightly stick. In the blink of an eye, it was forcibly transformed into the shape of a colossal sword. The elder students surrounding him gasped in astonishment, their gazes filled with reverence as they beheld Albert's silhouette. While they too were capable of altering the appearance of objects through transfiguration, what Albert had just achieved was far beyond the realm of mere objects. It was a product of another spell, the complexity of which far surpassed that of ordinary transfiguration. This transcended the domain of genius. They could neither comprehend it nor even grasp its intricacies. Next time, they would refrain from speaking out. Shiomitaro dared not retort, merely nodding silently as he grasped the massive sword before him. Strentzent was immensely powerful. With his free hand, Shiomitaro held his wand and cast a spell of immense strength upon himself. Soon, as his muscles visibly swelled, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. The once heavy colossal sword now felt almost weightless in his grasp. Albert stood by, quietly observing the transformation of Zayumite, diligently recording his observations in a notebook. For him, this endeavor was not merely to fulfill a promise of trade. It was also a crucial aspect of his numerous experiments. As anticipated, your lineage is indeed extraordinary, embodying, in a sense, a form of magical essence. The spells that enhance physicality will yield even more pronounced effects upon you. However, when confronted with other wizards, you may find yourself at a disadvantage, as the lack of ranged offensive capabilities merely renders you more resilient to physical blows. Pava, reveling in the spectacle, tiptoed and raised his hand to signal, utterly oblivious to the lively scene. Ignoring this whimsical distraction, Albert set aside his notebook and rotated his wand counterclockwise. Without uttering any incantation, the water of the nearby lake suddenly surged upward. Amid the gasps of the young wizards, a rectangular prism of water, measuring 4 meters in length and 2 meters in width, hovered suspended 2 meters above the ground, its edges faintly shimmering with a pale blue aura. Is this your self-created barrier spell? Whether you deem it a creation or an enhancement of static defense, the nomenclature matters not. Feel free to choose as you please. Alberte dispelled the barrier before him, observing the water once again cascading into the Black Lake. Similar to the transfiguration spell, it did not require a specific incantation, but it was essential to cultivate a profound intention in one's mind to seal off a particular object or area. The more potent the magical energy infused, the stronger the barrier became. As Alberte spoke, he made a fist gesture behind him. Almost simultaneously, not far away, Pava was abruptly encircled by a rectangular barrier, blinking in surprise as he was forcibly lifted into the air. Once mastered, one could confine adversaries within a defined range in this manner and, upon closing the distance, effortlessly dissolve the barrier to deliver a decisive blow with sheer strength, concluding the battle. Albert explained with a slow release of his clenched fist, and Pava immediately fell to the ground with a thud, landing in a most undignified manner. You must be seeking revenge for my having eaten your red date and lotus seed porridge this morning, Pava grumbled, rubbing her sore little face with a look of resentment. That was a delicacy I specially ordered from the East, and not only did it get devoured like a pig's meal, but I was also accused of it lacking flavor. Albert cast her a cold glance, causing Pava to avert her gaze, whistling her usual off-key tune. It was indeed unappetizing. It was worse than honeycomb or wild boar could ever enjoy. After muttering this in Chinese, Albert lost interest in the wild boar spirit and turned his attention to Shiomitaro. Master this incantation thoroughly, and you shall possess the power of revenge. Is this spell truly so formidable? Shiomitaro asked hesitantly. He was well aware of the significance of creating a spell, but from Albert's words, it seemed this incantation was far more potent than he currently comprehended. The versatility of the barrier spell is extensive once you have fully mastered it. You can discard the spell of gathering stones into a sword. Noticing Shomitero's skepticism, Albert shook his head and extended his right hand, grasping at the air. Soon, to the astonishment of everyone present, a slender, nearly transparent barrier sword measuring over 20 meters appeared in Albert's hand. With a single arm strike, the barrier sword sliced through the lake's surface, creating an elongated gash. Do you understand now? Albert dissipated the concentrated barrier sword in his hand, and a protective barrier re-emerged around him, shielding against the drizzling lake water above. The definition of a barrier is indeed quite expansive. In that moment, a flicker of excitement ignited within Shomitero's eyes. This was the power he had longed for. Chapter 45. Snape's practical teaching. The following morning, Albert, as usual, made his way to the classroom with a leisurely gait, surrounded by a throng of fellow Ravenclaw students. Albert, about that barrier spell. Hey, Magnum, don't get carried away. How could one casually share the intricacies of a self-created spell? I was merely inquiring, he thought to himself as Albert turned the corner. The defense against the dark arts classroom just ahead. Professor Snape, with a dark expression, stood at the door. Upon hearing the noisy commotion, he turned his head sharply, resembling a night owl. His gaze was as cold as a blade, seemingly capable of freezing both soul and breath. Good morning, Professor Snape, Roger Davis greeted stiffly. What is this? You may have forgotten. I will be temporarily substituting for the defense against the dark arts class. Beneath his oily, grim strands of hair, Snape's expression was terrifyingly ominous, prompting the young wizards to hastily lower their heads as they entered the classroom. Albert, unhurried, lingered at the entrance, engaging in conversation with Snape. Professor, Headmaster Dumbledore expressed his gratitude for your assistance yesterday. The opportunity to study a language such as Ancient Runic is indeed a rare privilege for me. What type of microscope would you prefer? Snape's eyes narrowed gradually as he scrutinized the smiling visage of the youth before him, his tone darkening. I am not assisting you out of goodwill. My principles adhere to the notion of equivalent exchange, Professor, regardless of your intentions. Albert inclined his head slightly, unfazed by Snape's aloofness. He harbored no inclination to owe anyone a favor. If you do not mind, the microscope I previously utilized will be delivered to your office next week. Humph. Do as you wish, Snape grunted dismissively, retreating into the classroom. In a certain sense, it was rather fortunate to handle matters so easily. Albert chuckled softly and subsequently entered the classroom, securing a seat in the front row. The previously vacant first two rows were instantly filled with more than 10 students from various departments, the majority of whom were girls. How exceedingly noisy this group of little witches is. Albert maintained a courteous smile, though the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Professor, do you know when Professor Rowland will return? One of the Weasley twins, mingling among the crowd at the back, suddenly inquired. This was a question of concern for many. Reflecting on the fates of previous defense against the dark arts instructors, they surmised that Professor Rowland might also meet an unfortunate end. Given the current circumstances, it was conceivable that he could be labeled a dark wizard assaulting the Ministry of Magic, finding solace in Azkaban. Though this scenario seemed far-fetched, it was not entirely implausible within the walls of Hogwarts. Did you just raise your hand? Snape cast a cold glance at the twins, not allowing a response, and continued. Gryffindor, 2 points deducted. Oh, for heaven's sake. Fred rolled his eyes, silently sketching a bat in his notebook, with a note below it remarking on the old bat Snape. A nearby Hufflepuff student clearly saw this and stifled a laugh, leading to Hufflepuff also receiving a deduction of 2 points. Your Professor Rowland is not as innocent as you might imagine. Though he studied at Hogwarts for 2 years, he ultimately graduated from Durmstrang. Snape sneered, surveying the classroom, taking delight in the astonished expressions on the young wizards' faces. Durmstrang? That school notorious for teaching dark magic? A Hufflepuff exclaimed, hand over mouth. Durmstrang, along with Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, is among the largest and oldest magical institutions in Europe, dating back to the 13th century. However, this is not the extent of its infamy. The most criticized aspect of Durmstrang is its refusal to admit Muggle-born wizards, treating dark magic as a vital part of its curriculum. Despite Slytherin students frequently boasting about dark magic, by the time they reach the upper years and comprehend its detrimental effects on a wizard's psyche, they tend to shy away from it. It is worth mentioning that Gellert Grindelwald was a former student of Durmstrang before being expelled for conducting dangerous experiments. Even a school that specializes in dark magic could not tolerate the original Dark Lord. One can only imagine the extent of his unruliness at that time. As I understand it, the initial intent behind Durmstrang's studies of dark magic was to combat dark wizards. Albert raised his hand slowly and spoke softly. Otherwise, Gellert Grindelwald would not have been expelled. Who would not desire a genius of that caliber? His tone was calm, as if he were not discussing his great-uncle or sharing a surname with Grindelwald. Snape fixed his gaze on Albert's raised hand, clicking his tongue. It was evident that he sought a pretext to deduct points from Albert, but alas, the latter seemed to have prepared himself against such a possibility. I do not deny the legitimacy of Durmstrang's curriculum, but regarding that Professor Roland, you would do well to remain vigilant. He is not as straightforward as you may think. All right. Enough time wasted. Let us commence the lesson. Snape huffed coldly, striding swiftly to the blackboard behind him, turning to face the entire class. Originally, I did not intend to teach too much practical content for you beginners who stumble over basic incantations. The best course of action when encountering dark creatures or dark wizards is always to turn and flee. However, considering the recent intrusions within the school, our esteemed headmaster Dumbledore evidently believes it necessary to expedite the curriculum. Very well. Snape rolled up the sleeves of his wizarding robe and swiftly waved his wand. Without granting the young wizards time to react, their desks and chairs were smoothly moved to the sides of the classroom, clearing a substantial area in the center. Practical combat does not involve unnecessary embellishments. Ladies and gentlemen, who shall be the first? Snape's sharp gaze roamed over the young wizards, causing them to instinctively shrink towards the walls. After all, Snape was infamous at Hogwarts. Even though they knew he would not truly inflict harm, no one was eager to be the first test subject. Unsurprisingly, Snape's gaze finally landed on Albert, the only one unaffected by the spell. Still seated in the middle of the classroom, he seemed to have employed a countercharm at the instant Snape cast the spell, neutralizing the effects of the levitation charm. Mr. Grindelwald, if you do not mind, would you demonstrate for your classmates? Albert glanced up at Snape, his eyes gradually narrowing. As he stood, the desks and chairs nearby levitated silently to the corners of the classroom under the influence of his spell. Professor, the classroom remains somewhat cramped, and there are certain incantations I would prefer not to employ, then refrain from using them. Is it true that our Ravenclaw genius can do nothing beyond those expansive offensive spells? Snape interrupted Albert, his tone slightly more emphatic. Is it so fervently your desire to provoke me? How peculiar, indeed. Albert unmistakably sensed that Snape was targeting him. Yet he could not fathom the reason at that moment and chose not to dwell on it further. Such discourtesy. In the next instant, without any forewarning, a crimson light erupted from Albert's sleeve. Stupefy, he exclaimed, causing himself to collapse. Chapter 46. The equally matched Albert Pertago. Snape bellowed, having anticipated the attack. He conjured an invisible shield around his body, successfully deflecting the stunning spell while simultaneously rebounding it back. Coincidentally, a circle of pale blue barrier also materialized before Albert, silently dispersing the oncoming crimson enchantment. It was not the shield charm, but rather the self-invented spell employed that day. Clearly, Snape had gathered intelligence regarding Albert, showing no contempt for this first-year student, and swiftly brandished his wand once more. Albert suddenly felt a tightening in his calves, followed swiftly by the emergence of ropes from the cement floor, binding his feet and hoisting him violently into the air. Standing there in a daze was hardly a wise course of action. Snape, on the verge of delivering his customary acerbic remark, suddenly noticed that the ropes he had conjured with his transfiguration spell disintegrated into countless fluttering petals the very next moment. His expression instantly soured. Although transfiguration was not Snape's forte, as a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin House, being so easily outmaneuvered by a first-year wizard was undeniably an embarrassing predicament. It was indeed a close call. Battles among wizards demanded meticulous consideration of myriad factors. Albert flipped over and gracefully descended into the air, approximately half a meter above the ground, landing upon a hovering, translucent disk of pale blue hue. This was yet another manifestation of a protective barrier spell. To err on the side of caution, Albert opted to avoid any direct contact with objects. The incantation for the transfiguration spell required almost no preliminary gestures, making it exceedingly difficult to anticipate. Thus, this approach seemed the most prudent. Severus Snape's proficiency in transfiguration surely did not extend to forcibly altering the products of one's own spells. I have learned well, Professor. A glimmer of magical energy sparkled in Albert's eyes as he waved his wand at Snape, declaring, "Now it is my turn to counterattack." Almost simultaneously, a square barrier enveloped Snape, impenetrable and beginning to slowly constrict inward upon its formation. Snape's eyes flickered momentarily. This spell was quite troublesome and perilous, particularly for wizards of generally frail constitution. Fubut ab captitan halt. A stopping spell was cast, and Snape emerged from the shattered barrier. It was my oversight. I had not anticipated that employing a stopping spell within the confines of the barrier could so effortlessly dismantle it. Albert raised his hand, wielding his wand, conjuring 8 gradually forming floating barrier spears in the surrounding void. There was still room for improvement. No sooner had he spoken than the azure-hued barrier spears shot forth simultaneously. Impedimento. The vibrant green circular obstacle charm radiated outward, the resulting shockwave instantly repelling the incoming barrier spears. After executing this maneuver, and before Albert could cast another spell, Snape pointed the tip of his wand at him and slowly intoned, Serpensortia. A blinding burst of red sparks erupted, and 6 tendrils of black smoke emerged from the wand, swiftly transforming into 6 large black serpents that coiled around Albert's entire body. The crimson tongues flicked in and out, the serpent heads gazing at him from all directions as if poised to strike at Albert's pale neck. "It appears I have lost," he conceded, raising his hands in surrender. "What a formidable little imp, forcing me to resort to such a slightly dubious spell." Snape, with an impassive expression, dispelled his enchantment, though his mind was rife with misgivings. Just as he intended to move, he was startled to discover that his lower body was completely ensnared by a circle of twisted brick and earth. Moreover, an unseen force continually pressed down upon him, rendering even the slightest movement exceedingly difficult. "Oh, my apologies, I almost forgot," Albert murmured, waving his hand, sweet-dirtide. An unseen force swept beneath Snape, and the distorted brick and earth were drawn back into the ground. Snape squinted at Albert, who wore a cheerful smile, silently retracting his wand into his sleeve. A chill crept along the back of his neck. Had that spell been unleashed in full force, it could have easily twisted his body in two. Good heavens, had he ever encountered such a spell? Was it indeed one of Albert's creations? Meanwhile, the young wizards at the sidelines, observing Albert, who was nearly evenly matched with Snape, erupted in gasps and whispers, their gazes toward him growing fervent. They were oblivious to the fact that Snape had shown restraint and refrained from casting any dangerously powerful spells. All they knew was that their peer could contend with a professor on equal footing. At this age, children often harbor intense hero complexes, and Albert's performance undoubtedly resonated with their fantasies and expectations. Regrettably, the time left for their daydreams was scant, for Snape swiftly turned his attention to the other young wizards. Whether it was due to a desire to escape the earlier awkwardness or not, he remarked, "It seems you truly do not require practical training. Ravenclaw earns 2 points. He then pivoted to regard the students huddled in the corner. "The rest of you continue." Perhaps in a foul mood, Snape, over the remaining half-hour, dispatched all the young wizards except Albert with disarming charms, leaving the classroom filled with their lamentations. "Blast that old bat. My arm feels completely numb," Roger Davies groaned, resting his head on the desk, cursing, "He's definitely venting his frustrations on us. I hope my arm isn't broken. I can't feel a thing." Albert, unable to bear it any longer, casually cast a stasis charm. Roger's expression instantly transformed into one of delight. "Oh, I can feel my arm again. Your paralysis curse merely rebounded off Professor Snape's shield charm and hit you instead. I assumed you would have figured that out." "I felt as if I had been hit with a slow charm. I completely forgot what spell I had cast." "Your talent is quite remarkable," Albert replied, shaking his head in exasperation, uninterested in continuing the conversation. Wasn't he meant to be in the renowned Ravenclaw, celebrated for its wisdom? Why did it seem there were so many simpletons surrounding him? Chapter 47. The dual invitation from the Sorting Hat. After the somewhat chaotic defense against the dark arts class concluded, Albert visited the Ollery at Hogwarts to send a letter to his grandfather, Campbell. He had not forgotten his recent promise to gift Snape a microscope as a token of gratitude. His grandfather's private laboratory had likely ordered a new batch of experimental equipment, and he could conveniently request a higher magnification as well. Binding the letter to the owl's leg, Albert took a step back, watching as the owl flapped its wings and soared out through the overhead window. Since little Gwen was not fond of owls, often mistaking them for field mice, Albert used the school's public owl for his correspondence. Although it was somewhat inconvenient, little Gwen's feelings took precedence. After all, she was the only companion with whom Albert could unreservedly share his thoughts in the dead of night, whether regarding his past, present, or future. Leaving the Ollery and returning to the castle, Albert chatted briefly with a few upperclassmen who greeted him, leisurely ascending the slowly moving floating staircase. Some of the staircases within Hogwarts were in constant flux. If one failed to memorize their patterns, they would find themselves wandering aimlessly. Such matters posed no challenge for Albert. Observing the electronic clock as it ticked past the nearly formed staircases and corridors, the bronze eagle knocker at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room gradually came into view. A sharp, raucous laugh erupted from a nearby wall, growing ever closer. Albert paused, turning around to wait patiently. Soon, a peculiar specter with a wide, grotesque face emerged from the wall. The portraits in the nearby mural were mostly startled, yet upon recognizing the visitor, they dared not utter a word. Peeves. Albert regarded the apparition before him with a sense of intrigue. Strictly speaking, this being, which had existed since the founding of Hogwarts, was neither a ghost nor a spirit, but a unique entity known as a poltergeist. His existence stemmed from the mischievous and free-spirited nature of the young wizards at Hogwarts, a manifestation of collective consciousness nurtured in an environment rich with magical energy. Unlike ordinary ghosts, Peeves possessed the ability to interact with physical objects at will and exhibited a degree of weak magical capability. Albert had long harbored a desire to study it, even going so far as to employ a rather obscure spirit-binding spell to ensnare it, ultimately to no avail. The incantation's effect on the mischievous spirit was far too feeble. However, his audacious endeavors did provoke the ire and vigilance of the spirit. After several failed pranks, during which Albert nearly succeeded in sealing it within a homemade spirit-capturing jar, the spirit had become increasingly reluctant to manifest before him. Is today the day the sun rises from the west? Hey, little spirit, I have no intention of battling you today. It would be wise for you to refrain from any foolish antics. The spirit first played tricks on the animated oil painting adorning the wall behind Albert, before turning its gaze upon him. Vile spectre. Little Gwen scampered up onto Albert's shoulder, clutching a blue sewing needle aimed directly at the mischievous spirit. She and the spirit had clashed on several occasions, primarily due to its insolence in calling her a discarded doll unworthy of affection. This was one of the principal reasons Albert persistently sought out the spirit. Hey, the esteemed spirit is certainly not the pitiable creature you suggest. Rather, it is you, the discarded doll. The spirit clearly bristled at being referred to as a ghost, instinctively opening its mouth to retort, only to hastily close it upon noticing Albert's slowly raised wand. Though Albert found himself unable to directly ensnare the spirit, he seemed to wield certain curse-like spells effective against ethereal beings. Previously, the poltergeist had suffered greatly after a prior encounter, enduring discomfort for the better part of a day. If you do not mind, Poltergeist Albert's gaze swept across the poltergeist's palm, leaving behind a letter, allowing you to depart. Humph. I certainly do not wish to squander time with a wretched little imp and a broken doll. The poltergeist grumbled, casting the letter downward, where it collided with the wall and vanished. What mischief is this? Young Gwen tiptoed, clutching the nearly towering envelope, straining to break the wax seal under Albert's indulgent gaze. A letter, imbued with a sense of antiquity, gradually unfurled. To whom it may concern, I am the hat of Godric Gryffindor, guardian of a millennium of Hogwarts history. A wise sage embodying both intellect and courage, the finest hat in existence. Upholding the traditions of classicism and glory, I hereby extend to you a heartfelt challenge to a duel. Should the valiant spirit still reside within you, preserving the honor of magical creations. On the night of the full moon in 3 days hence, I shall await your esteemed presence in the classroom at the end of the 4th floor. At that time, the victor shall bask in glory, while the vanquished shall succumb to the mire. After reading the letter, Albert tilted his head and exchanged wide-eyed glances with the little Gwen perched on his shoulder. After a considerable pause, the little Gwen blinked her large eyes and asked with a hint of confusion, "What does Stinky Hat mean? I can't comprehend a single word." Indeed, there is progress, he thought, as she had managed to discern that it was a letter from the Sorting Hat. Albert, content, gently patted little Gwen's head and succinctly summarized his thoughts into a single sentence. It wishes to engage you in combat. in the Ravenclaw common room. As Albert perused the recently acquired notes of Rinwin, he played wizard's chess with the young Alira. "Oh, foolish little wizard, you ought not to have allowed my advance," lamented his piece as it turned to him in complaint, only to be ruthlessly swept off the board by the opposing knight. Albert turned a page, his gaze never straying to the scattered, moaning chess pieces on the ground. Alira covered her mouth, stifling a laugh as she remarked, "You will never become a general. Your soldiers would send you to the guillotine within 3 days." "Perhaps," Albert replied, closing the book, silently reciting the newly learned runes in his mind. He commanded the queen piece before him. "Advance. I have won." With a roar, Albert's black queen swung her great sword, mercilessly beheading the opposing white queen. Alira pursed her lips, quietly gathering the chessboard and the fallen pieces. Swish, swish. The familiar sound echoed once more, and Albert turned to the adjacent table. Little Gwen, clad in a diminutive training outfit, was energetically striking a mini sandbag with her boxing gloves. A headband emblazoned with the characters for victory adorned her forehead, exuding an aura of fervor. Demonstrating her skills, Gwen executed a sharp jab, sending the sandbag spinning backward. However, before a smile could grace her face, the returning sandbag knocked her to the ground, catching her off guard. Oh no! The little one fell, clutching her reddened forehead, her large eyes brimming with tears. "That was splendid, splendid, contestant Gwen." Pava suddenly clapped from the side, interrupting the brewing emotions of the small girl. "What an incredible jab! Such fluid technique. I foresee a complete slaughter in 3 days." Little Gwen's expression transformed 3 times before she could no longer contain herself, her lips curving into a wide grin. What a genuinely innocent child. Albert, who had witnessed the entire scene, chuckled and shook his head. Chapter 48. Little Gwen the Sorting Hat. Prepare to meet your fate. "Albert, is there a potion that can enhance my strength?" In the spellcasting class, Little Gwen clung to Albert's arm, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she tilted her head upwards. "Why not cast the spell for boundless strength on yourself? The incantation I have mastered should be within your reach as well." Albert twirled the wand in his hand, taking the place of Professor Flitwick at the lectern, casting numerous feathers towards the desks of each young wizard with the levitation charm. Ever since he became aware of Albert's progress in his studies, many tasks during charms class had fallen to him, much to Professor Flitwick's delight, who seized the opportunity to award points to Ravenclaw under the pretense of fairness. Not every head of house, however, possesses the unwavering impartiality of Professor McGonagall. It is only natural for them to exhibit a degree of favoritism towards their own houses. Furthermore, before this, why not engage in a duel with the Sorting Hat using magic? A simple levitation charm would surely suffice to tip the scales. But that would be unfair. The wretched hat would undoubtedly accuse me of cheating, Little Gwen thought, her expression a mixture of confusion and contemplation as she fiddled with her fingers. Albert could discern the psychological state of Little Gwen at that moment. After all, the Sorting Hat was unlikely to employ magic and would more likely have temporarily gained the ability to move freely, leading to a physical confrontation. However, isn't secretly consuming potions tantamount to cheating? That's different. Pre-match preparations cannot be classified as cheating. Little Gwen vigorously shook her large head, softly protesting. Well, that is indeed a rather convoluted logic. Nevertheless, Albert, being fond of Little Gwen, quickly nodded in agreement. The giant potion and the Mother Earth potion significantly enhance strength and stamina. These should suffice, right? And don't forget that potion that makes one's mind sharper. Little Gwen pondered for a long while, but could not recall the precise name of that potion, so she whimsically concocted a name herself. After all, Albert could understand her. All right, the intelligence enhancer, got it. That should be about it. These potions are unconventional, sourced from some obscure text that Albert had discovered. Although the ingredients are rare, they can generally be found in the Forbidden Forest near Hogwarts. Little Gwen twirled joyfully a few times, playfully clutching the mini wizard hat atop her head. Stupid hat. You're doomed. The ultimate victor shall be Gwen. Please prepare these materials for me. You should have some connections, right? After finishing Transfiguration class, Albert waited at the door for a while and handed a piece of parchment detailing potion ingredients to Rommel, who emerged shortly thereafter. Let me see. Intelligence enhancer, giant potion. And the toxin gland of the rock toad. What kind of formula is this? Rommel, with a solid foundation in potion making, quickly recognized the purpose of some of the ingredients with a glance. The Mother Earth potion accelerates stamina recovery within a certain time frame. I stumbled upon it in a travelogue. If you're interested, I can write down the formula for you later, Albert explained briefly, watching as Professor McGonagall led the Weasley twins away. They were still carrying their brooms, likely having caught McGonagall's attention due to their Quidditch talent. It's possible they would be seen on the Gryffindor Quidditch team next year. However, it mattered little. Although Quidditch appeared to be a fervent sport, there were indeed numerous strategies to secure victory, such as pre-analyzing the Golden Snitch's movement patterns and preloading routes, or employing magical resonance to induce intermittent pauses in automatic objects, including the Golden Snitch and bludgers. Albert had meticulously tested these methods, achieving a success rate of nearly 75%. Did they truly believe he had previously triumphed merely through his flying prowess? As long as one operates within the boundaries of the rules, any means employed is justifiable. Ultimately, regardless of the process, as long as he emerges victorious in the end, that is sufficient. Thank you very much, Rommel nodded with a smile, his demeanor devoid of politeness. His family specialized in the potion ingredient trade, consistently acquiring various rare potion formulas. The Mother Earth potion was indeed a commendable potion for the Rommel family. By the way, after Christmas, we in Slytherin are organizing a small-scale potion seminar. Would you be interested in participating? Rommel inquired, folding the parchment neatly. Albert cast a glance at him, his expression filled with intrigue. Is Slytherin truly welcoming students from other houses into their circle? It seems that strength can earn one a pass anywhere, does it not? Rommel shrugged, acknowledging that while there were a few foolish blood purists among them, such inept and cowardly individuals would not dare to speak against you. To stray from the topic, the primary reason for inviting you is to introduce you to the young lady of the Slughorn family. They hail from a lineage renowned for potion making, serving as upstream clients for our family. They may possess connections for the permanent intelligence enhancer and truth serum you have long desired. That sounds promising. Please send me the time and place later. Albert had no reason to refuse and simply nodded in agreement. Well then, see you at that time. The potion ingredients you requested will remain the same. I will bring them to you in potions class tomorrow. In the headmaster's office, Albus, the esteemed Professor Dumbledore called out. Regarding the potions we discussed earlier, I trust you have procured them. Thank you ever so much. On the expansive desk, Dumbledore pushed a row of colorful potion jars in front of the sorting hat. Although it lacked limbs, the hat quickly discerned the types of potions before it, drawing upon its millennia of experience. Intelligence enhancers, strength potions, armor potions, monkey agility potions, berserker potions, Harris combat elixirs, luck potions, fabric softeners, and of course, most importantly, the human transformation potion. The sorting hat gleefully counted the potions, its wrinkled face brimming with excitement and pride. Dumbledore, sitting resignedly at his desk, adjusted his glasses, offering to assist with a transformation spell if you wish to grow limbs. How could that be? The sorting hat exclaimed in astonishment, blinking its creased folds. Using magic would be cheating. You consuming a plethora of erratic potions is not considered cheating? If Dumbledore were not beyond the age of sarcasm, he would have unleashed a torrent of retorts. However, recognizing that such views were likely inherent to magical creations like the sorting hat, he refrained from arguing. Just be gentle. That child is still a student at Hogwarts. Though bound by a debt to the sorting hat due to a wager made in his youth, Dumbledore was keen to avoid any mishaps befalling young Gwen. Rest assured, I have my limits. The sorting hat, holding its head high, proclaimed proudly, I merely wish for that little one to learn respect for their elders. Oh, let the scissor girl await her fate. The sorting hat could not resist expressing its thoughts. Chapter 49. Gwen is burned out. The tedious days at school always seemed to fly by. After 3 consecutive days of rigorous boxing practice, little Gwen was finally facing her ultimate test tonight. The solitary moonlight spilled through the slightly ajar window of the castle, illuminating the doorway of the classroom at the end of the 4th floor. With a serious expression, little Gwen strode forward, accompanied by Albert and a curious Pava who insisted on witnessing the event. The two were akin to little Gwen's bodyguards. As the classroom door creaked open, it revealed a spacious room. In the area near the open floor-to-ceiling window, the sorting hat, inexplicably adorned with limbs, stood with its back to the crowd, letting out a languid sigh. Just on time. With a whoosh, countless torches ignited, fully illuminating the classroom. It was then that Albert noticed a makeshift boxing ring had been set up in the center of the room, complete with soft barriers on all sides. You foul hat. Let us settle this, little Gwen declared bravely, struggling to climb onto the ring that was nearly her height. However, her short legs could barely grasp the edge. and after several attempts, she found herself awkwardly teetering, unable to ascend. Embarrassed, she covered half her forehead as Albert flicked his wand, casting a levitation charm to assist her. Finally, she managed to clamber onto the ring, feigning nonchalance as she beckoned the Sorting Hat with her finger. The Sorting Hat gazed silently at the stairs on either side of the platform, its mouth twitching as it hesitated to speak, before deciding to maintain the atmosphere and coughed before joining her on the ring. It was indeed a rare sight. Peeves floated nearby, munching on popcorn, continuously stuffing it into his mouth. Yet, as a ghost, he could not truly consume, and consequently, the popcorn merely passed through him, forming a small mountain on the floor. You understand the rules of the duel, I presume? The Sorting Hat initiated. Whoever falls first, Little Gwen announced, her arm raised dramatically, the headband emblazoned with victory fluttering in the breeze blowing through the window. Shall be the loser. The Sorting Hat assumed a reasonably standard boxing stance. Fabric hands raised toward Little Gwen. Come now, allow me to show you the terror of the Hogwarts 30-second magical duel champion, the Hat of Gryffindor. Duel commence. Pava chimed in from the sidelines, moving a chair to enjoy the spectacle. Almost simultaneously, Little Gwen sprang forward, her feet hitting the ground as she charged. Foul Hat. Meanwhile, the Sorting Hat also surged forward. Scissor Girl. The two similarly sized contenders threw punches toward each other as faces, expressions brimming with uncontainable pride. Little Gwen thought, I have consumed a plethora of potions made by Albert. That foul hat cannot harm me. Just you wait until I knock you up into the stars. The Sorting Hat retorted, ignorant little brat. The outcome of this duel was determined long before it began. Let me show you the harsh realities of this world. In a heartbeat, their fists collided, and both expressions froze in shock. This feels wrong. Bang. With no time to react, Little Gwen was sent flying backward, crashing over 10 meters away, her back slamming against the wall. Coincidentally, the Sorting Hat met a similar fate, crashing against the opposite wall, sliding down in a zigzag pattern, leaving a colorful trail in its wake. It was the result of the potions it had consumed prior to the duel, and the punch had expelled most of it. Despicable. Little Gwen fell unceremoniously to the ground, clutching her aching bottom and cheek, exclaiming, You dare consume potions? You have the audacity to say that? The Sorting Hat, regaining its composure, held its magically altered hand over what might be its mouth. Ignoring the laughter of Peeves and Pava behind him, Albert stared incredulously, tapping his wand beside his eye, through the unique vision granted by the magical perception spell. Both the Sorting Hat and Little Gwen now appeared as a swirl of distorted colors. Just how many potions did these two consume? Albert was quite certain that the chaos and magical energy could not possibly stem solely from the 3 potions he had provided. Little Gwen had likely acquired numerous potions from others, consuming them in haste before the competition. As for the Sorting Hat, its magical response surpassed even that of Little Gwen, suggesting it had received support from the headmaster or other individuals. These two rascals, that despicable hat, and that cunning Scissor Girl, allow me to demonstrate the famed fist techniques of Gryffindor. Little Gwen and the Sorting Hat exchanged blows repeatedly, returning to the arena breathless, nearly expelling all remnants of the potions they had consumed. Aside from the special potion the Sorting Hat had taken to maintain its humanoid form, the effects of the other supportive potions were gradually waning. In a sense, this absurdity had restored a semblance of fairness to the duel. However, it had devolved into a true spectacle of mutual incompetence. Fast forward an hour and a half. One must concede, you possess some skill, you wretched hat. In the arena, Little Gwen had one eye swollen into a panda's visage, doubled over and gasping for air. The Sorting Hat was not in a much better state. Its tip had completely deflated, yet it feigned composure leaning against the soft railing behind it. Your stamina exceeds my expectations. It seems the youth today possess unexpected grit. Feeling somewhat guilty, Little Gwen glanced at her toes, paused in silence for a few moments, then raised her head again, her expression imbued with an inexplicable resolve. Indeed, this was the result of her regular training. She would not mention the Earth Mother potion she had consumed before the match. Now, let us deliver the final blow to determine the victor. The Sorting Hat, sensing its limbs growing increasingly lethargic, understood that time was of the essence and resolved not to prolong the duel further. Gwen would not be defeated. The two opponents locked eyes and, dragging their weary bodies, approached one another. After several breaths, their fists collided, striking each other's faces. The Sorting Hat fell backward, and as it hit the ground, it expelled the last remnants of potion, reverting to its original hat form. "Well done, you rascal." Behind it, little Gwen collapsed to the ground, her entire demeanor pale and spent. She had exhausted her strength. She raised her right arm high, then, with a soft thud, fell to the earth, unable to rise again. Nearby, Pava and Peeves, having succumbed to slumber due to the latter half of the duel's tediousness, awakened simultaneously, neglecting to wipe the drool from their noses, and turned their gazes to the center of the arena. So, who emerged victorious in the end? Albert pursed his lips, scooping up the diminutive Gwen, now transformed into a heap of pure white ashes, shaking his head as he turned to leave. No one emerged victorious. Truly, what a bunch of fools. Chapter 50, a snowball fight? The kind that can be deadly. The duel between the Sorting Hat and the little Gwen, a clash of glory and dignity, concluded without stirring any notable commotion. The following day, when Albert encountered Dumbledore at the corner of the third floor, they merely exchanged a knowing glance, refraining from discussing the duel any further before parting ways after a brief greeting. However, perhaps due to their initial conflict, the Sorting Hat and little Gwen unexpectedly resolved their differences and even became quite good friends. It was not uncommon to see little Gwen perched on a table, diligently writing letters with a feather quill. As an ancient magical artifact of the school, the Sorting Hat remained in the headmaster's office for the most part, only making appearances during the annual sorting ceremony. Consequently, little Gwen had to rely on Peeves to deliver her correspondence or occasionally venture to the headmaster's office for a chat with the Sorting Hat. Albert could easily deduce the password to the headmaster's office within 3 minutes using the process of elimination, and Dumbledore was pleased to witness the blossoming friendship between little Gwen and the Sorting Hat. Time slipped away, particularly for Albert, who spent his days immersed in the library. One morning, upon rising from his bed, he felt an unmistakable chill permeating the dormitory. Gazing out the window, he beheld the grounds of the castle and the distant forbidden forest, both blanketed in a thick layer of snow, creating an endless expanse of silver. The black lake in the opposite direction was entirely frozen over, rendering it impossible for the daring Gryffindors to indulge in winter swimming. Cool snowflakes drifted through the open window, landing on Albert's hand, imparting a refreshing chill. Is Christmas approaching? Just then, little Gwen, clad in her pajamas, emerged from beneath the covers, wobbling her way to Albert's shoulder. Rubbing her eyes, she followed Albert's gaze outside and exclaimed in delight, "It's snowing?" In an instant, she darted into a partially open satchel. Moments later, dressed in a heavy winter coat and a red scarf, little Gwen reappeared, her tiny hands raised high as she twirled around Albert in excitement. "A snowball fight! A snowball fight! I know, I know," Albert chuckled, shaking his head, as he quickly donned his winter uniform. With no classes scheduled for that morning, he thought it harmless to indulge the little one in some fun. He also had a hunch that a certain fool would be clamoring for a snowball fight at this very moment. Sure enough, as he stepped out of the dormitory, he spotted a foolish girl with dark hair styled in twin ponytails, standing at the entrance of the common room, scanning her surroundings. Beside her, a yawning Alira appeared to be still half asleep. The common room was already bustling with students, all buzzing with excitement and anticipation over the snow that had fallen the previous night. The joy of children is often so simple and pure, even among the famously clever Ravenclaws. "Oh, you finally got up." Pava greeted them with his signature goofy grin, sporting a peculiar hat shaped like a little devil with its tongue sticking out, wrapped in a long, striped black scarf. Albert cast a glance at the fabric adorned with what appeared to be cartoonish motifs resembling a pentagram. "It seems you have quite the affinity for demonic culture." Alira, on the other hand, donned a more conventional outfit, a white knitted hat paired with a white scarf, and her pale yellow gloves were embroidered with 2 crooked little bats. Likely a Christmas gift from Pava last year. Pava, let's have a snowball fight." Little Gwen fluttered to Pava's side, tugging at his scarf with her cotton-gloved hands. "Oh, you certainly know how to charm, little Gwen," Pava responded with a grin, lifting her up and shaking her slightly while boasting, "But I must remind you, we were the sole victors of last winter's war, the so-called Ice Empress of Hogwarts." Though the words were incomprehensible, the sentiment was undeniably impressive. Oh, all right. After a simple breakfast, everyone gathered in a spacious area outside the castle. By now, a considerable crowd had amassed, comprising students from all 4 houses, a rather rare occurrence since Hogwarts was usually quite deserted at this hour. Upon exiting the castle, the group encountered the twin brothers, George and Fred. It seemed they had risen early, currently wielding brooms and listlessly sweeping the snow at the entrance. These were genuine brooms, not the enchanted ones used for Quidditch. Otherwise, the Weasley twins would have been joyfully bouncing about. "Oh, dear partner," Fred greeted with his customary flamboyance. But before he could finish, a sigh of dismay escaped his lips. "What trouble have you two gotten into now?" Even someone as oblivious as Pava could discern that they had likely caused some mischief and were now being punished by sweeping snow. Last night, Fred had conceived a brilliant idea that was sure to be a bestseller. George maintained a strained smile, gesturing animatedly, but lamentably. There was a small detail that required magical assistance. Regrettably, that magic was somewhat obscure and entailed some forbidden knowledge, necessitating a visit to the restricted section of the library. As George spoke, he suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Blast it, Mrs. Loris. I detest cats." It appeared that the two had been caught red-handed by Filch. "Dear George, to be honest, our disillusionment charm failed us. I wager it never worked in the first place." Fred chimed in. Immediately after, both of them lowered their heads in unison, sharing a resigned sigh. Nonetheless, our task today was rather pressing. We needed to clear the snow from the entrance before everyone awoke, as several unfortunate souls had already slipped this morning. Fred, dejected, waved his broom in a symbolic sweep of the snow. "Oh, that's our only source of joy today." After bidding farewell to the two mischievous fellows, Albert and his companions found a relatively spacious area and magically conjured their defensive lines. Although Alira suggested building a snowman, Pava and little Gwen deemed the activity too mundane, preferring the excitement of a snowball fight instead. "Are you planning to have a snowball fight?" Coincidentally, Rommel and Shimatero arrived at the scene. Thanks to Albert, these two originally unacquainted Slytherin students had become friends over time. Rommel expressed curiosity about Shimatero's lineage. Though limited by his own capabilities, he remained in the contemplative stage rather than engaging in systematic research like Albert. "How childish," Shimatero remarked. Yet his body acted on its own accord, waving his wand to conjure a floating spell, assisting little Gwen in constructing a sizable, smooth snow wall. "Let us make it 3 against 3, little Gwen and I, Rommel on one team, and the remaining 3 on the other." Albert, ever considerate, assigned the strongest Shimatero to the girl's side. "Hey, I wanted to be on your team." Pava scratched her head, feeling a twinge of regret. Certain they would not stand a chance. "How will you know unless you try?" "It's my first snowball fight too," Albert reassured her, urging Pava to gather ammunition for their impending battle. As for himself, with a simple transfiguration spell, he produced over 100 perfectly formed snowballs. The sight was indeed daunting. "We're doomed," Pava lamented, her eyes resembling those of a dead fish as she retreated behind her makeshift snow wall, resolutely declaring to her companions. Chapter 51. So-called family. The subsequent developments were largely predictable, despite repeatedly emphasizing his status as a novice in snowball fights. Anyone witnessing Albert casting a spell to unleash a hailstorm of snowballs from the opposing side could hardly refrain from cursing inwardly. Pava, lacking in civility, stood atop the snow wall and directed a rather unsavory gesture towards Albert. She was swiftly engulfed by a towering wave of snow, mercilessly buried. In the end, she managed to stand her ground until the very last moment. 10 minutes later, bundled in a heavy quilt and sneezing uncontrollably, Pava turned to Alira, her voice muffled by a runny nose. With her hands wrapped around a cup of hot cocoa, she trembled slightly, even the nearby roaring fireplace failing to provide any semblance of warmth. Pava swore this would be her last snowball fight unless she found herself on Albert's team next time. In a corner of the common room, little Gwen, this year's Ice Empress, stood atop a table, incessantly addressing the bustling Ravenclaws while proudly sporting the makeshift champion's sash conjured by Albert. "That title should have been mine." Pava bit her thumb, her face a picture of discontent, only to be met with Alira's indifferent, almost condescending gaze. In the days that followed, despite the fireplaces in the common rooms of Hogwarts being gradually lit, the cold weather intensified, making the confines of blankets increasingly stifling. Occasionally, students would arrive late or even skip classes, resulting in a rapid decline in the academic standings of each house. As Christmas approached, everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming holiday. The chilly corridors, with windows rattling against the biting northern winds, made these young wizards yearn for home. "Well then, see you after the holidays." Albert bid farewell to Pava and Alira before departing, having made plans that did not involve staying at Hogwarts. Alira and Pava opted to remain at school for Christmas, finding it too troublesome to return home. In the Great Hall, Hagrid was slowly setting down a massive fir tree in the center of the hall. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick waved their wands, adorning the Christmas tree with countless decorations. The walls were festooned with various ribbons woven from mistletoe and holly, while Christmas trees, embellished with ornaments, were intermittently placed along the wall. Atop the trees, glistening icicles remained, as if they had only just been brought into the hall that very morning. The tables in the hall were elegantly draped with richly patterned tablecloths, creating an atmosphere brimming with festive cheer and a sense of ceremony. In a sense, it evoked the spirit of a New Year celebration, vibrant yet relaxed. Upon arriving back at platform 9 3/4 by train, Albert, having just disembarked, spotted his father, Leonard, waiting for him. He appeared much like a child visiting Disneyland for the first time, nervous yet filled with excitement, his eyes scanning the platform and the multitude of oddly dressed witches and wizards. His father, being somewhat taciturn, could not have entered this realm alone. Thus it was only natural that his grandfather, Campbell, stood beside him. Albert was unaware of the method his grandfather employed to bring his father into the fold. Yet, given the intellect of the Grindelwald family, it was hardly a challenging feat, although not boastful of it. Their family's average intelligence quotient was indeed remarkably high. Even his father, who appeared somewhat ordinary in comparison to others, achieved considerable success in business and was a well-known figure within the local elite circles. "Thank you for your patience," Albert said as he stepped forward to embrace his two relatives one by one. "Oh, Albert. Even I would not relish spending all day in the laboratory. It is refreshing to occasionally breathe in some fresh air." His grandfather Campbell affectionately ruffled Albert's hair, beaming with pride. "Minerva and Albus occasionally write to me, and I am immensely proud of your performance this semester, my child. And you too, little Gwen. I take pride in you as well." Noticing the small Gwen perched on Albert's shoulder, Campbell placed his hands behind his back and swayed gently, an expression of feigned shyness on his face, before tenderly tousling her little head, eliciting a fit of giggles from the young one. "Hogwarts is indeed a splendid place for learning," Albert nodded, his gaze catching his father Leonard, who was observing the Hogwarts Express in the distance. One hand instinctively brushed against the camera nestled in his coat. After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to grasp something and boldly inquired, "Father, shall we take a picture together in front of the train?" Mr. Leonard blinked, instinctively glancing towards his father Campbell. "Isn't it said that platform 9 3/4 is enchanted, making it impossible to capture images?" He hesitated to say, perhaps to prevent any magically inclined muggles from inadvertently intruding upon the photograph, thereby causing a stir in the muggle world. The Ministry of Magic had indeed imposed stringent protective enchantments on platform 9 3/4. Unless one possessed special authorization, all imaging devices would fail to operate in that location. "Never mind, I have a way to manage it." Albert shook his head, taking the camera from his hands, and beckoned his father and grandfather to turn their backs towards the special train, preparing to capture a photograph. Just as Campbell was about to utter something, his expression suddenly froze. In his perception, an invisible layer of something unfurled around them. With a series of clicks, Albert snapped several photos before lowering the camera and sharing a smile with his father, Leonard. "That should do it." "Albert, is this the static defense spell you created?" Grandfather Campbell inquired in astonishment. "No, that was its former name. I have since upgraded the spell," Albert replied nonchalantly, lifting his suitcase to lead the way. "The official term now is the barrier spell. Within the confines of the barrier it creates, one is shielded from external restrictions or curses. What a formidable spell. I sense it could become the next transformative enchantment." "My boy, you surpass all our expectations," Campbell remarked, stroking his chin with a contemplative expression. Even his brother, Gellert Grindelwald, might not possess the same magical talent as his grandson. I truly wish to boast about this to him, if only that dreadful place weren't so heavily guarded. Sneaking in is always a Herculean task. That is indeed my goal, Albert shrugged. The group soon exited the platform, boarding his father's car to return home. Meanwhile, in an unknown canyon, Zayumitero kicked open the dilapidated wooden door of a cabin, stepping into the pitch-black darkness with his luggage in tow. "I've returned," he muttered towards a shadowy corner of the room. Thud, thud. Perhaps hearing his call, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the darkness, accompanied by heavy footsteps. It was a grotesque creature, draped in tattered robes, its appearance undeniably hideous. Even Zayumitero, who stood 2 meters tall, appeared diminutive in its presence. The creature, with its gaunt and half-exposed chest, seemed to be female. "Gugga gaga," The giant attempted to articulate something, but paused midway, tilting its head in confusion. 3 minutes later, it abandoned its thoughts and cautiously extended its bumpy, grayish-blue arms, seemingly wanting to embrace Zayumitaro. However, the next moment, he forcefully swatted its hand away. "Don't touch me, monster!" His tone was cold, laced with suppressed fury as he dragged his luggage into a room at the back. Bending down to inspect a metal basin the size of a bathtub. It was mostly empty, with only a shallow layer of corn and bread scraps at the bottom. It appeared that the group of wizards Tosnap had found were somewhat reliable, providing daily sustenance. Otherwise, he would have had no means to escape this repugnant place to attend Hogwarts. Even the ugly creature was, after all, his mother. After checking the food basin, he turned and entered a room that resembled a toilet. Upon entry, he was met with a pungent stench. Surrounding a massive squat toilet was a thick layer of what resembled dirt, the accumulated height suggesting it had not been cleaned in ages. Zayumitaro's expression turned ashen. Seconds later, he burst out of the toilet, kicking the giant creature in front of him, which had its back turned. The terrifying force caused the unsuspecting giant to stumble and fall. "How many times must I tell you? Do your business in there. Are you out of your mind?" Zayumitaro shouted, gripping the creature's neck, his face flushed with rage. The giant, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, foolishly attempted to retreat, mumbling incoherently as it did. "Gagaga, I've told you this so many times already." "Huh." Zayumitaro slammed his fist down on a nearby table, resembling a frenzied beast. His ferocious demeanor terrified the giant, causing it to shrink back into the dark corner. Faintly, the sound of its whimpering could be heard. After an indeterminate time, once he had vented his fury, Zayumitaro slumped down amidst the wreckage of furniture. In the darkness, his intermittent, muffled soliloquy could be heard. "That individual is more formidable than the Dark Lord. With his assistance, the connection of blood continues to strengthen. I am nearing the specific location. Within 6 months, I shall find you, and then I will tear you apart, my esteemed father." Chapter 52, A Wonderful Holiday begins with unwrapping gifts. The following morning, Albert awoke from the long-cherished softness of his bed, reluctantly. The eager anticipation for Christmas gifts had kept little Gwen awake all night, and as dawn broke, she sprang from her bed, clamoring to awaken Albert. "Spare me, please." Albert groaned, yearning to linger in bed a little longer, reluctantly throwing on his coat and trousers. The alarm clock blared at an untimely moment, silenced with a quick silencing charm. Early to bed and early to rise is a good habit. Little Gwen hastily covered her mouth, murmuring softly. After a brief grooming, the two descended the staircase, carpeted in soft cashmere. A mountain of gifts loomed on either side of the Christmas tree in the living room, presenting a magnificent spectacle from afar. "My dear, you could have slept a bit longer, considering it is a rare holiday," Mrs. Grindelwald, accustomed to early rising, busied herself in the kitchen, donning an apron as she prepared breakfast for the day. Albert sniffed the air, catching the tantalizing scent of butter and steak. Unlike other elite families or noble households, the Albert family had chosen not to employ servants. They relished the intimate and affectionate atmosphere of their daily lives. Accustomed to the tranquility of uninterrupted privacy, little Gwen could hardly contain her excitement to see her gifts. As Albert passed through the living room, he casually retrieved a warm bottle of milk from the heater on the nearby shelf. This was a new product from the appliance company founded by his father, designed specifically to provide food warming services for elite families. The response had been overwhelmingly positive, making it a bestseller last year. However, to Albert, the device seemed somewhat ostentatious. Although its power appeared substantial, safety limitations restricted its heating efficiency to below 15%. Yet, most wealthy individuals were unlikely to notice such trivialities. "Are those gifts for little Gwen on the right?" Albert inquired, noticing that the presents on that side were adorned with charming notes and ribbons. Turning to call towards the kitchen, he soon received a confirming reply from Mrs. Grindelwald. "Yes, I've sorted them for you all." "Thank you, Mama," little Gwen exclaimed, raising her small arms in delight, spinning joyfully around the mound of gifts. Before long, she was sprawled on the carpet, feeling the warmth of the underfloor heating against her tummy as she eagerly began to unwrap her Christmas presents. As expected, the majority of her gifts contained an assortment of chocolates and candies, featuring an array of whimsical flavors. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that she would finish them all before next Christmas. Yet, she appeared blissfully unaware of this reality, happily seated on the floor, continuing to unwrap her treasures. In contrast to little Gwen, Albert received a greater and more diverse array of gifts. Aside from a handful of sweets, most were rather rare magical tomes. The entire Hogwarts community was well aware of Albert's obsession with knowledge, making this a fitting selection. What's this? Little Gwen noticed that Albert occasionally set aside letters adorned with hearts. Her curiosity piqued as she tiptoed closer to glimpse them, only to have Albert gently lift her by the collar and place her a short distance away. "You'll understand when you're a bit older." Little Gwen tilted her head in protest, waving her arms in objection, but soon her attention returned to her own gifts. Clearly, the allure of Ravenclaw's genius held some sway over her. Just then, Leonard descended the stairs, spotting the letters at his son's feet. Half jokingly, yet with a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, "Just like before, even at Hogwarts, you still attract the girls. You've inherited my charm. Are you not aware of your own shortcomings in youth?" Mrs. Grindelwald, an eyewitness to those days, poked her head out from the kitchen, mercilessly exposing his delusions, scoffing, "Do not instill false notions in Albert." Leonard, puffing in mock indignation, chose not to continue the charade, resigning himself to the sofa in the living room, where he began perusing the day's newspaper. Albert deliberately left the gifts from several friends until last to unwrap. The largest present was a wooden box sent by Rommel, nearly the size of a suitcase, and it felt quite heavy. It was uncertain what mode of transport he had utilized to send it. Certainly, it could not have been an owl. Upon opening the box, he discovered an array of bottles and jars filled with peculiar materials, with a seemingly manuscript-like black notebook resting at the bottom. Blinking to ensure it was not the Horcrux notebook of Tom Riddle from the original text, Albert brandished his wand and levitated the notebook out. As his wand had not been imbued with trace, he could cast spells freely, even outside of Hogwarts. The Grindelwald family despised being constrained by rules, especially those established by a cadre of fools. The notebook began to turn its pages on its own, revealing an abundance of drawings, formulas, and extensive notes. At this moment, Albert noticed a note scattered in the corner of the box. "In case you find yourself bored, I've prepared some standard potion ingredients along with my father's school notes. Although it is merely a photocopy, I trust you won't mind. Wishing you a delightful holiday, Rommel Jaxley." This fellow truly knows me well. A subtle smile graced the corners of Albert's mouth. Indeed, Rommel's gift was quite to his liking. Next Christmas, he ought to present something of greater merit. This year, he had taken a rather lazy approach, opting to gift a set of customized mechanical watches to several close acquaintances. An elder in his family had recently acquired a workshop, where the industrial modules directly utilized the production line inherited from his father, boasting remarkable efficiency and output. Thus, he casually requested a dozen sets from that uncle to distribute as gifts. Soon, it was time for Pava's present. As expected, it was a complete set of ancient books concerning demons and infernal culture. Although the covers bore a distinctly antiquated style, the pages within appeared as pristine as if they had never been turned. It was quite possible they had never been opened at all. Most likely, these volumes had been unearthed from her family's library, for Pava herself would never venture to peruse books unrelated to her studies, adhering strictly to a utilitarian approach to learning. While she held a fondness for all things demonic, she loathed the prospect of reading, rendering the combination akin to excrement flavored with ice cream, an abhorrence she would never willingly engage with. Elira gifted Albert a complete collection of the epic tales of King Arthur. The narratives closely mirrored the legends of Arthur known today, yet they were narrated predominantly from the perspectives of wizards and elves. This proved to be quite intriguing, making for an ideal diversion during leisurely moments. Among the myriad of gifts, the one that astonished Albert the most was a somewhat aged manuscript sent by Dumbledore as a festive offering. The manuscript bore no author's name, yet it was evident that it contained notes and records related to the study of runes, inscribed in an exceptionally rare form of Hebrew script. This gift was undeniably precious. As a vital tool for understanding ancient magic and the history of the magical realm, the study of runes posed considerable challenges. Even Albert, lacking reference materials, found himself stagnating in his progress. Dumbledore's tutoring sessions were often inefficient, whether intentional or merely circumstantial. He seemed to avoid certain less than favorable aspects of rune study, leaving Albert dissatisfied, a sentiment Dumbledore likely sensed. The emergence of this runic manuscript was, without doubt, a significant boon. Chapter 53. The Ice and Snow Empress is indeed the Ice and Snow Empress. After unwrapping the Christmas gifts, Albert employed a levitation charm to assist little Gwen in transporting their belongings upstairs, placing them in their exclusive storage chamber. The space was not particularly vast, measuring merely over 80 square meters, yet it sufficed for storing idle items. Nevertheless, Albert intended to expand the room once he mastered the art of the stretching charm, provided he did not find himself compelled to acquire property elsewhere due to certain precarious experiments, an eventuality that seemed increasingly likely, given that his parents were merely ordinary individuals. As he descended the stairs, Albert noticed Mr. Leonard engrossed in a newspaper with a cover that perpetually shifted. The Daily Prophet, a publication popular within the British magical community, was notorious for its limited timeliness and reliability, akin to a local tabloid. Nonetheless, Mr. Leonard enjoyed perusing the assorted rumors it contained, such as tales of Dumbledore's secret lover and the Ministry of Magic's alleged hidden chambers capable of making individuals vanish without a trace. "Oh, Albert, you are quite swift. By the way, I read in the paper that your defense against the dark arts professor who was taken away is about to be released," Mr. Leonard remarked, taking a sip of the warm red tea on the table, his expression exaggerated. "I can hardly believe it. Wrongfully accused and imprisoned for so long. Yet the ministry offers no compensation, not even an apology. Those who wield power seldom acknowledge the existence of human rights." Albert donned his coat retrieved from a nearby rack. Though he did not believe the ministry truly warranted a display of strong retaliation, it was merely a matter of time. No matter how long a mask is worn, a monkey remains a monkey. With that, he beckoned little Gwen, who was similarly clad in a cotton coat, to nestle into his collar, revealing a small portion of her head. He had previously cast a minor concealment charm at the collar's opening, preventing passers-by from directly observing Gwen. "Oh, you are attending the family wizarding gathering today, aren't you?" Mr. Leonard paused, lowering his gaze uncomfortably to the newspaper, his eyes fixated in stillness. "Father, you could actually accompany me," Albert suggested with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, little Gwen chimed in, peering out from Albert's collar with both hands gripping the fabric. "But I suppose I am not quite suited for that environment." Mr. Leonard waved his hand dismissively, though he appreciated his son's concern, momentarily forgetting their family motto, "Never hunt beyond the scope of your vision." "Enjoy yourself," he added. Turning left upon exiting, Albert greeted the security guard stationed at the garden entrance before stepping into an elongated black limousine. Al. No sooner had he entered the vehicle than a silver-haired girl in a blue suit exuberantly leapt into his embrace. Albert was not at all surprised. First, he pressed one hand against the forehead of the other party, and then leisurely spoke, "Fufu, it has been a long time." Truly, knowing it had been a while. "Why were you still so aloof?" The girl pouted, sulking with her arms crossed, sitting beside Albert. Suddenly, her eyes twinkled as if she had discovered something amusing, and she swiftly reached for Albert's neck. When her arm moved away, she had embraced a bewildered little Gwen, who blinked in confusion. As little Gwen gradually realized she had been captured, she struggled fiercely to escape the grasp, turning to float in midair, warily staring at the girl before her. "Who are you?" This was her first time being outmatched in Albert's presence, and she was in a complete tizzy. "As for me, humph," the girl proclaimed, proudly patting her modest chest, "I am the guardian of London's order, the paragon of opera and law, the graceful dancer of love and aesthetics, Fanina of the illustrious Grindelwald family, the most talented and astute young witch." Little Gwen blinked rapidly, her large eyes filled with confusion and innocence. She couldn't comprehend what the other was saying, but it sounded rather impressive. After a moment of hesitation, little Gwen stammered, "I am the snowball fight champion of Hogwarts, the Ice Empress." As she spoke, realizing her declaration lacked grandeur, little Gwen suddenly raised her voice, hands on her hips, shouting as if to bluff her way through. However, the girl took it quite seriously, responding with a puzzled expression, "What is an Ice Empress?" Little Gwen slightly parted her lips, her gaze darting around, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. A few seconds later, with remarkable speed, she dove back into Albert's collar, murmuring, "The Ice Empress is just the Ice Empress. I'm quite formidable too," her fragmented whispers barely audible. "Ha ha ha, this is what everyone calls little Gwen, how delightful." Fanina Grindelwald laughed heartily, vigorously patting Albert's back. As they conversed, the car gradually began to move. Albert cast a glance at his 2 years younger cousin and shook his head in resignation. "I heard Uncle Gawot mention that you visited Beauxbatons in the Pyrenees earlier this year. Are you planning to attend school there the year after next?" Beauxbatons Academy of Magic is one of the 3 prestigious magical institutions renowned alongside Hogwarts and Durmstrang, nestled within a secret mountain range in the southern region of France. In contrast to the castle-like grandeur of Hogwarts, it embodies a more courtyard-like ambience. Its picturesque surroundings make it a favored choice among young witches. It is indeed a splendid place. Madame Maxime is exceedingly amiable, while your linguistic prowess is rather extraordinary. Mastering a dozen languages, I have managed to grasp French quite well. Fanina, with her hands propped on the velvet cushion, swung her legs clad in round-toed leather shoes in the air. If you had not awakened your magical talents or were to attend Beauxbatons as well, I would undoubtedly enroll there. Upon hearing this, Albert furrowed his brow. You are you, and I am I. Ah, I want to listen. Fanina covered her ears with her hands, vigorously shaking her head and raising her voice to drown out Albert's words. Albert shrugged, choosing not to utter another word. A quarter of an hour later, the sedan came to a gentle halt. The elderly driver opened the rear door. Master Albert, Miss Fufu. We have arrived. Thank you for your efforts, Walter. Albert and Fanina disembarked in succession, greeted by the sight of an expansive European-style garden with its grand gate ajar. At the end of the broad, tree-lined avenue stood a four-story villa, where a few figures could be discerned lingering at the entrance. Everyone's here, let us proceed. Albert murmured softly, leading the way toward the villa. Chapter 54. Yet this matter bears no relation to monkeys. It has been quite a while since I last saw Fufu. Has she not grown more beautiful? Before they ascended the staircase, a silver-haired lady, adorned in a white suit and sporting a floor-length ponytail, cheerfully interjected. She was Fanina's mother and Albert's aunt, Artemis Grindelwald, who operated a prestigious law firm in London, reportedly expanding her business into Asia. Indeed, her temperament remains unchanged. Albert nodded. Oh, come now. Fanina playfully stuck out her tongue, disregarding the latter part of his statement. Let us enter. Otherwise, the old man will start urging us again. A tall, slender man with a short stubble and silver hair glanced back over his shoulder. He then jovially patted Albert on the shoulder. Congratulations, Albert. I apologize for having concealed this from you for so long. It is nothing. I can understand, came Albert's response. The man was Albert's youngest uncle, Shisa Grindelwald, who, despite nearing 40, proudly upheld a traditional bachelor lifestyle, as he claimed. Albert had long been curious about his uncle's profession, and now it seemed likely that it was intricately linked to the magical realm. Otherwise, the ambiguity surrounding it for so many years would be inexplicable. Ha. You still seem remarkably mature for your age. Have you enjoyed your time at Hogwarts? Have you ventured into the Forbidden Forest? Enough, Shisa. Let us attend to business first. A tall figure emerged from behind Shisa, clearing his throat. This man, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall and around 50 years of age, bore a significant scar across his right eye, extending from his pale iris to the other side of his cheek. Gawat Grindelwald, the eldest of Albert's uncles, was also someone he had long suspected of being involved in the magical community. Whenever family gatherings concluded, this uncle always left behind a peculiar glow. In the past, Albert had been oblivious, but he now surmised that it was likely due to an overflow of excessive magical energy. Though he remained uncertain about what enchanted artifacts Gawat might carry or what specific spells he used, the group ventured into the villa, the grand door behind them closing slowly of its own accord. Likewise, the courtyard gate had shut without anyone noticing. The seasoned driver of a sedan eased away, and as he departed, a gust of wind swept through the desolate street, lifting the snow into the air. When the frost-laden snow settled, 5 figures cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured, stood outside the main gate. The Grindelwalds have entered, the leader remarked, lifting a green lantern, seemingly engaged in a distant conversation. We cannot breach the entrance. The door has been enchanted with the unbreakable vow, and it has likely been modified in such a way that the key is a mystery to outsiders. An ambush on the road? That old coot was among the most formidable of the saints back in the day, and the car is inscribed with teleportation runes. Do I need to spell it out for you, old-timers? The pittance you offered is hardly sufficient for my services. Suddenly, it appeared as though the person on the other end of the communication had spoken, abruptly silencing the black-robed leader. After a prolonged silence, he resumed. If you dare deceive me, I shall pursue you to Greenland and eliminate you all. That settles it. Ah, dear Albert, how does it feel to attend the family wizard gathering for the first time? At the immense round table, Campbell Grindelwald, the current patriarch of the Grindelwald family and Albert's grandfather, gestured towards his grandson seated at the corner. Not much has changed, though there seem to be fewer wizards in the family than I anticipated. Albert's gaze swept from left to right, taking in the 5 family members present. Although the Grindelwald lineage was not as populous, it was still significantly larger than this gathering. The Grindelwald bloodline, for various reasons, exhibited an explosive concentration of magical ability among certain family members. Today, Campbell donned an old-fashioned suit, complemented by a pair of silver-rimmed monocles. The trade-off was that many family members remained mute, devoid of even the most rudimentary magical abilities, much like your father, Leonard. Of course, this need not be viewed as a negative, for sometimes an abundance of choices may lead to indecision. Given the advancements in technology, investing excessive energy and time in the magical realm seemed increasingly devoid of necessity. At this juncture, aside from Fanina, who nestled closer to Albert, the Grindelwalds present nodded in unison. Even Shisa Grindelwald, the sole family member engaged in the magical community, concurred that the current era no longer belonged to wizards, or perhaps to magic itself. Can magic enable one to reach the moon? Ultimately, Albert, I am quite curious. How do you perceive magic? Uncle Gawat Grindelwald suddenly directed a serious gaze towards Albert. He was known for his somber demeanor, rarely gracing others with a smile. As Fanina would put it, Uncle Gawat and a smile were akin to 2 parallel lines that would never meet, extending infinitely into the cosmos. Albert bowed his head, contemplating earnestly. Then, with resolute conviction, he replied, "It is an exceptionally useful tool. Do you not find magic to be utterly fascinating?" Suddenly, his uncle, Cisse Grindelwald, interjected. The elder uncle, Gaworth, cast a glance at him, but Cisse merely averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. It seemed they harbored some disagreements on certain matters. Well, what of it? Albert remarked quizzically at Uncle Cisse. Is mathematics and physics not equally wondrous? They are simply disciplines yet to be fully explored by our predecessors. Ultimately, wizards are merely humans who have harnessed an enigmatic force. Once the veil of magic is pierced, the 2 realms shall inevitably converge. Reflecting on his experiences at Hogwarts, Albert articulated each word with precision. The crux lies in the timing and the place. Moreover, it is likely that this is not the future that wizards would wish to witness. Fanina's mother, Aunt Artemis Grindelwald, resting her hands crossed upon the round table, spoke with a hint of sarcasm. When monkeys first appeared on Earth, scurrying from the jaws of dinosaurs and other colossal mammals, they could hardly have envisioned becoming the world's sovereigns one day. Additionally, it is difficult to fathom that Polish cavalry, charging en masse towards tanks, would have the audacity to declare a resounding no. The advent of science and technology has transformed far too much, whether it be the balance of power or humanity's perception of itself and the universe. Albert shook his head, asserting with resolute conviction, ultimately, the direction of the future rests solely upon the side that holds the advantage. However, this matter, in essence, has nothing to do with the monkeys. Chapter 55. The recovery of magical energy in Albert's full power state. Such an audacious proclamation. Artemis lay sprawled across the round table, her gloved hands vehemently striking the surface. Yet, I find it amusing. Artemis ceased her laughter, slowly propping herself up, and gazed at the assembly. Our esteemed Uncle Gellert, despite his ability to charm numerous wizards with his flowery rhetoric, cannot deny the inherent structure of the world itself. The truth remains that he is not even the strongest among wizards. He has been forsaken even by the elder ones specially prepared for him. The supremacy of wizards is indeed quite foolish. We have a substantial number of mute members in our own family. Enough, Artemis. This is not the time for emotional outbursts. Gavort stated in a deep voice. The authority of the elder brother still holds weight. Artemis shrugged, reclined back into her chair, and gestured a zipping motion at her mouth. Well, there is nothing wrong with that. I find myself in agreement with Albert's perspective. Campbell continued to sit at the head of the table, smiling, seemingly unconcerned with his daughter's fervent remarks. However, you should realize that the reason we are gathered here today, in such a serious manner, is for a specific purpose, Albert. You have deliberately worn that pocket watch today. Albert did not respond directly, but shifted his gaze downward, scanning the old golden pocket watch that hung from Campbell's chest. It is a symbol of the Grindelwald family's power, typically stored within the family vault. Growing up, this was only the second time Albert had seen this pocket watch in a public setting. The first was shortly after his birth. His memory has always been remarkable. See, I have always said that in our family's second generation, no one collectively can match the intellect of Albert alone. Campbell boasted half in pride and half in satisfaction, teasing his children. Oh, come now, hasn't this been evident for quite some time? Cicero exclaimed, raising his hands in a mock surrender, declaring with exaggerated expression that regardless of whether Albert can become a wizard, he firmly supports him as the next clan leader. I concur. Artemis lazily raised her hand. Me too, me too. Fanina chimed in, waving her hand as if an outsider trying to join the excitement. Gvort, and you? Campbell turned to look at his silent eldest son. I merely wish to confirm Albert's intentions. I harbor no doubts regarding his abilities. Gvort maintained an overly rigid posture, his sharply defined face still cloaked in silence and gravity. But is this the right time? Those sneaky figures at the door. You should know better than I whom they have come for. Gvort's pale right eye began to glow a ghostly blue, eerily rotating 180 degrees, revealing the other side, which was covered in electronic patterns. Simultaneously, all surveillance cameras within a 10-kilometer radius of their villa began to operate autonomously. From various locations, nearly 20 figures clad in black robes transmitted their images via radio, consolidating into Gvort's electronic eye. Gvort Grindelwald, president of the multinational security group Iron Fortress, also serves as the chief security advisor to the British cabinet, overseeing surveillance and security installations in key urban areas, including London. Certain matters must always be confronted. Campbell shook his head, voluntarily pulling out a chair and standing up, slowly walking to Albert's side. Albert, can you manage this? As he spoke, Campbell handed the pocket watch to Albert, stating that he was too old to endure various shocks and upheavals. Initially, Campbell had intended to wait until Albert graduated from Hogwarts to take such action, but on one hand, those hidden enemies seemed to have run out of patience. On the other hand, his grandson's progress in magic had surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. Setting aside the boundary spell, the most evident point was that day at the train station when a certain detection spell was passively triggered upon encountering Albert. That alarm is only activated when confronted by beings capable of inflicting a life-threatening danger. Absurd, yet after rational contemplation, it does not seem so far-fetched. Thus, only profound astonishment remained, along with the elderly man's eagerness to relinquish his burdens. He had long ceased to desire the role of clan leader. With a plethora of tasks and research plans awaiting in the laboratory, had it not been for that arrogant elder brother who had indulged in isolation within the castle for half a century, he should have been able to enjoy the vastness of the microscopic physical world with ease and joy by now. Nevertheless, it must be said that the feeling of having capable successors is indeed delightful. I shall attempt it. Albert took the pocket watch and placed it in the pocket of his chest, noting that it seemed to possess some form of automatic triggering magic. Indeed, it is the highest level perpetual iron armor spell, which activates automatically upon being attacked, along with an ancient magic that can temporarily reverse time, capable of immediately reversing time when the wearer enters a state of severe injury. The usage count for the latter has diminished to only 2, please take note. Is it truly necessary for Albert to undertake this? After all, he is still a child, Artemis remarked with compassion, due to Uncle Gellert's influence. The family's reputation and credibility within the magical community are even less favorable than that of the Death Eater's leader being attacked, which serves as a fitting excuse for retaliation and reckoning, Gvort explained on behalf of his father. After all, his father is aging, since Albert possesses that ability. Being younger actually serves as a more advantageous point in public opinion. It is not entirely unjust. Albert's formidable talent is indeed the genuine reason they are eager to take action. With a click, Cicero, at an unknown moment, retrieved 2 silver-white pistols from his pocket and began leisurely loading them with rune-engraved bullets. Let Albert go, after all, with that pocket watch in hand. If nothing too serious occurs, it can be considered as a test of courage. As long as he withstands the first wave of attacks, we can all act without reservation. At this point, with the exception of Fanina, all the Grindelwalds present narrowed their eyes, a dangerous red glint igniting within their depths. A tremendous surge of magical energy gathered above the conference room, causing the once steady lights to flicker erratically. Then it was settled. Artemis gradually rose, leaning against the edge of the table, looking at Albert. Albert, after you block the first wave of attacks at the entrance, retreat back. We will support you, and the subsequent matters will be entrusted to us. Unexpectedly, Albert patiently listened, but simply shook his head calmly. There is no need for that. I can handle it well. Albert softly addressed the diminutive Gwen at his collar. Little Gwen, please return and rest for a while. I must devote myself entirely to the tasks ahead. Oh, very well. The obedient little Gwen nodded, her form dissolving into a shimmering blue torrent of magical energy, merging seamlessly with Albert's being. Suddenly, Campbell sprang to his feet. adjusting his glasses that flickered with alarming red lights, his expression one of astonishment. The others, too, were taken aback, their gazes drawn to Albert, who had lifted his head slowly, his silver hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. In that moment, the magical energy within him surged dramatically, escalating to a truly formidable level. There exists a truth known to but a few, to sustain the daily operations of his guardian, little Gwen. Albert was compelled to siphon off nearly 2/3 of his magical power. In simpler terms, his usual state amounted to only 1/3 of his full capabilities. The circuitry at the ceiling of the conference hall could no longer withstand the strain of his magic. The lights flickered and extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. In the obscurity, his Uncle Gaworth tossed a radar-like disc device towards Albert. Within it lay the real-time locations of all assailants. Albert nodded thoughtfully and silently pushed open the grand door behind him. "I shall return shortly." As Albert stepped out of the villa, a device resembling a timer began to operate at high speed on a desk somewhere in London. Inked records gradually emerged, swiftly spewing forth from a white strip of paper. At 10:35:25, 2:15 a.m., the target, the illustrious Albert Grindelwald, reached the outer gate. Between 10:35:28, 1:35 a.m. and 10:35:28, 275 a.m. A total of 7 Dark Wizard assassins operate within a 3-meter radius of the target. At 10:35:28, for 70 a.m., a collective curse was unleashed. At 10:35:28, 6:73 a.m., an unknown spell was cast. By 10:35:29 a.m., the entire group of assassins was obliterated. Chapter 56. Incomprehensible, unrivaled. Time rewound slightly. Uncertain of his emotions, Albert alone pushed open the gate to the courtyard, stepping into the desolate center of the road. Although such solitude was quite ordinary for a private road within a villa area, the sight of the distant security booth with one side of its gate ajar rendered everything feel rather abnormal. How eerily quiet it was, Albert silently pondered. Almost in the next moment, 7 figures cloaked in black materialized around him, their presence accompanied by the lingering visual haze of their phantasmal movement. Dots of eerie green light gradually coalesced from beneath the black robes, swallowing the vision. The death curse is truly a tedious spell. Albert did not glance around. He simply spread his palms slowly. The sweet tide surged forth, with him as the center, as a peculiar and immense force of rotation instantaneously took shape. Beginning to spin counterclockwise, this force twisted the incoming Avada Kedavra curses along with the assassins, propelling them into the air. In that fleeting moment, the assassins resembled toys tossed into a tumble dryer, involuntarily accelerating and swirling around Albert's head alongside their lethal curses, faintly forming a distorted ring interwoven with shades of green and black. Albert was not in the mood to appreciate this farce. Following closely behind, he clenched his fingers once more and forcefully waved downward. The protective spell was unleashed with full vigor, and a massive, invisible rectangular prism slowly took shape above, with a cylindrical hollow deliberately left at its center. An identical distorted force field acted upon the prism, causing it to spin rapidly while accelerating downward. The protective spell, collapse pressure, erupted with a thunderous boom. The dark-robed wizard below was unceremoniously transformed into a gruesome puddle of flesh and blood, sinking several centimeters into the ground beneath him. Not far away, members of the Grindelwald family observed this scene in silence. "What on earth is that?" Cisse bit his finger, feeling an unsettling sense of unreality. "What is happening?" "Let me see," cried Fanina, attempting to step outside, only to be held firmly in place by her mother, unable to catch a glimpse of the courtyard beyond. "Is that Albert's self-created spell?" "I recall it being a protective incantation," mused Gaworth, who had clearly observed the entire process with his unique magical eye, feeling increasingly awed. "That is not merely a protective spell, there is another incantation at play. One capable of generating directional twisting force." Campbell stroked his beard, deep in thought. "I was gravely mistaken to compare him with Gellert. This is no mere talented wizard. Our family has produced a Merlin." As he spoke, Albert glanced at the positioning device in his hand and once again cast the spell Reversal Flow. Under the influence of the formidable twisting force, he was propelled skyward, and with the new incantation, he adjusted his orientation and shot straight towards a corner of the city. Through Reversal Flow, his self-invented spell, Albert had begun to generate and manipulate directional twisting forces, enabling accelerated movement within any space. In a certain sense, it bore resemblance to flight, yet fundamentally, they were two entirely distinct phenomena. In a tranquil CAF on the streets of London, A tall man clad in a black sweatshirt put away a timer that had just come to a stop and glanced at a note pressed beneath it. After a derisive snort, he crumpled the note and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. "Boss, we've lost all contact with that crew." A bald man wearing a knitted cap pushed open the CAF door, nearly colliding with a waitress passing by. After hastily apologizing, he strode over to the tall man's side. "Relax, I never expected a bunch of wandering dark wizards to be of any use." The man waved his hand dismissively without turning, gradually bending forward and sipping his coffee in an odd manner. Behind him, an ancient black robe hung over the back of a chair, alongside a vintage lantern emitting a ghostly green glow. "I thought the greatest obstacles would be those old-timers." The man sighed, leaning back against the chair, his body swaying as he counted off on his fingers: Black Tower Gewurt Grindelwald, Witch Hunter Cisse Grindelwald, Nightmare Artemis Grindelwald, and that great Splitter Campbell Grindelwald. I put in so much effort studying them, only to find out that the real threat is that little brat, Albert Grindelwald, who just started his first year at Hogwarts. The one handling intelligence must be Waddy Hope, right? After this job, I'll make sure to eliminate his entire family. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters, Gerinth. The bald man could not help but call out the man's true name. That child from the Grindelwald family is not right. We must leave immediately. Speaking of which, Maxie, haven't you encountered the illustrious Grindelwald in his prime? Is this child even more formidable? Gerinth glanced at the bald man, his tone laced with intrigue. Not at all. It's completely different. Maxie occasionally turned his head towards the door, his hands trembling as they propped up the table. Gellert Grindelwald's magical prowess far surpasses that of the masterpiece. But that essay strength I can comprehend. Albert Grindelwald, the masterpiece, his spells and existence are utterly beyond my grasp. Those dark wizards were reduced to dust by an invisible force. Can you imagine that sight? All right, find a place to sit. Running out now is tantamount to seeking death. Gerinth clicked his tongue, firmly pressing his broad palm against his partner's back, forcing him into a nearby chair. London is rife with Gewurt Grindelwald spies. I understand those are products of technology, but do you expect an uneducated dark wizard like me to distinguish them? As Maxie appeared ready to correct him, Gerinth waved his hand impatiently. At least this place is free from those bothersome eyes, allowing you a moment to breathe. Maxie paused, his expression growing increasingly distressed. We must withdraw from this assignment. That's out of the question, at least not this time. Gerinth downed his coffee in one gulp, his tone darkening. Those old fossils promised to tell me who took Angelica. Even if half of them perish due to the blood curse, they genuinely fear that child's growth. He has already grown into a monster. Maxie sighed, realizing he could not sway him and muttering softly to himself. Monsters have their own means of handling. As long as they are human, they will have weaknesses. Gerinth rubbed his stiff face, pulling out a pocket watch to check the time, his expression inexplicably softening. At the bottom of the watch was a photograph of a young woman, one hand entwined with a younger Gerinth, both of them beaming with joy. In any case, before we act, let us allow that group of fools to exhaust him. The lives of a multitude of dark wizards should yield some effect. Chapter 57. Fusion Spell, Destructive Spiral and Void Wheel. In a warehouse at the Regent's Canal Dock in East London, countless dark wizards gathered within through apparition. Their faces marked by an eerie terror and confusion. What on earth is happening? How did Kate and the others die? I can't comprehend this. FCK. I'm withdrawing from this assignment. I want out now. Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the wall in one corner of the warehouse exploded. Amidst the dark wizard's fearful gazes, Albert, hands in pockets and expressionless, slowly walked in. As he stepped into the warehouse, the shattered wall rapidly reassembled itself, restoring to its original state in the blink of an eye. He had the audacity to use a silent repair spell to fix the wall. 1, 2, 3, 35. Albert cast a serious gaze over all those present, his silver eyes shimmering with a unique blue light reminiscent of magic. The number of individuals was rather excessive. I certainly did not require so many captives. With our numbers, what could I possibly fear from him? A dark wizard, lurking in the shadows, shouted loudly, attempting to rouse the courage of his companions. It remained uncertain whether his words held any merit or if the allure of the bounty was simply too tempting. But several dark wizards drew forth their wands, unleashing ghastly green curses towards the seemingly vulnerable Albert. As ever, the killing curse was cast with a flick of the wrist. How could the spell be so remarkably effective? In the instant the curse approached Albert, it was swiftly distorted by the counteraction of a powerful force, altering its trajectory and striking the three foremost dark wizards after twisting over 100 degrees. In the midst of the astonished expressions surrounding them, three lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. The next moment, a wizard attempted to cast apparition to escape, only to find himself still rooted in place. The spell had failed. Their expressions darkened significantly. Although the instability of their magical energy rendered them unable to utilize apparition, I possessed a certain understanding of this spell. Albert slowly drew forth his wand, speaking to himself. The disillusionment charm necessitates that a wizard is situated in a stable space during transportation, thus, it suffices to render the space unstable to effectively thwart the use of apparition within the area. I am uncertain how Hogwarts manages this, but for me personally, dispersing a vast array of torsional forces within the space is adequate. Regardless of how minuscule, it proves to be effective. I shall confront this beast. In the blink of an eye, another dark wizard brandished his wand to strike. Yet, perhaps due to the prior missteps of the Forerunners, they refrained from casting the killing curse, opting instead for cutting and disarming spells. A futile endeavor. Albert did not even attempt to evade, allowing the curses to draw near, only to be deflected by the potent torsional forces surrounding him, crashing into other parts of the warehouse. Having further honed the tidal wave spell, it had become his most effective means of repelling the vast majority of curses, surpassing even the initial static defenses. The wand gradually rose as Albert pointed it forward. 5 completely transparent spiral drill heads began to form under the influence of the protective barrier spell, and at the moment his wand touched the ground, they were imbued with a directed, powerful torsional force by the tidal wave spell. Consequently, they all spiraled into a rapid rotation without exception. The fusion spell, destructive spiral. Even though the forms were invisible, some wizards could still hear the violent sound of air friction. What was that? Bang. At the edge, one dark wizard's chest suddenly erupted with a massive void, and simultaneously, a translucent circular hole appeared in the wall behind him, 5 or 6 meters away. Blood splattered across the nearby dark wizards, but before panic could spread, 3 more wizards fell to the ground, wailing, either missing their heads or having half their bodies obliterated. His spell is invisible. Among the dark wizards were those of keen intellect, and it did not take long for some to realize, hastily casting the shield charm upon themselves. Albert harbored little sense of regret. He merely raised his wand anew. The wand soared forth. A voice resounded from behind. Albert gradually came to a halt, pivoting his body to gaze at the short, stout wizard concealed beneath a nearby crate. Why did the dark sorcerer seem oblivious to the failure of his jinx? It was far more likely that he had come to the grim realization of his imminent demise, as his prostrate form trembled violently upon the ground. Success was, of course, utterly unattainable. Albert shook his head. In addition to the ever-present swirling spell upon his surface, he had also invoked a protective barrier, as previously elucidated. Within the confines of this barrier, he remained impervious to any external influences, be they prohibitions or targeted incantations. The ground melted into a circle of hemp rope, binding the stout wizard securely. Nevertheless, a sense of relief washed over the wizard's visage, as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Though captured, he was, at the very least, spared from death. The reason Albert spared him was quite simple. He was a man of reasonable intellect, possessing a certain timidity, which meant he could be coerced or seduced. Next, it sufficed to leave 2 or 3 alive to facilitate a comparison of testimonies through a prisoner's dilemma. The rest could be dealt with accordingly. No trace left behind. Shattered to pieces, countless tangible and intangible curses surged forth, either distorted or ruthlessly halted by the barriers surrounding Albert, erupting in a brilliant display of light. A single arm slowly ascended as Albert positioned his palm within the diminutive aperture of the barrier above his head. The invisible shield shifted at his will, transforming into a colossal wheel with a radius of 1.5 meters. Its edges, sharp as blades, were completely imperceptible. The area was relatively spacious. In hushed whispers, a formidable rotational force was imparted to the unseen wheel, accelerating it to a velocity akin to that of an industrial saw in an instant. Without a word of warning, Albert swung his arm forward, and the invisible wheel shot forth with a piercing howl. The spell of fusion, Void Wheel. Without any prelude, or perhaps knowing it would be futile, the completely invisible Void Wheel disregarded all defensive measures of the dark sorcerers under the omnipresent influence of the rotational force. In less than 3 seconds, it severed the 4 of them in half, then circled back around the warehouse, landing steadily back in Albert's outstretched hand. 2 others were merely left with their legs severed. Though their plight was grim, they were not yet dead. At this moment, apart from Albert, not a single one remained standing. Wasn't there one more? Albert squinted. In the air behind him, a distorted figure suddenly shifted from illusion to reality. Shadow shift. This individual had somehow momentarily overcome the twisting force Albert had spread throughout the warehouse, successfully executing the shadow shift. It can only be said that there were indeed some capable individuals among the dark sorcerers. Monster, die. The last dark sorcerer roared, brandishing his wand as if it were a dagger aimed at Albert's back. At the tip of the wand glimmered a malevolent, eerie green light. Avada Kedavra. Bang. Albert, without a backward glance, casually waved his arm, grasping the arm of the void wheel. The body of the dark wizard, along with his wand, was instantly cleaved in two. The blood within him surged forth, only to be propelled backwards by the force of the distorted field, splattering the wall 3 meters away in a crimson hue. Chapter 58. The Great Utility of the TNT. In less than a minute, only 3 of the 15 dark wizards remained alive. This horrifying scene plunged the surviving trio into profound terror, causing them to instinctively cover their mouths. Even the 2 dark wizards with severed legs were on the brink of unconsciousness from the pain. Please, don't kill me. As Albert approached, the stout, short wizard ensnared by ropes instinctively rolled backwards, emitting a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. It seems you are not yet prepared to face interrogation. Albert halted his steps, unexpectedly shifting his focus towards the 2 incapacitated dark wizards beside him, both of whom had resorted to blood-stopping spells to temporarily stem their wounds. Their faces were ashen as they gazed at Albert. Let us begin with you. Albert approached a dark sorcerer, brandishing his wand. It was unclear what incantation he had uttered. Yet the 2 engaged in a conversation devoid of sound. Even a nearby sorcerer, merely 2 meters away, could not perceive their exchange. Midway through their discourse, Albert suddenly shook his head. In an instant, amidst the terrified gazes of the stout sorcerer and the one with a shattered leg, the sorcerer conversing with Albert exploded into a grotesque display. Flesh and blood erupted outward, yet they did not travel far before coming to a halt, forming a rectangular silhouette approximately 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. My mind-reading abilities are quite proficient. You ought not to deceive me. Albert gestured as if opening a door in the void and then turned to face another dark sorcerer. Instinctively, that individual attempted to retreat, yet as Albert extended a hand, he was inexorably drawn to Albert's feet by an invisible force. Dazed, he lifted his gaze, only to be met by a pair of luminous silver eyes. I have always believed that honesty is a precious virtue. What is your perspective on this? Albert's tone was not particularly severe. Yet the limping dark wizard remained with his head bowed, not daring to meet his gaze. As his breath grew increasingly labored, the dark wizard suppressed his inner fear and humbly responded, Indeed, I too detest liars. Now, let us commence. With a mere wave of his hand, an invisible barrier enveloped them, completely severing their connection to the outside world. Half an hour later, the stout dark wizard was released from the barrier, appearing as if he had been dredged from a river, drenched and sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. I survived, he panted. It was no wonder he was so terrified. Just moments before, the limping dark wizard had answered one of Albert's questions, only to be engulfed in an eerie red glow. Subsequently, he had expanded into a grotesque mass of flesh, which exploded moments later. His blood seemed to have transformed into a highly corrosive liquid, eroding the ground beneath him into a multitude of gaping holes. Had it not been for the barrier spell and the swirling currents of magic that Albert maintained, he would likely have suffered the same fate. How curious. You answered my question as well, yet nothing befell you, Albert mused, scrutinizing the stout wizard with a slight furrow in his brow. It appeared that these dark wizards, upon accepting a commission, had entered into a certain contract with the wizard who issued the task. Should they divulge the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes, they would be met with the backlash of the magical contract's power. I am one of the sacred 28 families. Who would dare compel me to sign a contract? The stout wizard instinctively wore a mocking expression, but soon realized he had become overly confident. He quickly bent down, adopting a submissive demeanor, and said, I was fortunate not to have signed. Albert cast a deep glance at him, extracting a small metallic box from his pocket, which he slowly unfolded. He carefully drew out a peculiar pair of headphones and donned them with deliberation. A series of lights illuminated on the metal box, and a cacophony of electronic sounds filled Albert's ears. Hello, is this Albert? Despite the distortion in the voice, he could faintly discern it belonged to his uncle, Gwert. Given that this was merely a miniature telephone still in the experimental phase, it seemed unreasonable to harbor any greater expectations. Have you finished over there? For the time being. Yes. The group of rogue black wizards is not directly hired. The intermediary's name is Garrett. Does that ring a bell? Albert recollected the information he had extracted from the black wizards and inquired over the phone. Gwert pondered for a moment before responding. I believe I have heard of this individual. He is a black wizard from Iceland, notorious for numerous offenses. However, his primary area of operation should be Italy. You ought to exercise caution. This fellow employs diverse methods, not the traditional wizardry. Indeed, I shall, Albert nodded, first glancing at the short, stout wizard who was bowing obsequiously beside him before continuing. I managed to uncover the identity of the client. The main orchestrators are Sparkowski from Poland, Glade from Yugoslavia, and the Rockefeller family from America. The Rockefellers? Those oil magnates are truly deranged in their speculation. Gwert clearly cursed on the other end of the line. Do not concern yourself with the Rockefellers. Once this matter concludes, the family members responsible for this scheme will undoubtedly be discarded like pawns. As for Sparkowski and Glade, I shall hire someone for retribution. How absurd. Yugoslavia is in such disarray, yet they still dare to make enemies. The Grindelwald family was well acquainted with the art of hiring assassins. When troubles could be resolved with money, there was no need to wade through murky waters personally. After ending the call, Albert stowed away the rudimentary communication device and rubbed his temples. He then lowered his gaze to examine the tracking device his uncle had previously provided. Although he was unaware of the whereabouts of the client named Garrett, as long as he appeared on the street cameras, Albert would be able to pinpoint his location immediately. As Albert pondered, he glanced at the positioning device, and his expression suddenly froze. A certain red dot lingered nearby, positioned at the dock outside the warehouse. What was happening? A chilling sensation surged through him, and before he could react, his vision was engulfed by an ever-expanding blaze. Boom, boom, at the dock. Approximately 30 to 40 meters from the warehouse, Glant crossed his arms and burst into hearty laughter. In his view, the warehouse where Albert stood was now completely consumed by flames. The violent explosions even blew away nearby makeshift awnings, scattering countless crates and metal racks into fragments amidst the shockwave, which transformed into a whirlwind of debris. A piece of scrap metal flew past Glant, embedding itself deep into the wall behind him. Maxie, beside him, swallowed hard, fear etched on his face as he muttered to himself, What is that? Explosives. Something called TNT, I purchased from some old muggle. It seems to be from World War II. I initially intended to dispose of those fools after this job, but it turned out to be serendipitous. However, the power is indeed rather frightening, Glant chuckled, a goofy smile spreading across his scarred face. Had I known, I wouldn't have killed that old man. I won't be able to procure it again. Chapter 59, The Rampage of Albert. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of mechanical gears gradually filled the air as Albert's consciousness slowly emerged from darkness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself standing in the midst of a raging inferno, surrounded by an automatically activated layer of dark, translucent barrier, the highest-grade iron armor spell. Looking down at the pocket watch in his hand, he noticed that the hands, which had previously been at 10 o'clock, had inexplicably moved to 11. The ancient magic of time reversal had just activated. In other words, he had. Ding. Achievement unlocked. First death. Requirement. Die and be reborn. Reward. Level 3 lottery ticket X1. Book of Emblems X1. Embracing death is simple. The challenge lies in awakening once more. With a sharp grip on the pocket watch, he clenched his fingers tightly. Did I just die? I, Albert Grindelwald, am dead? After a moment of silent contemplation, Albert's eyes widened, and his expression turned ashen. For the first time since arriving in this world, he felt a loss of control over his emotions. Even the absolute rationality bequeathed by a clear mind was completely consumed by the tide of fear overwhelming him, leading to a resurgence of the emotional impulses that inherently belonged to humanity. His vision blurred slightly. Gasping for breath, he clutched his throat desperately. The fear of returning from death, the bewilderment of being so easily killed transformed into a familiar yet strange emotion. Rage. Boom. The surging magical energy, driven by unprecedented emotions, surged exponentially, creating a whirlwind that ripped apart the surrounding flames, revealing a tall man squatting at the dock not far away. Oh, it seems you're not so easy to kill, are you, young master of the Grindelwald family? Glant slowly stood up, brushing his hands over his waist, drawing out 2 black stone daggers. Rubbing them together produced a shower of dazzling sparks. On the side of the dagger in his left hand, an oddly shaped metal wand was faintly embedded. Maxie, cover me. As soon as he spoke, a flash of magical white light enveloped Glant, and he dashed forward with a speed bordering on the supernatural, becoming a blur. Low concede deceleration curse. We're really going to die, Glant. Maxie grimaced, glancing at the silver-haired boy in the distance, forcing a smile as he raised his wand high. Confringo. A massive fireball instantly formed, hurtling towards Albert. I should really thank you all, Albert murmured softly, slowly raising his head. Glant appeared beside him in a blur, the stone dagger aimed at Albert's temple. Yet, within mere inches, it was repelled by an invisible barrier, exploding into a dazzling spark in midair. Thanks to you, I have truly realized how fragile human life can be. Turning his silver gaze upward, Albert slightly elevated his wand, conjuring a twisting force that completely deflected the fireball overhead, allowing it to plummet into the nearby sea. As a gesture of gratitude for accomplishing this, Albert gradually turned his body to face Glant, who was viciously striking the barrier before him. I will eliminate you cleanly. No sooner had he spoken than, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, Glant completely shattered the invisible barrier before him but was pushed back, accelerating away. Almost simultaneously, an invisible giant will sped past him, carving a deep, semicircular gash into the ground. Fusion spell, Void Wheel. How perilous. By the way, what on earth is that? Glant pulled his hair back, revealing a blue glowing right eye. Coincidentally, Maxie's left eye in the distance also glimmered with the same blue light. Buying this pair of magic eyes that can detect magical energy for a hefty price 6 months ago was indeed a wise investment. Is this your final farewell? Albert raised his right hand, summoning the Void Wheel. As magical energy surged into it, the barrier spell and the rolling dust spell simultaneously activated at maximum power. The size and rotation speed of the Void Wheel visibly expanded, creating a wind pressure that reached a diameter of 10 meters at an unprecedented rotation speed. Fusion spell, Void Wheel, Maximum Wheel. Die. The colossal wheel roared towards the two, and even before contact, the fierce wind pressure forced them to squint. Armor protection. Fool. There's no way you can withstand this. Before his companion could finish the incantation for the iron armor spell, Glant yanked his collar and forcibly used the displacement charm. The giant wheel rolled across the ground, splitting their original position in the nearby containers in two. Swish. Suddenly, the two reappeared on the opposite side of the dock. Just as Maxie was about to speak, a severed arm fell with a thud before him. The severed limb was all too familiar, adorned with dense black tattoos. Indeed. The moment I activated the displacement charm, I realized that little rascal had stirred up this entire space. Damn it, not even glancing at his severed left arm. Glant gritted his teeth and cast a healing spell on himself. Be careful, he's coming again. In the next moment, both of their magical eyes emitted a warning red light. In their unique magical energy perception, a pale blue giant will surge through rows of containers, racing directly towards them. This level of power is outright cheating. Glant cursed. Gripping his dagger-shaped wand and, under the influence of the deceleration curse, began moving at high speed once more. In this situation, stopping meant death. Through the distorted force field conjured by the resurgence spell, Albert soared several meters into the air, an invisible platform materializing beneath his feet. He gazed silently downward, commanding the colossal wheel to wreak havoc, endeavoring to flush the two dark sorcerers from their concealment behind the containers. The surrounding area had long been imbued with an extensive distortion force, rendering any attempt at shadow displacement impossible for them. Even the recent minor movement had cost Geulenth an arm. The terrifying commotion startled the seagulls at the dock, sending them scattering chaotically into the sky. Out of the corner of his eye, Albert caught sight of a figure shrouded in a black cloak bursting forth from the swirling dust. Without hesitation, he waved his wand. The previously conjured hovering spiral drill shot towards the ground in an instant, piercing through that shadowy figure. To his surprise, there was no expected spray of blood and flesh. It appeared merely as a tattered black robe. Almost simultaneously, a seagull that had flown past Albert twisted and morphed into Geulenth's form in the blink of an eye. Anima Magus. At last, I have you cornered. Grant, with a sinister grin, thrust his left-hand dagger against the invisible barrier behind Albert. The dagger's side, embedded with a wand, emitted a dazzling crimson glow. Fiend fire. The expanding flames engulfed the sky, coalescing into a massive wolf's head with a gaping maw, which devoured both Grant and the barrier-ensconced Albert, before transforming into a crimson meteor plummeting toward the earth. Chapter 60. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, an inescapable demise awaits. Amidst the inferno, Grant pressed the last remaining hand firmly upon Albert's shoulder, a knee driven into his abdomen, pinning him to the ground. Both figures shimmered with an ethereal glow, a manifestation of the water-fire repelling charm they had simultaneously conjured before being engulfed by flames. Although it could not entirely shield them from the fiend fire's harm, it still proved somewhat beneficial. Damnable brat, even the fiend fire cannot vanquish you. One must indeed commend the lineage of Grindelwald. Maxie. Grant incessantly channeled his magical energy into Albert's body, attempting to disrupt the flow of magic within him. The first-year boy before him was a true anomaly. Wandless and silent incantations were as effortless to him as breathing, and one could not afford to be complacent. Yet, fortunately, this tumult would soon reach its conclusion. I have never been alone. Out with your weapon. A brilliant red light soared forth, violently propelling the wand drawn by the gravitational force. Maxie hastened toward the entangled pair, the tip of his wand glowing an inky green. Do not blame me, child. With a sigh, Maxie aimed his wand at the defenseless Albert, Avada Kedavra. The lethal curse was poised to be unleashed with the incantation, yet Maxie's expression abruptly morphed into one of immense agony. In Grant's stunned gaze, Maxie clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground, writhing in torment like a fish on the verge of asphyxiation. Asphyxiation? Grant's magical eye flared with intensity, revealing a pale blue sphere that had mysteriously materialized within Maxie's throat. No, more accurately, within his airway. Maxie, flee. Boom. Before Grant could complete his warning, Albert, with an impassive countenance, extended his right hand and directed it towards Maxie, whose grip was unyielding. The barrier sphere lodged in Maxie's trachea accelerated in expansion, culminating in a catastrophic explosion of his head. Boom. Maxie's headless corpse collapsed to the ground, and in that moment of mental disarray, Grant was sent flying by Albert's counterattack spell. Gradually rising from the ground, he dusted himself off, his silver eyes scanning the distance to Grant, who once again raised his right hand. Who would have imagined that, in the next instant, Grant would slice open his own throat, extracting a bloodstained, intangible sphere and casting it to the ground? The silent blood-stopping charm activated, and the wound in Grant's throat began to heal, leaving behind an unsightly, grotesque scar. You intend to reduce these little trinkets to dust, allowing them to coalesce and expand within us, ultimately bursting our minds, do you? Grant, bloodied and grim, cast a glowering glance at Maxie's lifeless body, lamenting that it was the existence of such monsters that had plunged the world into chaos. Have you finished? Albert tilted his head, his expression remaining largely unchanged. After the initial fury had subsided, he had regained his inherent state of absolute rationality. It is time to conclude this chaotic and disorderly day. You believe victory is assured, do you not? Grant muttered, retrieving a glass vial from his waist pouch. Under the sun's illumination, the liquid within radiated a divine and resplendent golden hue. Albert squinted slightly, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Goulant, though this bloodline is cursed, should the moment arise when it must be utilized, do not hesitate. I would rather bear the weight of the blood curse than witness your demise. I know. Angelica, just help me one last time. With a heavy sigh, Goulant forsook the cork and thrust the entire vial into his mouth, crushing it with a sharp bite and swallowing the contents whole. The scalding golden liquid coursed down his throat, igniting a searing yet warming pain within. Upon reopening his eyes, they gleamed a resplendent gold, his physique inexplicably swollen. Perhaps it was an illusion, but his hair appeared tinged with a hint of red, as if steeped in blood. The essence of magical creatures, their unique blood, and the potential of alchemical reagents swirled in Albert's mind as he calmly assessed the unfolding scenario. Undeterred by the chaos around him, without delay, he wielded his wand, ensuring his survival was paramount. A multitude of swirling, invisible drill-like projectiles erupted from behind him, cascading like a torrential downpour. Fusion spell, destructive spiral. To Albert's astonishment, Goulant did not flinch or evade. He simply allowed the drills to collide against him. Those formidable spirals, destined to be unyielding, shattered instantaneously, dissipating into a wave of magical energy. With a strange gaze fixed on Goulant, who charged towards him with fervor, Albert instinctively invoked the spell reversal flow, propelling himself backward through sheer force. During the retreat, he unleashed a flurry of spells such as the explosion charm and the shatter spell, yet none inflicted harm upon Goulant. Is he immune to magic? Albert pondered as he landed on the dock, gesturing toward the parking lot behind him. Sweet Dirtide, reversal flow. Under the spell's influence, a car was forcibly drawn, flipping as it hurtled towards the advancing Goulant. With a thunderous roar, amidst the explosion, Goulant emerged, exhibiting only minor burns and a few bruises, accelerating towards Albert in an instant. The physical damage had diminished significantly, while magical harm proved utterly ineffective. Was this the effect of that golden liquid? In that moment, Albert began to grasp the transformation within Goulant. The barriers from the shield spell and the twisting force from reversal flow seemed futile. As Goulant approached with an air of invincibility, thrusting his wand toward Albert, at the wand's tip shone an otherworldly emerald light. Goulant, should there ever come a day when I vanish, please seek me out again. Do not let me face solitude. Once this task is complete, I shall come to you immediately, Angelica. Goulant, in a frenzied state, roared as he channeled all his magical energy into the final incantation, Avada Kedavra. You always place your hopes in the killing curse. The howling wind pierced his ears as Goulant opened his eyes wide, bewildered by his surroundings. Huh? All around him stretched an endless canopy of sky, the sun setting in the distance, casting a brilliant glow. Beneath him, clouds billowed and morphed like a continent, their edges painted with a breathtaking orange-red hue. What am I? Goulant grappled with the memories swirling in his mind. Just as the killing curse was about to strike the boy, he perceived a diminutive blue figure darting from his feet. A small orb, radiating blue luminescence, collided with him. And suddenly, he was transported to this place. A portkey? Gravity took hold, propelling Goulant downward, his body struggling to maintain balance as he spiraled through the dense clouds. The outlines of a city gradually emerging below, no larger than the palm of his hand. 2,000 meters, or 3. It hardly matters now. His magical eye scanned his chest, revealing numerous magical orbs of varying sizes surging within him. It appeared that during the previous battle, that monstrous little creature had infused him with countless tiny magical products. Despite his newfound immunity to all magical harm due to the blood, he found himself unable to organize the magic within, let alone cast spells requiring high stability like apparition. At this height, a fall would be certain death. With a resigned sigh, Goulant forced himself to gaze upward through the howling winds, his eyes meeting the blood-red sky painted by the setting sun. What am I doing, Angelica? He raised his remaining hand to shield his face. I truly wish to see you once more. Boom. Albert and little Gwen sat quietly on a shipping container at the dock, gazing as a meteor streaked across the sky and crashed into an open field 100 meters away. The explosive shockwave raged for a considerable time before gradually dissipating, revealing a glowing red crater and the charred, indistinct remains of a body. Although I had previously mentioned that you should try to relocate the coordinates to a higher altitude. This is rather excessive. Gwen had flown for an extraordinarily long time to reach that spot. Little Gwen lifted her chin proudly, eager to take credit, declaring that had it not been for Albert's notification, she could have flown to the cosmos without even needing to reach the moon. As Albert's guardian spirit, they could communicate through telepathy, no matter the distance. Furthermore, little Gwen could instantaneously teleport by disassembling her form and reassembling it beside Albert. Previously, she had employed this technique to place a temporary key coordinate, a barrier sphere almost 3,000 meters high. Due to the unique properties of the barrier technique, it remained fixed in place, unaffected by gravity or wind pressure. Enough boasting, Albert said, ruffling little Gwen's fluffy head, his tone laced with resignation. But thanks to you, I avoided an unnecessary battle. As long as Albert knows, Gwen is the best. Little Gwen twirled in place, her mouth curling into a mischievous grin. Indeed, Albert remarked, glancing at the distant wailing sirens, and leisurely made his way toward the meteor crater. After retrieving the remains, let us make our swift exit. Today has been exhausting. We can deal with the remaining troubles tomorrow. Chapter 61. Even wizards must make a living. The next morning, Albert awoke in a room of the villa, staring up at an unfamiliar ceiling. Unsure whether the dark wizard assassins had been entirely eradicated, he had refrained from returning home, opting instead to spend the night at the family gatherings villa. An unwritten rule of the magical community dictated that they would never act against non-wizard members of rival families, which explained why Albert had only faced an attack after the family gathering concluded. Even the factions that had suffered under Gellert Grindelwald during the Second World War had to bide their time, despite their desire to eliminate Albert. The new hope for the resurgence of the Grindelwald family. The consequences of breaking this rule were severe, a lesson the Grindelwald family had learned all too well. Oh, I can't be the headmaster. Gwen is still too young. Well then, Albus is right. I'll begrudgingly allow Hogwarts to have a 3-day holiday. From now on, this day shall be declared Gwen Day, hee. With a bemused expression, Albert turned to see little Gwen peacefully dreaming beside him on the pillow. It seemed the last time she had been a prefect, and now she was dreaming of being headmaster. Albert shook his head, intending to rise from his bed, only to discover a heavy weight hanging from his waist. He lifted the covers and found Funina, clad in her nightgown, soundly asleep beside him. This rascal, despite having claimed she was retired for the night, had stealthily slipped in during the wee hours. Albert, with a pained expression, pinched the bridge of his nose before gently pulling away Funina's arm. After rising from bed, he carefully tucked the blankets around the two of them. In this weather, one could easily catch a chill if not cautious. It seemed he had raised two rather troublesome daughters. Donning his coat, Albert descended the stairs, where Walter, the elderly butler who had acted as a driver the previous day, was organizing the servants and maids in the hall, arranging the breakfast plates. Good morning, Master Albert. I trust you rested well last night? Walter inquired amiably, polishing his glasses with a handkerchief. It had been a long time since Albert visited, yet the warmth of familiarity remained. Thank you for your efforts, Walter. Oh, it is but my duty, Walter replied modestly. At that moment, Uncle Cisse entered the room, appearing to have just returned, his coat dusted with snow. Ah, You're up quite early. Last night was exhausting. The Polish were unexpectedly swift, and I had to rush over to confirm matters. Did we eliminate their entire family? Albert frowned, contemplating the implications. The Sparkowski family in Poland was believed to be the orchestrators of the assassination plot. However, annihilating an entire family seemed excessively ruthless. Indeed, Cisse said, casually taking a seat and tapping his fingers on the table. The Sparkowski family was once the largest and oldest lineage of wizards in Poland. During the Second World War, Uncle Gellert, in a bid to demonstrate goodwill to our allied friend, eradicated the local wizarding influence before the Muggle army struck Poland. At that time, only 4 or 5 direct descendants of the Sparkowski family managed to escape. With a rare sigh, Cisse continued, thus, when they learned of our new genius, comparable to Uncle Gellert, they resorted to such drastic measures, likely harboring thoughts of mutual destruction, reduced to such a weakened state, and with no remarkable figures emerging. The complete dissolution of their family was merely a matter of time. News has also reached us from America. Last night, Rockefeller's men delivered the head of the organizer to our office in New Jersey, along with compensation for 3 early alchemical items belonging to Nicholas Flamel. And Artemis Grindelwald announced as she descended the stairs, greeting everyone before speaking slowly. Nicholas Flamel's works held immense value in the magical community, and the former head of the family, Campbell, had always shown great interest in Flamel's alchemy. Even for the affluent Rockefeller, this transaction was a considerable expenditure. By the way, the Glade family in Yugoslavia also perished a month ago. It appears unrelated to us. It was domestic turmoil as the Muggle party they supported was overthrown, leading to their elimination by the ruling party's wizards. Artemis shrugged, her expression complex, unsure how to comment on the situation. As times changed, many wizards had to learn to integrate into Muggle society. While the capable thrived, a small number of wizards found themselves unable to ascend or descend the social hierarchy, unwilling to accept a lower status in the magical realm. Ultimately, they had to seek out positions as advisors or bodyguards under various authorities, relying on their magic for survival. Governments across regions were generally aware of the existence of wizards and permitted the employment of a few for their services, often recruiting them as guards. In peaceful times, this provided a means for struggling wizards to sustain themselves. However, in times of tension, these wizards often found themselves at the top of the casualty lists. Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Everything has been resolved smoothly. After a long night, I must satisfy my hunger, Artemis said, sitting beside Albert and accepting the coffee offered by a nearby maid. Taking a small sip, Albert cast a glance at the ever-familiar espresso. To be frank, he believed that the sole purpose of inventing espresso was to torment the taste buds. He preferred desserts such as honey and syrup, which offered warmth and a sense of happiness. As for concerns about weight gain, he was well aware of a certain enchantment whose side effect was the substantial consumption of fat and calories, allowing him to indulge in food without a second thought. Elira and Pava were quite intrigued by this spell, with Pava employing her ultimate plea, claiming it was a once-in-a-lifetime request. Although Albert mockingly questioned whether Pava's life was overly brief or perhaps edited in a disjointed manner, he ultimately imparted his knowledge to them. Did Fufu sneak into your bed again, Al? You shouldn't have given her the wand in advance, Albert said, bowing his head to slice the syrup-laden waffles before him. His gaze fixed downward. She does indeed possess some talent for unlocking spells. Ha ha ha, indeed. I guided her every step of the way. That child pleaded with me for a week, Artemis remarked, raising her elegantly silver eyebrows with a triumphant smile. Albert paused, setting down his knife and fork, slowly raising his head as his lips twitched imperceptibly. After all this time, it turns out it was you who taught him. In Chapter 62, little Gwen was reluctant to confront the situation. In the following days, Albert returned to his leisurely holiday routine. Each day, he spent time with his parents, strolled through the shops, read books, practiced spells, and wrote letters to friends left behind at Hogwarts. Occasionally, he would dedicate a day to the laboratory arranged by his grandfather to engage in activities such as dissection. Overall, his life bore little difference from that of most young wizards, simple and pure, yet devoid of monotony. On the last day before the Christmas holiday, Albert, accompanied by the reluctant little Gwen, boarded the train at Platform 9, amidst the cheerful farewells of his grandfather, father, and Artemis and Fanina. Can't we play for a few more days? Little Gwen pleaded, her large head tilted in sorrow as she tugged at Albert's sleeve with her tiny hands, her small body dangling in the air, swaying back and forth. She had nearly exhausted herself with excitement over the past few days, wandering through various shopping malls, sites, and amusement parks with Fanina, visiting more renowned places in London than she had in the past decade. While out, Fanina carried little Gwen, claiming to others that she was a newly developed automated doll, surprisingly evading suspicion. If we play for a few more days, will you even want to return to school? Albert said, tucking little Gwen under his arm and casually pushing open an empty compartment. If your grades on the year-end exams are good, I'll take you out for more fun. Ugh, exams are dreadful, little Gwen exclaimed, her face reflecting shock as if struck by lightning. With a muffled whimper, she slumped into her seat, only to soon be found rolling around in soft cushions, mumbling incessantly, No exams. Gwen hates exams, no matter how much you protest. Exams are mandatory, and that is my firm stance. Albert frowned, his tone resolute, unwilling to indulge in permissive parenting. Sniffle, sniffle, Gwen hates Albert. Little Gwen turned her back to him, sitting in a corner in silence for a moment before quietly turning her head. Upon noticing Albert's lack of attention, she sulked again. Crossing her arms in a huff, Al indulged himself so, believing that if he persevered a little longer, he could undoubtedly evade the examination. Little Gwen mused to herself. However, before long, she succumbed to drowsiness, collapsing onto her seat like a small doll, her nose forming delightful bubbles of mucus. After a while, amidst the hasty exits of several Slytherin students, Cedric from Hufflepuff entered, pulling along Roger Davies. The two had somehow become friends, exuding a sense of familiarity. Cedric placed his luggage upon the rack and cast a glance across the way. Albert was perusing a stack of printed reports filled with an incomprehensible array of symbols. Cedric, having cast a casual glance, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and quickly averted his gaze. I just saw the Slytherin head boy rush out of here with a ghostly expression. What did you do to him? Cedric inquired. I don't know. Perhaps he truly has something weighing on his conscience, Albert shrugged, gradually setting down his materials and greeting Cedric and Davis. In truth, he was aware of the reason behind the boy's distress. According to the feedback from the spell of memory extraction, it seemed that the Slytherin head boy had caught wind of Albert's exploits during the holidays, where he vanquished a considerable number of dark wizards, alongside the subsequent demise of their rival family. Coincidentally, that family had also suffered at the hands of that infamous great-uncle years ago, which might have triggered an acute stress response in him. Enough of that. During the holidays, did you hear? Professor Rowland has been exonerated, Roger Davis exclaimed, excitedly retrieving a newspaper from his suitcase and laying it on the table. Unsurprisingly, it was the Daily Prophet. The front page displayed a grim-faced Professor Rowland, pushing through a throng of pesky wizard reporters, with the Ministry of Magic's imposing building looming in the background. Has the ministry made any statement? Albert pondered, turning to Cedric. Cedric's father, Amos Diggory, worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the ministry. Though his position was not particularly high-ranking, he likely had some insider knowledge. The ministry was generally not known for its discretion. In fact, many employees enjoyed boasting about such matters over tea and meals. The rumors circulating in the Daily Prophet, seemingly outrageous, often held a kernel of truth. Though not numerous, those journalists exhibited a modicum of professionalism and journalistic integrity. Cedric glanced at the corridor outside, theatrically closing the window before turning back to lock the door. Frankly, his mannerisms were rather intimidating. At least Davis blinked in surprise before complying and sitting down. I do know a few things I wasn't supposed to share, but please, don't let this information leave this room. Ah, here it comes, the classic opening line from someone who can't keep their mouth shut, Albert retorted. You seem more eager to spill the beans than anyone. Albert silently scoffed inwardly and gestured to Cedric to commence his performance. Professor Rowland's predicament was indeed somewhat unjust, however. He was not meant to be released so swiftly. Cedric, with an air of mystery, lowered his voice, yet his expression radiated excitement. That evening, my father was dining with several colleagues from his department, and I overheard their conversation. So, this is not exactly classified information, is it? Even you do not shy away from it. Davis could not help but mutter softly. Hey, Cedric exclaimed, thumping the table and shooting Davis a glare. Do you wish to continue listening or not? Mr. Diggory, please, do go on, Davis replied with resignation. It was absurd to have to grovel for information, especially when it was secondhand. You will undoubtedly not regret hearing this, Cedric declared, clearing his throat with utmost seriousness. The Ministry of Magic was willing to release Professor Rowland because, during his incarceration, another attack occurred. The victims met a similar gruesome fate, with dismembered bodies scattered everywhere. Eyes and entrails strewn about, and innards laid bare. Cedric vividly recounted the scene, attempting to conjure an atmosphere of horror, prompting Albert to glance at him in disbelief. If hearsay could be articulated with such detail, it would be peculiar indeed. Must you describe it in such a repulsive manner? Davis pushed Cedric away in distaste. The latter, unfazed, continued. So, do you understand now? Professor Roland has an alibi. Coupled with Dumbledore's endorsement, the Ministry expedited his release. Albert displayed little interest in the second-hand information and, after a moment of contemplation, posed another inquiry. You mentioned that someone else has been attacked? Who is it? Cedric leaned back against his chair, hesitating. It appeared that, in contrast to his previous remarks, this matter was truly confidential. As Davis and Albert turned their gazes toward him simultaneously, Cedric scratched the back of his head vigorously, ultimately succumbing to the urge to speak. This is really something you shouldn't share. The victim is, after all, an old acquaintance of Hogwarts. It is Professor Charity Burbage, he disclosed. Who? Davis responded, bewildered, having never heard the name before. Professor Charity Burbage, who taught the Muggle Studies course at Hogwarts. Muggle Studies is an elective, and we wouldn't encounter it until our third year, Albert clarified. Hogwarts had a long-standing tradition of elective courses, typically introduced to young witches and wizards as they reached their third year, with more challenging or perilous subjects being available only in higher grades. Curiously, he continued, I recall this professor primarily leaves Hogwarts only during the long holidays. How could she have met with such a fate? The reason lies in her advocacy for wizards to learn about Muggle knowledge, which made Professor Burbage a target for many extremist pureblood wizards and even Death Eaters. She was acutely aware of this fact, hence she rarely departed from Hogwarts unless absolutely necessary. There was no place safer than Hogwarts, at least until Dumbledore's demise. No one could fathom why her body was discovered on a remote path outside Hogsmeade, nearly unrecognizable and in a horrific state, due to the suspected involvement of magical creatures. Most of the personnel from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures were dispatched, and my father was present at the scene. Upon his return, he confided that it was the first time he had witnessed Dumbledore so enraged. That wild and immense magical aura rendered even the elite Auror speechless. And Minister Fudge's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Cedric, brimming with excitement, gestured animatedly. Do you understand? A professor has died. And in such a blatant act of murder, this is quite rare at Hogwarts. One can say what they wish, but what else with the excitement? Could it be that you were somehow involved? Albert cast a puzzled glance at him, somewhat at a loss for words, and then continued to inquire, has Headmaster Dumbledore made any discoveries? It seems he mentioned traces of ancient magic, but nothing more. Ancient magic, not archaic magic. Albert discerned Cedric's choice of words, his mind swirling with conjectures. In essence, this year was bound to be tumultuous. Cedric, with his incessant chatter, fervently voiced his opinions. I dare say, this could very well be the work of Death Eaters, or perhaps even the adversaries of Professor Dumbledore from a bygone era. As Cedric animatedly recounted his tale, he noticed Davis elbowing him in the ribs while frantically gesturing. With a rolling of his eyes, Cedric promptly recognized that the individual before him, Albert, bore the surname Grindelwald. He hastily clarified, I didn't mean the Saints. Please don't misinterpret me. It's fine. Even if it were the Saints, it has nothing to do with me. Albert replied, shaking his head dismissively. He held no interest in the vendettas between his great-uncle and Dumbledore, even if they involved his great-uncle's former subordinates. He would show no leniency if it interfered with his own affairs. However, he speculated that the current situation might not be directed at Dumbledore or Hogwarts, for reasons unknown. The image of the intruder who wielded a peculiar spell flashed through Albert's mind. If he recalled correctly, the incantation seemed to originate from ancient Egyptian or Hebrew, surely. That too fell under the realm of ancient magic. Albert. Upon returning to the Ravenclaw common room, Albert was accosted by a wretched figure rushing towards him. What now? Albert sighed, exerting considerable effort to pry the chewing gum off his thigh. The individual appeared as if they had just returned from a dismal escapade. Subsequently, Alira approached, exasperated, and hoisted the dirt-smeared Pava from the floor. The latter had a plethora of grass and roots adorning his hair, and his garments were caked with mud. One might easily mistake him for a refugee fleeing from Africa. When a person lacks funds, survival becomes a wilderness affair, Pava lamented. Speak plainly, Alira interjected. At school, your meager attempts to handle routine summons have been exposed, and now your allowance has been suspended. Pava wept profusely, incessantly wiping his face with his filthy sleeve. Frankly, Albert was at a loss as to which was dirtier, Pava's face or his sleeve. I'm watching you, Pava whimpered, burying his face in his arm. In summary, until I successfully summon something, I won't receive a single penny of pocket money. Without honey treats or impish shopping sprees, what meaning is left in my existence? Transforming into a despondent fish out of water, Pava disregarded his appearance, or perhaps he never cared for it, sprawled on the ground, circling around Albert. That's enough, Alira said, delivering a light smack to Pava's forehead before pulling him up from the floor. Besides, if you manage to summon just once, I could lend you some money. Surely, you can't fail every time? I've tried dozens of times since childhood. Do you think I'm unaware of my own luck? Pava mumbled. Staring at his scuffed shoes, others succeed after 4 or 5 attempts, yet I end up with nothing. Sometimes I wonder if I'm summoning invisible beasts that I simply can't see. Perhaps I've succeeded long ago. But that's just wishful thinking. If I could summon invisible beasts, why would I even bother attending school? The hides of these creatures, as materials for invisibility cloaks, are exorbitantly priced and, more importantly, scarce. Should I truly summon an invisible beast, I could live a life of luxury, never needing to lift a finger, merely counting my riches. Your family is surely aware of your situation. They're likely just trying to scare you, teaching you a lesson. In due time, it will all be forgotten. Albert observed astutely, managing to lift Pava's spirits once more. Suddenly, a girl's piercing scream echoed through the common room. The trio turned in unison to see a cockroach, approximately the size of a palm, flapping its wings as it flew past a gaggle of shrieking young witches. Is there such a thing as a cockroach that large? Albert was in a state of perplexity, while beside him, Alira had deftly ensnared the neck of the fleeing Pava. So, you have secretly moved into the cockroach heap, haven't you? She remarked. What gives you the audacity to be so certain it must be me? Pava protested vehemently, struggling to break free and preparing to offer a feeble defense. In this entire school, apart from you, which other fool would have a penchant for devouring cockroach heaps? Achoo. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of Hogwarts, a renowned wizard suddenly sneezed. Was it the chocolate cockroach? Albert gradually came to realize. Shaking his head as he raised his right hand, slowly forming a circle with his thumb and middle finger, aiming at the cockroach hovering in the air not far away. Thus, the feast. In the next instant, the cockroach vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Chapter 64. The Summoning Skill, Feast, and Snape's Confidential Conversation Skill. Feast summons the void creature Kogath, consuming enemies within its attack range. The power depends on Kogath's vitality and size. If a target is slain, Kogath will gain corresponding vitality and size based on the strength of the defeated foe. Note: under special circumstances, this skill allows Kogath to be summoned into the material world of the user. The achievement of his first death had granted Albert a level 3 lottery ticket, from which he drew this skill. It appeared to be a 3-cost card version of Kogath's ability. However, Albert was somewhat surprised to find that this skill seemed not to be an ordinary offensive spell, but rather akin to a summoning type, even if the summoned entity merely represented the destructive power of Kogath's consumption. It did not equate to the actual manifestation of its form. Additionally, it is noteworthy that upon acquiring this skill, he sensed that within a certain special space, his own Kogath had come into existence. However, in comparison to the void creature from the game, this corresponding Kogath was merely in its juvenile stage, its true size akin to that of a rabbit. Correspondingly, the initial power of the feast skill was quite weak, capable only of inflicting substantial harm upon small insects. The good news is that this skill is developmental. In other words, as long as he can ensure the defeat of targets, Kogath can continuously accumulate vitality and size, with the skill's power growing ever stronger. By the way, after using the feast skill to have Kogath consume the chocolate cockroach, Albert did not sense any increase in Kogath's size or vitality. It seemed that only genuine living creatures could activate the passive growth characteristic of the feast. Where did the cockroach go? A Ravenclaw student looked around in confusion, seemingly questioning whether they had merely imagined the spectacle. Albert certainly did not feel the need to offer any explanations. He merely greeted Alira, who was performing the ultimate crosshold on Pava on the nearby sofa. Before departing from the common room, he had some matters to discuss with Snape, and, with the dinner yet to commence, he decided it was the perfect opportunity to visit his office. Snape's office was not difficult to locate. It was in close proximity to the Slytherin common room, not far from the classroom where Albert regularly attended potions. In other words, it was quite eerie and damp, characteristics that could be considered typical of the Slytherin house. Knock. Knock. Albert gently pushed open the somewhat antiquated door and slowly stepped inside. The office was enveloped in long, rectangular stones of a soot-black hue, reminiscent of a fireplace. With a ceiling that arched gracefully above, a dimly glowing magical crystal chandelier hung above, casting a faint, cool yellow light that softly permeated the space. The room felt particularly cramped and congested, filled to the brim with an array of shelves and glass jars. Albert casually glanced at the various bottles and jars containing potion ingredients, most of which held toads, serpents, monstrous eyes, and organs such as livers. though they appeared quite repulsive. Their worth was substantial, as they constituted the primary materials for crafting high-grade potions. At the heart of the office, Severus Snape was hunched over a grand round table steeped in history, clutching a quill as he diligently inscribed notes on a stack of parchment. Surrounding him were several scales laden with herbs, alongside a small cauldron that, although extinguished, still emitted wisps of steam. It seemed that the esteemed potions master had just completed his potion-making and was now reflecting upon his insights and experiences. Albert habitually sidestepped to glimpse the contents inscribed on the parchment. However, it was evident that Snape disdained having his privacy invaded. With a swift motion, he rolled up the scroll. "What is it, Mr. Grindelwald?" Snape's tone was harsh as he glared coldly at Albert. To be frank, he had little desire for solitary engagement with the boy unless absolutely necessary. The events of the holiday had reached him through whispers from other wizarding families. The terrifying combat prowess capable of facing 15 adversaries, alongside the self-invented spells that could rend reality, had transcended the reach of ordinary wizards. This first-year wizard before him had already attained a level of dueling prowess that could rival champions. Yet, the most alarming aspect was that, in comparison to his intellect and depth, such combat ability could be deemed relatively mundane. The constant scrutiny he endured, with the peril of revealing copious information at any misstep, was a burden even Snape found difficult to bear. "This holiday, I encountered someone," Albert began, placing a glass vial containing a golden liquid upon the table. This substance was a highly refined magical essence derived from the blood of a rare creature, processed using the most advanced centrifuge in his grandfather Campbell's laboratory. He had consumed some form of blood or potion that bestowed upon him capabilities nearing magical immunity and significant physical resilience for a brief period. "So what? Do you wish to flaunt your strength, Grindelwald?" Snape scoffed, yet instinctively took a step back. It appeared he was wary of close proximity to Albert. Not out of fear of physical confrontation, but rather due to the boy's formidable ability to extract thoughts and memories, leaving Snape anxious about inadvertently revealing his innermost secrets. Albert is truly a formidable entity, one who seldom adheres to conventions, and it would be prudent to exercise caution in his presence. "Do not be overly anxious, Professor. I shall refrain from employing mind-reading techniques on you," Albert murmured, "at least not within the confines of Hogwarts. The matter at hand is this. I conducted an autopsy on the Dark Wizard. Upon examination, his body appeared to have reverted entirely to that of an ordinary wizard postmortem. Fortunately, I was able to extract a portion of the golden liquid he had ingested from the mucosal lining of his stomach and esophagus. My analysis of its composition revealed a striking similarity to the elements found in the blood of Remus, though in terms of purity, the sample he utilized was significantly superior." Albert, with a gentle smile, lifted the test tube and gave it a slight shake. The golden liquid within sparkled brilliantly under the light. "Therefore, I wish to inquire whether there are any living relatives of the Fixmitro family. After all, you were the one who recommended him for admission, and you may possess more knowledge than I do. My association with Fixmitro was merely transactional. For other matters, it would be more prudent for you to ask that young man directly." Meanwhile, Snape, with a brooding expression, suddenly drew his wand and aimed it at the empty space beside him. "Who permitted you to cast spells in my office so carelessly?" "Fubut Captaton." The incantation shot forth but, in the next moment, was distorted by an invisible force and vanished into thin air. Snape's expression became somewhat awkward, clearly surprised that his spell could be so effortlessly dispelled. "After our practical lessons, I gleaned some insights and made a few modifications." Albert maintained his formulaic smile, waved his hand, and instantly lifted the invisible barrier and distorted force enveloping the office. "I merely wish to ensure the privacy of our conversation. It seems I have caused you some misunderstanding, for which I apologize." Albert put away the test tube and turned to leave. "Since you are also unaware of the matters concerning Fixmitro, I shall not take up any more of your time, Professor Snape. I wish you a pleasant evening." Coldly watching Albert's departing figure, Snape slowly closed the door. As he turned around, beads of sweat trickled down his neck. Truly a peculiar individual. Chapter 65, Albert. Hogwarts needs your strength. Later, students from the four houses gathered in the Great Hall. Professor Rowland at the faculty table garnered quite a cheer from the young witches and wizards. Regardless, Professor Rowland's acquittal and return to teaching at Hogwarts was a boon for all. However, it was evident that his time at the ministry had not been kind. He appeared significantly thinner, his complexion sallow, and he bore the marks of malnutrition. His arms and neck were heavily bandaged, with traces of blood barely visible. The ministry was unlikely to have subjected Professor Rowland to severe torture, suggesting that something else had transpired during his detention. Cedric, the intermediary, now seemed less than professional. In any case, let us welcome the return of Professor Rowland. Dumbledore, with a strained smile, raised his glass, signaling the crowd to applaud. He had been deeply troubled during this time, not only by the situation involving Professor Rowland but also by the tragic demise of Professor Burbage over the holiday, which cast a pall over the entire faculty. No one knew if this was directed at Hogwarts or merely a coincidence, but undeniably, the current circumstances warranted an increase in security measures. Although Professor Rowland appeared somewhat haggard, he nevertheless spoke a few more words in the charged atmosphere. After the feast concluded, Albert intended to follow the throng back to the common room when he was suddenly called by Headmaster Dumbledore. The Great Hall, now empty, still housed the heads of the various houses and Professor Rowland. "Is there something you need, Headmaster?" Albert inquired politely, with the drowsy little Gwendolen resting on his shoulder. Since boarding the train, the little one had remained in a state of near slumber, undoubtedly putting on an act. Albert was well aware that young Gwen was likely attempting to bypass her examination responsibilities through sheer stubbornness. Yet, despite his indulgence towards her, he would not relent when it came to education. Thus, he resolved to endure. He had never shied away from challenges that tested his patience. "Albert, I wonder if you've heard." "Ah, it appears you already know," Dumbledore sighed, speaking slowly. "Due to a shortage of staff. I will be candid. I hope you might join a patrol of professors to bolster Hogwarts' nighttime security." Albus, Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, was evidently taken aback, staring incredulously at Dumbledore. "Are you jesting? Albert, despite his talents, is merely a first-year student. How can you?" Dumbledore's suggestion seemed rather spontaneous, having not been previously discussed with Flitwick. "Professor Flitwick, with all due respect, you may lack insight into your student," Snape interjected with a sardonic tone. "If you were aware of how many dark wizards he has dispatched over the holiday, you would think otherwise. Now, outside, they referred to this new scion of Grindelwald as Merlin II. "Enough, Severus," Dumbledore chided, casting a disapproving glance at Snape before turning earnestly towards Flitwick. "Filius, Severus speaks the truth. In terms of magical ability and combat prowess, Albert does not fall short of any present professor. You should take pride in this young man. I have no doubt he will transform the magical world if he so chooses." At this, Dumbledore winked at Albert. "However, Albus," the headmaster continued, "should the school truly require my assistance, I am more than willing to contribute my humble efforts." Albert interjected just in time to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "But, Headmaster Dumbledore, I hope to maintain my energy for daytime classes." "Oh, my dear, of course, Severus will ensure you have an ample supply of energy potions. Moreover, if you do not mind, perhaps we could discuss Nivens more extensively during the evenings." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape clicked his tongue softly but ultimately nodded in agreement. Though reluctant to engage, Albert's involvement would indeed alleviate a significant portion of the security burden. Finally, if there are no objections, Ravenclaw will receive an additional 50 points. Dumbledore announced with a smile, surveying the 4 househeads present. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout had no qualms, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Snape too readily acquiesced. In truth, he felt the added points were not excessive, perhaps even somewhat modest, and thus had no reason to oppose. The news of Albert's appointment to the Hogwarts Night Watch swiftly spread, making him once again the center of conversation among the young wizards of Hogwarts. Though it appeared little different from the usual, it was indeed delightful to roam the halls of Hogwarts under the cover of night. Pava, with a half-eaten chocolate cockroach clenched between her teeth, squatted at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, cradling a jar overflowing with a pile of cockroaches. After her clandestine stash was discovered, she was unceremoniously expelled by Alira and a group of young Ravenclaw witches. At least until she dealt with, or consumed, the mound of cockroaches, returning to sleep was out of the question. Albert gazed at the desolate corridor and the dense night outside the window, feeling that it was rather unkind to leave this foolish fellow here alone. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "Then you shall accompany me for a stroll. It is indeed rather dull to be alone." "Alone? Are you not accompanied by little Gwen?" he added, noticing the finger pointed at him. Pava blinked and, addressing the diminutive Gwen perched on Albert's shoulder, inquired, "Why do you keep pointing at me, little Gwen?" After having maintained silence for quite some time, little Gwen finally rolled her eyes, realizing she could no longer feign sleep. She sat up, crossing her arms in a huff. "From now on, pay attention in class and strive for a commendable rank in the final exams," Albert stated calmly, casting a glance in her direction. "Got it," murmured little Gwen, her head drooping, feeling as if her life had turned drab and colorless. "All right, you too," Albert urged, gesturing for Pava to follow him. "My patrol time is from 10 to 1, with a quarter-hour break in between." which conveniently allows me to conduct some experimental research in the school's potion classroom. What experiment? Pava inquired, intrigued. A newly acquired spell that can summon amusing objects. Albert replied with a hint of mischief. Upon hearing the word summon, Pava's interest was piqued. Do not even think about using my summoning results as your own. A non-summoner cannot control the summoned entities. Surely your family can discern this. Moreover, you shall not be able to learn this spell. So it is best to abandon any hopes. Albert was well aware of the girl's thoughts and promptly silenced her with a curt remark. I haven't said anything yet. She retorted. Reluctantly, Chief Pava, fidgeting with his fingers, finally looked up and whispered, Is there truly no way? Just give up. If I were to present you with a pile of cockroaches, would that suffice? Albert replied without turning, his enunciation precise and clear. Chapter 66. The Void Emblem and the Void Summoning. The night patrols lacked significant events to report. Save for a handful of ghosts and moving portraits that occasionally engaged in conversation with Albert and his companions. For the most part, they simply wandered silently through the castle's corridors, lost in their own thoughts. Little Gwen was in no mood, Albert preferred silence, and Pava went unacknowledged. Such was the situation. Speaking of which, I once heard from a senior that our Hogwarts is haunted. An ever-curious Pava leaned closer to Albert, stirring mischief with an air of mystery. Flickering torches cast wavering light along the corridor they traversed, stretching their shadows into the encroaching darkness. Albert cast a glance at Pava, his eyes reflecting a condescending disdain. As his peripheral vision caught sight of a pale specter emerging from the ground beside them. Honestly, you must have bribed quite a sum to gain entry into Ravenlaw. Didn't you? Oh, how utterly dreadful. Observing the hopeful glimmer in Pava's eyes, Albert replied with an impassive demeanor, How tiresome. Pava, pouting in disappointment, lamented. I merely wish to lighten the mood. Albert waved his wand, casting a multitude of luminescent flickering charms that illuminated the dark corners nearby. It was not a fear of darkness that drove him, but rather a desire to refine and enhance the flickering charm. He believed that if he could transform it into a strong light spell or a dazzling charm, it might prove invaluable in the future. Perhaps you could share insights with Professor Dumbledore another day, Albert remarked without turning his head. Upon hearing this, Pava's eyes sparkled with delight as he raised an eyebrow and inquired, Oh, is the headmaster also skilled at storytelling? No. I merely think your storytelling talent is as outdated and dreadful as Professor Dumbledore's corny jokes, both deserving a place in the annals of history, he replied. Having completed the night's patrol to a satisfactory degree, Albert greeted Professor Flitwick, who was on the verge of taking over, and made his way to the potions classroom located in the basement. Coincidentally, Snape emerged from his nearby office. Their gazes met briefly in the air. Yet neither spoke a word. The atmosphere was rather awkward. Fortunately, Pava, oblivious to the tension, boldly called out, Professor Snape, you two cannot sleep? Snape maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, merely responding with a curt hum as he brushed past them into the nearby shadows. Oh, poor Professor Snape, Pava mused. My aunt often says that old men who reach this age without companionship are quite unfortunate. He glanced over his shoulder instinctively, ensuring Snape had not turned back. Before lowering his voice to continue, one must always find some craft to entertain oneself at night. But does Professor Snape engage in such crafts? He hardly seems the type. No, I assure you, the crafts your aunt mentioned are certainly not what you think, came the reply. Albert silently shook his head and proceeded to push open the door to the potions classroom. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped the room, devoid of light, with only the faint outlines of tables and cauldrons discernible in the dimness. Were it the self of a previous life? He would never have dared to venture into such a ghostly place at this hour. Yet, that was a thing of the past. It was not merely a matter of traversing time. The extraordinary learning ability and the powers of absolute rationality bestowed upon him by his first talent had transformed him into a being he had never imagined. Even though each time he gazed into the mirror, he would question his own identity, he had never regretted the choices and developments that led him here. The pursuit of greatness and truth invariably demands the relinquishment of many things. In times gone by, emotions and empathy were mere commodities, overshadowed by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. It is so dark, murmured Pava, raising his wand. Lumos. With the flicker of light that ensued, the two managed to discern the layout of the classroom. Albert swiftly approached the podium, waving his wand. Nox, he commanded, and one by one, the lights in the room illuminated, transforming the once dim space into one of clarity and brightness. By the way, what exactly was the summoning spell you mentioned earlier? Pava inquired, observing Albert's empty hands with a hint of confusion. Although he had never succeeded in casting it, Pava had inherited his family's summoning spell and had, since childhood, attempted it dozens of times across the continent, thus having a reasonable understanding of its fundamental ritual requirements. Even the simplest summoning would necessitate some materials to establish the ritualistic framework or to communicate with beings from special realms. However, Albert's demeanor clearly indicated that this was not the usual scenario. "Do not worry, I shall commence shortly." Albert gently closed his eyes and spoke at a leisurely pace. Within the confines of his golden finger space, a small, deep purple emblem continuously emitted a dim, flickering glow. Void emblem item description bestows the owner with the bond of the void. Note: acquiring a second emblem unlocks the next phase of effects. Gaze into the void. Revere the void. Thanks to the achievement he accomplished through his own demise during the holiday, in addition to the banquet, a 3-cost skill, Albert also received a tome of emblems. Similar to the mechanics in the game, upon activation, it offered a choice among 4 options. The available emblems included the stealth emblem, the fighter emblem, the gunner emblem, and the void emblem. Albert harbored a certain skepticism towards the specific effects of the first 3 emblems, feeling they bore little connection to sorcery and magic. Thus, without much hesitation, he chose the void emblem. Unlike the game, it seemed that with each additional emblem, one could activate the next tier of effects. The void emblem he possessed naturally activated the first tier of the void bond. Bond. Void. Activated. Tier 1. Effect. Consumes mana to summon a void egg, capable of hatching into indescribable void creatures. The strength of the summoned entity is contingent upon the amount of mana infused, while its species and rank are influenced by the tier level of the void bond. Currently available for summoning, Void Fish. The method to initiate void summoning is akin to those spells drawn from the system, requiring the recitation of an incantation. Void Summon. Albert waved his wand, sensing the instantaneous depletion of 1/3 of his magical energy, and fixed his gaze intently upon the floor before him. In his inaugural summoning, he infused the bare minimum of magical power. Though 1/3 appeared substantial, considering that little Gwen, who possessed 2/3 of his magic, had yet to dissolve her form. It was theoretically accurate to say that this summoning had only consumed 1/9 of Albert's magical energy, remaining within acceptable limits. Soon, as a purple outline gradually emerged and coalesced from beneath the floor, a purple egg, roughly the size of an adult's palm, began to take shape. Moments later, the shell began to crack, and an oddly shaped creature slowly emerged. Chapter 67. Void Decoding and Universal Knowledge spell the appearance of the void fish bore a striking resemblance to its portrayal in the game, adorned with a tough purple hide, a head featuring sharp exoskeletal protrusions and fierce teeth, and eyes encircled by a dazzling purple light reminiscent of an LED display. The void fish seemed to possess an innate ability to defy gravity, effortlessly hovering in midair even when completely still. At the moment of the void fish's hatching, Albert sensed a connection forming between them, allowing for a limited form of telepathic communication, albeit solely on his part. Albert attempted to issue commands, only to discover that the void fish could scarcely comprehend any directives beyond simple movements and attacks. Lacking even the faintest semblance of instinctive intelligence that could be deemed as wisdom, it was merely a puppet. Albert furrowed his brow, while his companion Pava appeared particularly exhilarated, incessantly circling around the void fish, marveling in astonishment. "How did you manage this?" "Albert seems to summon creatures merely through magic and incantations," she exclaimed. "By the way, can I keep it? You might find it hard to believe, but I feel an inexplicable bond with it." Pava rambled excitedly, reaching out to touch the void fish, only to narrowly escape being bitten by its instinctive reflex. Yet, despite this close call, there was not a trace of fear on her face. Rather, she seemed increasingly fascinated by the void fish. In a certain sense, she and Hagrid might share numerous topics of conversation. Let us hope not, Albert mused. The interaction of void creatures with the material world could lead to unforeseen consequences. He recalled the game Teamfight Tactics, or rather its origin in League of Legends, where information regarding void beings was presented. He felt it prudent to ensure that the void creature did not linger for long. Apart from the divine-like void watchers, even the weaker void creatures possessed world-ending capabilities. He had no need to take unnecessary risks. With this thought in mind, he grasped his wand and aimed it at the void fish. A spiraling barrier drill swiftly took shape, and in the next moment, it accurately pierced through the head of the void fish. Albert exercised meticulous control, merely damaging the brain tissue while sparing other organs. This facilitated his subsequent dissection. He was profoundly curious about the immense power of the void creatures and the source of their strength. In summary, he found himself intrigued. Alas, it has vanished. What a pity. Yet, how does it continue to float? Pava prodded the lifeless body of the void fish that remained suspended in midair. Furthermore, is this creature even edible? Albert nearly gasped for breath, casting an irritable glance at Pava. Truly, you never fail to impress, Pava. I was merely inquiring, however. I simply cannot consider this as my summoning material. As Pava spoke, his insatiable desire for free resources resurfaced. Not a chance, Albert firmly declared, his refusal resolute. What a jest. Should this fool manage to summon genuine void horrors or the apocalyptic void eye, he might as well prepare for his next journey through dimensions. Even Dumbledore would appear as a feeble mortal in the face of the void. The void fish represented the utmost limit of what he could currently attempt. Moreover, even with this specimen, he had only performed the most minimal summoning, supplying little magical energy. Between void fish, there exists a disparity akin to that between goldfish and whales. Using the levitation charm, Albert maneuvered the corpse of the void fish onto the nearby table. Donning a mask and plastic gloves as he grasped a sharp knife conjured by a barrier spell, the skin of the void fish was remarkably resilient at first touch. It resembled leather, yet upon cutting, one would discover it to be akin to a heavy-duty rubber tire. The internal resistance was so intense that it nearly propelled Albert's knife away, had he not timely employed the reverse flow spell to apply a counter-twisting force. He might have been utterly unable to slice through the skin. The cutting process proved unexpectedly arduous, consuming a full 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Pava and little Gwyn had long since lost patience, engrossed in their potion-making within the classroom. Albert cast a fleeting glance. Noting that the materials they cast into the crucible were nothing but ordinary substances of little consequence. Ultimately, they would yield nothing but a pot of sludge. Signifying no inherent danger, thus he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with these two individuals, lacking gills, respiratory organs, and exhibiting a crystalline structure in their brain and heart. A dense network of synaptic circuits was discernible under 50-fold magnification. A membranous network spread between the skin and muscle continued to function even post-mortem, absorbing unknown particles from the air. Intriguingly, rather than being classified as biological entities, they resembled more closely mobile hard drives for the storage of information. Albert, inexplicably exhilarated, removed his gloves and swiftly opened a nearby notebook to record his thoughts. To comprehend the source of the void creature's power, it was imperative to emulate their mechanisms and simulate an authentic operational environment, or in other words, a virtual machine. This endeavor necessitated further deciphering the encrypted language that stored the information. The comparison of extensive datasets, coercive translation, or perhaps the universal knowledge spell were all potential avenues. The universal knowledge spell, also known as the compulsory identification technique, is a long-lost arcane incantation that translates unknown information into a language comprehensible to wizards. Although this state is merely temporary and does not signify true mastery of the information, it suffices for the moment. The gradual decline of ancient magic can be attributed not only to its inherent complexity, but also to the obsolescence of the languages that composed it, such as the Niven script. Language and script are the sole keys to unlocking the secrets of those long-buried historical treasures. However, the pressing concern for Albert is that, at least for now, no wizard seems to have mastered this incantation. In fact, the very existence of the spell was revealed to him only after he deciphered the cryptic language while perusing forbidden tomes, adding an air of mystery. Never mind. One step at a time. Worst case, he could resort to coercive deciphering, which might consume some time, but the potential rewards far outweighed the investment. As time slipped away, Albert waved his wand and haphazardly gathered the items on the table into a chaotic bundle, which he then stowed into his handbag, enhanced with the silencing expansion charm. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, Pava and the diminutive Gwyn, predictably, had failed in their potion brewing endeavor, leaving both of them choked by the acrid smoke, resembling two coal miners emerging from a dark shaft. As for the fruits of their labor, Albert casually glanced and cast a disparaging evaluation upon the refuse, ensnaring it within a spell that conjured a barrier sphere slightly larger than a fist. The feast skill was activated, and the massive garbage vanished into thin air. Although this skill currently possessed little practical lethality, it proved unexpectedly effective for waste disposal and cleaning. Chapter 68, The Malfunctioning Professor Binns and the Potent Forgetting Spell Albert. Are you adjusting well on the first day? On the morning of the second day before the charms class, Professor Flitwick patiently awaited at the classroom door, kindly inquiring as Albert approached. This amiable head of Ravenclaw House genuinely cared for his students, and even someone as emotionally reserved as Albert found it difficult not to appreciate such a professor. It was one of the rare moments when he could still sense his own humanity. That faint warmth, though subtle, remained profoundly touching. Well, Professor. The energy potion from Professor Snape is remarkably effective. I hardly feel fatigued and am even more spirited than usual. I'm contemplating whether to make it my daily beverage. Albert remarked half-jokingly, shrugging his shoulders. That would depend on Severus's willingness, indeed. Ha ha ha. Even a high-quality, side-effect-free energy potion would require quite an effort on his part. During the charms lesson, Professor Flitwick briefly exceeded the syllabus to demonstrate the summoning charm and the banishing charm to the aspiring young wizards. Naturally, Albert was once again called upon to showcase the standard incantation movements for both spells, earning 5 points for Ravenclaw. Elira was the second to successfully cast both charms, followed by Pava, who seemed unrelated to the academic elite. Her magical talent was, in fact, no less than Elira's. It all depended on her dedication to learning. Coincidentally, in preparation for reclaiming the title of Ice Queen in the upcoming snowball fight, she had diligently practiced the summoning and banishing charms over the holiday, demonstrating a proficiency that even surpassed Elira's. As for why a first-year like Albert attended class with second-years Elira and Pava, it was due to Albert's astonishing learning pace, which had left other professors somewhat embarrassed. However, it was deemed unwise to set a precedent, at least according to Dumbledore. The experiences of a prodigious young wizard like Grindelwald with peers of his age were considered a more valuable treasure than mere academic learning, even if Albert completely disagreed with this sentiment. The second lesson following charms was a history of magic class, often described as an experience that stretched time. The content was, as usual, centered around notable wizarding movements or the biographies of famous wizards, interspersed with an abundance of detailed yet tedious records that were comprehensive to the point of monotony. Albert was not particularly interested in these matters, thus he soon entered a self-study mode, manipulating an automatic quill to take notes while sketching and calculating the probability coefficient of a specific magical model with a fountain pen in his notebook. The choice of an automatic quill over a fountain pen stemmed from the fact that his initial venture appeared to be nearing completion, and he sought to stimulate sales through this personal experience. In truth, the results were quite remarkable. Many young witches had recently inquired with the Weasley twins about the availability of automatic quills capable of replicating Albert's handwriting, although the purpose of this endeavor eluded him. There was no technical challenge involved. Albert completed the modifications to those quills in less than 10 minutes. Professor, are you familiar with the universal knowledge charm? Albert interjected, intercepting Professor Binns just before he floated away after class. To be cautious, he cast a barrier charm to seal the entire classroom, leaving only the entrance unblocked. He had previously overlooked the fact that, by chance, he discovered his barrier charm seemed impenetrable even to ghosts. This morning, he tested it on Peeves, who fled the castle in fright, ensuring that future encounters would likely be impossible. You are Albus, correct? Albert, taking his time, corrected Professor Binns' pronunciation. Oh, Albus. Indeed. Ghosts were stubborn and unchangeable entities. Albert's expression remained unchanged, and he did not intend to squander time on trivial matters such as names. He fixed his gaze on the indistinct figure of Professor Binns and reiterated his question. The universal knowledge spell, Professor, have you ever heard of it? This time, Professor Binns appeared to grasp the inquiry. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he nodded in response to Albert's eager gaze. The universal knowledge spell, originating from the year 427 AD at Funnel Lake, was a trophy from the third battle between dragons and sorcerers. It is said to have been initially crafted by a druid, later seized and passed down as a treasured artifact by dragons, until it was ultimately transformed into a spell by the wizards. The last recorded instance of this spell's appearance was at the Easter Trading Fair of 1903, where it was exchanged by the Gunther family. Professor Binns hovered in place, as if a tape recorder had become stuck, repeating this information several times before abruptly ceasing the conversation and silently drifting toward the door. Albert, taken aback, did not hesitate to fully unleash the barrier spell, effectively sealing the entrance. His determination was unwavering. While he held a modicum of respect for his mentors, he was fully prepared to cast aside such sentiments when necessary. Embodying a spirit of adaptability, Professor Binns wandered restlessly in place for a considerable time, gradually revealing a look of confusion as he realized he could not exit the classroom. It must be noted that there exists a stark contrast between ghosts and the living at this moment. The living would undoubtedly have deduced that Albert was the source of their predicament. Professor, you mentioned earlier that the universal knowledge charm last appeared when it was traded by the Gunther family. To whom was it given? Albert feigned ignorance of Professor Binns' predicament, sauntering over at a leisurely pace. The Gunther family traded to Professor Binns began, but as if rebooted, he abruptly forgot the conversation and drifted silently towards the door once more. Predictably, he began to hover restlessly in front of the barrier. After observing the scene once more, Albert seemed to grasp something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he silently dispelled the barrier. Professor Bin's figure floated away as intended. The forgetting charm, albeit somewhat crude, proved potent enough to alter even the theoretically immutable specters, at least in part. Albert mused to himself. The culprit must be one of the 28 purebloods. Yet, was it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a mere universal knowledge charm? It appeared that there were underlying secrets I do not comprehend, truly troublesome, as I merely sought a translator. With a sigh, Albert closed the door to the empty classroom. Later that day, he was to attend the potion seminar hosted by Rommel, which, as he understood, would likely be attended by many from pure-blood families, perhaps providing him the opportunity to glean some information. Chapter 69, The Potion Seminar and the Permanent Intelligence Enhancer. Later, in the potions classroom located in the basement. It was curious to note that Slytherins seemed to have an affinity for gathering in dark, damp, lightless places. Albert was indifferent to their eccentricities and customs, and he did not make a special effort to arrive early. He simply pushed open the somewhat antiquated door of the classroom at the appointed time, producing a creaking sound. The important figure had finally arrived, and the gathering could commence. Rommel greeted him with a smile, waving his wand to illuminate the classroom. Over 20 students from Slytherin of various years were scattered around the tables, gradually rising to make their way to the center. Judging by their positioning, it was evident that Rommel was indeed the instigator of this assembly, yet he was not alone. Beside him stood an upperclassman with long, straight black hair and a stern expression. Her uniform appeared to be tailored, distinct from the others in that the collar was intentionally raised significantly, resembling a half-mask that obscured the lower half of her face. Noticing Albert's scrutinizing gaze, the girl silently nodded in acknowledgement, as if to greet him. She did not seem socially anxious. Perhaps her demeanor was simply reflective of her naturally reticent character. Albert pondered momentarily before making his way to the center of the classroom. The objective of this seminar was clear to all, to exchange insights on potion making. Naturally, should anyone wish to substitute their family-s potion recipes, both Slughorn and I would be willing to serve as witnesses to notarize the transaction. Rommel stood upon a slightly elevated podium, articulating his thoughts with eloquence. The audience nodded in agreement, indicating their approval. In no time, the seminar commenced officially. Albert, feeling rather bored, engaged in a brief conversation with two fellow Slytherin girls of the same year. Realizing they merely sought someone to talk to without offering any meaningful exchange, he swiftly concocted an excuse to terminate the pointless pleasantries. Well, it's the first time for everything, Rommel shrugged at Albert. As Slytherins, we tend to remain guarded around strangers. However, once we become familiar or forge friendships, trust me, we can become the best of allies and confidants. Rommel's words were laden with implication. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce her. Rommel gestured towards a black-haired girl standing quietly beside them, observing their interaction. This is Nick Slughorn, a fourth-year senior. The Slughorn family is also one of the sacred 28 purebloods, monopolizing approximately half of the potion trade in the British wizarding world, with most family members excelling in potion making. The former head of Slytherin House and Potions Professor, Horace Slughorn, was a member of their lineage. Albert Grindelwald. A pleasure to meet you, Senior. Albert extended his hand, and the reticent Nix graciously reciprocated the gesture. Just call me Nix. You are even more remarkable than the rumors suggest. Her voice was slightly hesitant, as if unaccustomed to lengthy sentences, yet Albert discerned her intention to be amicable. Her tone possessed a unique charm, imbued with a captivating huskiness. Rommel mentioned you were seeking the permanent enhancer and the truth potion. Upon hearing these keywords, Albert's expression shifted to one of earnest interest. It seems, Senior, that you have connections? The permanent enhancer and the truth potion are legendary elixirs, recorded in history. While they may not compare to the Philosopher's Stone in terms of wealth or immortality, their value is unparalleled in certain circles. The former bestows heightened intelligence, while the latter provides immediate answers to one's most pressing inquiries, both of which are fervently coveted by Albert. The truth potion is impossible. That substance cannot be recreated, Nick stated solemnly, firmly dismissing the feasibility of the truth potion. Yet, Albert displayed no signs of disappointment, for he knew something was indeed forthcoming. However, we possess the formula for the permanent enhancer. I am willing to pay the price for it, he replied, his breath quickening with anticipation. Don't be hasty. Merely having the formula is insufficient. Nick shook her head, her elongated brows slightly fluttering. The raw materials are exceedingly rare. If you can procure the 3 primary ingredients, I will share the formula with you. We can brew the potion together and split the elixir. Surprised by this unexpected proposal, Albert pondered for merely 2 seconds before nodding in agreement. His desire for the permanent enhancer was purely for personal use. He had no intention of profiting from it. After all, such potions are effective only upon first consumption, so sharing a portion with the Slughorn family posed no significant issue. Now, regarding those three primary materials. As the conversation progressed, Albert noticed Rommel chuckle softly and step back a few paces. Nodding in gratitude, Albert subtly curled his fingers, conjuring a faint blue rectangular barrier that swiftly enveloped the two of them. The hue was intentionally emitted to signal Nyx that he had established a private conversation barrier. This is a self-created spell, the barrier charm, Albert explained. Nyx curiously touched the transparent wall of the barrier with her fair hand, expressing her astonishment. Incredible! I am truly impressed. It surpasses mere transfiguration. Albert modestly downplayed the accomplishment. As Albert fell silent, gazing quietly, Nyx blinked her beautiful, dark eyes, momentarily lost in thought before regaining her focus. Apologies, I digressed. The three primary materials are the moonlit butterfly's molted wings, the undying roots of the great oak, and the bottom waters of the prophetic spring. As she mentioned the names of the three materials, Albert's brow furrowed deeper. As expected, he had never heard of any of them. Could you elaborate further? Albert inquired tentatively, only to receive a resolute negative from Nyx. The formula only specifies the names. Their true forms remain unknown. I will inform you of the first two once you discover the location of the third material. Is it merely the location of the third material that is elusive? It appeared that acquiring it would not be a simple task. Albert, lost in thought, gained a rough understanding of the challenges involved in acquiring the three primary materials for the permanent intelligence-enhancing potion. As it stands, success in this endeavor seems largely a matter of chance. In Chapter 70, he reflects that he still has a long way to go, at best only reaching the level of a somewhat stronger monkey. Following this, Albert, with Rommel's assistance, established a tenuous acquaintance with the gathering of Slytherins present. However, his inquiry about the universal knowledge charm met with blank stares. It appeared that none had any knowledge of it, despite his cautious approach in not directly probing their memories. Albert could still discern any signs of concealment or deceit. It was indeed regrettable. He would have preferred someone to be deceiving him, as extracting information from a young wizard's mind would be far less laborious than searching aimlessly. The following morning, Albert, for the first time, failed to rise early and even arrived late. Amidst the incredulous gazes of his fellow young wizards in the classroom, he strolled in, yawning, and casually took a seat at the front. The previous night, he had expended an excessive amount of magical energy summoning Void Fish, depleting nearly half of little Gwen's magic, leaving the little creature noticeably smaller today. To avoid revealing their connection, Albert decided not to summon Gwen again until his magic was fully restored. The little one had no objections, as today's lessons were intellectually demanding, and she would rather skip class for a nap. The current lesson focused on the theoretical aspects of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall, aware that Albert would be sharing some of the night watch duties later, chose not to reprimand him, continuing with the class as if nothing were amiss. What a double standard! Is being a good student truly so commendable? A Gryffindor wizard, who had been penalized 2 points for being half a minute late, lamented to his housemates, receiving immediate agreement from them. Feeling betrayed, the young wizard let out a frustrated shout, only to be met with a further deduction of 5 points from the true Lion of Gryffindor, resulting in him being made to stand at the back of the classroom for the entire lesson. After class, Albert was startled by the glum expression directed at him by the Gryffindor. However, he was generally disinterested in the affairs of others. Having shrunk his belongings and levitated them into his sleeves, he quickly exited the classroom. With no classes scheduled for the morning, he seized the opportunity to practice spells with Remitro. Notably, although Remitro had classes all morning, Albert felt no obligation to concern himself with that. He could either skip class or wait for another chance when he was free. Fortunately, Remitro himself was indifferent to the prospect of losing points. He had no sense of belonging to Slytherin and was preoccupied solely with thoughts of gaining strength and seeking revenge. This attitude had diminished his reputation within Slytherin, leading to a general reluctance among peers to associate with him, effectively isolating him. As for bullying or retribution, after the last incident, Slytherin students had learned to be cautious, especially with Rommel having made it clear that such behavior would not be tolerated. Underhanded tactics were another matter, although Remitro's magical prowess was average. His imposing physique and fists like sandbags were genuinely lethal. With fewer numbers, few dared provoke him. Stringent, immense strength. Protego, shield of armor. Sormidone, stone forged into sword. Within a span of 3 seconds, Remitro unleashed 3 spells in rapid succession, brandishing a colossal stone sword enveloped in a shimmering protective barrier, flashing a triumphant smile at Albert. Yet, could such a feat truly warrant such joy? Albert shook his head, his expression impassive as he remarked, "Humans are truly creatures of easy satisfaction." No sooner had he spoken than a ripple of energy surged around him, distorting the air and whipping up a whirlwind of earth that hurtled toward Dormitory. Albert made no unnecessary adjustments. He merely employed the most straightforward application of the spell. He had no intention of eliminating Dormitory, as this was sufficient. However, Dormitory, oblivious to his own advantage, charged towards Albert with reckless abandon after cleaving through the mud waves. He seemed to believe that at this distance, Albert would be unable to cast another spell in time, thinking he might secure a victory. "Are you learning to play the monkey?" Albert waved his wand casually. And the earth before him, under the influence of the transformation spell, erupted into the air, contorting into numerous dense stone pillars that sent Dormitory soaring. "I recall teaching you the barrier spell. Don't act as if you lack intelligence." Albert furrowed his brow as he summoned a torrent of water from the expansive lake behind him. With the incantation of a powerful spell, he unleashed 3 spiraling columns of water that surged forth in pursuit of the recently landed Dormitory. "Stop with that high and mighty tone," Dormitory bellowed. Rising from the ground, the colossal stone sword, augmented by the protective barrier, extended to nearly double its size, cleaving through 2 of the spiraling water columns with explosive force. The third, somewhat weaker column collided with him, propelling Dormitory several meters away before dissipating gradually. Albert's silver-white pupils reflected the figure of Dormitory as he muttered to himself, "Under the influence of anger, resistance to curses significantly increases. But what of physical attacks?" Directing his wand towards a nearby pile of stones, he stated calmly, "Depulso. Away with you." A cascade of stones rained down upon the unsuspecting Dormitory. Some deflected by a protective charm, yet several smaller rocks, propelled by Albert's deliberate manipulation of force, struck his shoulder with a resounding thud akin to thick leather. "Physical resistance has also been enhanced," Albert observed. Albert nodded slightly, completely disregarding the approaching Dormitory. Just as Dormitory was about to speak, an abrupt force of twisting energy pressed him into the ground. At that moment, no spells or barriers could assist him. He found himself unable to move even a finger. "You are still far from it. At best, you resemble a somewhat stronger monkey." Albert extended his left hand, beckoning the automated quill and the half-floated parchment, which had been diligently recording nearby, to glide towards him. He casually tossed them onto the disheveled Dormitory. "I have written down the suggestions for your magical spells and tactical maneuvers. I shall conduct a review in 3 days. I hope by then you can manage to behave like a fully capable individual." Albert, with a deliberate sharp tongue, uttered a few words that seemed aimed at provoking the ire of Dormitory. Then, without a backward glance, he departed, leaving behind Dormitory's muffled voice echoing from the depths. "Could you not have pulled me out first, Albert?" Dormitory, with only half of his face resting on the ground, repeated this lamentation until he finally realized that Albert had entirely disregarded him and had long since left. After a brief silence, all emotions coalesced into a mournful curse. FCK. Chapter 71. What? Am I on the same level as Dumbledore when it comes to telling jokes? Dear Uncle Cisse, as I write to you, I hear from Fufu that you have been wandering in Paris of late. Although it is the city of romance, I must candidly state that its environment is hardly superior to that of the former fog-laden capital, and it appears to be currently beset by vampire troubles. To the crux of the matter, I have been investigating a spell known as the Universal Knowledge Charm and require contact with the descendants of the Gunter family. Preferably those of more advanced age, of course, should the option be available. Enclosed are the 3 primary ingredients for a permanent intelligence-enhancing potion, with the formula under the purview of the Slughorn family. Further details can be found in the encrypted message. Lastly, in the name of the head of the family, I implore you to initiate an investigation into the surname Dormitory, focusing on whether they have acquired any special bloodlines through alchemical rituals or interbreeding with other species. Tying the letter delicately to the leg of an owl, Albert inscribed a magical emblem representing the Grindelwald family upon the surface of the letterbox. Many wizarding families employ similar protective measures. Should the corresponding decryption spell not be enacted, the internal correspondence would be automatically obliterated by a triggering enchantment. Go forth. The journey may be lengthy, yet upon arrival, you shall feast abundantly. Trust me, Albert communicated in a somewhat clumsy owlspeak. He was uncertain if the owl comprehended his words, but nevertheless, it cocked its head inquisitively, gazed at him for a moment, and then flapped its wings, soaring swiftly into the sky. Employing the thought extraction charm on creatures of simpler intellect can be somewhat problematic, yet Albert managed to glean the final thought of the departing owl. What a peculiar accent. Mate? Well, I suppose I have been looked down upon by an owl. Upon reflection, the author of that invitation for owls to partake in afternoon tea has been deceased for nearly 50 years, rendering it indeed an outdated version. Albert pondered as he exited the Owlery. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, how often does one encounter a wizard capable of transforming into an owl animagus? What are you mumbling about? Elira approached from the opposite end of the corridor, carrying a moderately sized wooden box. Nothing much. What do you have there? A spell target dummy, equipped with an ironclad charm. It is the equipment we shall utilize in our next defense against the dark arts lesson, all handcrafted by Professor Roland. The size of the target dummy clearly could not fit into such a small box, let alone several of them, indicating that Elira had employed a shrinking charm to compress them. It is indeed fascinating. The shrinking charm not only reduces the size of objects but also diminishes their weight proportionately, seemingly defying the law of conservation of mass. However, given the existence of magic, debating such matters of common sense seems rather futile. Even with the shrinking charm enacted, the remaining weight was still somewhat cumbersome for a second-year witch, and Elira was evidently struggling to maintain her grip. Do not use the levitation charm. As Albert reached for his wand, Elira hastily interjected. Professor Roland mentioned that those dummies possess a special countermeasure against the levitation charm. Is it truly that troublesome? Albert paused, shaking his head in resignation, then recited another incantation. Reductio. In an instant, the wooden box in Elira's grasp shrank once more, rapidly reducing to the size of a matchbox, resting quietly in the palm of her hand. This display of the shrinking charm was indeed impressive. Even passing upperclassmen could not help but whistle in admiration. The challenge of reducing an object further escalates with each successive application of the charm, particularly when a shrinking charm has already been cast, making the second application exponentially more complex. Is there truly nothing in this world that you cannot accomplish? Elira marveled. Albert shrugged his shoulders and sincerely remarked, At least I am certain I will not be having children. Is this a new kind of cold joke? Elira blinked her eyes and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Well, at least you certainly do not tell jokes. For some reason, Albert felt a sense of déjà vu from her words. In the late hours of the night, they found themselves in the potions classroom, specifically in a spare room located on the third floor. Dressed in a white lab coat, Albert, with the assistance of his diminutive aide Gwen, carefully arranged several transparent plastic boxes containing various insects on a nearby table, while a simple levitation charm would have sufficed. Gwen insisted on doing it this way, and Albert acquiesced to her desire for involvement. Next, Albert opened his satchel and gradually extracted a glass vial filled with a thick, purple liquid. One side of the vial was equipped with a tap-like apparatus. What is this? Gwen inquired, tilting her head curiously while nibbling on her thumb. This is the blood of a void fish, approximately enough for 15 specimens, Albert explained as he picked up a 50-milliliter measuring cup, opened the tap, and poured about half a cup of the void fish's blood, holding a dropper in his left hand. He drew some of the liquid from the cup and let 2 drops fall onto the spider within the breeding box through the opening at the top. That little spider looks quite uncomfortable, Gwen observed, her large eyes pressed against the box. While it may not be as effective as direct exposure to void energy, the blood of the void fish seems capable of indirectly contaminating other organisms before they can complete their deciphering. This is the only method I could conceive of to harness the power of the void, Albert said, watching as the white-kneed spider began to tremble, its skin developing grotesque bumps. He gently tugged on Gwen's collar, pulling her back slightly. From this distance, I cannot see it. Gwen pouted, her cheeks puffed up. Prepare for an explosion. Before there was time to react, the spider had transformed from pure white to a deep purple, visibly swelling at an alarming rate before bursting apart in a matter of seconds. A wave of profound energy surged forth, shattering the observation box, only to be contained by an invisible barrier. Was it a failure after all? Albert mused, feeling no surprise as he silently intoned, Feast. The compressed energy from the explosion was swallowed by Kogath, an entity from an unknown realm. He had previously experimented and discovered that while consuming inanimate objects did not grant Kogath the passive growth benefits from a feast, void creatures were the exception. Whether it be corpses or other remnants, as long as they contained void energy, Kogath would gain growth. This remarkable trait of void creatures was indeed their most terrifying aspect. Their extraordinarily extreme growth potential posed an unequivocal catastrophe for any living being. Subsequently, Albert conducted several more experiments until the last of the Bavarian six-eyed butterflies transformed into a vortex of energy, depleting his stock of insects entirely. Ordinary organisms barely had the chance to endure the initial adaptation phase. He needed magical creatures. Turning his gaze towards the window, he caught a glimpse of the vaguely outlined forest in the distance. The Forbidden Forest, a renowned destination at Hogwarts that every mischievous student had to visit before graduation. "Let us pay a visit," Albert declared, closing the classroom door and addressing Gwen perched on his shoulder. "Hold on tight, little Gwen." With that, he leaped from the castle's windowsill and, propelled by the surrounding gravitational forces, sped towards the distant Forbidden Forest. Chapter 72, The Adventure in the Forbidden Forest. Captain Gwen and her subordinate comrades with a thud, Albert made an emergency landing at the forest's edge, dispelling the barrier surrounding him as he emerged from a moderately sized pit. "Oh dear, I seem to have accidentally squashed something." He noticed a bloodied, mangled carcass at the bottom of the pit, likely that of a wild wolf. "Have we arrived, Albert?" Gwen squealed with excitement, tugging at a strand of Albert's hair and bouncing on her feet. She had always been curious about the Forbidden Forest, having heard tales of its many magical creatures. Furthermore, according to the Gryffindor Lions, only those who ventured into the Forbidden Forest could truly be considered warriors possessing the soul of Gryffindor. Though she did not fully comprehend what it meant to have the soul of Gryffindor, Gwen aspired to be a brave warrior herself. Tonight was a rare full moon, and the cool moonlight illuminated the Forbidden Forest like never before. If it weren't for the lingering mist, the scene would have been perfect. "Albert, are we going to capture magical creatures? Will we be scolded by Albus and Minerva if we return late?" After her initial excitement, Gwen hesitated, glancing back at the castle. "Fear not. We possess a night exploration permit. This venture is also to assess the safety of Hogwarts," Albert replied with a straight face, not betraying a hint of nervousness. "Oh, that sounds fantastic." With her worries alleviated, Gwen's excitement surged once more. As they conversed, rustling sounds echoed from all directions within the Forbidden Forest. This place was indeed quite lively. Albert chuckled, then suddenly raised his wand and swiftly flicked it behind him. A colossal, razor-sharp arcane blade, akin to a guillotine, swept through the air, severing a large tree in half. As the tree crashed to the ground, a vibrant serpent coiled around its trunk fell to the ground, its body writhing as it tried to escape, but its head was swiftly cleaved in two by the descending arcane blade, rendering it lifeless. "Albert, are you not going to capture it?" Little Gwen asked, somewhat perplexed, as she watched Albert cast a restoration charm to return the tree to its former state. The serpent appeared rather fearsome, and the little one dared not approach, floating timidly beside Albert instead. "There are plenty of creatures in the Forbidden Forest. We can catch another," Albert replied, shaking his head gently and patting little Gwen on the head. "I have no need for foolish beasts that show their fangs." "Ah, it was trying to eat Gwen," little Gwen exclaimed, her face a picture of horror, as she quickly burrowed into Albert's collar, resembling a trembling little squirrel. Peeking out cautiously. "Are you afraid now, Captain Gwen?" "I thought you wanted to be a Gryffindor warrior," Albert teased. "Well, I can be a warrior another time," little Gwen whispered, admitting she wasn't quite prepared to be brave today. "Indeed," Albert conceded without argument, flipping open the cover of his electronic watch to reveal a compass inside. His objective was quite clear this time, to capture some small magical creatures. He felt confident in controlling smaller magical beings, whether it be juvenile acromantulas or botruckles, both of which matched his criteria. It merely depended on whom he encountered first. Naturally, he leaned towards the acromantula, as they were plentiful and their demise would not attract trouble. The botruckle, on the other hand, seemed a tad cruel to pursue. "I recall the acromantula's lair lies to the north, does it not?" Albert had previously mentioned the acromantula in Hagrid's presence, subsequently acquiring the precise location of its lair through the use of a memory charm. While acromantulas posed a significant threat to wizards, the high value of their venom often made the danger manageable. When one learns that a pint of acromantula venom can fetch 100 galleons, it transforms from danger to mere risk. As they ventured deeper, the presence of grayish-white webs increased on the trees and rocks, occasionally revealing weathered animal corpses ensnared in silk, suspended in the air. Spiders typically inject their prey with digestive fluid, dissolving their insides and leaving only a hollow shell behind, an exceptionally cruel yet efficient method of feeding. "Albert, should we turn back?" Little Gwen, evidently shaken by the eerie sights along the way, nestled closer to Albert's neck and spoke softly. "Do not fear. They are merely wild beasts. Remember, little Gwen, we are wizards, and they have sought us out," Albert reassured her. Before he could finish, a colossal spider, the size of a calf, suddenly descended from above them. Its needle-like bristles were bristling, and its inky, swollen body regained balance almost instantly. Its 8 closely set eyes gleamed with menace, accompanied by the unsettling sound of its mandibles clicking, sending shivers down one's spine. "Human," as the acromantula uttered a word. A sudden blur caught its attention. "Albert, having appeared behind it, continued his trek deeper into the forbidden forest. His silver hair glimmered faintly in the sparse moonlight, exuding an aura of coldness. The edges of his indifferent silver eyes shimmered with the residual blue light of the memory charm. In the depths of the encroaching darkness, Albert's calm voice resonated, as if whispering from either side of the acromantula's head. Thank you for your memories. Now I know where to go. Farewell. A fine line of blood appeared along one side of the acromantula's body, stretching diagonally to the other side. With a sickening crack, the creature's body separated along this line, exposing its gory insides. Under the influence of gravity, both halves collapsed, spilling forth a torrent of crimson that quickly soaked into the moist, dark soil below. Chapter 73. Are you not afraid of me? In the northern part of the forbidden forest, the acromantula's lair, a spider of an elephantine size hurriedly emerged from the thicket, pushing aside its slumbering companions as it raced deeper into the lair. Its massive pincers clashed, producing a dull, rhythmic sound. Aragog. Trouble. Humans. As if responding to a trigger word, the previously dormant acromantulas opened their eyes, rising eagerly from the ground amidst a cacophony of rustling, embodying an eerie and cruel excitement. I am too old for such disturbances, grumbled a spider as large as a small elephant, laboriously pushing aside a hemispherical pale web before clumsily emerging from the depths of the lair. Its body and leg hairs were distinctly grayish, barely revealing the dark shell of the acromantula. With its rough pincers and grotesque, elongated head, adorned with 8 bell-like eyes that were half-closed and veiled by a thin layer of mist, it was evident that this acromantula was nearly blind. Clearly displeased at being disturbed by its offspring, the matriarch of the forbidden forest acromantula suppressed her irritation. Yet, the long years and her interactions with Hagrid had endowed her with a semblance of human-like intelligence and reasoning. Suppressing her violent temper, she clashed her pincers together. What do you mean by humans? It is dangerous for them to intrude. So powerful. So many dead. The acromantula king, Aragog, anxiously paced, struggling to articulate its thoughts coherently. Just as Aragog was on the brink of losing patience with its offspring's foolishness, a voice emerged, illuminated by the moonlight breaking through the clouds. I suspect he means no harm. I have arrived. Under the cold moonlight, Albert stepped from an intangible barrier in the air, gradually descending to the ground as the invisibility charm around him dissipated silently. Is the human Hagrid? No, this sin is incorrect. Aragog's tone swiftly turned cold upon the stranger's realization that the newcomer was not Hagrid. This human flesh belongs to you, Aragog spoke with chilling detachment. Though driven by the same primal urge to consume flesh as any 8-eyed giant spider, Aragog understood that succumbing to this desire could sever the last thread of friendship with Hagrid, an invaluable treasure that surpassed even the affection it held for its mate and offspring. Thus, it persistently restrained itself from indulging in cannibalism, yet this did not extend to restraining its progeny from inflicting harm or consuming flesh. The inherent brutality of the giant spider was etched into its very being. Simultaneously, a veritable tide of 8-eyed spiders, varying in size, surged toward Albert. As he glanced down, he noticed that the diminutive Gwyn nestled at his collar had fainted at the horrifying sight before them. It appears he lacks such courage, he mused, shaking his head. Gripping his wand firmly in his right hand, Albert gently waved it in the air. A brilliant flare erupted into the sky, illuminating the entire den of 8-eyed spiders. Greetings. Esteemed 8-eyed spiders, it is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, Albert said with nonchalance, bowing slightly as if engaging in a courteous introduction. He seemingly paid no heed to the encroaching spiders, instead observing Aragog from a distance. You see, I consider Hagrid a friend, he continued. As he spoke, the advancing spiders emitted a chorus of terrified wails, as if encountering something profoundly horrifying. Then, within a 3-meter radius around Albert, all 8-eyed spiders were unceremoniously cleaved into 2 distinct halves. This bizarre spectacle undoubtedly instilled fear in the hearts of all present spiders. As they hesitated, deliberating whether to advance further, Albert raised his wand once more. In appreciation of your warm welcome, allow me to escalate my efforts. The spell, Fusion Magic, Void Wheel, Maximum Wheel, manifested in the next instant. The invisible Void Wheel, which had previously encircled Albert, now expanded dramatically, its serrated edges spinning at an astonishing velocity. With a radius extending to 10 meters, it mercilessly shredded a significant portion of the spiders in the nest. Blood splattered high into the air, raining down onto Aragog amidst the cacophony of anguished cries. The abruptness of it all was akin to the silent arrival of death. The aged king of the 8-eyed spiders trembled involuntarily in the darkness. You see, Aragog, because you're also a friend of Hagrid, I have spared you. Navigating through the chaotic remnants of corpses, Albert gradually approached Aragog, an overwhelming aura of terror, far surpassing that of a mere child. compelled the larger spider to instinctively lower its body. Despite being blind, it instinctively directed all 8 of its eyes to the ground. This diminutive wizard before it was nothing short of a monstrosity. What do you intend to do, wizard? Aragog growled, a mixture of fear and fury coloring its voice. A faint smile graced Albert's face as he was about to speak, only to abruptly halt. Is that your companion? His tone was nonchalant, seemingly merely confirming a fact. Above Albert's head, in the shade of the tree, a monstrous 8-eyed spider, only slightly smaller than Aragog, assumed an aggressive stance. No. Aragog realized the impending danger and shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. In the next instant, an invisible void will surge past Albert, cleaving the great tree and the female 8-eyed spider above it in two. The spider that fell to the ground did not succumb immediately, dragging half of its body. It attempted to utter something to Aragog, only to be unceremoniously crushed into a pulp by a barrier pillar summoned with a hint of impatience by Albert. Having completed this, Albert leisurely turned around to face Aragog once more. What were you about to say? Alaric clenched his teeth, emitting a series of creaking sounds, yet instinctively recoiled. I hope we can become friends, Alaric. Albert, seemingly oblivious to Alaric's ire and resentment, stood there, speaking to himself. After all, only friends are willing to assist one another. What exactly do you intend to do? Alaric exclaimed in a fury of indignation. Albert pondered for a moment, gazing earnestly at Aragog. I hope you can provide me with your offspring on a regular basis. That is absolutely impossible, Aragog bellowed in response. No creature would relinquish its young. Not even the ferocious 8-eyed giant spider. Oh, I fear that is not a matter for you to refuse, my friend. Albert shook his head and spread his hands. To be honest, I do not quite understand, since you are all so fearful of the serpent monster. The mere mention of the term sends Aragog and the other surviving Acromantulas scurrying away from Albert's vicinity as if fleeing from some impending doom. Albert regarded the situation with a hint of skepticism, tilting his head slightly as a subtle smile curved upwards at the corners of his mouth. An oppressive and immense magical force, suffused with an extreme malice that penetrated to the very marrow of one's bones, instantaneously enveloped the entire lair of the 8-eyed giant spider within an invisible field. So, are you not afraid of me? Boom. A tidal wave of silent terror began to spread, and Albert's face, shrouded in gloom, revealed a pair of eyes slitted into mere crescents, curving into a formidable arc that faintly glimmered with the cold, merciless silver. Chapter 74. Gwen, today you are the villain. Farewell, Pava. Each full moon, I shall pay a visit, and you are required to provide 50 larvae. That is far too many, wizard, the Aragog instinctively protested. Yet he was abruptly forced to the ground by Albert's sudden advance. His fear of Albert had, in a sense, transcended the innate terror of the basilisk embedded within his bloodline. While the basilisk preyed upon the 8-eyed giant spider primarily for sustenance, Albert's propensity for slaughter demanded no justification whatsoever. Oh, dear Aragog. Albert slowly lowered his head. The Aragog before him pressed his body low, striving to appear even smaller. I am not here to negotiate. With those words, he turned his back, exposing himself to the ancient 8-eyed giant spider. With a gentle wave of his wand, he intoned the incantation, Venom, arise. At the command of the spell, countless streams of purple venom erupted from the corpses scattered throughout the lair, coalescing into a massive sphere of venom under the force field generated by the spell of swirling winds, and were subsequently sealed within an intangible vessel created by the barrier spell. Albert leisurely recited the shrinking spell, reducing the creature's size before casually stowing it in his pocket. The venom of the 8-eyed giant spider is an exceptionally valuable material, and it would be foolish to squander it. Having completed this task, he turned his gaze back to Aragog. This king of the 8-eyed spiders remained huddled in terror, quaking in place. Remember, on the next full moon, I expect to see 50 offspring. Should there be one less, I will eliminate half of your kin until the terms of our agreement are fulfilled. With these instructions imparted, Albert strode away, heading towards the opening of the lair not obscured by the great tree, gradually ascending into the air under the influence of the wind-lifting spell. Bathed in moonlight, he glanced down at the silent 8-eyed spiders below, softly murmuring to himself, friend is truly a convenient term. Al, you suddenly became so frightening. Upon landing on the windowsill of the Ravenclaw common room, Albert flipped inside just as Little Gwen exclaimed. Like a dark lord, a super bad villain. Little Gwen raised her hands in an attempt to illustrate her point, but her inept tongue could only clumsily repeat the words super and bad. Oh, that. Albert lightly waved his wand, a wave of malevolence surging forth, causing Little Gwen to burrow into his pocket, leaving only her tiny backside visible. Silly child. How can you be so careless? Albert dispelled the spell, exasperated, as he grasped the back of little Gwen's collar, pulling her out. You should have learned this new spell by now. Hearing this, little Gwen tilted her head, counting on her fingers as she desperately recalled the spells that had recently surfaced in her mind. The earth-shattering spell, the betrayal fire spell, the thunderflash spell, the human clothing spell, the vomiting spell, the gender transformation spell. I know. It's the fear spell. Little Gwen cheered, bouncing in place and exclaiming loudly. Correct? But it's late. Everyone else is resting, so keep your voice down. Albert ruffled the top of little Gwen's head affectionately. This spell can exponentially manifest one's innermost malevolence, with its amplification effect being proportional to the magical power invested. Little Gwen, you possess 2/3 of my magical prowess, theoretically making your effect potentially double what mine was previously. Albert patiently explained, only to notice a fleeting expression of excitement cross Gwen's face. Surely, you do not intend to use that for mischief? Albert inquired with a hint of exasperation. I won't tell you, Gwen replied playfully, making a silly face before swiftly burrowing into a nearby mini blanket. Gwen is sleepy. Gwen wants to take a nap. With that, her head rested upon the little pillow, showcasing a remarkable ability to fall asleep in an instant. I must say, if the spell fails to instill fear in others, it becomes utterly ineffective. Hello? Captain Gwen, are you still awake? Albert quietly inquired a few questions, only to discover that the little one had truly drifted off to sleep, a bubble of mucus the size of 1/3 of his head floating from his nose. Never mind, it was of little consequence. The next morning, at the exit of the Ravenclaw common room, a Ravenclaw student had just stepped out when a small shadow suddenly sprang up at his feet. Startled, Roger Davis blinked at the sight of little Gwen. Dressed as a vampire, her blue curls slicked back into a center part. The little one was striking exaggerated poses, arms raised high, clearly attempting to frighten someone. Hasn't Halloween passed quite a while ago? Davis asked, scratching his head in confusion. Is Albert not with you? I'm not bringing Albert along, Gwen declared mischievously today. I'm going solo to be the absolute worst, most despicable villain. She grinned wickedly, a mysterious dark aura swirling behind her. Did I scare you? Nearly scared me to death, Davis replied, feigning compliance as he watched Gwen's theatrical antics, thinking it was just a game. Then, with a cheer, little Gwen dashed away in a flash. Hey, hand over the sweets, shouted a voice ahead. Stop right there. Hand over the candy. You better obediently offer us the honeycomb candy in your hand. After several successful attempts, little Gwen had managed to frighten a few passers-by with her self-proclaimed fear spell, receiving a bounty of treats and her confidence soared. Pava, having been startled once, quickly believed in the effectiveness of the spell and eagerly joined Gwen's mischief. Hurry. That fear charm, I need it again. I see Alira coming. This time, I'll scare her to tears and redeem myself. Pava's eyes caught sight of a blonde figure approaching, clutching a book, and she urged, quickly, all right, behold the fear charm. A flicker of dark light enveloped Pava, elongating her shadow and casting a visible gloom around her. Oh ho ho, superb. Pava mumbled a phrase she recently learned from a comic book, mentally counting down. Soon, Alira turned the corner. Now, Pava's eyes gleamed as she and little Gwen sprang from their hiding spot. Wow. Seeing Alira halt in her tracks, Pava erupted into triumphant laughter, her mouth curving upwards. I actually scared her. The fear charm is truly magnificent. Alira, bewildered, was unsure if Pava had lost her mind again. Had she truly felt the power of the fear charm, that foolish half-elf? Pava circled Alira, unleashing a torrent of insults. You always bully me and use violence. Do you know how much it hurts when I bump my head on your flat surface? The realization of the fear charm dawned upon Alira. And then she heard Pava mention flat surface, causing her temple to twitch in irritation. Yet, she was curious to see what Pava would say next. So she feigned fear and recited, I am sorry. Sorry? Apologize to me. Pava raised her chin, nostrils flaring as she poked Alira's chest repeatedly. If apologies were effective, why would we need oars? Kneel before me, you flat-chested elf. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Something snapped. It was Alira's sanity fracturing. Pava, oblivious to Alira's inner turmoil, continued her tirade. You kicked me out for eating a cockroach. Next time, if I eat maggot bubblegum, will you kill me? She poked Alira's chest faster. Her nose held high. You only know how to use violence, flat-chested girl. Then came a crack, and Pava halted her banter, looking down in shock. She realized the sound was her own finger breaking. Ouch. Before she could fully express her pain, a pale arm from behind seized her neck. Oh no, it was the masked warrior's signature move. Pava finally understood that her fear spell had likely been ineffective as she flailed for help. But her gaze met only the retreating figure of little Gwen. Traitor. Gwyn's being a villain today? Goodbye, Pava. The little one muttered, fleeing at lightning speed. I want to let you escape. Chapter 75, The Sentence of Death and the Staff of the Archangel. Woe is me. Gwyn vowed never to be a villain again. Later. Little Gwyn crawled into Albert's pocket, murmuring her regrets and occasionally peeking out to see if Alira was nearby. Alira's anger was genuinely intimidating, especially when she silently twisted Pava's arm with a stranglehold, a scene far more terrifying than any horror film. It's no use telling me this now, Albert said, closing a book and tossing it gently behind him. The book landed securely on an empty shelf, thanks to the spell he had conjured. By the way, he had decided to rename the spell. After continuous improvements, its concept and application had far exceeded its original design, rivaling even the transformation and barrier spells in versatility. Coincidentally, Alira was dragging a half-conscious Pava past the Ravenclaw common room, causing little Gwyn to shiver and retreat back into Albert's pocket. A small outline could be seen trembling within her clothing. Are you that frightened? Suddenly, two lively figures burst through the door. It was the Weasley twins. The Ravenclaw common room. Theoretically, anyone can enter as long as they answer the Bronze Eagle door knocker's question correctly. However, knowing the twins, they likely waited outside, slipping in behind another Ravenclaw who answered correctly. What's wrong? Having trouble developing a new product? Albert inquired casually as he rose from his velvet seat. The weather was still a bit chilly, and he preferred the warmth of the common room to the library. At least the fireplace here was cozy. No. The last batch of automatic quills sold out, and we were thinking of getting your portion to you, Fred shrugged, speaking hesitantly. We estimate we won't have much time until exams to catch up on our studies. Have these two turned over a new leaf? Albert must concede that he was somewhat taken aback at this moment. The notion of diligent study should theoretically not have sprung forth from the lips of these two troublemakers from Hogwarts. George, the younger of the twins, quickly elucidated. Professor McGonagall had evidently informed their mother of their recent academic performance, although it had not yet reached the point of sending scathing letters. They felt compelled to elevate their grades to a level that would not bring shame upon their family, if only for the sake of their precious holiday. Fred chimed in, clearly in agreement. It was evident that Bill, Charlie, and Percy had set their mother's standards exceedingly high. Bill Weasley, Charlie Weasley, and Percy Weasley, the elder brothers of the Weasley twins, were all considered top scholars in their year. Bill, in particular, had achieved 12 O.L.S. during his time at Hogwarts and was also a former president of the student council. With such illustrious siblings, it was no wonder Mrs. Weasley held Fred and George to such lofty expectations. Naturally, this was also due to their own intelligence, as they belonged to that category of individuals whose efforts would not disappoint. In contrast, Ron Weasley, who entered Hogwarts alongside the protagonists, could be seen as a genetic anomaly. Even aside from the issue of his wand's incompatibility, his magical aptitude was undeniably limited, if it were not for his distinctive hair color. It would be difficult to associate him with the Weasley family. Our poor little Ron was blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead of him. As he inadvertently began a comedic exchange, Fred, noticing Albert's quiet observation, suddenly remembered that he had strayed from the main topic. My apologies, I digress. With that, Fred retrieved a pouch filled with coins from his pocket and handed it to Albert. A total of 7 galleons. Honestly, you cannot fathom how fervent those young witches are. George's collar was nearly torn asunder by their eagerness to procure a quill that could replicate your handwriting. I wager this venture will continue to thrive into the next year. Let us discuss it later, Albert replied, accepting the pouch with an air of indifference. For him, the prospect of continuing business with the Weasley twins had lost its significance. Just moments ago, the task of earning his initial profits had been marked as complete. He had successfully received the reward for the task, a level 2 lottery ticket and a pirate treasure chest. Albert was not lacking in financial resources. Indeed, the venom from the 8-eyed giant spiders he collected just last night could fetch an exorbitant price. Moreover, as the current patriarch of the Grindelwald family, he had theoretical access to the vast resources of the entire clan, rendering money merely a numerical concept in his world. What did you draw, Al? Later. On the rooftop terrace of Hogwarts, the inquisitive little Gwyn tugged at Albert's sleeve. The death sentence, a rather nuanced skill, Albert mused, resting his chin on one hand as he assessed the ability he had just retrieved from the prize pool. Skill, death sentence. Launch a magical grappling hook that guarantees a 100 hit rate, forcibly pulling the target towards oneself. This skill resembled a 2-cost card from a certain version of Hearthstone, and by typical standards, it should not be deemed particularly powerful. However, Considering the explicit mention of a 100 hit rate and the forcibly pulling aspect, Albert suspected that this skill was deceptively potent. A few attempts would likely clarify its mechanics. Next, he turned his attention to another task reward, the pirate treasure chest. Without much hesitation, Albert opted to open the chest. Soon, a blue loot orb tumbled forth from the chest, gradually transforming into an item. Tears of the Goddess item description, a fundamental material for synthesizing higher-tier equipment, can be seamlessly integrated into weaponry to enhance the user's total magical capacity by 15. Even a goddess would shed tears if struck in the belly. As expected, the equipment description was rather peculiar, yet its basic functionality aligned well with his expectations. Thus, Albert found himself in possession of two foundational items, a useless stick that augmented spell power and the tears of the goddess that increased magical capacity. Together, they were poised to create a remarkable piece of equipment. With determination, Albert decided to proceed with the synthesis. The useless stick and the tears of the goddess merged in a radiant glow, transforming into a staff that shimmered with golden light. Staff of the Archangel item description. During combat, the user gains a 2/5 enhancement to magical capacity every 5 minutes, with a maximum increase of 100. After the battle concludes, a portion of the temporarily enhanced magic is converted into permanent magic, the conversion rate contingent upon the intensity of the actual combat. If battle does not strengthen you, then all is rendered meaningless. Chapter 76. The Gunther family branch and the key. This item seems somewhat overpowered. Albert's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he marveled at the situation. The so-called battle period, in his perspective, could indeed be maintained in a perpetual state through clever means. In other words, as long as he was adequately prepared, he could engage in combat at a 100 amplification of magical power at any moment. As for the second effect of the Staff of the Archangel, it bore a resemblance to the previously acquired Feast skill, representing a unique ability to accumulate permanent attributes continuously. As long as Albert remained alive and engaged in battle, his magical power could perpetually grow without limits. Regarding the issue of conversion rates, Albert had ample time to research it thoroughly. Once he understood the mechanism, he could devise ways to enhance it. Recently, he had gathered quite a few insights, leaving him uncertain about where to begin. Yet, the troubles of happiness are never too many. Albert, in a state of bliss, brewed himself a cup of herbal tea infused with vanilla, a delightful gift from Alira. He took a gentle sip, recalling that this beverage was once favored by the ancient druids for its calming properties. Recently, a certain potion company had rediscovered its recipe, bringing it back into the limelight. Albert's movements momentarily froze, but his expression remained unchanged as he casually lifted his teacup and emptied its contents onto the balcony. "This is not meant for human consumption," he succinctly remarked. The following morning, Albert encountered Pava at the entrance of the dining hall, her arm bound in a bandage. "You're still alive?" Albert greeted her with some surprise. Indeed, yesterday's fury from Alira had been rather intimidating. He had even taken the time to compose a brief epitaph, entitled "My Oblivious Friend Pava." Regrettably, it went unused. Pava appeared rather disheveled, her mind elsewhere as she replied, "This is not the first time. Just wait until that detestable flat one." Suddenly, she instinctively looked over her shoulder to ensure no one was behind her before continuing, "Once that fellow cools off, things should be fine. About half a month should suffice. If not, I'll have to resort to kneeling. However, I've been kneeling far too frequently of late, so it might lose its effectiveness." Pava's face was etched with regret. "You truly are the best of friends," Albert sincerely commended, giving her a thumbs up. "Albert, your letter." A Ravenclaw student burst in, cradling an injured owl and calling out to him. "Thank you," Albert replied, accepting a small package and glancing down at the messenger owl. Its leg bore a bite wound, evidently stained with blood. "What happened?" "I don't know. It was like this when I arrived at school," the young Ravenclaw shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. Afterward, Albert retrieved a vial of white healing essence from his pocket and sprinkled some on the owl's leg. The wound quickly healed. "Fortunately, it's not a magical creature of any sort." "Friend, what attacked you?" Albert inquired in a dialect of owl language, his accent evident. Pava, who could only hear cooing sounds, along with the passing young wizards, stared in astonishment. "A human can speak our language? How revolting." The owl's head swiveled 60 degrees, fixing its gaze on Albert. "Hey, I just healed your injury. Isn't that a bit ungrateful?" Albert felt a twinge of frustration. Yet he deemed it unworthy to argue with an owl. He pressed on with his inquiry. "Do you know who assaulted you?" The lengthy serpent replied. "Little Mustache was attacked while delivering a letter, and Dante was bitten. Little Mustache had no medicine, and I was instructed to retrieve him." The messenger claimed Little Mustache is a scoundrel and vowed never to deliver a letter for him again. Is Little Mustache the uncle of Cicero? Albert opened the package to discover a note along with a severed snake's body. Dear Albert, we have located a branch of the Gunter family not too far from your vicinity. However, the hosts appear to harbor some biases against us. A family of serpents. Incapable of uttering a single coherent word, only capable of releasing snakes. The elder among them even attempted to draw his wand to cast a killing curse. It was utterly amusing. Do you honestly believe your spellcasting speed could surpass my rate of pulling the trigger? I have temporarily incapacitated one of his legs, and the situation has become rather tense. Let us await your arrival to determine how best to proceed. I have sent an owl with the key for the portal I crafted. Additionally, the owl was bitten by a snake. And I regret to inform you that I forgot to bring any healing potion. I would appreciate your assistance in this matter. So it was. Albert nodded knowingly, lowering his gaze towards the severed snake's body. Close to the center, there lay a mark adorned with a distinctive emblem, the crest of the Grindelwald family. In other words, this location should serve as the trigger point for the key. Without further ado, he decided to proceed. Pava, please excuse me from this afternoon's class. The professors won't mind. Albert instructed Pava, conjuring a protective barrier around him. Uncertain of whether the use of the key within the school would provoke the anti-apparition enchantments, he opted for caution. After all, it was merely a trivial matter. Before most could comprehend the situation, Albert grasped the bloodied snake's body, and in an instant, his form began to contort, vanishing completely within the span of 2 seconds. When he next opened his eyes, Albert found himself in a somewhat shadowy valley. Not far from him, Uncle Cisse was engaged in conversation with a man and a woman. The young woman, with her platinum blonde hair, and a burly man sporting a bushy beard. Both donned stylish black coats. See, here I am, Uncle Cisse exclaimed, standing up from the stone on which he had been seated upon noticing Albert's arrival. Allow me to introduce you to our current master, Albert. He beamed with pride as he gestured towards his companions. Behold the prodigy, Albert Grindelwald, who, before even reaching the age of 12, has attained heights that most wizards can scarcely dream of, effortlessly suppressing hordes of dark wizards. What is even more astonishing is that he has been actively engaging with magic for less than a year. One could not deny the existence of true marvels in this world. What an impressive surge of magical power, remarked the bearded man, seemingly employing a magical observation spell. Stroking his beard in astonishment. You always claimed your nephew was as handsome as you, but that is utterly preposterous, the platinum-haired woman quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Cisse. Shaking her head in disbelief. He is far more striking than you. Ignoring Cisse's visibly disgruntled expression, she extended her hand towards Albert. I am Cecilia. That over there is Valen Busbatten, a fellow mercenary alongside Cisse. A pleasure to meet you. Albert keenly observed that Cecilia seemed to have omitted her surname. Coupled with her platinum blonde hair, the deliberately averted gaze of Uncle Shisa, and a certain extraordinary allure she possessed, it became apparent. Is this, Uncle Shisa, the reason you have remained unmarried all this time? As soon as the words escaped his lips, both Shisa and Cecilia momentarily froze. Albert sighed. For his family bore no prejudice against mixed-blood charmers, nor against interspecies romances. Chapter 77. The essence of magic is to unleash great wonders through sorcery. In the face of Albert's unexpected revelation, Shisa flushed, at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Your nephew is indeed even more formidable than the rumors suggest. Cecilia quickly regained her composure and took the initiative in the conversation. I have known Shisa for nearly 20 years. Our romantic relationship has only been established in the last decade, and he hasn't informed you not because I am a charmer. Is it because you are over 40 years his senior? Albert asked with a smile. Cecilia's expression abruptly stiffened. How did you know? A modicum of knowledge and detection spells. Your family truly possesses remarkable fortune. The last time I felt such a chilling sensation was from your imprisoned uncle. Cecilia gazed at Shisa with a hint of nostalgia. Don't be absurd, Shisa retorted, his lips curling into a slight smile. Uncle Galette pales in comparison to Albert. My father and Uncle Galette together hardly make for a fair comparison. That is indeed an exaggerated assessment. Returning to the matter at hand. The group exchanged pleasantries before swiftly redirecting their focus to their current objective. That family consists of around 5 or 6 individuals. All exhibiting serpentine speech patterns and rather unstable mental states. They launched spells at us upon our first encounter. The group stood atop a valley, gazing at a somewhat dilapidated old house in the distance. The structure appeared to be primarily wooden, perhaps augmented with some brick, crafted in a very primitive manner, and conservatively estimated to be over a century old. Enveloping the outermost layer of the building was a faint reddish magical glow. Shisa clicked his tongue, grasping his wand, and casually cast a cutting spell. The spell was repelled the moment it struck the building's outer layer of luminescence. As you can see, due to a minor conflict, that family quickly retreated inside, activating this barrier. I surmise it to be a protective array, though I cannot yet discern its specific type. Beside him, the bearded Valen Busbatten added, "Our attacks have been unable to penetrate that shield, but a defense of this magnitude cannot be sustained indefinitely. We can either wait for their internal energy to deplete, or we can temporarily procure some explosives to forcibly breach it. That would take too long, and we cannot ascertain whether they might escape through other means." Albert shook his head, declining the suggestion. "Let me give it a try. It is the perfect opportunity to test my new spell." Albert gradually approached the vacant lot not far from the old house. Behind the second-floor window, two silhouettes appeared to be observing. However, given the building's dilapidated state, they could merely be large stains. With a slow wave of the wand, Albert intoned the incantation, and a dark green magical chain extended from the tip of his wand, soaring towards a nearby boulder. The moment it struck the stone, the chains then blossomed into a sphere of emerald light, enveloping the stone's perimeter. Thus, this notion of 100% accuracy revealed its true essence. In this manner, the inherent binding effect transcended mere physical restraint, evolving into a complete control on a magical level. Albert, lost in thought, continued his movements without the slightest pause. In the next moment, he performed a tugging motion, directing his wand towards the old house not far away. The boulder was drawn forth, tracing a vast arc through the air before crashing against the outer crimson barrier of the old dwelling. With a resounding boom, the stone exploded mid-air, failing to inflict even the slightest damage upon the shield. This layer of protection possesses remarkable strength. Albert was somewhat taken aback. What sort of spell was this? One he had never encountered before? Cicero approached from behind, curiosity piqued. "I just created it today," Albert replied, reluctant to delve into the existence of the system. Offering another explanation would only entangle him in a web of deceit, so he categorically classified it as a personal invention. After all, it was inconceivable that anyone else in this world could conjure a similar spell, even if spells were subject to copyright or intellectual property protections. He was the sole arbiter of such matters. Cecilia was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Was it truly possible to declare a spell as one's own simply by claiming it? Oh dear, at this moment, all one needed to do was smile. Given that their relationship had already been exposed, Cicero decided to revert to their usual camaraderie, casually draping an arm around Cecilia's shoulders. Yet, it seemed impossible to break through that hard shell. At that moment, Albert suddenly instructed, "Everyone, please step back." Huh? Though puzzled, the trio exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. "How far back should we go? Is 10 meters sufficient?" "Not enough," he replied. "Continue back to 50 meters. Albert's voice was astonishingly resolute, compelling his uncle and his companions to retreat a full 50 meters until their figures became almost indistinguishable. Only then did he turn back to glance behind him. Concerning the curse of death judgment, an idea suddenly struck him, igniting an insatiable desire to experiment. Should he succeed, this spell would prove exceedingly formidable. Thus, he began. Taking a deep breath, Albert unleashed a torrent of magical energy, his silver eyes sparkling with an uncontrollable azure glow of magic. The task ahead might very well drain him of all his magical essence. Death Judgment, a chain of dark green magic, more substantial than any he had conjured before, swiftly formed and soared toward the old house. As anticipated, it was thwarted by the outer red protective barrier. Futile, he mused. This was a safeguard laid by his illustrious ancestors, meant to preserve the honor of the Gunther lineage, unblemished by mere mudbloods. By the window, a shadow emitted a series of hissing sounds, a mocking grin tugging at its lips. Yet, in less than a second, the expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. What was that? From his vantage point, the magic chain, upon contact with the protective barrier of the old house, dispersed into countless delicate particles, enveloping the house and its barrier in an almost imperceptibly swift manner. Simultaneously, Albert sensed that he had expended a full 2/3 of his magical energy, yet he nodded impassively. The consumption was less than he had anticipated. Indeed, this spell possessed the merit of a pulley or lever, enabling him to effect great miracles with but a trifling amount of magic. He then turned his gaze toward the distant old house and spoke, unhurriedly, "Lift off." In the next instant, accompanied by a tremor that shook the earth, both the trio of Cisse and the members of the Gunther family within the house widened their eyes in unison, their expressions frozen in disbelief. With a flick of his wand, the old house, ensconced in dark green particles, along with its buried foundation, was uprooted by an irresistible, terrifying force and soared high into the sky. "Are you jesting?" Cisse exclaimed, his jaw nearly dislocating in shock. However, the true terror lay with the Gunther family members still inside the house, who were engulfed in unfathomable panic. "Monster! Ancestor! Save us! I must be dreaming. This cannot be real. This is power," Albert remarked coldly, observing the dissipating red barrier. The protective charm falters when spatial coordinates are altered. With a casual flick of his wand, the dark green chain appeared to draw the old house, which plummeted towards the ground behind him. Boom! The earth erupted in a tumultuous spray of soil, mingling with a deafening roar that swallowed all in its vicinity. As the dust settled, Albert slowly turned, revealing only the remnants of the house, now a mere mound of rubble. Chapter 78. Give me answers within 10 seconds, monkeys. Indeed. Were there 5 people still sheltered within the house? Before long, Albert found himself seated upon an invisible chair conjured by a barrier spell, one hand propping his cheek as he surveyed a line of men, women, and children kneeling at his feet. They appeared to be a family of 5. The parents were in their 50s, while their offspring consisted of a man in his 30s and a boy and girl of around 10 years old. Clad in what seemed to be lavish yet tattered linen garments, they looked more like a family of medieval savages than anything else. Upon sensing Albert's gaze, the 5 cowered, lacking the courage to lift their heads, resembling a cluster of hedgehogs huddling for warmth. "Is this what the Gunther family has become?" Albert murmured softly. "How dare you insult?" The eldest male raised his head in indignation, ready to curse, but upon locking eyes with Albert's silver gaze, he instinctively lowered his head. After witnessing the recent horrific spectacle, he felt no inclination to resist this young wizard, who exuded an aura of fearsome power. Indeed, the man could hardly fathom that a mere boy could wield such might. This had to be a renowned sorcerer from history, having somehow usurped another's body. The records of the Gunther family contained several such accounts. "What are your names?" Cisse, arms crossed, stood behind the family, inquiring on Albert's behalf. The hissing of snake language was as incomprehensible as ever. "Speak in human tongue," Valen commanded, kicking the old man over. Yet, despite this, the family remained obstinate, huddling together in fear, occasionally casting venomous glances through their filthy hair and tattered sleeves. Like a nest of serpents cloaked in human skin, they exuded an unsettling and sinister aura. "What a bizarre lot," Cecilia remarked, frowning. At that moment, Albert spoke once more. "I care not whether your snake language is a tradition or a source of pride for your family, but—" Albert adjusted his posture, his hands crossed and resting before him, attentively observing the individuals in front of him. "My patience is finite. If you are unwilling to deign to revert from beasts to humans, I shall take it upon myself to delve into your memories. Such an act may inevitably be somewhat forceful, and considering your mental states, it could render you imbeciles." A faint smile lingered on Albert's face, yet his eyes betrayed no trace of mirth. "Provide me with an answer within 10 seconds, monkeys. I am Patton, the esteemed Lord Patton Gunner." Under an invisible weight of oppression and fear, the eldest man of the family suddenly collapsed to the ground, shouting in halting English. "I had already warned those 2 old fools not to resist. They refused to heed my advice. Patton." The old man's expression contorted with rage as he attempted to seize his son's collar. However, before he could fully turn around, an irresistible force materialized, pinning him to the ground. Several members of the Gunther family were taken aback. "Silence. If you both speak at once, I shall not hear clearly." Albert's tone remained calm. "Please, continue." Yes. The man named Patton Gunter shivered and hastily accelerated his speech. "This man is my father, Patriot Gunter, and beside him is my mother, Danielle Gunter." Albert cast a glance at the 2 individuals, noticing a certain resemblance between them, which inevitably sparked a conjecture in his mind. This resemblance transcended mere spousal likeness. "Siblings?" "Indeed. My parents are full siblings." Patton Gunner hesitated before nodding. "Ah, in the pursuit of pure blood, has one's mind utterly deteriorated?" Cisse scoffed, crossing his arms, delivering a merciless mockery from the sidelines. While the sacred 28 families place great importance on reputation and the purity of bloodlines, they are all acutely aware of the terrifying risks associated with excessive consanguinity. Thus, even the Malfoy family, which incessantly boasts of its pure blood status, has, in practice, intermarried with numerous half-blood wizards. Yet, the Gunter family stands as an exception, arrogant, vain, haughty, and foolish. Every pejorative imaginable is perfectly embodied in them. To preserve the purity of their bloodline, they have stubbornly adhered to intrafamily marriages over a considerable span of time, often indulging in distasteful consanguineous unions. This family, which boasts a lineage of great wizards including Slytherin, now teeters on the brink of extinction, and the reasons for this are not without merit. Patton Gunter feigned ignorance to Cissay's derision, merely continuing to point toward a boy and girl behind him. Vis and Cissay, my younger siblings. Compared to their unremarkable parents and older brother, this pair of suspected twins, though equally disheveled and with half their faces obscured by unkempt dark hair, still exhibited a faint hint of striking features. However, this was not the crux of Albert's concern. He had come here for but one purpose. You must possess the family chronicle or record of significant events, do you not? Albert paused mid-sentence, abruptly turning his gaze towards the elderly woman, Danielle Gunter, who lay nearby. An invisible barrier constricted around her neck, lifting her slowly into the air. To the onlookers, it appeared as though she had been inexplicably suspended, struggling pitifully against her fate. Allow me to remind you, I have been delving into thoughts and intentions, and I detest deceit in my presence, even if it resides solely in one's mind. Release her. Patton Gunter shouted vehemently, yet throughout the ordeal, he could scarcely muster the strength to raise his head, remaining firmly pinned to the ground by the spiraling curse. After a moment, as the elderly woman's eyes began to roll back in her head, Albert waved his hand, sending her crashing back to the earth. He regarded the trembling figure of Mr. Patton Gunter, the eldest son of the Gunter family, and said, "Might you venture into the ruins to locate your family's journal? I am uncertain of its exact location, but it should be within the specially crafted protective cabinet in the basement. I gleaned this from your mother's memories. It should not prove difficult to find." Patton Gunter had barely uttered a few words when Albert interrupted him. The fear in Patton's expression deepened as he nodded fervently and hurried towards the ruins. No sooner had Patton departed than the previously silent youngest daughter of the Gunter family stood up and approached Albert. Cissay instinctively moved to intervene, but noticed Albert gesture with a hand, signaling that all was well. "Will you kill us?" the girl asked, tucking her disheveled hair behind her ears, revealing a grimy, expressionless face. It was evident that she was terrified, her legs trembling as she spoke. Yet, despite her fear, her countenance remained unchanged, embodying an inexplicable indifference. How intriguing. Albert rose for the first time from his seat formed by the barrier spell, surveying the girl before him. An invisible pressure surged toward her, causing her to involuntarily take a step back. Chapter 79. Though I loathe them, I refuse to become a beast. I have always upheld my promises and abhor senseless slaughter. As he uttered these words, Albert keenly observed the girl named Sissy Gunter before him. Although she appeared to be devoid of any remarkable traits, there was a palpable sense of relief on her face upon hearing his statement. "However, I find myself intrigued. It seems you harbor little affection for your family?" "Oh, my apologies. I habitually employed a mental probe and inadvertently gleaned your thoughts." While he expressed an apology, Albert's tone and demeanor betrayed no hint of remorse. To him, genuine apologies were reserved for his kind, not for those he deemed lesser. He held no respect for the Gunter family, characterized by their lack of strength, reason, and wisdom. At times, he even felt a sense of revulsion at being associated with such beings labeled as humanity. "I do not wish to become Patton's wife, and I despise that my sister Lena was driven to her death, hence my animosity toward them," Sissy Gunter stated in a near monotone voice. Her emotional fluctuations were minimal, evoking in Albert the sensation of probing a machine's inner workings. Yet, despite this, when she spoke those words, he could perceive a profound resentment emanating from her. "Who is Lena?" Albert inquired, casting his gaze toward the remaining three individuals. The elderly couple remained silent, yet unexpectedly, the youngest son of the Gunter family responded. "My father and mother's second child took her own life after being tormented for falling in love with a muggle," Weiss Gunter murmured. "How fascinating, utterly fascinating." Albert suddenly erupted into laughter, doubling over in amusement. The three companions beside him exchanged bewildered glances. Albert did not immediately provide an explanation. Rather, he paused for over 10 seconds, then gradually turned his gaze towards the two elderly individuals seated beside each other. "Your three children harbor a profound resentment towards you," he stated. "They even wish for me to take action against you both." Patton Gunter and Danielle Gunter were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they turned to glance at their little daughter and young son. Subsequently, they belatedly directed their attention further afield, where their eldest son was scouring through the debris, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. "Uncle Sis, Do you know the origin of your information? Albert inquired suddenly. Sis blinked, recalling the source of the intelligence, and replied hesitantly, a certain informant provided it to me, claiming that letters and a residential map of the Gunter family were discovered in a Muggle village, apparently indicating the existence of a treasure. Well, to put it succinctly, Albert continued, casting a contemplative glance at the Gunter family as he reflected on the insights he had gleaned from their minds moments prior, his expression tinged with amusement. Their little daughter had prepared a letter, intending to send it to Hogwarts via owl, but before it could be dispatched, her younger brother discovered it and secretly inserted a map. However, the owl ultimately did not take flight. It was tragically killed by a venomous snake while soaring through the trees. It was not until 3 days later that their eldest son found it. He did not inform his parents or his 2 younger siblings. Instead, he chose the most unassuming method to personally deliver the letter to the village chief of the Muggle community. He also expended half a bag of gold to ensure that the information regarding the treasure and the Gunter family was conveyed to the informant he had long suspected to be a wizard. Their entire family is yearning for self-destruction. Albert sighed, succinctly summarizing the situation. Half an hour later, Patton Gunter approached, dragging a box nearly his height, only to find his parents and 2 younger siblings regarding him with expressions of profound complexity. He seemed to realize something, glancing at the smiling Albert before dropping his facade, his earlier look of anxiety replaced by a more genuine demeanor. With his head bowed, he muttered, "How terrifying you are." Cisse and Cecilia were reluctant to involve themselves in the ensuing matters, joining Verin in attempting various spells to unravel the magic of the protective cabinet. This ancient family vault, evidently, was not susceptible to ordinary unlocking charms and possessed a self-destruction mechanism. Thus, they could only attempt one spell after another, hoping that the magic of the new era would yield miraculous results. "I'm quite curious," Albert interjected suddenly. "You are, in fact, the one among the 3 of us most inclined to harm your parents. Your magical prowess far exceeds your pretense. Why not take matters into your own hands instead of seeking external assistance?" "Though I harbor hatred for them, I refuse to become a beast," Patton Gunter replied, running his fingers through his disheveled hair, which he casually swept back, revealing a demeanor strikingly different from before. Patton, his brother, Patrick Gunter, attempted to question him, but Patton suddenly brandished his wand, aiming it at Descendo. The incantation resonated, and the elder Gunter was forcefully thrown to the ground by an unseen force, never to rise again. His wife, startled, gazed in disbelief at this unfamiliar son before sorrowfully tending to her husband's injuries. "Don't look at me like that, old man. It makes me want to vomit," Patton Gunter said coldly. "Is it not unlocked yet?" Albert observed the scene with keen interest, casting a sidelong glance at those still struggling with the box. "Uncle Cisse, are you not finished yet?" "Apologies, this contraption is indeed rather difficult to open." "Never mind. I shall handle it myself," Albert replied, shaking his head and gesturing for the trio to step back. He then cast a barrier spell, sealing the vault along with himself inside. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Albert effortlessly opened the protective cabinet. The simplicity of the act was almost absurd, akin to the classic riddle of fitting an elephant into a refrigerator in several steps. This was, in fact, not difficult to explain. As previously mentioned, within the barrier created by Albert, any spell or restriction would become ineffective, including the protective enchantments of the vault. "Now, let me see." Albert rummaged through the contents, retrieving a thick ancient tome, dusting it off before perusing its pages. Here it is. In 1903, at the Easter Trading Fair, an agreement was made with the Axley family. In May, the heirs exchanged at Hogwarts a universal knowledge spell in exchange for the formula for the multiplication potion. "So, it turns out, this spell belongs to your family." "Rommel?" Albert felt somewhat speechless. However, given the passage of time, it was entirely reasonable for Rommel to lack any recollection. With a resigned shake of his head, Albert continued reading, discovering a footnote that followed. The transaction was witnessed by Caspert Binns, the ghost. To ensure the confidentiality of the formula, pertinent memories were obliterated by White Gunter in 1905. Was this madness? To protect the secrecy of a so-called fertility formula, they resorted to tampering with the memories of a ghostly professor at Hogwarts. Indeed, members of the Gunter family seemed to possess a rather peculiar disposition. Albert tugged at the corner of his mouth, showing no intention of returning the log to the Gunter family, and instead, he shrank it down to stow it away in his pocket. It contained additional intelligence that might prove useful in the future. Chapter 80. How did I revert back to being a monkey? Thus, The predetermined objective had been accomplished. Albert stifled a yawn and beckoned Uncle Cisse and his companions to prepare for departure. As for the dilapidated old house he had ravaged and the injuries incurred, they surely lacked the audacity to demand compensation from him. It was at this moment that Patton Gunter approached with a beaming smile, flanked by two expressionless siblings. "If it wouldn't be too much trouble," Patton said, rubbing his hands together and carefully choosing his words, "might the three of us accompany you on your journey?" Albert tilted his head slightly, contemplating for a moment. "Do you wish to align with us? I just glimpsed your family crest. It hails from Grindelwald in Germany. Does it not?" "Oh, your family head is quite a prominent figure," Patton flattered, a hint of sycophancy in his tone. "If you mean Gellert Grindelwald, he has been imprisoned in the tower for half a century. I am the current head of the family," Albert interjected, interrupting Patton's somewhat outdated compliments. The latter awkwardly scratched his head, sheepishly explaining, "I haven't had much opportunity to access information from the outside. My apologies." "So, what value do you hold for me?" Albert remained unperturbed by appearances, calmly continuing the conversation. "We are Parselmouths, you know. Many ancient forms of dark magic require Parseltongue to activate, and we can assist. With your abilities, mastering this language with our help is merely a matter of time." Patton counted on his fingers as he spoke, then pointed to his younger siblings. "Moreover, these two children possess considerable talent. They could become remarkable wizards in the future. Of course, if possible, I would prefer that you enroll them in the Hogwarts system for their education. Consider it a preemptive investment. Oh, if you wish to be more cautious, you could have them sign a contract of servitude. Surely, you Grindelwalds are familiar with such contractual magic? Rest assured, my siblings would have no objections, especially considering your formidable prowess." That seems reasonable." Albert pondered for a moment before nodding. "I can accept them both." He then gestured for Patton to leave. "So, you may depart." Patton's previously cheerful demeanor suddenly froze, and he stammered, pointing at himself. "What about me? What you mentioned is sufficient with just your two siblings. I have no further need for you," Albert replied expressionlessly. Patton, feeling dejected, clutched his hair and lamented, "They are still young and require care. The Grindelwald family has plenty of maids and servants to tend to children. They also need the nurturing of familial affection. You can visit them regularly, provided you make an appointment." Patton clicked his tongue, still unwilling to give up, with a forlorn expression. "Some secrets of the Gunter family are known only to adults. That is of no concern. I was actually lying earlier. I have already sifted through your memories, and now I am privy to those secrets," Albert stated, leaving Patton utterly dumbfounded. After a long pause, Patton raised his head, observing Albert's bemused expression, and despondently asked, "No more jesting. I genuinely wish to ally with you. What must I do for you to accept me? By the way, I wouldn't mind kneeling." This fellow exuded an unmistakable air of shamelessness. "Very simple. Prove yourself," Albert replied. Albert retracted his smile, his expression turning serious as he raised his wand. "I shall grant you a chance. Unleash your full power upon me. Prove that you are not a mere monkey." Half an hour later, at the center of the valley, a massive crater radiating over 10 meters lay before them. Albert sheathed his wand and delivered a swift kick to the barely conscious Patton Gunter, forcing him to turn over just enough to avoid choking on the blood pooling in his throat. Surrounding them were the jagged remnants of destruction, with patches of charred earth resembling glassy soil still faintly visible. The incendio spell had been executed quite effectively, warranting a semblance of approval. Patton, lacking the strength to rise, lay flat on his back, gazing up at the seemingly unfazed Albert. In stark contrast to his own blood-soaked, disheveled state, Albert appeared immaculate, as if no chaos had touched him, even having not exerted himself fully in the confrontation. "I must extend my gratitude to you, my friend. Are you not some ancient creature taking up residence among us? Monkeys often grapple with concepts beyond their comprehension." Albert shook his head and strolled towards the edge of the crater. "Why have you reverted to a monkey again?" Patton called out in exasperation. Hasn't he been isolated from the outside world? How can he be so formidable? As the battle subsided, Cisse approached, marveling with a series of impressed tuts. To be fair, even he doubted he would have triumphed over Patton Gunter without prior strategizing. The potency of Patton's incendio spell was unexpectedly fearsome, complemented by an almost seamless execution of the non-cooling apparition spell. Only when confronted by a creature like his own nephew did he find himself in such a disheveled predicament. Inbreeding often yields offspring that are either anomalies or extraordinary beings, which is hardly surprising. Well, It still pales in comparison to your prowess, Cisse chuckled, giving Albert's shoulder a friendly pat. Albert did not refute the statement. After all, it was indeed a fact. His very existence was a confluence of various miracles, and achieving such heights was only to be expected. I sincerely hope that you, too, will not let me down, he remarked leisurely, directing his words toward the two children, a boy and a girl, who were silently gazing into the distance at Pat and Gunter. They appeared incredulous, astonished that their usually formidable older brother could be so impressive when he took things seriously. I will not disappoint you, Hezi Gunter declared, biting her lip and bowing deeply to Albert. Although Vis Gunter was a beat slow to react, he quickly followed suit, bowing to Albert and proclaiming loudly, "We will surely repay your kindness." To Albert, such matters were of little consequence. He accepted a door key tossed to him by Cisse to facilitate his return to Hogwarts. He had previously established several coordinates outside the castle, enabling him to connect the blank key with a specific spell from the Grindelwald family at any time. Hezi Vis, you will enroll at Hogwarts together next semester. Before that, I hope to see a complete dictionary of Parseltongue. With that, he waved his hand without looking back, activating the key and vanishing from sight, leaving the siblings in a prolonged bow, unable to rise for a considerable time. Chapter 81. Father and Son upon returning to school. It was just in time for dinner. Albert encountered a clever little creature rushing towards him right at the entrance of the restaurant, just as expected. Crispy pork belly and a German hamburger await my esteemed presence. Ha ha ha. With a sinister grin, Pava dashed through the door, only to be tripped by the petite leg of Alira nearby, resulting in a comedic face-first collision with the ground. You really are quite petty. Pava groaned as she picked herself up from the floor, shouting at the blonde little witch passing by. I don't know what you're talking about. After all, I'm merely a flat sprite who resorts to violence. Look, you are indeed still angry. I told you it's over. What about the flat sprite? Bang. A few minutes later, Albert sat leisurely at his table, savoring his pre-ordered saffron-braised beef marrow, occasionally glancing at Pava, who was dejectedly gnawing on her hamburger with a conspicuous lump on her head. Her gloom wasn't due to being tripped, but rather because the promised crispy pork belly had been replaced with something else due to time constraints. Honey mustard with blanched kale. Who even eats that? Why not make tomato stir-fried, 5-nut mooncakes? By the way, have you noticed that Professor Roland has been absent from school these past few days? Alira suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed on the empty seat among the staff. Oh, let poor Professor Roland take a break, Pava mumbled with her cheeks stuffed full, her words barely intelligible. He has been thoroughly tormented at the Ministry of Magic. It's not a big deal for him to take a few days off. Besides, Snape probably doesn't want to return the class to him. It's obvious to everyone that he genuinely enjoys teaching defense against the dark arts. That won't happen. From the moment Professor Roland returns, Headmaster Dumbledore will not allow Snape to continue teaching that class. Albert shook his head, sipping his lukewarm tea. He understood that the position of defense against the dark arts professor was cursed by Voldemort, making it a role that Dumbledore entrusted to his most loyal ally, a blade poised to betray Voldemort. Snape could not possibly remain in that position for long. He had always been curious as to why there were individuals willing to teach at Hogwarts. Given the series of unfortunate events that befell the defense against the dark arts professors, was it for reputation? To prove they could overcome Voldemort's curse? Or perhaps for personal gain? Finishing his tea, Albert's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Professor Roland, which of these are you? Meanwhile, beneath a statue in the Forbidden Forest, a brooding figure named Sciometer emerged from the oppressive darkness, enveloped in an aura more ominous than the night itself. Atop the statue, a shadowy figure cloaked in black sat, its face obscured, but it leaned forward, peering down. I thought you wouldn't come. How could I not? Sciometer stepped closer, lowering his head. I have longed to see you. My father. Planning how to kill me, I presume? The indistinct man leaped down from the statue, towering at around 6'3", yet he seemed somewhat diminutive before Sciometer. Nonetheless, his mocking tone betrayed no hint of weakness from his stature. Knowing this, you still dare to seek me out? Sciometer grunted, tossing a roll of parchment containing information only he could decipher at the man's feet. To be honest, when he had obtained this item earlier that afternoon, he had barely managed to suppress the violent surge within him. Yet, realizing that such outbursts would serve no purpose other than emotional release, and might even jeopardize his opportunity to gather information, Sciometer restrained himself. Regardless, he needed to meet with the man who claimed to be his father to extract information. He was acutely aware that revenge would be challenging to achieve alone. Blood curses were not easily mastered, and the fact that this person had waited over a decade to resurface suggested considerable ulterior motives. Cruelty, patience, and power were qualities he undoubtedly possessed. But it mattered not. No matter how formidable he was perceived to be, he was still merely a powerful dark wizard, ultimately human. As a human, he would have vulnerabilities and could be slain, whether through his own efforts or by seeking assistance from stronger allies. Sciometer was confident he would eventually find an opportunity to strike decisively. "Oh, my dear child," the cloaked figure spoke in an exaggerated tone, its voice indistinct. "To be honest, I do miss you both. After all, you are my precious creations." What was that woman's name again? The figure's head tilted mid-sentence. Scum. Sciometer's fury ignited, and in an instant, he conjured a massive stone sword, mercilessly swinging it towards the cloaked figure. He had believed he could control his anger, but reality proved otherwise. "Oh, you cannot expect a dark wizard to remember his little guinea pigs after 10 years, can you?" The cloaked wizard feigned innocence, hands raised in mock surrender. "When her family sold her to me, they didn't mention her name, you know. Strength of Strensent. Protego." As Sciometer charged close, his body swelled, and he swung the stone sword horizontally, aiming for the cloaked figure's waist. "Ah, today as children are truly easy to tease," the cloaked wizard remarked leisurely, raising a wand enveloped in a shroud of black mist, obscuring its true form. Just as he began to cast a spell, his expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, his form distorted and reappeared on another patch of grass. The spot where he had stood was utterly obliterated, littered with massive impressions resembling those made by sandbags. "You are far more clever than your disguise suggests. Was this spell taught to you by that masterpiece?" The cloaked figures had glimmered with two luminous orbs of magical energy. In his vision, Sciometer now found two enormous, invisible fists composed entirely of dense magical energy looming behind him. His earlier sword swing had merely been a feint. The true lethal strike lay in those fists capable of shattering rock. Had he not reacted in time to cast Disapparate, he would likely be in a far less favorable position now. "All right, I know you are eager to kill me, but I am merely pursuing my own objectives." The cloaked figure waved his wand, unleashing a torrent of blue beetles that erupted from the earth at Sciometer's feet, rapidly enveloping him. What appeared to be a robust iron shield charm crumbled before those beetles as if it were mere tissue paper. Furthermore, these beetles seemed to possess the ability to absorb magic. Within merely 5 seconds of contact, every ounce of Sciometer's magic was drained away. "Now I shall speak, and you shall listen," the cloaked figure observed Sciometer, who lay incapacitated on the ground, shedding his disguise with an air of calm. "Rest assured, the plan I propose will yield benefits for both you and me." Chapter 82. The Hatred Beyond Love. The Truth Potion emerges. In the deep of night, Albert routinely patrolled the castle with little Gwen. As he approached the corner near the basement, he encountered an unexpected figure. "At this hour, I possess the authority to deduct points, though you likely do not care about such matters." Albert, holding an antiquated lantern, gazed at the tall silhouette seated behind 2 suits of armor not far away. To be honest, even without a clear view of the face, discerning his identity was not particularly challenging. In all of Hogwarts, the only individuals of such stature, aside from Hagrid, were Flitwick and perhaps a few others. "Were you intentionally waiting for me?" Albert observed that although Scimitero remained silent, he subtly gestured to his mouth and made a shaking motion with his finger. Intriguingly, "Have you been placed under a spell that prevents you from revealing secrets?" Scimitero blinked. He was aware that the individual before him undoubtedly possessed a means to resolve this predicament. Indeed, in the very next moment, Albert conjured a barrier, enclosing both of them within its confines. "You may speak freely now. Within the space of the barrier I have created, any restrictions or enchantments will be rendered ineffective. Of course, once I temporarily lift the barrier, refrain from speaking indiscriminately." Albert articulated slowly, his arms crossed, while the diminutive Gwen on his shoulder mimicked the demeanor of her superior. "A few hours ago, my father sought me out. I am certain that my bloodline is rather unique, allowing me to sense a peculiar stirring when close relatives approach." "So, did you eliminate him?" Albert inquired with a hint of amusement. "You indeed have investigated my matters," Scimitero murmured, though he bore no resentment. He lacked the standing or authority to voice discontent. Individuals like Albert, who possess innate power, are permitted to act freely at any time, in any place, and in any manner. This is a privilege reserved solely for the strong. That man is a formidable dark wizard. I am no match for him. Yet, he harbors no intention of causing me harm. He merely wishes for me to serve as his informant at Hogwarts during this period. Albert seldom cast a glance in his direction. Is this truly your agreement? He inquired. He promised to restore my mother to her human form. I could not refuse. No sooner had Shumatero uttered these words than he heard Albert scoff softly. If that were genuinely your sentiment, you would not be so eager, hastening to seek me immediately after giving him your consent. Albert gazed intently into the eyes of Zyomite, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The keen, almost all-seeing glance compelled the latter to instinctively avert his gaze. What a formidable individual! Zyomite, feeling the weight of discomfort, lowered his head and, after a moment of silence, decisively confessed, perhaps you are right. Rather than restoring my mother, what I truly desire is to exact vengeance upon the wretched scoundrel who has wrought over a decade of misery upon my life. Yet before that, I must maintain control over him, allowing him to believe that I will obediently serve him for the sake of my mother. That man may endure a decade of waiting. However, I cannot bear such a prolonged torment. Zyomite clenched his jaw, a low growl escaping his throat. I wish to kill him immediately. Zyomite's temperament was somewhat surprising. Yet even so, Albert remained unconvinced. After all, the adversary in question was a black sorcerer with years of cunning strategy behind him. Even the remarkable bloodline within Zyomite appeared to be his handiwork. To speak candidly, you lack the capability to achieve that. Hence, I am imploring you. If you are willing to assist me, I would stake my life. However, repeating such a sentiment a second time renders it rather trivial, Zyomite. Albert shook his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he looked down upon Zyomite, who knelt before him. To be frank, your life is not as valuable as you presume. I will not jeopardize myself by engaging in enmity with an unknown black sorcerer for your sake. Zyomite gritted his teeth, yet he had to concede the truth in Albert's words. He was not a sheltered young sorcerer, having toiled through a lifetime of transactions. Zyomite was acutely aware of the world's harsh realities. I have heard it said that you are in search of the elixir of truth, he suddenly interjected, catching Albert off guard. Albert was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing into mere slits as he abruptly turned his gaze towards Zyomitra. That man had enlisted me as an informant, merely to obtain the materials for the truth potion within Hogwarts. Not the formula, but the materials? Albert noted the choice of words from Zyomitra. Indeed, that man had never divulged the potion's formula to me, nor could he have revealed so much. He merely mentioned a secret vault within Hogwarts, accessible only to young wizards of appropriate age, which housed a stone of truth, an essential ingredient for the truth potion. Is the stone of truth related to the philosopher's stone? I cannot say. Zyomitra shook his head, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Albert. If you desire the truth potion, the sole current course of action is to await my revelation of the riddle, to locate the treasure, procure the stone of truth, and subsequently seize it after that man completes the concoction process. Such a straightforward act of using another as a pawn. Albert squinted, jesting. Are you not concerned that I might simply take the treasure and depart without a second thought? Given the enmity we have now, would you truly trust him to leave unscathed? The temperament of dark wizards has always been rather limited. That is indeed a valid point. I, too, harbor a keen interest in the knowledge residing within your father's mind. At the mention of the word father, Zyomitra expression contorted for a fleeting moment. Such a profound hatred, perhaps even surpassing love, beyond comprehension, yet ultimately, it bears no relevance to me. Albert nodded, clapped his hands, and lifted the invisible barrier that surrounded them. Then it is settled. Tomorrow, you shall compile the information regarding the treasure and present it to me. I can find it myself, Remitra replied with a hint of irritation. Albert's tone was somewhat condescending, as if he were addressing a lesser being, though he was not a giant. Do not misconstrue this. It was merely out of a consideration for efficiency that Albert placed his hands behind his back and spoke in a leisurely manner. He then paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and added, by the way, your nocturnal escapades have contravened the school regulations. Slytherin House has deducted 10 points. Utterly tiresome. Shimizu let out a low grunt of discontent before turning to leave. Albert gazed at his own silhouette for a while, a silent smile gracing his lips under the flickering firelight, before swiftly leaping into the night sky from the adjacent windowsill. With the aid of the spiral charm, he merely adjusted his form slightly and transformed into a twisting apparition, soaring swiftly into the depths of the forbidden forest, illuminated by the grand full moon overhead. While the news of the truth potion was indeed exhilarating, the night was still young, and he had many matters to attend to. Chapter 83. Over control. By the time Albert returned to Hogwarts Castle, an hour and a half had elapsed. In contrast to the lively atmosphere before his departure, Hogwarts now appeared more tranquil than ever, with even the ghosts, who typically reveled in the nocturnal hours, seemingly retreating to hidden corners to rest. The portraits adorning the walls had closed their eyes, with some even emitting rhythmic snores. For Albert, this serene ambience was rather delightful, perhaps due to his lingering modern sensibilities. He remained unaccustomed to the magical items within Hogwarts that could spring to life at any moment. Personally, he found the sensation of being perpetually observed by unseen entities rather unsettling. "Look out for the bad guys," exclaimed the diminutive Gwen perched on Albert's shoulder. Suddenly animated and gesturing excitedly ahead, Albert cast a glance, and, behind a skeletal specimen of a magical creature, he beheld a flamboyantly dressed ghostly figure. "Oh!" The cursed doll-like Pepigi grumbled as it peeked out from behind the specimen, instinctively making a grimace. Without hesitation, it turned to plunge into the ground below. Yet even so, it was a fraction too late. Before Albert infiltrated the surface, he conjured an invisible barrier that enveloped him from all directions. The mischievous spirit, Pippi, collided with the edge of the barrier and immediately rebounded like a ball, its expression contorted in pain. Could the mischievous spirit be harmed by the barrier's curse? Albert, deep in thought, stroked his chin. "What do you mean, you little rascal?" Seeing that there was no escape, Peeves turned the barrel of his gun and scolded Albert sharply. "Hush!" Albert gestured for silence with a curled finger at his lips. "It's late. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to be confined once more in an invisible matchbox?" Despite the formulaic smile on Albert's face, there was not a trace of warmth in his eyes. Peeves seemed to recall something, deflating instantly. How could Hogwarts possibly recruit such a demon? He muttered, "What do you really want to know?" "Let me be clear. I do not know the locations of the other 3 founders' chambers." "So, there are indeed 3 such places, are there?" Albert raised an eyebrow. "Damn it." Peeves slapped himself, visibly frustrated. "I'm not playing with you anymore." Albert retracted his barrier, just as Peeves suddenly lunged towards the floor beneath him. "I, Peeves the poltergeist, shall never be a slave," he declared, half of his body already buried in the ground. Yet, he soon discovered that he could not sink further, as an irresistible force of pull came from behind him. After a dizzying whirl, Peeves found himself ensnared by a green chain, dragged back to land at Albert's feet. "What did you just say?" Albert inquired, his expression unchanging as he calmly bent down. "I may not have heard you clearly." The diminutive Gwen on his shoulder accompanied this with a malicious cackle. Each time Peeves faced misfortune, little Gwen was always the most delighted, for due to her own clumsiness, her verbal skirmishes with Peeves had ended in defeat 17 times in a row. I meant to say, esteemed Grindelwald, what would you like to know?" Peeves shifted from his earlier bravado to a humbled demeanor, bowing slightly. "I am full of knowledge." "Excellent." Albert nodded, though he believed not a word of Peeves' claims. "Do you know of the Philosopher's Stone?" "Damn it." Peeves could not hold back, cursing again. Once he finished, he looked up with a sulky expression. "Why do you always ask me questions I cannot answer? By the way, are you interested in Dumbledore's secret chambers? I could show you. You absolutely would not believe what that old coot has hidden away. Just a few love letters and photographs, nothing more." Albert chuckled. "How do you know?" Peeves was struck dumb, staring incredulously at Albert, momentarily at a loss for words. He truly did not expect Albert to guess so accurately. "Well, I'm not the least bit interested in the tedious emotional entanglements or regretful journals of the elderly. I merely wish to know about the Philosopher's Stone." "I already said I cannot answer." Peeves was growing agitated, his face turning crimson as he shouted. "Cannot say does not mean you do not know." Albert's silver eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his hand to create another barrier, sealing the 3 of them within. "What are you up to?" Peeves nervously glanced around. He seemed to sense the barrier's presence, a trait that set him apart from most spirits. Ultimately, what exactly is a poltergeist? A blend of scattered memories, or perhaps the manifestation of a shared emotional state. Within my barrier, any restrictions or contracts will temporarily lose their efficacy, Albert said leisurely. "Now, you may speak freely." "Huh. Forget it. That Ravenclaw's contract. Do you think you can?" Peeves was about to mock Albert's audacity when he suddenly realized that a certain restriction within him had indeed vanished. Goodness, that was a magical contract laid by that unreasonable madwoman herself. It was dispelled by this little brat Grindelwald in just a few moments. Upon observing the expression of Pip, Albert discerned that a misunderstanding had transpired. He leisurely elucidated, "It is merely temporary. Should you venture beyond this barrier and speak recklessly, I shall not be held accountable for any ensuing consequences." That sufficed. There was a sentiment I had harbored within for far too long. In a rare moment of gratitude, Pip gave Albert a thumbs up, then, unable to contain himself, bellowed at the top of his lungs, "FCKU, you old witch Roina. FCKU, you foolish raven." Albert's expression gradually took on a menacing quality. "You may have forgotten that I, the mischievous Pippy Gouet, belong to Ravenclaw." Additionally, little Gwen piped up, equally indignant. Together, the duo exuded an unmistakably unfriendly aura. When it comes to the Stone of Truth, it is indeed a remarkable object. Sensing the tension, Pippy Gouet hastily clamped his mouth shut and, with remarkable swiftness, began discussing topics that piqued Albert's interest, attempting to divert his attention. This little imp was, in some respects, quite formidable. It was best not to provoke him. "Do you know the original purpose of Hogwarts? To cultivate young wizards?" Albert inquired, following Pippy Gouet's lead. "No. It was to prevent the emergence of the Momo Ran. The Momo Ran is a dark magic born from young wizards who, for various reasons, repress their magical powers excessively, leading to the manifestation of dark energies under extreme negative emotions. In the most extreme cases, their bodies might even transform into a form of dark magic invisible to the naked eye. Is the Momo Ran truly that terrifying?" Albert furrowed his brow. While the Momo Ran is indeed strange, what level of wizardry do the four founders possess that they would fear such a thing? "What is truly frightening is not the Momo Ran," Pippy Gouet said, pausing for a moment, his clown-like face taking on an unusually serious expression, "but rather the entity that emerges following a large-scale outbreak of the Momo Ran. In the past, the formation of the Momo Ran was a rather difficult phenomenon, until a millennium ago, when that individual appeared." In a low voice, Pippy Gouet recounted, "No one knows his true name. He only refers to himself as Over-Control, a transcendent being who mastered the truth. He was an exceptionally powerful wizard, having lived for an extensive period, and soon became friends with Rowena and the others. However, a dreadful occurrence soon transpired. One day, he was consumed by the very truth he wielded. Within a week, hundreds of young wizards across Europe lost control of their magic, unleashing the Momo Ran. As their numbers swelled, a humanoid Momo Ran composed entirely of black, despair-laden magic emerged, its chest adorned with the markings of Over-Control, indiscriminately attacking all wizards. Pippy Gouet spoke with earnestness, his tone devoid of fabrication. At least for Albert, this was the first time he had heard such a tale. After enduring a brutal and protracted battle, Rowena and her companions dismembered that being into hundreds of pieces, sealing them back within the young wizards. Yet, this act was ultimately meaningless. That individual had long since perished, replaced by the uncontrollable truth. As long as a sufficient number of Momo Ran emerged, it could regain a corporeal form capable of movement. Thus, to prevent another large-scale outbreak of the Momo Ran and the resurrection of that terrifying creature, Rowena and her companions established a school, guiding young wizards in the proper usage of magic, which we now know as Hogwarts. As for the Stone of Truth, at least from what I understand, the one hidden within Hogwarts is a remnant left behind after Over-Control was defeated. Chapter 84. Oh, dear friends, please cease the persecution of the spider. After listening to Pippy Gouet's tale regarding the Stone of Truth, Albert felt somewhat daunted. He merely sought to concoct the legendary potion that could answer the questions plaguing his mind, yet he found himself entangled in a matter so vexatious, even connected to the historical foundation of Hogwarts by its four founders. It was akin to embarking on a seemingly trivial quest in a game, only to discover moments later that it required vanquishing the final boss. Absurd, indeed. Wait, how exactly does the so-called potion of truth provide answers to the drinker? He had envisioned it as a sudden epiphany, yet it now appeared to be something entirely different. Could it be that it forcibly implants truths into one's mind? Should he truly continue pursuing this ghastly potion? For the first time in his life, Albert felt a chilling dread creeping down his neck. He could accept his failures, even death, but he absolutely could not bear the thought of becoming a completely uncontrollable monster, as depicted in Pippy Gouet's story. Albert lowered his gaze, only to find little Gwen tugging at his sleeve. The small one now wore a worried expression, clearly having conjured up some ominous thoughts. The preparation of the truth potion would be temporarily halted. I shall go and warn Remus tomorrow, instructing him to cease his actions for the time being. As Albert spoke, his brow instinctively furrowed into a tight line. However, the vengeance-driven oaf likely would not be receptive to his words. If all else fails, he would have no choice but to erase those pertinent memories, though such an action might arouse his father's suspicions. What a troublesome predicament, Albert sighed, shaking his head. Little rascal, do you now comprehend the gravity of this secret? Upon uttering this phrase, the imp's expression shifted to one of unabashed audacity. Yet, it mattered little to the mischievous sprite. Indeed, stirring up a bit of chaos seemed far more entertaining. Just as he was about to indulge in his reckless commentary, he sensed Albert abruptly dismantling the surrounding barrier, prompting him to hastily cover his mouth. In the midst of his revelry, the young Grindelwald was truly a dampener on the mood. The imp grumbled as he gradually drifted away. Sleep would be utterly elusive this night. The flickering flames cast elongated shadows of Albert, which grew ever longer until, with a sigh, he vanished once more into the enveloping darkness. Thus, sleep would be forsaken. It was time to attend to the spoils of the day. A few minutes later, in the auxiliary potion classroom, Albert took a walnut-sized briefcase from his pocket. After using an enlargement spell to restore it to its original size, he reached inside and pulled out several large boxes, each several times the volume of the briefcase. The combination of the stretching charm and the shrinking charm truly resembled a series of nested dolls. Albert opened a box containing over a dozen glass jars, each filled with palm-sized spiderlings of the eight-eyed giant spider. First, let us welcome guest number 1. Albert unscrewed the lid and released one of the spiderlings onto the table. Little Gwen stood curious atop the surface, observing intently. It is indeed true what they say about the eight-eyed giant spider. Even after awakening from the dim confines of its container, this spiderling immediately locked its gaze onto the diminutive Gwen, launching itself forward with remarkable speed, evidently mistaking her for a small prey such as a field mouse. The appearance of the eight-eyed giant spider is undeniably fearsome, and combined with its sudden assault, it sent the already timid Gwen fleeing in terror. However, she scarcely managed to escape before her foot slipped, causing her to tumble onto the table. Albert could not possibly stand by as the eight-eyed giant spider attacked little Gwen. With a swift motion of his wand, he imprisoned the creature within an invisible cubic barrier. Little Gwen, clutching her reddened forehead, rose once more, pitifully tugging at Albert's sleeve. "It's all right. I will avenge you soon," he assured her, tenderly. Albert brushed his fingers against Gwen's forehead, retrieving a vial filled with the blood of void fish from the straps on the opposite side of the box. With focused intent, he created a slender opening at the top of the barrier confining the eight-eyed giant spider. He poured a few drops of blood through the aperture onto the creature. The moment the blood made contact, the spiderling recoiled as if scalded by acid, colliding with an invisible wall that halted its retreat. Would it experience excruciating pain? Albert noted his observations in his notebook, quietly monitoring the spider's condition. Even the most formidable magical beasts were not immune to the encroachment of the void. As expected, within a mere 3 minutes, the spiderling began to convulse violently. Under Gwen's horrified gaze, the once menacing creature displayed an alarming transformation, with its dark exoskeleton suddenly sprouting a multitude of tiny, purple nodules resembling soybeans. Viscous blood oozed from the cracked shell, a disturbing blend of red and purple, while ethereal purple particles danced within the fluid. "How disgusting!" Gwen cried, covering her eyes in fear, unable to bear the sight any longer. Albert found this to be of little concern, as it was, after all, a situation that had been anticipated. Naturally, if this had occurred with an ordinary creature, the reaction would have been sufficient to cause them to burst like balloons. However, the eight-eyed giant spider, truly a creature of the highest XXXXX classification, exhibited a remarkable resilience to the void's power, far surpassing that of commonplace beings, managing to withstand the onslaught. And this was merely a juvenile. Should it have been an adult, it would undoubtedly endure an even greater intensity of void erosion. Yet, such a scenario could potentially give rise to uncontrollable monstrosities. If chaos were to ensue, he might very well face expulsion, akin to what befell Hagrid in years past. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution for the time being. Suddenly, the creature ceased its movements. Albert observed the eight-eyed giant spider juvenile, which had inexplicably grown several sizes, and noticed that its 8 eyes had begun to exhibit signs of engorgement. Evidently, it was struggling. With a sigh, he remarked, and scarcely had the sound faded when the 8-eyed giant spider within the barrier erupted from within, splattering a substantial portion of the enclosure with a deep purple blood-like substance. Although the attempt had failed, the void's blood and flesh had indeed multiplied, which, in a sense, enhanced the conversion rate of magical energy. After all, Albert's magical capacity had previously allowed him to conjure a maximum of 9 void fish. In other words, without discovering a means to rapidly restore his magic. The output was limited. However, if he could find ways to proliferate the materials derived from the remains of void creatures, this conversion rate would effectively be augmented. To put it more vividly, it would be akin to enlarging a cake. Thus far, aside from facilitating the acceleration of growth through the consumption of kogas in the alternate dimension and amplifying the power of his feast skill, he had seemingly found no other methods to utilize the remnants of these void beings. Yet, what mattered was the mindset. The means of realization would undoubtedly increase. And Albert remained confident in this regard. Chapter 85. The Tenacious Mini-Spider and the Disappearance of Shumitaro after a series of experiments. The dawn of the second day arrived. From the 8-eyed giant spider juveniles procured from Old Alagog, only the smallest one had survived. Albert could discern nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Yet in stark contrast to its peers, this 8-eyed giant spider larva had remained with its eyes shut from beginning to end. Surprisingly, after coming into contact with the blood of a void fish, it exhibited no adverse reactions, and its exoskeleton did not immediately turn purple. It maintained a perpetually dazed and languid demeanor. Of course, this was merely a superficial impression. The internal structure remained inscrutable. Albert decided to observe it for the time being and set about preparing some supplements and potions to enhance its constitution. After all, this was the first creature to survive the erosion experiment. Who could say if such luck would grace them again in the future? After downing a bottle of vitality supplement, Albert, who had been feeling somewhat drowsy, soon regained his vigor. The efficacy of the highest quality vitality supplements was undeniable, and, more importantly, they bore minimal side effects. Were it not for the high difficulty of their preparation, he would have certainly procured a bulk supply of 100 or so bottles for ongoing use. My goodness, why are you up so early? On his way to the dining hall, Albert encountered Cedric, who was out for his morning exercise. This lad had recently passed the trials for the Hufflepuff Quidditch team and was set to become a seeker in the upcoming academic year. Since that day, he had risen before dawn to run and practice flying on the nearby lawn. Unlike the prodigious talents like Harry Potter, Cedric was a genuine talent, possessing innate abilities that required diligent training to hone. In Albert's eyes, such qualities were far more admirable than those who relied solely on their gifts for success, himself included. After all, he had his own advantages, and regardless of how formidable he became, it would inevitably lack a certain purity. It's not so much that I woke up early as it is that I didn't sleep at all last night, Albert replied, shaking his head as he pointed at Cedric's broomstick. You've been using it too frequently. The engraved charm on the handle is showing signs of wear. If you wish to avoid losing your balance and falling from the sky one day, you ought to make time to have it serviced at the broom shop. Really, Albert? You know about this? Cedric exclaimed, eyes wide as he glanced at his broomstick in disbelief. I know a little, but I can't repair it, Albert said, cutting off Cedric's hint that he should fix the broom. This was, of course, a fib. The mechanics of a broomstick were not overly complex. Moreover, repairing it was far less challenging than crafting a new one. However, Albert held little enthusiasm for Quidditch and certainly did not wish to spend copious amounts of time becoming a broomstick artisan. Not to mention, if he revealed he could fix broomsticks, it would likely lead to countless requests for assistance from others. It was better to avoid such troublesome matters from the outset. Rommel, have you seen Shumitaro today? As evening approached, Albert found Rommel just outside the Slytherin common room after class. He had intended to speak with Shumitaro about pausing their search for the secret treasury and the Philosopher's Stone. But the worst had happened. He had spent the entire day searching without success. No, in fact, he didn't return to the dormitory last night. This morning, the prefect even called us to inquire about him, Rommel replied, shrugging his shoulders. Noticing Albert's troubled expression, he glanced at the crowd in the distance and whispered, Is something wrong? Nothing serious, just something I can handle if I can find him. Albert said hastily before turning to inquire about the portraits and suits of armor within the castle. Half an hour later, he chanced upon Hagrid, who provided him with a piece of information. Oh, you're looking for Beowulf? He went into the Forbidden Forest last night, said he lost something in there. I should have stopped him, but he asked me for help. I'm not worried about his safety. He's a sturdy lad, and he went near the Centaur tribe, who have surprisingly good relations with Beowulf. But you're right, he hasn't returned in nearly a day. I should inform Dumbledore. Ignoring Hagrid's rambling, Albert turned and mounted his broomstick, soaring toward the forbidden forest against the backdrop of the setting sun. At that moment, his concerns were less about Shumi Turo's safety and more about the potential consequences should he actually uncover that secret treasury and hand the Philosopher's Stone over to the dark wizard claiming to be his father. He had hoped to wait quietly for the protagonist to enroll and become embroiled in the unfolding drama. After all, according to the original storyline and timeline, he was merely to contend with a notorious serial killer and cult leader within England, a deranged individual whose mental faculties might still possess some remnants of rationality. With 1,000 ways to send him to his demise, Albert mused that he should not have diverted his focus to other matters and should have clarified things with that individual last night. In self-reproach, he maneuvered swiftly through the forbidden forest. From time to time, he glimpsed magical creatures, their outlines only vaguely discernible, darting about with curiosity but showing no signs of fear. It appeared that the inhabitants of the forbidden forest had long grown accustomed to the presence of wizards and understood whose domain they were in, not like those stubborn centaurs. Just as he thought of the centaurs, Albert's ears perked up, and he abruptly pulled up on his broomstick, narrowly avoiding an arrow that whizzed past him. Albert leapt down from the broom and cast a cold glance towards the high slope on his right. There, a petite centaur maiden, her lower body draped in a chestnut mane, was slowly lowering her bow and arrow. Chapter 86. Such foolish children all appear alike, with wide eyes and flat noses. Although referred to as a centaur maiden, it would be more accurate to call her a centaur girl. Judging by her youthful features, she seemed to be of a similar age to Albert, exuding an air of innocence. Who goes there? Little Gwen exclaimed in surprise, her voice rising. Evil sorcerer. Leave this place at once. The centaur maiden shouted back. Her face was unexpectedly delicate, with 2 long chestnut tails falling gracefully in front of her, obscuring a pair of bare breasts that were remarkably larger than those of her human peers. A small piece of trivia: centaurs never wear clothing. While some may view this as a commendable trait of civilization, it seems rather comical when attributed to a race that prides itself on being wiser and more capable than wizards. Certainly, one cannot judge the superiority of a race or civilization solely based on their attire. However, considering the vulnerability that comes with such openness, it seems inappropriate to label it as wisdom without a reasonable explanation. Leave? Do you think this is just any place? Albert declared, brandishing his wand without hesitation. Judgment of death. Dark green chains erupted from the ground beneath Albert's feet, slithering like serpents towards the centaur maiden. Recently, Albert had made significant progress with this spell, now able to cast magical chains from positions beyond the wand itself, rendering this control-type incantation increasingly unpredictable. What is this? The centaur maiden gasped, drawing a long sword from her white scabbard and striking fiercely at the magical chains. To Albert's astonishment, the blade actually deflected the supposedly infallible judgment of death. This sword is peculiar. Albert narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the centaur maiden, exhilarated by successfully countering Albert's spell, was about to taunt him when the ground beside her suddenly exploded, ensnaring her with 3 dark green magical chains. Blinking in confusion, the fallen centaur maiden wore a bewildered expression, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Evil centaur, you now recognize the prowess of Gwen and Albert, do you not? Chirped little Gwen, hovering near the maiden's head and poking her chubby cheeks in a show of bravado. We are not evil, retorted the centaur maiden. And neither are we wizards. You're not a wizard, and I don't even know what you are, but wizards don't look like you, the centaur maiden mumbled. Gwen is a little witch. Little Gwen proclaimed indignantly. Gwen is a little witch from Ravenclaw. That's not what a little witch looks like. That's how a Lyra appears. Don't try to deceive me. The two, surprisingly stubborn, began to bicker over trivial matters. Do you know a Lyra? Albert suddenly inquired. Of course. Poetry opera and a Lyra are the best of friends. The centaur lifted her long ears, attempting to sit up. However, after a futile struggle, she merely ended up rolling over, splattering herself with mud. What did you say your name was? Albert asked, questioning whether he had misheard. Poetry opera. Before I crossed over, a friend of mine had a favorite character in a horse racing-themed mobile game named Poetry Opera. What do you think of my name, evil sorcerer? The centaur maiden, claiming to be Poetry Opera, attempted to raise her head with a semblance of pride. If one disregarded the fact that this individual was bound and helpless, she might have appeared somewhat imposing. Yet, under the present circumstances, she merely seemed rather foolish. A voice from Albert's memory echoed in his mind. Such foolish children all appear alike, with wide eyes and flat noses. What did you say? The centaur maiden perked her ears, curious. Nothing. I was complimenting your intelligence. Oh, I see. Poetry opera is indeed very intelligent, exceedingly so. Ferenz once told me that a centaur like me is a rare find in 100 years and advised me not to flaunt my wisdom. Poetry opera said, puffing out her chest with pride. No, I'm certain his meaning was not as you interpreted it. Truth be told, after learning her name, Albert felt an odd sensation that her appearance had become somewhat more palatable. Prejudice truly is a deadly weapon, terrifying indeed. Thus, upon realizing the apparent lack of intellect in his adversary, Albert's eyes shifted. He first released the magical chains binding her, crouching down gently. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. I am friends with Alira and Pawa as well. Moreover, your unprovoked attack upon us warranted our instinctive retaliation, would it not? Oh, that is true. Poetry opera is sorry. There was a wicked sorcerer before who harmed many of my kin in the tribe. Seeing your immense power, I assumed you were allied with him, she said, seemingly convinced by Albert's words, awkwardly rubbing the back of her head. Albert proactively mentioned the name of Pava, which somewhat convinced the centaur maiden of the friendship between Albert and Alira. Moreover, upon closer inspection, this young sorcerer appeared rather handsome. Surely, good-looking individuals must possess good hearts. The criteria for assessing people in the realm of poetry and drama are always refreshingly straightforward. It's merely a small misunderstanding. Once resolved, all will be well. With just a few words, Albert dissipated the tension in the air, inadvertently placing the centaur in a state of relative guilt. The centaur before him did seem rather simple-minded, presenting an ideal opportunity for further engagement. By the way, prior to my arrival, I overheard Hagrid mentioning that Beowulf is quite close to you all. Did you happen to see him last night? He hasn't returned to the castle this morning, and there is considerable concern for his well-being, as everyone fears he might have encountered some unfortunate circumstances. Albert forced himself to adopt a worried demeanor, quietly observing the reactions and micro-expressions of the centaur maiden. It soon became evident that his efforts were somewhat unnecessary, for her thoughts were clearly reflected on her face, much like Pava. To put it kindly, she lacked guile. To put it bluntly, she was rather naive and easily deceived. Nevertheless, for Albert, the latter trait was quite advantageous, if such a situation were to occur with others. Chapter 87. The Poetic Drama is no fool. The poetic drama is quite astute. The large fellow had indeed come to the tribe yesterday, claiming he was in search of something very important within the Tomb of Courage. The expression on the poetic drama's face was one of uncertainty as she blinked her large eyes vigorously, striving to recall the details. Initially, the chieftain and elders opposed allowing him entry, citing a breach of protocol, but the large fellow produced Godric's token. Oh, where is the Tomb of Courage located? Albert calmly cast a spell of magical creature affinity upon himself, softly inquiring in a gentle tone. Under Albert's eager gaze, the poetry drama pondered for a considerable time, seemingly innocently scratching the back of its head, having forgotten where it was. Albert maintained a strained smile. Why not try to recall it again? Oh, what a hassle. If I can't remember, I simply can't. The centaur girl, poetic drama, expressed her refusal with clear disdain. To be honest, Albert felt a slight urge to clench his fists. Al, is this what it means to be foolish? Young Gwen interjected sharply, tugging at Albert's collar with determination. Upon hearing this, poetic drama seemed displeased, muttering insistently. Poetic drama has a map, so I don't need to remember the location. Poetic drama is not foolish. Poetic drama is very clever. As she spoke, she pulled out a sturdy parchment from a pouch tied to her waist, proudly raising it before them to indicate they should look. Whoever has the map cannot get lost. In the next moment, the previously blank parchment began to reveal a dense topographical map along with numerous annotations, and a slightly blurred face appeared on its surface. An elderly voice, sounding around 60 or 70, echoed, "Poetic drama, have you gotten lost again?" The voice carried a hint of exasperation. Not at all, poetic drama retorted, her nose wrinkling and her ears perked up as her ponytail swayed. It's them who wanted to ask how to get to the Tomb of Courage. She pointed at Albert and the petite Gwen on his shoulder, insisting that she was merely trying to assist. The map, clearly a magical artifact resembling the Sorting Hat, slowly rose from poetic drama's hands, presenting its face towards Albert. This is the Centaur's territory. Wizards are not welcome here. In stark contrast to the friendly tone during his earlier conversation with poetic drama, the map exhibited an evident disdain for Albert, or rather, for wizards in general. Frankly, Albert could faintly detect an ancient essence emanating from it. The alchemy inscribed upon it was not of modern conventions, likely a remnant from the era of the four founders. "We are students from Hogwarts, here solely to retrieve a missing classmate." Albert collected his thoughts and stated with a poised demeanor. "Are you referring to that unstable-blooded Slytherin brat?" The map's description piqued Albert's interest, yet pressing further on this matter was not a priority. The immediate concern was to prevent Remus from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. It would be far better for that object to remain undisturbed in its original location than to fall into the hands of outsiders. Poetic Drama said he entered the Tomb of Courage. "If possible, please provide us with the specific location. If a Hogwarts student were to encounter trouble in Centaur territory, it would lead to unnecessary complications," Albert asserted matter-of-factly, devoid of any threatening tone. "Hogwarts has finally produced a remarkable individual," the magical map remarked quietly as it scrutinized Albert. Shaking its head, "I understand your intentions and wish to assist, but due to the constraints imposed by my creator, I cannot disclose the precise location to a wizard. You need not reveal it to me," Albert interjected with a slight smile, gesturing towards the dazed Centaur girl. "You only need to inform Poetic Drama, and she can relay the information to me. That should not be restricted, right?" "The young wizards today are remarkably quick-witted," the magical map muttered, nodding in agreement. Soon enough, Albert learned the location of the Tomb of Courage from Poetic Drama. The Centaur girl even proactively suggested to lead the way. "Let Poetic Drama guide you. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if you were attacked by others in the tribe. Due to certain matters, they are not particularly fond of wizards and may sometimes act aggressively." Poetic Drama explained, running ahead while addressing Albert and little Gwen, who were seated on their flying broomsticks. The path through the Forbidden Forest was not easy to navigate, with protruding roots and stones, yet such obstacles seemed routine for the Centaur girl. Even while maintaining a speed of over 40 miles per hour, she adeptly dodged the hindrances, occasionally leaping high as if to showcase her agility, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. The athletic prowess and reflexes of the centaurs were indeed remarkable. Though the centaurs harbor animosity towards humans, they should not attack young wizards, right? Albert pondered, ducking under a drooping branch and gazing at Poetic Drama's exposed, fair back. In the centaur's belief system, children or younglings were the most treasured beings to be protected, regardless of race. Thus, no matter how much they detested wizards and humans, centaurs would never harm a child, considering it an unspeakable sin to injure young ones. For those who believed in fate and divination, such a sin held considerable weight. Forenza had once said that the definition of harm was broad, and often hatred blurred the boundaries of all things. Although he did not fully understand, he regarded Forenza as the wisest centaur in the tribe. If he said so, it must be true. Poetic Drama continued her swift pace, not glancing back as she spoke. After approximately 20 minutes, Albert found himself before a tranquil valley. At the entrance stood a human-shaped statue, a handsome man draped with a long sword over his shoulder, adorned with a crumpled wizard's hat, and sporting a cheerful smile that radiated warmth. "Is the Tomb of Courage a legacy of Gryffindor?" Albert turned to the centaur girl, who was whispering animatedly with little Gwen behind him. They seemed to have struck some sort of agreement, now engaged in spirited conversation. "Huh? Gryffindor? You mean Godric?" Poetic Drama took a while to grasp who Gryffindor was, nodding as she replied. "Godric left many important things here, entrusting us to protect them. Generally, even as guardians. We cannot enter, and wizards certainly cannot." Before Poetic Drama could finish her sentence, she noticed Albert leading little Gwen into the misty entrance of the valley ahead. "You cannot go in," Poetic Drama exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Have I caused a problem?" Chapter 88. Is ancient magic merely this level? Quite intriguing. Has the space been shifted? As soon as he entered the valley, Albert was greeted by a sensation akin to the dizziness experienced with a portkey or apparition. The visual landscape before him distorted and fragmented. After a whirlwind of sensations, he found himself in the center of a somewhat dim hall. Turning back, he saw that the original entrance to the valley had been entirely replaced by walls adorned with marble carvings. The floor beneath him was a deep black, resembling a mirror, clearly reflecting the starry ceiling above, imparting a sense of profound mystery. To be honest, this style of decoration didn't quite align with the spirited and valiant nature of Gryffindor. It resembled more of Ravenclaw's aesthetic. I feel quite dizzy. The diminutive Gwen evidently found herself somewhat disoriented by the forced relocation, her eyes shimmering with small circles, barely held upright by Albert's steadying hand, preventing her from tumbling from his shoulder. Is that truly the entrance? Albert gazed ahead, where, approximately 30 meters away, stood a colossal gateway reminiscent of a triumphal arch, unobscured by any doors, revealing within it a swirling vortex of magical energy akin to a portal. Naturally, had one not activated the magical observation perspective, an ordinary person would merely perceive the barren wall behind the grand archway. Albert no longer hesitated, instinctively making his way towards the door, as the floor beneath him rippled with peculiar patterns, resembling concentric waves. Could this place truly have been crafted by Ravenclaw for Gryffindor? What was the nature of their relationship? Anyway, upon reaching the door, Albert halted his wandering thoughts, extending his wand, ready to utter a spell, when suddenly, a distorted figure began to materialize before him, half kneeling in the air. It was the manifestation of a phantom. Albert maintained his observation with an impassive demeanor. In less than 2 breaths, the figure kneeling on the ground gradually solidified and slowly rose to its feet. It was clad in medieval armor, wielding a large sword with a cross hilt, its blade a deep cerulean hue. Beneath the tightly closed visor lay an abyss of darkness, likely devoid of any true flesh and blood. Animated armor, after all, was quite common within the halls of Hogwarts, rendering it hardly surprising. Unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entry, the armor intoned in a muffled voice. Was this an automatically triggered identity recognition protocol? Quite sophisticated indeed. Albert pondered for a moment and tentatively inquired, what exactly does the invitation entail? Is it an imperceptible qualification or perhaps a similar artifact? If it is the latter, I might be able to deceive it with a confounding charm. The prohibition against entry without an invitation. Well, perhaps it is not as sophisticated as I had envisioned. As Albert took a step forward, the armored figure raised its sword and mercilessly swung it towards him. Although it was likely another one of those dramatic pauses before impact, Albert was no longer inclined to endure. If he wished to enter the so-called Tomb of Courage, relying on mere cunning would likely lead to failure. Thus, he resolved to charge in with unrestrained ferocity. Defendo! The incantation transformed into a sharp blade that collided with the armored figure, shattering a significant portion of its chest plate and forcing it to stagger back several paces. Had it not been for its timely use of the sword to brace itself against the ground, it would have surely fallen. Judging by its reactions and movements, it was evident that this creature was far superior to the decorative magical armors found within the castle. Yet, it remained merely an automaton, and the potency of the spell had been considerably diminished. Albert keenly sensed this reality and, without hesitation, waved his wand once more. An invisible barrier began to twist and elongate under the shaping of his will, morphing into a rapidly spinning drill. Fusion spell, destructive spiral. 3 invisible spiral drills shot forth, launching the armored figure high into the air. Before it could descend, it was pierced through entirely, disintegrating into a cascade of fragments that rained down. Simultaneously, the walls lit up with a blinding crimson glow, reminiscent of an activated alarm. With a resounding roar, the mirror-like floor erupted in dark splashes of water as a colossal armored figure, standing 6 or 7 meters tall, rose slowly. Intricate blue patterns adorned its surface, and it seized a massive dragon spear beside it, executing a merciless near 180-degree horizontal sweep. Is this ancient magic I've never seen before? Albert thought, activating the spiral spell as he floated backward to evade the sweeping spear. In that instant, a gigantic circular saw word passed him, crashing into the chest of the towering armored figure. Fusion spell, void wheel, maximum wheel. Dazzling sparks illuminated the dimly lit hall, reflecting a dazzling array of meteors upon the pitch-black surface below. After a tense standoff lasting over 10 seconds, the void wheel gradually came to a halt, only to be shattered into countless transparent shards by a single punch from the giant. What a pity, the wound is too shallow, Albert lamented, observing the gash that stretched from the giant's shoulder to its opposite flank. Meanwhile, the armored giant refocused its attention on Albert, its helmet glowing with an eerie red light akin to ghostly flames. With a powerful lift of its arm, it hurled the dragon's spear in his direction. The aim seemed slightly off, but the trajectory suggested it might fly perilously close to his head. As Albert sought to evade, he suddenly sensed a potent surge of magical energy emanating from behind him. The shadowy displacement nearly led him astray. With that, he chose to disregard the dragon's spear. channeling a vast amount of magical power through his wand in an instant. Judgment of Death. Almost simultaneously, the colossal armored figure teleported behind Albert. Grasping the oncoming dragon spear with both hands, poised to thrust it towards the diminutive wizard before him. Yet, Albert's incantation was evidently swifter. For dark green chains erupted from the ground and ceiling, ensnaring the limbs of the giant armor in an instant. What do you think will occur when forces from all four directions act upon an object? Albert inquired with a smile. Of course. A magical construct could not respond to his question, leaving only futile struggles against the binding chains. Upon witnessing the scene, Albert gave a self-deprecating smile and, without looking back, turned to walk towards the magical vortex that resembled a teleportation portal. With a resounding crash, the magical chains from all four directions simultaneously pulled, and the massive armored figure was torn asunder after a fleeting moment of balance, shattering into 5 resounding fragments of iron. Before stepping into the magical whirlpool, Albert turned slightly to cast one last glance at the devastation behind him. Was ancient magic truly of such limited caliber? His voice held a hint of disappointment, tinged with a regret understood only by himself. Ultimately, the potency of power is determined by its wielder. With a sigh of reflection, Albert's figure vanished completely into the magical vortex. Chapter 89. Welcome to the world a millennium later. What time was it, anyway? Amidst a pile of armored remnants, Beowulf Zayumitro cradled his bloodied head, limping forward with a large metal sword he had scavenged from who knows where, ever since entering the so-called Tomb of Courage. These bothersome creatures had appeared intermittently, whether singularly or in groups of 3 to 5. The one constant was their unwavering resolve to prevent his progress. Though much of that resolve was merely an illusion bestowed by magic, the token given by that scoundrel from Gryffindor was utterly useless. Damn it. Fueled by coarse expletives and a heart full of resentment, Zayumitro mustered what little spirit he could, not knowing how many times he had approached the doorway tightly pressed against the stone wall. Under the influence of the invisible magical vortex, his vision blurred once more. Regardless, it was yet another familiar hall. Zayumitro's thoughts trailed off. In his dazed gaze, he found himself within a vast cavern, confronted by a dazzling mountain of treasures shimmering with golden light, where rivers of coins and gemstones flowed, alongside countless treasures whose names he could not even recall. This place should not be called the Tomb of Courage. It ought to be named the Treasure Cavern. Taking a deep breath, Zayumitro closed his eyes to calm himself. After a brief moment of adjustment, he reopened his eyes, devoid of any glimmer of greed or excitement at the sight of riches. All that remained was a tranquil silence akin to water. I need to acquire the Philosopher's Stone immediately and then make my escape. The man who obtains the Philosopher's Stone will perish at the hands of that monster Grindelwald. Everything will unfold seamlessly. Limping, Zayumitro began his ascent towards the treasure mountain, not allowing his gaze to linger even momentarily on the glistening trinkets. At that moment, how he wished for a niffler. The niffler is a magical creature covered in dense black fur, resembling a platypus. This charming little being possesses habits akin to that of a raven, especially its fondness for shiny, high-value objects, which is why it is often domesticated by witches and wizards to seek treasures buried deep underground or hidden within ancient relics. Notably, the niffler has a pouch reminiscent of a kangaroo's, which seems perpetually insatiable, where it stashes all manner of treasures without increasing its own weight. As expected, the truly valuable treasures lay at the peak of this mountain of riches. However, just as he reached the summit, Zayumitro recognized several alchemical items long extinct in contemporary times, renowned from his studies in magical history. Unlike the majority of young wizards at Hogwarts, Zayumitro had a fondness for listening to Professor Binns recount past histories, particularly tales of great heroes from both Muggle mythology and wizarding history, perhaps due to feelings of inferiority regarding his own origins. Zayumitro had long yearned to become a hero admired by all, yet he understood well that, given his circumstances and personality, the term hero was destined to remain foreign to him. Is that it? Approximately 20 steps away, Zayumitro spotted a red stone encased in a transparent crystal box. To the naked eye, it appeared to lie somewhere between a mineral and a crystal, its interior flickering with an unusual light. While the runes etched on its exterior glimmered in concert with the pulsing red glow within, refracting an unassuming yet peculiar shimmer. Although it was his first encounter, Zayumitro instinctively recognized it as the Philosopher's Stone. So easily. Hesitating for a moment, Zayumitro strode confidently towards the Philosopher's Stone. Suddenly, the entire treasure mountain began to tremble violently. Countless treasures and coins swirled like quicksand, engendering surges of golden waves. Zayumitro could only watch helplessly as the tide swept him further away from the coveted Philosopher's Stone. When the tumult subsided, a fearsome scarlet dragon emerged from the heart of the treasure mountain, shaking its massive head. Its brass-colored eyelids gradually lifted, revealing lizard-like amber-slit pupils. What a clitch of a storyline. Gritting his teeth, Zayumitro unhesitatingly began to sprint in circles. Scorching flames roared past him from atop the mountain of gold, melting piles of coins into splattering liquid. Lumos. A glowing orb was hurled by the running Zayumitro, landing precisely before the dragon's snout. The blinding light caught it off guard, momentarily rendering it unable to open its eyes, forcing it to lash out blindly with its claws. Such aimless attacks could not possibly strike anyone. Seizing the opportunity, Zayumitro swiftly scaled the golden mountain once more, silently racing towards the crystal box containing the Philosopher's Stone. Roar, now restored to sight. The dragon could not rush back in time, and instead unleashed a massive fireball, engulfing both Zayumitro and the Philosopher's Stone. Boom. Amidst the explosive flames, Zayumitro, his half-burned body clutching the box, tumbled down the treasure mountain and crashed heavily onto the ground below. I did it. On his bloodied face, there was not a trace of fear or pain, but rather a complex laugh intermingled with elation and hatred. Almost simultaneously, a magical vortex appeared on the cavern wall not far away. Although Zayumitro could not see it, he sensed the rectangular luminous outline at the edges, indicating that an escape route had been opened. Confringo. A series of explosive blasts erupted in the direction indicated by his wand, sending plumes of smoke high enough to obscure visibility. Zayumitro limped to the entrance, poised to leave. However, in the next moment, a silver-haired figure suddenly shot out from within the doorway, striking Zayumitro and sending him flying. With each passage through the portal, the guardian grows ever more formidable. Readjusting his balance, Albert, aided by a levitation spell, slowly descended back to the ground. Oh, so you are here. He glanced at Zayumitro, who was clutching the crystal box on the ground, and remarked nonchalantly. At the same time, a graceful humanoid figure composed entirely of liquid magic emerged from the doorway, its faceless head adorned with a delicate crown. Even the projections of the four giants appeared. I take back my earlier statement. Ancient magic is indeed astonishing. Albert scratched his temple and tilted his head slightly. However, in what should have been the Gryffindor's secret chamber, why was it that our esteemed figure from the academy was present? Watch your back, shouted the barely conscious Zyometer, suddenly pointing at Albert's rear. A treasure-guarding fire dragon was swooping down from the sky towards them. Yet, Albert showed no inclination to turn around. His gaze remained fixated on the magical projection of Ravenclaw in the distance. This nonchalant demeanor evidently incited the dragon's wrath, causing it to accelerate dramatically. Smoke and flames billowing from its gaping maw. Boom. An invisible spiral drill descended from above, piercing through the dragon's neck and pinning it firmly to the ground. The flames that could not be expelled erupted from the lifeless head, igniting the entire dragon carcass. Zyometer stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape, his expression one of astonishment. Momentarily at a loss for words. Ignoring the chaos behind him, Albert slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing a pristine arm adorned with a transparent box tied around his forearm. Inside the box, a medicinal leech, roughly the size of 1/3 of a palm, clung to the surface of his skin, with all magical power retracted. And supplemented by a semi-permanent 100 magical enhancement, I should not perish even in the face of your embodiment, should I? Albert raised his wand, directing it towards the Ravenclaw's magical projection, which had also lifted its hand. Welcome to the world a millennium later. As soon as the words left his lips, a torrential downpour of spiraling drills erupted from the void behind him, completely overwhelming the Ravenclaw projection. Chapter 90. The unraveling fate. Did that human enter directly through the entrance? In the clearing outside the Tomb of Courage, a centaur, its coat adorned with dark tufts, inquired solemnly of the nearby poet. Indeed, indeed. The poet has told him he cannot enter. The poet nodded vigorously, blinking with innocent wide eyes. So this cannot be blamed on me. Ow. Unexpectedly, a slap landed on the back of the poet's head, leaving it in tears, cradling its throbbing skull in sorrow. If you did not bring that little wizard here, how could he possibly enter? Enough, Bane. Discussing this matter further is pointless. A red-haired centaur shook his head, a look of concern shadowing his features. According to Elder Galolo's earlier divination, the boy possessed formidable power, one that even the guards of the Tomb of Courage would likely find insurmountable. In other words, that ominous stone could very well have been taken out. Worrying about this now is futile, Ronan. Bane stroked the broad bow on his back, his front hooves anxiously tapping the ground. Throughout the ages, wizards and magic have always been the source of calamity. Thus, I harbor a deep disdain for humans, and an even greater loathing for wizards. The other centaurs behind him stamped their hooves in agreement, echoing his sentiments. How fortunate you are! A somewhat flippant voice echoed from above the centaurs. Who goes there? The centaurs turned in surprise and anger, glancing behind them. A figure cloaked in black robes had seemingly materialized from nowhere, holding the severed head of an elderly centaur. Blood dripped from the head, splattering onto the sand below, creating alarming crimson blossoms. Elder Galolo. Bane bared his teeth in rage, attempting to draw his bow. Yet, almost simultaneously, the hooded figure spoke again. Silence. An astonishing scene unfolded. Regardless of the furious centaurs or the startled birds attempting to flee, all fell eerily still under the command of the robed figure, unable to make even the slightest sound. Birds that had forgotten to flap their wings plummeted from the sky, landing motionless on the ground as if lifeless. The weak yield to the strong. This has been an immutable rule of the world. The hooded figure descended from the air, passing through the statuesque centaurs, and approached the entrance of the Tomb of Courage. The centaur's divination has its merits. It almost unveiled my identity. The figure carelessly discarded the old centaur's head. What? You refer to that centaur named Ference? It matters not. Its divination cannot achieve such precision. If it fled, so be it. If you fear exposure, devise your own solutions. I have no interest in such trivial matters. The hooded figure seemed to be conversing with someone, their tone laced with disdain and mockery. As they spoke, the nearby valley began to tremble violently, ripples of translucent waves emanating from the void at the entrance. The aftershocks reverberated down to the hooded figure's feet, dislodging countless fragments of stone and dirt. It is about to emerge. Before the words could fully escape, a multitude of transparent cracks began to appear nearby, rapidly covering the space before them. Boom. A torrent of magical energy surged forth, a blurry azure figure ensnared by dense green chains, crashing forcefully to the ground. An unfamiliar incantation, perhaps intertwined with some semblance of rules. The hooded figure stepped back, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Simultaneously, Albert burst forth from the fractured space. Standing atop a transparent barrier disc, the green chain still dragging an unconscious figure, the wizard troll. So, you have indeed been waiting outside since the beginning? Albert cast a cold glance at the hooded figure, tracing a diagonal line with his wand before him. The void wheel was conjured into existence, hurtling forward, while the green chains binding the Ravenclaw projection simultaneously tightened under an invisible force. These children today possess an audacity that is truly alarming, the hooded figure remarked, gripping a wand cloaked in black smoke, mimicking a similar motion. Sandstorm summon. The ground fractured, and a towering sandstorm tornado surged upward, engulfing the void wheel upon contact, accompanied by the violent sound of shattering glass. Indeed, incantations must be articulated in the language of this era to wield greater power. The hooded figure nodded. Is it truly the same intruder from last time? With the aid of the spiral spell, Albert soared through the oncoming sandstorm tornado, hovering above the Ravenclaw projection ensnared by magical chains. The combination of the spiral and barrier spells is still insufficient. These formidable wizards exhibit an astonishing resistance to spells. Albert quietly extracted a stone from his pocket, etched with intricate magical patterns. With a flicker of energy igniting his index finger, he completed the unfinished lines on one side of the stone. The coordinates for the key to the door were now firmly established. Let us address one matter first. Albert murmured softly, his right hand gripping the stone as he aligned its face with the Ravenclaw's magical projection below. Simultaneously, deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, over 6,000 meters below the surface, a colossal artificial mass, adorned with identical patterns, began to emit a dim blue light. A terrifying vortex swiftly formed, mercilessly shredding a giant squid that happened to swim by. At that very moment, in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, under the astonished gaze of the cloaked figure, a bottomless chasm abruptly manifested beneath Albert, accompanied by the distant sound of waves crashing against rocky walls. Now it is your turn. The silver pupils, glowing with dark magical energy, turned towards the cloaked figure, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and terror. If you cannot defeat him, retreat. The cloaked figure frantically waved his wand, intending to conjure a tempest of sand as a means of concealment. Yet, in the next instant, Albert stumbled, plummeting from the air to the ground. What is happening to me? Albert pondered, bewildered as he rose to his feet. Noticing the blood staining his palm and the truth stone beside him, illuminated with the words, "over control," a translucent crack began to spread across one side of his face, revealing a swirling mass of distorted text within an illusory realm. "Over. What a lovely doll, he. A familiar yet strange voice echoed in his ears. Albert abruptly lifted his head. Blood filled his vision, and in the crimson haze, he faintly perceived a girl, covered in dirt and dressed in tattered clothes, who embraced him tightly. Her freckled face, missing a front tooth, radiated genuine delight, and her curly pigtails bobbed with excitement. "If no one wants you, come home with me. From this day forth, I shall be your new master. My name is..." Chapter 91. The Gender Transformation Spell, and Ju-EC. Upon awakening once more, Albert's eyes fell upon a ceiling that was entirely familiar. Though he seldom visited, he had an excellent memory and realized, even before fully regaining consciousness, that he was in the Hogwarts infirmary. "You are awake?" On a nearby chair sat the bruised and bandaged figure of Schmitro, who was munching on an apple, seemingly uninterested in sharing. Such an uncouth giant, Albert thought to himself. Albert laboriously propped himself up on his elbows, leaning against the relatively soft pillow behind him. How much time had passed? He gazed out at the inky black night sky. In one swift motion, he swallowed the remaining apple, core and all, and Sumitero sluggishly remarked, "Perhaps half a day." It was evident that Sumitero was concealing the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, Dumbledore would likely be sitting beside him now. "Your so-called father didn't take the opportunity to eliminate me? Huh. You really should have seen the ridiculous expression on his face," Sumitero scoffed. For some inexplicable reason, it was as though he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. He had picked up the Philosopher's Stone and fled, his retreat more cowardly than that of a wild dog. "And you couldn't even stop a wild dog," Albert replied coldly. Sumitero's expression darkened considerably, instinctively gripping the armrest of the chair beside him until it creaked. He understood that Albert might merely be venting his frustration, yet the statement held a kernel of truth. He lacked even the capability to confront a wild dog. After taking several deep breaths, Sumitero habitually composed himself, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he spoke. "In any case, the Philosopher's Stone has fallen into that man's hands. He seems to still require my involvement. Perhaps it pertains to the concoction of the elixir of truth, involving blood from a close relative. 5 days hence, at the depths of Glencoe Valley, in the Windmill Flower Valley, he will await me to complete the final step of the elixir's preparation." Sumitero pondered for a moment, his gaze becoming deep and devoid of light. After all was said and done, he would receive the byproduct of the elixir's preparation, the water of reason, to lift the blood curse afflicting my mother. As Sumitero spoke, the long quiet system slowly prompted a pending achievement. Task: shatter the truth. Requirements: within 5 days in the Windmill Flower Valley. Complete the elixir of truth's preparation and eliminate the truth's adherent. Reward: Level 1 lottery ticket X1, bloody doll. Truth, it seems, can never be vanquished, he mused. Is the reward for this task truly so meager? No, the issue lies with that bloody doll. Albert's pupils instantly constricted. What was wrong? Sumitero noticed that Albert seemed somewhat distracted. "It's nothing," Albert replied, temporarily setting aside the task at hand, and continued with the previous topic. "Do you believe his words?" "Not at all, which is why I won't be going alone." Sumitero shook his head, gazing earnestly at Albert, who appeared slightly pale on the hospital bed. "However, there's an issue. That fellow seems quite concerned about your involvement. He explicitly told me he would establish magical protections at the scene, designed to trigger a translocation barrier the moment you or powerful wizards like Dumbledore enter. After that, I shall patiently await the birth of the next successor." Those were his exact words. "A spell concerning names, is it? Rather than an arduous and thankless complete safeguard." "It seems a rather clever approach," Albert remarked non-committally, extracting an apple from the fruit basket beside him. The blade formed by the barrier spell spun clockwise under the influence of a spiral incantation, swiftly peeling the apple with not a scrap wasted. This astonishing mastery over magic left Sumitero genuinely envious, though such envy was ultimately futile. "You have a way to evade it, don't you?" "Perhaps," Albert neither affirmed nor denied, simply donning his clothing and descending from the bed. He glanced at the nearby full-length mirror, observing the face of a familiar, yet unfamiliar silver-haired youth. His visage was as smooth as jade, unmarred by any blemish. "Let me know before you leave the school. I shall accompany you." With that, Albert departed the infirmary without a backward glance. The ensuing days unfolded with an air of normalcy, as Albert endeavored to maintain his usual routine on campus. Yet, both he and little Gwen found themselves frequently dreaming during this period, with most dreams connected to the girl Albert had glimpsed that day. The dreams largely consisted of mundane life snippets, although they unfolded from the perspectives of the girl and something she was holding. Albert was certain that these dreams did not concern any characters related to the original game setting, such as Isolde or others. In his dreams, he distinctly beheld a girl, seemingly a homeless beggar, passing by a flickering, abandoned advertisement wall adorned with promotional posters related to the game Golden Shovel. Albert found himself unable to ascertain the origins of this unfamiliar dream, yet he could at least speculate that it was all connected to the Philosopher's Stone he had encountered. He recalled that the stone had once manifested the words over control, and combined with the information provided by the ancient sorcerer through the mischievous spirit. It was not difficult to deduce that these sudden changes were likely due to his own golden finger being influenced by the other's abilities. How terrifying it was that, despite having been gone for so long, its effects continued to resonate. What, indeed, were the so-called truths and transcendence? At this juncture, even for his own sake, Albert felt compelled to reclaim the Philosopher's Stone, whether it was a matter of the Golden Shovel system or his own inherent issues. As long as he could exert control over that stone, he was certain that with time, clarity would emerge. In the blink of an eye, for days had passed, and on a crisp morning, Shumitaro stood by the Black Lake opposite Hogwarts, clad in a heavy, antiquated black coat. He gazed at a colossal tentacle rising majestically from the lake's surface, splashing droplets like rain. In the frigid air, his warm breath mingled with the ethereal morning light, enveloping him in a veil of mist. The sound of footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, he beheld a girl dressed in a white knit sweater, her black suit cascading below her shoulders. Her long, golden hair billowed in the breeze, yet her striking beauty was obscured by an expression of indifference. The spell targeting your name likely involves ancient magic, far beyond mere transfiguration or potions, she remarked, raising her slender arm to tuck a stray lock behind her ear. Body transformation? Perhaps, but its proper designation is a gender transformation spell. By the way, my name is now Gec, so do not miscall me. Albert, no. Now Gec spoke leisurely. Shumitaro's expression shifted as he turned to look back at Hogwarts. You are not in the castle. That man will surely take notice. I have asked Alira to disguise me with a potion for a few days. The effects of this gender transformation spell have surpassed my expectations, seemingly affecting my personality and habits. Even my family would struggle to recognize me based on appearances alone, with a hint of femininity creeping into Gec's demeanor. She remarked with a hint of concern, Fortunately, I only need to maintain this for 2 days. Otherwise, I worry I might awaken some peculiar inclinations. Perhaps something akin to femininity. Enough dawdling, preparations must be made for tonight. Without warning, Gec kicked Shumitaro down, stepping on his back to retrieve a key shaped like a door key from her pocket. Why must you step on me? Shumitaro muttered, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Because a spatial transfer is imminent, she replied, and he dared not make a move, fearing dismemberment. Perhaps due to the gender transformation, I feel somewhat. Gec maintained a faint smile, pressing down harder. In the next moment, their figures twisted and vanished from sight. Chapter 92. The End of All Spells, the Blade of Ruthless Fire. We have arrived. A familiar yet foreign female voice echoed overhead. Shumitaro shook his head to regain his senses and rose from the opulent marble floor adorned with luxurious carpets. Before him lay the interior of a resplendent villa. Young master, should I now refer to you as young mistress? Inquired the elderly butler, adjusting his spectacles with a hint of hesitation. That matters little, Gec replied, ascending the staircase to the second floor without glancing back. Walter, take him down for a checkup. Blood tests and magical reaction assessments are imperative. Ensure no one has left any hidden traps. Understood. The butler, Walter, bowed slightly and gestured for Shumitaro to follow him as he led the way to a certain area on the first floor. For reasons unknown, despite his frail appearance that suggested he was no formidable character, Shumitaro felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from this aged butler. With an instinctive awareness, he sensed that Walter was likely no ordinary servant, prompting him to obediently follow. Back when you were a child, I often wished to dress you as a girl. Who would have thought? As they reached the second floor, and Artemis, elegantly attired in evening wear, teased with a grin, her ample figure leaning against the railing, forming an alluring silhouette. In the realm of magic, boundaries of gender, form, or species seemed to blur. Gec, Albert, maintained a serene smile and nodded slightly. This is one of the aspects I cherish about magic. It allows us to navigate challenges that defy conventional understanding when necessary. Oh dear. A girl ought not to speak such words, Artemis remarked gently, embracing Gec and scrutinizing her features. Your appearance as a girl bears a striking resemblance to Uncle Gellert in his youth. I once saw a photograph of him before his expulsion from Durmstrang. Particularly his eyes and nose, they're identical. Gec tilted her head, recalling something. No wonder when I encountered Headmaster Dumbledore in the corridor today. He stared at me in a daze, so that was the reason? However, she had little interest in the romantic entanglements of these elder figures and suspected she would find it hard to develop any feelings of affection in her life. Thus, she swiftly redirected her focus to pressing matters. And Artemis, have you prepared everything we discussed? Everything is as you requested, my dear master. Moments later, within the underground vault beneath the villa, Gec approached the tightly sealed metallic door, aligning her gaze with a small square aperture beside it. Identification authentication, Albert Grindelwald. A mechanical voice echoed, and the door gradually opened to reveal the interior. It seems the gender transformation spell does not genuinely alter certain biological information. I initially thought the iris authentication would fail, Albert remarked, hands clasped behind his back. Well, I'm not particularly versed in these new technologies. It's usually my brother who handles them. Artemis clapped her hands, and the siblings, dressed as servants and maids, entered the chilly vault, shortly returning with 2 silver-gray metallic boxes, each marked with the numbers 21 and 73. Albert's right index finger glimmered with an enchanting azure light as it traced a somewhat intricate pattern above the box. With a resounding click, the 2 safes sprang open in the next instant. Ah, the dual safeguard of magic and technology. Ever since his grandfather Campbell assumed the role of the family patriarch, the Grindelwald family had consistently employed this method, while it could indeed be somewhat cumbersome at times. The extraordinary value of the items housed within the vault made it a tolerable inconvenience. It is worth mentioning that the corridor leading to the vault is typically equipped with a laser scanning mechanism, should it detect unfamiliar information. The entire underground vault would be sealed off completely in less than 10 seconds, activating preset anti-disillusionment charms and specialized incantations of perilous fire. This fire spell, refined by the previous head of the family, Gellert Grindelwald, would reduce any unauthorized individual to mere ashes upon contact, leaving no trace behind. Its spectral blue hue and circular dispersal pattern led Campbell, in his youth, to humorously liken it to a clean energy version of a gas stove, a jest that resulted in a merciless beating from his elder brother. Inside the 21st box lay a necklace composed of 5 green glass beads strung together with silver thread. According to the ancient magical blood pact, should one of the designated duelists perish, the scene would be forcibly sealed for 3 days. Artemis lowered her head to assist in fastening the necklace around the alabaster neck of Juvies, continuing, this piece is seldom utilized in the past century. Only Uncle Geller has dared to employ it, after which it was promptly returned to Dumbledore. How embarrassing that was. Juvies chuckled, while Hisai respectfully presented the contents of the second chest. It contained a hilt of a western sword, devoid of a blade, adorned with a rather incongruous vintage trigger at the grip. One of the 3 alchemical artifacts compensated by the Rockefeller family. The extinguishing trigger can unleash 3 minor area-wide dispellings once charged. Father mentioned that this might have inspired Dumbledore's lamp extinguishing device. Artemis relayed her grandfather Campbell's assessment, subsequently lamenting. The materials required for the charge are quite rare. Cisse traversed half of South America to gather them. Juvies picked up the hilt for inspection and remarked, without lifting her gaze, that's merely an excuse to request funding. Just inform Uncle Cisse that I have approved the activity expenses he applied for this year. You might as well indulge him. Artemis chuckled, covering her mouth. Your choice of words is somewhat off. After all, he is my elder. Juvies shrugged, grasping the hilt and positioning it before her, casually inserting her wand into the central socket. The intricate layers of metallic components expanded, engulfing the wand and augmenting the hilt's size significantly. Impressive craftsmanship. If I recall correctly, the one commissioned for this was Master Nick LeMay's last apprentice? Yes. A rather charming young lady. I shall introduce you when time permits. For some reason, Artemis's smile resembled that of a weasel, likely due to some prior event. But is it not a bit peculiar to possess only the hilt? Before she could finish her thought, a blade of shimmering blue energy rapidly extended from the hilt Juvies held. To ensure clarity for the others, Juvies deliberately refrained from concealing it. Oh, how remarkable! Artemis exclaimed, leading the 2 blushing youngsters in applause. Yet, the display was not over. After a moment's contemplation, a ring of azure flames began to form around the hilt. And with a deft swing of her sword, Juvies unleashed a colossal fiery slash that incinerated a nearby concrete wall entirely. The barrier charm, combined with the fierce fire spell and the original dispelling spell, sufficed quite well. Juvies twirled the blade and sheathed the hilt into a pre-prepared, empty scabbard at her waist. With a graceful flick of her waist-length golden hair, she departed without a backward glance. Chapter 93, Prelude to War. The following morning, Juvies awoke from her soft slumber, somewhat unaccustomed to gathering her scattered locks behind her. Little Gwen lay as usual beside her, half of her body buried under the covers, babbling in her sleep, adorned with a bubble of snot. "The Minister of Magic, Gwen, is incapable," she murmured. "Well, the chubby little mud is right. Gwen seems to be the greatest little witch." Yes, that wretched musical drama. Minister Gwen commands the mud to seize her and give her a sound spanking. Gwen, the Minister of Magic, the greatest. Last time she was merely Hogwarts headmaster, and now she had ascended to the position of Minister of Magic. However, the absence of nightmares was indeed a blessing. Juvies gently stroked little Gwen's head and made no effort to adjust the t-shirt that had slipped off her shoulder, exposing much of her chest. As she leisurely made her way to the bathroom, the gender transformation spell, due to its involvement in human transfiguration, could not be frequently employed. Thus Albert had chosen to maintain Juvies' female form. Yet, there were indeed differences between the genders, particularly as the imprecision of this spell had aged her physical form by 3 years. The prominent secondary sexual characteristics made her somewhat uncomfortable in her usual attire, compelling her to opt for an oversized t-shirt. Stripping off her clothing, she felt the warm water cascade over her eyes closed as she reflected on her recent encounters. As was her custom, the figure in the black robe, self-identified as the father of the elusive Mysterio, was likely the mastermind behind the theft of the cadaver's finger, the assault on Ministry employees, and the murder of the former Muggle Studies professor. His presence at Hogwarts was probably aimed at acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, suspected to be a remnant of overcontrol. Whether this was truly for the purpose of concocting the truth potion or merely a ruse remains uncertain. However, one thing is certain: whatever his intentions, Mysterio deemed it of utmost significance. His existence was neither accidental nor incidental, but rather a deliberate experiment, with his mother, cursed to become a giant, being the greatest victim. Honestly, aside from these matters, the only point of contention between Juvies and the black-robed figure revolved around the Philosopher's Stone and the Truth Potion. In fact, for the sake of completing the task assigned by the system, she would rather that he succeeded in crafting it. As for what followed, that would be the classic phase of silencing witnesses. Oh, perhaps it should be referred to as the execution of justice? Ultimately, it is merely a change of phrasing, with little distinction. The decision of whether to consume the truth potion once acquired, or how to utilize it, was a matter for later contemplation. A wise person never skips the steps of problem-solving or indulges in lofty aspirations. After a brief period of preparation, Juvies and Mysterio activated their prearranged key to the door, instantly arriving at the outskirts of Glen Cove Valley. This locale is among England's more renowned tourist destinations, yet perhaps due to the early hour, only a handful of visitors lingered on the lawn at the entrance of the valley. Must we wear this attire? It feels rather uncomfortable. Mysterio tugged at his constricting black suit and somewhat disheveled tie, muttering, "The formal attire of the Grindelwald family has been imbued with the highest level of location enchantment. Unless you can conjure up a superior alternative, I suggest you keep your opinions to yourself." Juvies, clad in a similarly tailored black suit, cast a casual glance at the tall Mysterio. Though she wore a smile, her undeniable air of authority left no room for dissent. After walking approximately 700 or 800 meters, both since they had passed through a nearly imperceptible invisible membrane, transforming the barren valley before them into a verdant paradise. This was the true heart of Glen Cove Valley, once home to a multitude of magical creatures, which had long ago been subjected to extensive Muggle-repelling and shielding spells cast by wizards. To be frank, in terms of magical strength and spell duration, the wizard who initially executed this Muggle-repelling charm was likely on par with Dumbledore himself. Albert speculated that such powerful wizards must have been quite numerous hundreds of years ago, leading to the widespread existence of nearly permanent Muggle-repelling charms across the globe. However, in the present day, the capabilities of wizards have significantly diminished, with a marked regression in both their understanding of spells and their overall magical potency. Gabrielle, I warn you not to run off again. Otherwise, I shall never take you out again." A beautifully featured silver-haired girl was rushing towards them, pursuing a similarly colored little girl, speaking in impeccably standard French. Given the unusual appearance of the other girl, Jewess, Albert had already surmised their identities. They were Fleur Delacour and her sister Gabrielle Delacour, half-blood witches with a Quarter Vila ancestry, destined to represent Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in the Triwizard Tournament. Oh dear. Gabrielle stumbled and fell to the ground, prompting Jewess to gently assist her up. Are you Fleur? She cautiously inquired, glancing at the well-dressed blonde girl nearby and the tall young man standing protectively behind her. Her English was laced with a distinct French accent, while understandable. It bore an odd quality. This area will be temporarily closed for safety reasons for both of you, so please exit the gorge promptly. Jewess patted the innocent-looking little girl and nodded at Fleur, before continuing deeper into the gorge with Zayumite. Just as Fleur was about to inquire further, her vision suddenly blurred. When it cleared again, she found herself and her sister Gabrielle holding hands, now standing at the very edge of Glencoe Gorge, confused by the inexplicable events that had transpired. Fleur struggled to comprehend how they had arrived there. It's rare to see you caring for others, Zayumite remarked quietly as he followed Jewess. I have a sister too. Albeit a cousin, but the sentiment remains the same, Jewess replied without turning back. Before long, they arrived at a modest valley entrance. Its rocky walls adorned with white flowers resembling a blend of morning glories and climbing vines, creating the illusion of a pale curtain from afar. The Windmill Flower Valley. We have arrived. Although the magical creatures within had long been extinguished and scarce resources left behind, the Muggle-repelling charm here remained astonishingly potent. Let us proceed. Jewess led the way, passing through a somewhat hazy barrier, revealing an endless sea of white flowers before them. At the far end of her sight, a familiar figure in a black robe stood silently before a massive cauldron, maintaining a steady gaze with her. Chapter 94. Hidden Motives, and then a Battle. TSK. You've brought more than necessary, my dear son. The figure in black finally removed his hood, revealing a grotesque face marred by numerous stitches. His skin was mottled, with features that alternated between those of an aged man, an unremarkable young male, and even some feminine traits. His visage was a chaotic amalgamation, inducing a sense of dizziness in those who beheld it, coupled with an inexplicable urge to strike it. Do dark wizards enjoy experimenting on themselves? I don't recall promising you I wouldn't bring anyone else. Or do you genuinely believe I trust you? Zayumite retorted sarcastically. Well, that is true. However, as long as it isn't those few deadly individuals, anyone else is welcome. The cloaked figure scratched his cheek and shrugged. You belong to the Grindelwald family, don't you? Did the masterpiece send you? He inquired of the expressionless Jewess. When inquiring about another's identity, it is customary to introduce oneself first. Jewess maintained her formal smile, responding with measured composure. Indeed, at this stage, there is little point in concealing anything. The figure in black nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zayumite couldn't help but perk up his ears. Roland, that old fellow, must have mentioned the mummies to you, right? I am the one he encountered back then. Though you may also call me by my true name, Usher Mary Setapanli Ramesses Miamon. Before he could finish, Jewess interjected, You are Pharaoh Ramesses too? Grindelwald is indeed fortunate to have produced such talents. Oh no, if we include Gellert Grindelwald, that makes 3. The rate of prodigies is quite astonishing. Even by the standards of our time, the figure, now identified as Ramesses II, did not deny this, merely expressing sincere admiration. Ramesses II, one of the most renowned pharaohs of Egypt, whose experiences recorded even by Muggle society are legendary. And you, young lady? Jewess Grindelwald, she declared with poise, noticing him twitching his fingers while his brow furrowed slightly. A false name, but it matters not, as long as you are not Dumbledore or a masterpiece. Can you still read fortunes? In our era, wizards were not the sole possessors of power. Acquiring additional knowledge is never detrimental. Ramesses II chuckled, redirecting his attention to the bubbling cauldron beside him. The preliminary procedures are nearly complete. The final fusion is next. With that, he turned to Zayumite, who remained silent with a grim expression. Smile a little. Once the truth potion is complete, at least your mother can return. Compared to my previous experiments, you were quite fortunate. Before Zayumite could erupt in rage, Jewess stepped in front of him. What else do you require? Zayumite's blood, fingers, or perhaps other tissues? Engaging with an intelligent individual is always refreshing, Ramesses II teased, brandishing a massive wooden ladle from the cauldron and shaking it slightly. I require 2 of his molars. Hand them over. Without hesitation, Jewess issued her command, not glancing back. Zayumite, without a second thought, reached into his mouth and forcibly broke 2 of his teeth, tossing them carelessly to Ramesses II. Given the choice between losing a hand or other organs, 2 teeth were hardly significant. Unfazed by the blood and saliva lingering on the teeth, Ramesses II cheerfully accepted them, tossing each into the boiling cauldron. The hero's first teeth are in. We still need to add some more, muttering to himself. Ramesses II, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, pulled out various bizarre human organs and materials from a pocket that had evidently been enchanted for expansion, tossing them into the cauldron in succession. The placenta of a full-moon werewolf, the torn skin of the forsaken daughter, the shattered liver of the oppressed, and the beloved eyeball of the blood-cursed mother, this should suffice. Curses, exclusion, oppression, love, and a touch of inconsequential resentment and fury, this embodies the essence of truth. Ramesses II cackled hysterically, his once swirling in chaotic circles, generating a magical aura that stirred the murky liquid in the cauldron below. Brilliant light erupted as the water level receded, revealing a golden fluid emerging at the bottom of the cauldron, its surface etched with countless intricate, twisted inscriptions. I see it, my truth, beautiful yet chilling. A rough sound of metal scraping and the shattering of a glass bead resonated behind. Ramesses II ceased his laughter, stooping slightly, his face adorned with an enigmatic half-smile. He sensed that the entire valley was now enveloped in an impenetrable spell, preventing anyone from departing until certain conditions were met. The potion remains unfinished. And yet you are already restless? Behind him, the colossal stone sword in the hands of Zemite Luo slowly took shape, while Zhu Isi raised the empty hilt with one hand, holding it upright before her. My potion-making skills are fairly commendable. One can discern whether it is completed or not. Ah, is that so? After a brief silence, Ramesses II suddenly turned, a swirling azure flame piercing directly towards his face. Modern wave, rotting insect tide. A vast swarm of blue sacred beetles erupted from the ground beneath Ramesses II, forming a wall to shield against the inferno. The once all-consuming demonic flames dimmed as if they had encountered a formidable adversary. Just as Ramesses II's smile began to unfold, the wall of insects was abruptly cleaved in two by an invisible strike, revealing a golden-haired figure wielding an intangible blade behind it. By the way, I seem to have not seen your second pair of arms. Zhu Isi inquired suddenly, her body leaning forward as she thrust forth a spiraling fire-wreathed thrusting sword. A mysterious incantation was uttered, and a faint golden magical barrier materialized before her. As Ramesses II gazed at the dazzling sparks erupting mere inches away, a peculiar expression flickered across his grotesquely stitched visage. Second pair of arms, what do you mean? Confringo. A violent fireball detonated behind him, and witnessing the ineffectiveness of his defenses, Zemite Luo swung his giant stone sword in fury, propelling Ramesses II into the air. It's nothing. Zhu Isi was hurled backward over 10 meters by an unseen force, the ground before her appearing as if carved by invisible blades, riddled with deep and shallow scars. Could it be a spell akin to the goddess blade? Unfortunately, it was a silent incantation. Otherwise, perhaps I could have learned it. Muttering to herself, Zhu Isi leaped into the air, soaring over 10 meters, propelled by 5 rapidly extending emerald chains of magic, charging toward the airborne Ramesses II. Chapter 95. Fusion Spell Azure Spiral Shattered Skyline. Swodakvout. The clash of intangible strikes and magical chains in midair erupted into a spectacle of fiery brilliance. Ramesses II braced himself against Zhu Isi's bladeless fiery sword with his golden protective shield, their bodies crossing in the air. You are indeed the masterpiece in person. Aren't you? Ramesses II cackled madly as he rapidly recited his spell, 2 sandstorm tornadoes erupting from the ground and converging towards the descending golden-haired figure. So, who knows? Maintaining a serene smile throughout, Zhu Isi reached skyward with one hand. Sandstorm Vola, summon the sandstorm. Almost simultaneously, a gigantic tornado spiraled upwards, transforming into a massive, earthen-colored hand that mercilessly shattered the 2 tornadoes, crashing down towards Ramesses II. Boom. Tons of sand surged in a circular wave, and Ramesses II, with half of his garments torn asunder, was forced to flee amidst the onslaught of sand. He gazed in disbelief at Zhu Isi, who had also landed nearby. You've only seen it twice, and you've already mastered my spell? No, not only that, but you've even enhanced it with a transformation spell. What a joke. It's merely learning, imitating, and then surpassing. Is it really surprising? Zhu Isi calmly wielded her bladeless fiery sword, igniting a conflagration that she aimed squarely at Ramesses II's head. Have you been in slumber for so long that your mind has devolved to that of a monkey? The clash of invisible blades met another invisible blade. Zhu Isi's attack was intercepted, yet her expression remained undaunted. In the face of his astonished gaze, she recited yet another familiar incantation. Swodakvout. 10 or more intangible strikes converged from all directions towards Ramesses II, who, caught off guard, emitted a pained cry as he rolled along the ground for over 10 meters. Crashing into a massive stone, pebbles rained down like a shower as Ramses II, akin to a wild dog, struggled to rise, his pupils shaking as if an earthquake had struck. "You've even learned this spell, you cursed monster." Swish. The azure flames transformed into a vertical streak soaring skyward. As Zhu Yixi, gripping her sword hilt with one hand, appeared increasingly ethereal and divine under the firelight. Your reactions, your resilience, are anything but characteristic of the legendary sorcerer Ramses II. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Zayumite Luo burst forth from the smoke behind Ramses II, his giant stone sword crashing into his unguarded back, forcing him to kneel upon one knee. "So, who exactly are you?" Amidst the cold, serene azure sea of flames, the golden-haired figure slowly advanced from the parted flames, holding the blade-less fiery sword at an angle. "I am Ramses." Ramses II roared in rage, unleashing his magical energy to push Zayumite Luo away. A column of emerald light, as thick as an arm, illuminated the earth engulfed in fierce flames on all sides. "Avada, is this your final farewell?" Zhu Yixi shook her head, thrusting her sword against the approaching green light. With 3 rapid pulls of the trigger on the hilt, the light beam of the killing curse inexplicably shrank and faded, dissipating before contact could be made. Simultaneously, the intangible blade of the barrier morphed into a swirling, expanding spiral drill, its outer layer entwined with rolling azure flames, penetrating all that lay before it. Fusion spell azure spiral shattered skyline. Zhu Yixi sheathed her sword, remnants of blue flames swirling around her, casting one last glance behind before striding towards the cauldron at the valley center. Behind her, a colossal void over 10 meters in diameter abruptly emerged in the valley's rocky wall, revealing glimpses of the azure sky beyond. The earth alongside the cavern continued to blaze with molten gold and crimson lava. As for the so-called Ramses II, such a being had ceased to exist the moment Zhu Yixi drew her sword. Meanwhile, in a bustling medieval-style tavern, 2 individuals were engaged in a game of cards at a rudimentary table laden with chips. Crack. One of them, a young man with a bare upper body adorned with numerous golden ornaments, glanced down at his waist. A clay pot, shaped like a small person and bound by golden chains, suddenly exploded, releasing a faint, sorrowful wail into the air. "I don't quite understand. I merely awakened you unintentionally. Why go to such lengths to assist?" Across the table, a short and stout wizard adorned with a white mask casually tossed a handful of cards into the pile, speaking in a languid tone. As he spoke, he carelessly disrupted the stack of cards, wearing a countenance reminiscent of a thief caught in the act. The raven-haired youth unconsciously curled the corner of his mouth. After several millennia apart, this rascal still exhibited no sense of decorum in card play. He aspired to be a hero, and I owed him a favor. It was as simple as that. I am not one of those despicable dark wizards of this era. Honoring one's promises is inherently expected. The white-masked wizard shook his head in resignation, raking his greasy hair with his fingers. "Ramesses, I would advise you not to involve yourself too deeply in this matter. I have observed the masterpiece closely before, and this individual seems somewhat off. Merely a transcendent on the brink of awakening, possessing somewhat stronger truths." Ramesses too shook his head, non-committally responding. "Aside from that creature who went to the sun to end his life, and you, the so-called Grim Reaper, I do not believe anyone else poses a true threat to my existence." The white-masked wizard regarded him with a profound gaze, his fingers lightly tapping the table before him, producing a peculiar rhythm. "The extensive span of your life has rendered you quite arrogant, Ramesses." His voice deepened, taking on an ancient quality, as the tavern and its patrons around them gradually decayed and faded into nothingness. A mournful wind swept by, and both men rose from the desolate stony shore. For one who rebels against the divine, such arrogance is necessary. The skin of Ramesses too gradually became adorned with a multitude of black runes, and in the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in darkness, with only his eyes glowing a brilliant blue. Though still immortal, his desire to become a hero is not inherently flawed. He is worthy of joining our ranks. Allow me to offer you a final piece of advice. Leave there before the Hogwarts academic year concludes. The white-masked wizard's figure had become distorted and blurred, as if shrouded by an all-encompassing gray cloak. "The fruits of heroism are soon to ripen, and I shall depart after that." Ramesses too did not directly answer the question posed, his tone imbued with a sense of determination and tenacity. "You will regret this." The white-masked wizard sighed and turned to leave. "By the way, may I inquire about the unfortunate soul implanted with false memories? Who is it?" Ramesses too paused, clearly taken aback by the unexpected query. After a brief silence, he replied, "A minor employee of the British Ministry of Magic, the first casualty of the corporeal revival ritual. His dying wish was to become a great wizard. In compensation, I fulfilled his desire. Ah, is that so? The boy by the Nile has also become unrecognizable. In the boundless black wind, the figure of the white-masked wizard gradually dissolved. Ramesses too slowly donned a black robe, lowering his head. For the sake of defeating the divine. Any sacrifice is worthwhile. His form too distorted, he vanished like sand in the wind. Faint remnants of voices lingered in the breeze. Do you wish to receive without giving anything in return? The truly arrogant one is you. Over death. Chapter 96. Final exams do not believe in tears. In a dilapidated little room, a group of individuals gathered around a massive bed. The blood-red light gradually dissipated, revealing a naked middle-aged woman on the bed. Shumitaro trembled as he picked up a blanket and draped it over the unconscious woman. His gaze remained fixed on her face, which was both eerily unfamiliar yet strikingly familiar. With this, the blood curse is lifted. Professor Roland took a deep breath and addressed the group of professors nearby. What a sorrowful tale, yet the ending is fortuitous. Dumbledore's azure eyes were filled with complex emotions as he glanced at Snape beside him. Severus, you should have informed us sooner. If you had a way, you would have acted decades ago, wouldn't you? Severus replied matter-of-factly. Had it not been for that unheard-of elixir of reason, none could have broken the blood curse. Perhaps. A beautiful woman with long black hair surfaced in Dumbledore's mind. And he sighed deeply. Thank you, Professor Roland. Shumitaro grasped Professor Roland's hand tightly, expressing his gratitude. At that moment, he bore some semblance to a child of his age. Do not thank me. Had it not been for your defeat of the dark wizard who calls himself Ramesses II in the acquisition of the original potion corresponding to the blood curse, even I would have been at a loss. Professor Roland, unwilling to take credit, spoke with utmost seriousness. So, how long until she awakens? Albert, now restored to his true form, stood near the door, surveying the cramped structure that resembled more of a warehouse than a home. He would not have lasted a minute in such a dismal place. However, peering through the keyhole provided insight into how Shumitaro had spent the past decade. At least 5 days. The distortions in cognition and memory caused by the blood curse require time to readjust, Professor Roland pondered before offering an estimate. What a coincidence. That day coincides with the end-of-term feast at Hogwarts. Speaking of which, the exams are tomorrow, Professor McGonagall interjected suddenly. Oh. Do not utter such sorrowful words in front of the students, Minerva. Dumbledore chuckled, casting a playful glance at Albert and Shumitaro. Though, to be fair, everyone knows that the two young wizards present are unlikely to feel any pressure regarding the exams. Albert was destined to score no less than full marks, while the likes of Shumitaro could remain unfazed even with a score of 0. In a certain sense, this bears resemblance to Pava, yet fundamentally, they are entirely different. Shumitaro is indifferent to the opinions and judgments of others, whereas Pava is simply shameless. This little witch embodies the hedonistic attitude of someone who only strives to learn when faced with dire circumstances, repeatedly falling victim to her own misjudgments yet returning each year as if resetting again. In short, she possesses the uncanny ability to forget past lessons while recalling only the indulgences. Amidst a cacophony of lamentations, the final examinations at Hogwarts commenced. The atmosphere within the castle was notably oppressive, particularly as a group of students congregated in the classroom, heads bowed over their theoretical assessments. Professors McGonagall and Snape took turns patrolling the examination hall. Even in the absence of overt scrutiny, an intangible pressure caused many young witches and wizards, who had prepared a few contrivances in advance, to silently abandon their reckless plans and behave themselves. The quills designated for the examination were specially crafted, imbued with anti-cheating enchantments. A unique magic purportedly exclusive to Hogwarts, nearly warranting a patent. Even Albert had to forsake his accustomed fountain pen, adapting to the quill with some discomfort. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composure, his vigorous writing style prompting fellow candidates to express their trepidation at the prospect of competing against him. Yet a small faction of students whispered their good fortune, subtly shifting their desks closer in an attempt to steal glances at his undoubtedly correct answers. But such antics could hardly escape the watchful eyes of the professors. Thus, the first unfortunate soul soon emerged. Miss Satania, I presume your exam paper is not with Mr. Grindelwald? Professor McGonagall observed Pava, trembling like a leaf, from her elevated position, resembling a true malevolent spirit. Should this happen again, you may leave the examination hall. Astonishingly. Upon hearing this, Pava's expression shifted from alarm to relief. So I don't have to take the exam? Oh no. After everyone has vacated the school for the holidays, you will remain behind to complete your examination. Woe is me setting aside the turmoil instigated by Pava. The majority of young witches and wizards refocused their attention on the exam papers. The good news was that most questions were derived from their regular coursework. The bad news was that while they recalled having learned the content, the answers eluded them, a truly lamentable predicament. As the lengthy theoretical examination concluded, it swiftly transitioned to the practical assessments. Unsurprisingly, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall served as examiners for various subjects. Professor Flitwick's task for Albert required a paper figure to perform a tap dance across a pair of chopsticks placed atop a stack of books. It is worth mentioning that this was meant for third-year students, yet it proved rather simplistic for Albert, not wishing to stand out excessively. Albert initially aimed for a modest pass, but soon noticed the expectant gaze of his housemaster. Beside him, Professor McGonagall also observed with curiosity. Oh dear. This might not bode well, he thought. Ultimately unable to resist the housemaster's wishes, Albert sighed silently and slowly waved his wand. In response, 8 paper figures began a synchronized performance, executing acrobatics and somersaults as they traversed the chopstick bridge, culminating in a circus rendition of Swan Lake. They concluded with a backflip, spinning thrice before landing gracefully atop the pile of books, bowing slowly to the audience. Following a brief silence, applause erupted like a tidal wave. Professor McGonagall, unexpectedly dazzled by the display, did not heighten her expectations of Albert, but, treating him equally to the other first-year students, instructed him to transform the toad before him into a teapot. Albert, without even waving his wand, transformed the toad into an oversized short-nosed teapot, which was adorned with an exaggeratedly illustrated, self-animated map of Hogwarts. This map displayed in real time the names and coordinates of several professors who were actively present at key locations. Accepting Professor McGonagall's enthusiastic praise with a smile, Albert gradually withdrew his gaze from the surface of the teapot. Just moments ago, he had noticed that Professor Rowland's name had flickered briefly before inexplicably appearing in an office on the 3rd floor. Alongside it was a name he had not anticipated. His silvery eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 97. Found you. Having swiftly concluded the potion examination, Albert gently tapped on the door of an office on the 3rd floor. The previously rustling sounds within suddenly ceased, followed by the voice of Professor Rowland inviting him in. Albert pushed open the door and slowly entered the office. Professor Rowland was tidying up by the floor-to-ceiling window, where a row of antiquated books was neatly arranged on the desk, alongside a large suitcase that had been enchanted with a seamless extension spell. Professor Rowland, what are you up to? Albert appeared to be searching for something as he glanced around and inquired. Ah, Albert, Professor Rowland greeted him with a smile, lifting his head. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I must depart today. Tomorrow, Professor Snape will conduct the examination for the defense against the dark arts class in my stead. I have left some research materials with Albus. He has been summoned to Wisingamot and is expected to return tomorrow. You may inquire about the specifics then. I see, Albert replied, lowering his gaze to the titles of the books on the table, casually reading a few names: The Dark Arts of the Undead, The Blood of Heroes, and The Origin of the Blood Pact, and The Curse of Blood. Your interests seem quite extensive, he remarked with a hint of a smile. With his back to Albert, Professor Rowland paused in his packing, the motion slowing considerably as he remained silent for over 10 seconds. Finally, he spoke in a deliberately casual tone. Having suffered greatly at the hands of a mummy, I found it necessary to assist Madame Pomfrey in breaking a curse. So I have dedicated some time to research in this area. I understand. Albert nodded in sudden realization, then as if recalling something, muttered to himself, speaking of which, there is indeed an exam today, yet I have not seen Zyumitro at all. Do you know where he might be? I haven't encountered him today either. Professor Rowland set down his suitcase and slowly turned around. The two exchanged glances, sharing a quiet laugh. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as the outer wall of Hogwarts erupted as if struck by tons of dynamite. Professor Rowland gracefully descended to the ground, his suitcase rapidly shrinking and vanishing into the inner pocket of his robe. Above him, Albert descended the transparent staircase, looking down with a frosty expression. I fail to comprehend what has incited your suspicion, Frank Rowland inquired, frowning as he drew his wand. Due to the examination, the entire faculty and student body were congregated in another part of the castle, rendering their current location eerily desolate and empty. However, such a commotion would surely attract others sooner or later. Suspicion? Huh? Albert retorted coldly. Unfortunately, I previously employed a certain surname spell, and guess what happened? Your name and Zyumitro's appeared almost simultaneously in the office. If my memory serves me right, Hogwarts has no means of apparition, does it? How terrifying. You are destined to become a great wizard, Frank Rowland remarked, half in admiration and half in astonishment, before unhesitatingly preparing to apparate. It was unclear what trick he had employed to circumvent Hogwarts' restrictions on apparition, a feat even Voldemort at his zenith had been unable to achieve. Where do you think you're running off to? Albert scoffed, brandishing his wand to unleash a vast spiral drill, only to have it thwarted by a somewhat familiar golden shield. Was that person merely an illusion that day? Albert surged towards Roland, while two dark green magical chains erupted from the void beside him, darting forward. I wondered why only the water of rationality remained. I did not find the so-called truth potion. Truth potion? Such a thing has never existed. Roland laughed heartily, raising his wand to summon two massive hands composed of countless blue scarab beetles from his sides, effectively intercepting Albert's death sentence. His figure began to distort and shatter, vanishing from sight. Bang! In the black forest of Albania, Roland appeared in a valley adjacent to a small lake, awkwardly emerging onto a hillside adorned with a riot of blooming flowers. Not far from him, two rectangular stone monuments stood in the open ground, entwined with layers of dark gray chains. Beneath the monuments, Ramses II, his skin cloaked in mysterious runes of pitch black, slowly lowered a nearly 2-meter-long black stone cone and turned to look. He had been discovered just as he was about to leave, but fortunately he had at least managed to carry away the last fruit of his labor. As he spoke, Roland restored his suitcase to its original state, pulling out two unconscious figures, Shumiter and his mother. Ramses II remained silent for a moment, then waved his wrist adorned with golden bangles. The two were simultaneously propelled towards the monuments, ensnared by the sinuous chains. Shumiter was nearing completion. Next, through despair and the remnants of controlling truth, he would allow the bloodline to spiral out of control, successfully extracting the truth of the hero. 15 years had passed, and in retrospect, Roland mused he had indeed been cruel. He sighed, his expression complex as he gazed at the mother and son on the monument. To gain the power to resist the gods, such sacrifices were trivial. Ramses II coldly activated the preset spell, and a colossal magic circle, adorned with golden patterns, slowly emerged across the valley floor. Or do you regret it? He inquired. No, even if I had to do it all over again, I would choose the same path. Roland replied, shaking his head with resolute conviction. If everything we possess is merely a plaything for the gods, I shall not relinquish any opportunity to become a hero of the sorcerers. A hero of humanity, he corrected. You are right. I was narrow-minded, Roland agreed, nodding vigorously as he turned his gaze to the gradually awakening Shumiter and his mother. In contrast to his still-dazed mother, Shumiter had comprehended everything, his eyes turning blood red as he struggled fiercely, howling in fury. Roland, Beowulf, Angelica, I do not expect your forgiveness. Roland bowed deeply and, without hesitation, inscribed the names Angelica and Beowulf along with the word murder in 3 lines upon his own skin with a dagger inscribed with magical runes. As the special spell took effect, this near-deforming tattoo became permanently imprinted on his face. Regardless of the reasons, I have committed an unforgivable crime. From this day forth, I shall bear the weight of your lives every single day until the day I perish in battle. Roland raised his hands, his expression solemn and devout, proclaiming, But it is all worth it. I shall reclaim the lost power of Beowulf, allowing the truth of over-hero to endure in this era. I shall become a hero. No sooner had he spoken than Ramses II, as if sensing something, suddenly shouted, Roland, watch your back. Almost simultaneously, a target-like mark suddenly appeared on Roland's back. Following this, the space behind him shattered, and a ghostly green magical chain shot forth, wrapping tightly around his waist. A chilling voice gradually echoed, Found you. Chapter 98. Let the blood of heroes begin to flow. This is impossible. Roland spun around abruptly, facing the gradually clarifying silver-haired figure at the other end of the chain. The unmistakable effect of illusionary shifting lingered around him. There are many things you do not understand, Albert said as he descended, his gaze shifting between Roland and the pitch-black figure beside him. His ability to track Roland's coordinates was indeed thanks to the task he had completed earlier, shattering the truth. Task: shatter the truth requirements, complete the truth potion concoction, and eliminate the truth adherent in the Windmill Flower Valley 5 days hence. Reward: Level 1 Lottery Ticket X1. Bloodstained Doll. Among the rewards, the bloodstained doll was a tattered rabbit toy, the specifics of its use still eluding Albert. As for the Level 1 Lottery Ticket, he had already utilized it. Skill: Magical Sniper lock onto enemies within sight range and launch a compressed magical projectile at them. Indeed, it resembled a certain version of a one-cost card sniper skill from a popular game. The power of this skill was not particularly high, but its self-locking and targeting effects were invaluable. With Albert's control, he could entirely replace the second segment of the skill, the compressed magical projectile, with other spells. Theoretically, once locked on, even if the target fled to the ends of the earth, they would still bear the brunt of Albert's subsequent magical attacks. Just as before, Albert had executed his death sentence skill after locking onto Roland, utilizing the linking capability of death sentence to connect 3 times with illusionary shifting, ultimately tracking Roland's whereabouts. Describing the operation was already quite complex. Executing it was an entirely different matter. Yet, for a non-human genius like Albert, it was merely a routine operation, even if it was his first attempt at such a combination. Although he had anticipated complications, the unfolding of events had indeed exceeded expectations. Ramses II stepped forward, not glancing back, stating, "I will hold off the masterpiece. You go complete the ritual. Then I leave it to you." Roland nodded tightly, hurrying towards the center of the magic circle where Schumacher and his mother lay. "You will not have your way," Albert frowned, raising his hand to unleash 2 completely invisible spiral projectiles. However, this assault was swiftly intercepted by 2 equally unseen slashes. "Same words back to you." Ramses II grasped the air with one hand, a massive staff resembling a scepter gradually materializing in his grasp, observing the intricate ancient Egyptian inscriptions upon it. Albert began to grasp Ramses II's identity. Ramses II? Clearly, is it not? Having already encountered one counterfeit, who could be certain? Before he could finish, both uttered incantations simultaneously, torrents of spells cascading like barrages from either side, completely engulfing everything within sight. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Roland bowed his head, arranging various strange body parts within a diamond-shaped magic circle at the center. "Please, spare us, even if it is just Beowulf." A woman's mournful voice resonated from behind, causing Roland to halt abruptly. "Has she awakened? Your life is truly unfortunate, Angelica. You could have evaded that immense despair by simply dying in your slumber. He's your child too. Spare him." "That is impossible." Roland turned, a sharp black stone cone in hand, his expression sorrowful. As the new millennium approached, per the initial accord with him, a new deity was set to arrive in this world, and this planet would mercilessly descend equal destruction. Yet the only transcenders capable of resisting had perished in the wars prior, leaving only a fraction alive. Dumbledore was indeed great, but he remained merely immortal. We required stronger truths to dismantle the gods. Roland turned to look at the silenced Schumacher. Slowly speaking, you and your mother are the last 2 bloodlines of the legendary first hero, Beowulf, through the stimulation of the blood curse. The density of your bloodline has reached a level of ancestral return, allowing you to inherit the power known as Overhero at any moment. Yet, regrettably, I have not perceived the qualifications and determination that match that heroic strength within you. It is quite possible that you may be consumed by truth, leading to a new catastrophe. Thus, I pondered, why not take it upon myself? Let me become the hero of the next war between gods and men, dismembering the deity that has arrived in the world after civilization and magic. With a loud proclamation, Roland raised the stone spike in his hand and pierced through the chest of Taro's mother, under her incredulous gaze. The light in the woman's eyes gradually faded, blood pooling at her feet until her head completely drooped. In that instant, a frenzied golden pattern spread across Schumacher's body, his muscles swelling as he broke free from the curse, attempting to draw closer to Roland, change trailing behind him. "I sense your despair and fury. It is commendable, yet still insufficient." Roland produced a crystal stone, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns, and crushed it in his hand, with the final power of over-control. "Let me assist you." As his wand traced a circle in the air, Roland reverently declared, "Unleash the last bloodline of Beowulf." A blinding golden light shot skyward, shattering the chains that bound Schumacher and the stone tablet. Taro, now nearly 4 meters tall, gradually rose, his eyes gleaming in gold and crimson. Golden patterns began to emerge on his surface, transforming into various symbols and languages, yet their meanings were uniformly singular. Overhero. With that, Roland removed his black robe, revealing his bare body pierced by countless iron chains and spikes. Almost simultaneously, the seemingly uncontrollable Taro teleported above Roland, his massive fist, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave akin to a meteor, was poised to crush him. "Let the blood of heroes flow back," Roland intoned. "The blood of the child ultimately returns to the source of the father." With a resounding crash, the iron chains and spikes melted into molten iron, cascading over Roland's body as he endured excruciating pain, raising his skeletal arms. In the next moment, Taro's attack descended, shattering the ground beneath him. Amidst the rising dust and the sound of metal colliding with flesh, Taro was sent flying, shrinking back to 2 meters, the sensation of heroic blood coursing through his veins. Roland, now nearly 5 meters tall, stepped forward, his body rippling with muscles akin to marble. His surface was inscribed with the radiant letters of Overhero, resembling golden adornments from a distance. Chapter 99, The Great Extinction and Overreign Stand Down. Masterpiece. As fellow bearers of truth, we need not be enemies. Amidst the overwhelming torrent of magic, Ramses II continually flickered in midair, evading the spiraling drills that fell like rain. You must have learned about the truth and the transcendent beings, he stated. So, what of it? Albert raised his wand, stirring the vortex of magic above. Summoning a colossal dragon's head composed entirely of blue flames, which engulfed the two approaching sandstorm tornadoes. The truth, akin to a law. And the special group of transcendent beings capable of wielding its power, does that truly concern a mere novice wizard like him? Yet, since enmity had been established, it was imperative to eradicate the root. The residual flames transformed into elongated spears of fire under the influence of the spiral spell, striking Ramses II squarely in the chest. Unsurprisingly, he was sent flying. Is there a drill concealed within that fierce fire? Ramses II steadied himself in midair, glancing down at the golden cracks that marred his dark chest. Are you not curious about the origins of this so-called truth? Does it even matter? Albert continued his relentless assault, 3 void wheels shooting from behind him, only to be shattered by a massive hand of the sandstorm. In terms of both power and resilience, it far surpassed Albert and the previous impostors. One cannot help but commend the original. After all, he represented the genesis of humanity in all biological history. Noticing Albert had temporarily halted his offensive, Ramses II seized the moment, hastening his words. Long ago, there existed an unknowable entity referred to as He, who forged a covenant with the earliest intelligent race on Earth. Bestowing upon them infinite possibilities came at the cost of unleashing a deity every 2 millennia to initiate a great extinction. The past remains shrouded in obscurity. Yet in 2000 B.C., humanity, as the new sovereign of this world, triumphed over the invading deity civilization for the first time. From its remains, truths encompassing death, heroism, and technology were dissected, giving rise to the first batch of truth-bearers. Then, in the subsequent 2 millennia, the second deity of magic was defeated and dismantled, birthing the very concept of magic, leading to the emergence of various spellcasters, including wizards, for the first time in history. Yet the cost was high. The transcendent beings accumulated over the previous 2 millennia were nearly obliterated, most succumbing to grievous injuries or falling into an interminable slumber. It appears Ramses II falls into the latter category. Does it not? Albert's expression remained unchanged, yet his mind raced with rapid thoughts. Ramses II gazed earnestly at Albert and said, I have awakened too late. Only 10 years remain until the arrival of the third deity. Time is of the essence, and we must exhaust every means to enhance our combat strength, which includes reclaiming lost truths and nurturing the transcendent beings of a new era. We offered that child an opportunity, but his character proved too flawed. Ramses II looked into the distance. The entirety of the bloodline's power had been transferred to Roland, leaving Shumatero nearly unable to stand. With a mere flick, he was cast to the ground, never to rise again. Power can only be wielded by the strong, though harsh. It is an unavoidable reality. As he spoke, on the ground, Roland, towering at 5 meters with hair transformed from gray to a fiery crimson, gazed down at the boy, who had shrunk to under 1.60 meters. Enough, this ends here. Observing Shumatero's futile struggles, he shook his head and raised an arm adorned with intricate golden patterns. A colossal sword forged entirely of golden red flames slowly pointed toward Shumatero's chest. I am truly sorry, but this is merely a choice born of helplessness. Rest now, child. As the flaming sword descended, a massive brown figure suddenly intervened between the two. What? Roland stared in shock as the sword pierced the creature's chest. Despite the fatal wound, the creature clung desperately to Shumatero. Equally stunned was Shumatero, who could only gaze blankly at the spreading crimson on the creature's brown skin, utterly devoid of thought. Isn't it better to willingly invoke the blood curse and perish in human form, Angelica? Roland lamented as he covered his face, tears streaming down. What have I done? Yet he could not halt, he could not pause. In the next moment, Roland swung the flaming sword with ferocity, engulfing the creature that had once been Angelica, along with Shumatero, in an ever-expanding sea of flames. After vanquishing the deity, I shall immediately take my own life in atonement for what I owe you both. Muttering to himself, Roland turned to face the two figures suspended in the air. So, what is your masterpiece? Ramses II inquired gravely. Without an immediate response, Albert stared distantly at the engulfed Shumatero and his mother, pondering deeply before lifting his head once more, his gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I believe it is best for you both to perish here. Terrifying magical energy instantaneously transformed into a curse, and a spiraling blue flame sword pierced through the skies toward Ramses II. Fused spell, Azure Spiral, rupture of the skyline. I regret this, Ramses II sighed deeply, not flinching. In an instant, Roland's towering figure appeared in midair, his corporeal form effortlessly blocking the attack that had once obliterated the false Ramses II. Fully activating the overhero powers, Roland became nearly immune to all magical assaults. In many respects, he was indeed the bane of wizards. Even Dumbledore or Voldemort at their peak would find themselves overshadowed by Roland's current state. However, there lingered the uncertainty of how long this state could endure. After your demise, we shall make good use of your truth, masterpiece, Ramses II declared, as his skin glimmered, an intricate network of dark patterns transforming into countless radiant golden characters. Without exception, they conveyed a singular meaning. Overreign, all for the future of humanity. Chapter 100. Kogas, they belong to you. Overreign indeed. Albert continually evaded the sandstorm spears descending from above, quietly speculating about the prowess of Ramses II. The transcendent being seemed to possess a peculiar ability linked to truth. A power that, in some respects, surpassed magic and occupied a higher echelon. A moment's inattention could lead to a disastrous downfall. Bang! Out of the corner of his eye, a golden red afterimage flashed by, prompting Albert to swiftly conjure 3 layers of protective barriers around himself. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal fist penetrated through them entirely, propelling him over 10 meters away. His innate magical immunity, the intrinsic dispelling effect of his attacks, and an alarming resistance to physical harm made him a formidable opponent. How could one possibly slay such a creature? The murky ancient Egyptian incantation of royal command, divine offering echoed from a distance as Ramses II brandished his staff, shattering a ceramic figurine at his waist. From the ground behind him, a 20-meter-tall giant of sand gradually rose. The giant's face bore an expression of anguish, and upon being summoned, it roared towards Ramses II. Ramses, after a millennium, do you still not recognize reality, Imhotep? Ramses II, lacking even the interest to glance back, calmly replied, nonetheless, it matters not. Continue atoning for your transgressions. The words overreign floated from above the staff, transforming into a beam of light that entered the body of the giant known as Imhotep. Subsequently, it completely lost its sense of self and began to stride towards Albert, swinging its arms with menacing intent. Albert instinctively attempted to perform the disillusionment charm, only to realize that he could not cast it normally, likely due to Roland's deployment of an anti-disillusionment spell. How aggressive these 2 old codgers are. Albert steadied himself mid-air and retrieved a crystal from his pocket, which served as a key. As his index finger glowed with magical energy, he traced the final line of intricate patterns upon it. The immense pressure of over 6,000 meters of seawater surged forth from the crystal in an instant, devastating half of the sandstorm giant's body. Can the key be utilized in such a manner? Ramses II, having grasped the principle behind this technique, remarked with a sense of awe, indeed. It's as formidable as a monster, a true masterpiece by Albert Grindelwald. At that moment, Roland's massive form loomed behind Albert, a colossal sword of twisted flames, condensed from the fire spell, transfiguration, and some form of acceleration magic, mercilessly descended towards Albert's head. He was no novice like the young wizards of Mithro. Both his spellcasting prowess and mental state had reached the pinnacle of human capability. In other words, a moment's inattention could lead to death. As the death sentence was pronounced, 2 chains of magical energy erupted from the ground, aiming to bind Roland's arms. However, upon making contact with the surface emblazoned with the words overhero, they shattered into countless emerald fragments, scattering through the air. A hero cannot be hindered. Roland's voice resonated like thunder as he swung his sword with all his might. Such audacity from a mere murderer, Albert retorted coldly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The massive sword fell where he had stood, creating a tremendous crater. While Roland looked around in bewilderment, this was impossible. He had clearly cast the anti-disillusionment spell, so why could Albert still? Meanwhile, within the belly of a colossal void beast, Albert scrutinized the precarious barrier surrounding him, silently calculating the time left. He could endure for another 12 seconds. He needed to prepare a decisive strike before Kogas could expel him. This tactic of devouring oneself to hide within an alternate dimension could only be executed a few more times before it would be seen through, as the coordinates fundamentally remained unchanged. Albert crossed his arms, swiftly consolidating the information gleaned from the recent battle in his mind. Roland was momentarily beyond his reach. The guaranteed effect of the death sentence spell was ineffective against him, yet it appeared that Ramses II was not immune to such an attack. hence he remained at a considerable distance. The summoned sandstorm giant had consumed one of his clay jars, and with 5 still hanging from his waist, he theoretically had the capacity to summon 4 more creatures. As he pondered this, Albert suddenly lifted his head, a ghostly blue magical light flickering in his silvery eyes. The time had come. No sooner had he spoken than a radiant light ignited before him, and he materialized above the gaping pit that was ablaze with fierce flames. Before Roland, who had his back turned, could react, Albert unleashed the spiral spell, soaring upwards and instantly confronting Ramses II. The same coordinates, so that was how he was obstructed. Following the command, the sandstorm giant expressionlessly turned to the side. The remaining half of its colossal form disintegrated, transforming into over a dozen skeletal soldiers composed of yellow sand, brandishing an array of weapons as they hurled themselves at Albert. Duccio, the shrinking spell. Albert's body abruptly shrank to less than the size of a fist, weaving through the gaps of the yellow sand soldiers before reverting to his normal stature. Such a degree of transformation is perilously dangerous. And even Albert was merely making a desperate attempt. Fortunately, his performance under pressure proved commendable. As Albert approached, the right eye of Ramses II twitched violently, sensing an ominous and lethal threat. Instinctively, he conjured a resplendent golden magical barrier around his exterior, only to notice a crimson target mark suddenly materializing on his abdomen. This was dire. Almost simultaneously, for dark green chains shot forth from the void behind Albert, entirely disregarding Ramses II's protective shield, and linked to the target mark on his belly with fragmented, ethereal particles. At the other end of the chains, the void shattered, revealing a glimpse of purple-red flesh within. An irresistible force caused Ramses II's expression to shift dramatically. After traversing millennia, the familiar experience of impending death returned to this body, which had been restored less than 3 months ago. He could not allow himself to be dragged into death. Without hesitation, he crushed the 4 remaining clay pots at his waist. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed upwards, transforming into 4 indistinct figures imbued with immense magical power, while the target mark on Ramses II's abdomen dispersed onto their chests. However, before they could fully manifest, the magical chains forged from the decree of death ensnared them all without exception. A sigh of regret escaped Albert as he crossed his arms and vigorously swung them backward. The fusion spell, Planet Devourer, was unleashed. Meanwhile, in an unknown dimension, a void creature comparable in size to a blue whale exulted. Within its vast stomach, green glowing markers flickered to life, as the 4 smoke-wreathed humanoid monsters were drawn from the realm of reality, appearing instantaneously within the creature's belly. Kogas, they're yours. A cold voice reverberated through the void. Accompanied by Kogas's responding roar, an endless surge of void energy flooded into the stomach, completely engulfing the bewildered smoke monsters. Chapter 101. The true face of Albert, the 4th deity arrives on Earth. What have you done? In the valley, Ramses II, having narrowly escaped calamity, gasped for breath while casting a suspicious gaze at the equally fatigued Albert in the distance. To draw those 4 monsters into Kogas's belly, Albert had nearly exhausted all his magical energy. Now, he needed to devise a means to buy time to recover his strength and magic. As Albert was about to utter a few nonsensical words, an enormous fist struck his back from the side with tremendous force. There was no chance of escape. Albert was propelled like a cannonball into the distant mountainside. Without granting him a moment to breathe, his opponent was deliberately stalling for time. Due to his incredible speed, Roland's figure gradually came into focus, only to become distorted and vague again, transforming into a high-velocity line racing toward Albert's landing point. The previous assault might have been fatal to the majority of wizards, but certainly not to Albert. He was a true monstrosity. How merciless, Professor Roland? As the swirling dust was dispersed by the wind, Albert slowly rose to his feet. The protective barrier surrounding him had been shattered significantly. Yet it had managed to absorb the impact of that fist. Relying solely on magic proved insufficient. With a swift motion of his left hand, Albert retrieved 2 metallic bullets from the pocket at his waist and tossed them before him. At the moment the shrinking spell was lifted, the bullets expanded dramatically, morphing into large, pointed projectiles hovering in front of him. A crimson target mark gradually emerged in his silvery eyes. Uranium alloy stabilizing armor-piercing shells, the latest unimplemented military technology, began to spin rapidly, generating visible red flames due to the intense friction with the air. With an initial velocity of 1,450 meters per second, the moment he finished speaking, the 2 armor-piercing rounds vanished from their original position simultaneously. Roland, moving at high speed, was suddenly met with a cataclysmic roar, as if the world itself were collapsing, and was launched away by an unseen colossal force. The sheer physical impact instantly tore through his skin, sending him hurtling dozens of meters into the air. Before the kinetic energy could fully convert to gravitational potential, he was struck by the second incoming armor-piercing shell. Boom! As the smoke cleared, a battered Roland lay amidst a heap of rubble, bloodied and marred by charred flesh, with glimpses of his interior bones shimmering with a brilliant golden light. Yet, despite his gruesome state, the flashing inscription of "Over-Hero" on his surface indicated that his wounds were healing at an astonishingly visible rate, and he would likely be restored to full health in under a minute. Truly terrifying. Would this not cost you your life? Albert sighed softly, expressing a sense of regret. What a pity that the IAEA prohibits the trade of nuclear materials in the civilian sector, and the United States has specific wizard oversight. Otherwise, what should strike you now would be a small fission bomb. Ramses II, unfamiliar with the concept of a fission bomb, felt an involuntary chill run through his body upon hearing the name. This was a response bordering on instinct. He could not allow this masterpiece a moment's respite. This adversary had too many tricks up his sleeve. Thus, Ramses II wasted no time in casting another spell. Countless mummies, composed of shifting sands, emerged from the ground, each tethered to Ramses II's scepter by a golden thread. If one were to magnify the scene, they would discover that these threads were inscribed with runes spelling over rain. This extensive summoning was not Ramses II's typical method of combat, but with his most capable four subordinates incapacitated by Albert's unknown means. He was left with no choice but to resort to these hastily conjured mummies for combat strength, taking advantage of the troublesome foe's momentary vulnerability. He planned to eliminate the softer targets first. Let us deal with the easier ones while the troublesome adversary remains incapacitated, Albert muttered to himself, aiming his wand toward Ramses II. The mark of magical sniping reappeared on his chest. Here it comes again. What could this bizarre ability, comparable to truth itself, truly signify? Without hesitation, Ramses II unleashed a silent spell, his form dissolving into a swirling cloud of yellow sand. Yet it proved futile. In the next instant, Albert instinctively directed his gaze towards a particular direction. The chest of a sand mummy began to reveal the target mark. Albert raised his right thumb, releasing an armor-piercing shell that gradually expanded in size. Before the projectile could reach the ground, it shot forth with a violent force, propelled by the spiral incantation, aimed directly at the ensnared mummy. Damn it, is it truly ineffective? The visage of the mummy had yet to fully transform into that of Ramses II. And along with it, dozens of mummies in its path were obliterated and pierced by the terrifying shells. It is futile. All the mummies here are under my dominion, their numbers continually multiplying. You cannot extinguish my creation. The voice of Ramses II echoed from all directions, accompanied by the whistling of shells as they shattered yet another cluster of mummies. Albert found himself at a loss against the seemingly immortal Ramses II, contemplating a strategic retreat after a moment's thought. He was not a reckless fool, rather than engaging in a reckless battle. He preferred to meticulously analyze his opponent before making a decisive strike. Moreover, a crucial factor loomed over him. Roland was on the verge of completion. Soon, he would face the combined onslaught of two transcendent beings, a challenge he did not yet feel prepared to meet. You think you can escape? A face still marked by burn scars, Roland suddenly landed before Albert. The latter frowned, abandoning his intention to flee by flight. Instead, he began to connect the chains of his death sentence spell to a predetermined marker hidden within Hogwarts. Almost simultaneously, an eerie sensation surged from deep within him. Instinctively, he sought to erect a barrier, but as a torrent of fine yellow sand erupted from his mouth, nose, and even the pores of his skin, he realized he had seemingly lost control over his own body. You're not the only one trying to buy time. Ramses II approached the motionless Albert, extending a hand with a calm demeanor. The yellow sand twisted around Albert's form, morphing into countless letters spelling over rain, visibly coalescing into bandages that gradually enveloped him. To infiltrate and dominate your body, I have invested a full 10 minutes, nearly exhausting 90% of my own truth. This far exceeds the time and cost of creating any mummy before. Yet, he mused, it was still worthwhile. In the blink of an eye, Albert was entirely transformed into a mummy, bound by bandages with only the upper half of his face exposed. Coldly gazing at Ramses II and Roland, Albert remained silent, accepting his defeat with tranquility. He had not anticipated that the opponent's attack could penetrate the human form, thus he felt no shame in his loss. However, before Ramses II could finish his thought, an immense surge of magical energy suddenly emanated from Albert, coalescing into a small blue figure. Let go of Al! The diminutive Quinn shouted, furiously waving her sewing needle, sending a burst of magic crashing into Ramses II's chest. In terms of raw magical power, it was formidable, but regrettably, Magic is a deeply subjective and idealistic force. Gwen lacked the requisite malice and intent to kill, rendering her efforts futile. Realizing this, the little one tucked away her needle and furiously swung her tiny fists, yet still, it was in vain. A guardian spirit? How peculiar. I can sense a soul's presence. Ramses II appraised the tiny Gwen, a slight frown crossing his brow. Such a noisy little one. He raised a finger, aiming it at her. Roland sighed, turning his head away in pity. After all, he had once been a teacher to both Albert and Gwen. Stop. As Ramses II prepared to strike Gwen, Albert, who had seemingly surrendered, suddenly contorted his expression into one of rage, magical energy surging violently from his being. How strange that you, of all people, would care for another individual. Just a guardian spirit. In the next moment, a beam of concentrated magic pierced through Gwen's form, her broken body dissolving into azure magic that scattered like butterflies in every direction. Ramses! Albert roared, his mouth agape as he attempted to conjure a compressed spell. But in the following second, the yellow sand bandages completely enveloped his face. A terrifying tremor erupted from the still figure of the mummy. Yet it ultimately failed to break the seemingly delicate bindings. Within mere seconds, all fell silent. Let us depart. In approximately 6 months, absolute conquest should be achieved. Ramses II turned his back on the mummy, striding towards the valley's exit, his gaze tinged with regret yet brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. He will become our sharpest blade against the gods. Roland silently nodded, his peripheral vision catching sight of 2 charred bodies, one large and one small, obscured in the distant flames, sighing deeply. We shall undoubtedly prevail. Certainly. Suddenly, an explosive wave of energy erupted from behind them, causing both to halt in astonishment. Turning to face the source, a figure, adorned with intricate silver patterns, stood amidst a billowing surge of silvery gray energy, a vaguely discernible face gazing blankly upward. Awakened at this moment, truth, Ramses II sensed a formidable challenge ahead, gripping his staff tightly as he scrutinized the myriad twisting patterns adorning the figure's body. Over reality. The two, upon deciphering the meaning of those words, gasped in unison. Is this truth far too powerful? Yet, in the next heartbeat, something even more horrifying transpired. Countless fissures spread across the figure's form, and Albert's entire body shattered like porcelain. From an abyss of boundless darkness, a taller, slender figure began to rise. Lacking facial features and expression, its nearly transparent body was filled with countless luminous points, reminiscent of the stars in the universe. The once dominant silver patterns twisted and morphed. And after several breaths, the original over-dissolved completely, replaced by a dense array of 4 and increasingly prominent reality. What a jest! This cannot be real. As the realization struck him, Ramses II, who had maintained his composure until now, shattered in a fit of rage. His face contorted with a terror and despair even Roland could not comprehend. How could this be? It's utterly absurd. In the next instant, the distorted figure slowly opened a pair of pure white eyes, revealing a multitude of spiral patterns that began to spread violently, like ripples across water. Within a 10-kilometer radius, mountains, forests, earth, and everything else began to twist and fade under the influence of an irresistible force. Earth Year 1990, June 23, 12:12 p.m. The fourth divine reality arrived on Earth 5 months ahead of schedule, in May 2009. Chapter 102, The Former Me in a Distant Point Along the River of Time. A nebulous orb of silver light stood within a collapsing singularity, quietly observing the universe disintegrating before it. The life within this universe had failed to fulfill its covenant with the Creator, leading to its destruction. Ah, little reality, you have worked hard, the Creator's voice echoed suddenly, prompting the orb to lift its head, ready to receive the next command. Do not be so serious. Smile a little, little reality, smile for me. Smile? How's that done? It could not comprehend, remaining stationary in a state of waiting. Ah, you are indeed quite rigid. You know, in the new novel I'm writing, a character like you is sure to be mere cannon fodder. Ever heard of Voldemort? With a snap, he would devour you whole. The Creator rambled on, seemingly eager for conversation. Voldemort? What is that? A book called Harry Potter. I suggest you take a look during your leisure time. A book? A novel? Regarding the fictitious. There lies little interest. They cannot exchange the tokens of fate to augment their own power. Oh, do not be so obstinate. It is indeed fascinating. And the information contained within may prove useful to you in the future, the Creator remarked meaningfully. 3 epochs later, it entered the River of Time, beginning its journey to the next destination. After obliterating the world known as the Land of Runes, it could afford a brief respite. The next world awaiting trial or annihilation would commence its reckoning 2 millennia hence. A certain entity would arrive earlier, though deemed a failure. For the vast majority of life forms, it would still be a catastrophic disaster. Boom. A violet red beam, several kilometers in diameter, suddenly erupted from the shadow of a red giant star, instantly piercing the illusory body of reality. The sudden onslaught, which had revealed not a trace until impact, nearly extinguished one-third of reality's form. An enemy? Reality instantaneously locked onto the target concealed within the shadow of the red giant. Within a high-quality singularity, a purple, bald humanoid lurked, its internal energy surpassing even its own. It is worth noting that each time deities arrive in a new world, they become exceedingly weakened due to the incompatibility of loss. However, as they gradually adapt to the new world's rules, they can grow at an astonishing rate beyond biological comprehension, even rewriting the rules of the new world in turn. The laws here are somewhat peculiar, perhaps due to proximity to the land of runes. The rate of analysis is far more arduous than in other worlds, making entanglement with the adversary unnecessary. Once the analysis and restoration of power are complete, such a being poses no threat. Just as these thoughts crossed its mind, a colossal claw, capable of obscuring the heavens, suddenly seized a dying star from the heavens, traversing millions of light years to strike reality. In the fragmented cosmos, a phantom of a cerulean dragon flickered into view. Material structure compromised by 98. 73. Core truth sealed. Searching nearby worlds. Target locked on carbon-based life forms of inferior civilization. Space-time transmission initiated. In a flash of white light, the essence of reality completely dissipated amidst the cosmic explosion spanning hundreds of galaxies. Upon regaining consciousness, reality beheld heaps of debris and a gray, overcast sky. It attempted to move but found itself utterly immobilized. Through a murky puddle on the ground, it caught a glimpse of its present form, a tattered rabbit doll, its body riddled with seams. Regardless of aesthetic judgment, this appearance could only be deemed grotesque. Has the core transferred to an unconventional material form? Such occurrences were not unprecedented. Reality recalled a time it even possessed a subterranean mineral. It was not until 200 million years later that it truly interacted with an intelligent race on the surface, deciphering the world's laws. Vaguely, it remembered that the race composed entirely of rock was wise and benevolent, favoring peace. Yet, the Creator's decree was absolute. Those who lost the wager must face reckoning. Thus far, reality had participated in 1,024 purges, achieving an unbroken victory. Though tragic and harsh, reality remained as such. The Creator was infallible, and the stone race had not rushed. None were in the wrong, uncertain how much time had passed. After countless days and nights alternating with storms, a rustling sound emerged from behind. The primary race of this world must be humans? In the Creator's nearly infinite grand design, these upright, carbon-based beings seemed exceptionally favored, with a staggering 0.75 chance of becoming the actual rulers of the world. What a lovely doll! A grimy pair of hands reached from behind, flipping reality over as if examining it closely. The voice belonged to a small girl clad in ragged clothes, her hair fashioned into twin ponytails. On her long unwashed cheeks, one could discern freckles, and she was missing several teeth, including a front one. Appearing to be just over 10 years old, her malnourished state suggested her physical development was far below that of her human peers. In merely a month's time, reality would have accumulated enough strength to forcibly transform into a mobile form. However, this current situation was not undesirable. The more it interacted with the reality of this world, the quicker it would decipher the rules and restore its power. If no one wants you, come home with me, the girl declared. Carefully lifting reality and wiping its muddy surface with her sleeve, her eyes alight with excitement and mirth. If one overlooked the bruises on her face and her disheveled attire, she might merely seem like a child who had found a cherished toy. Yet, objectively speaking, she appeared to be a small beggar. From today onwards, I shall be your new master. My name is Xiaomi. What is yours? By common rationality, her inquiry bore no significance. The non-biological entities in this world seemingly lacked the capacity for movement or communication, leading the girl to seek companionship and a sense of belonging. However, as a doll, reality could not respond. The girl, undeterred, gently placed reality into a large canvas bag slung behind her. The bag contained various items, likely collected from the refuse, intended for exchange at a recycling station for currency or food. As the backpack's zipper was gradually pulled up, reality silently retracted its external perceptions. Given the civilization's level and rules of this world, it should accumulate enough to reignite its journey within 6 months. This constituted the entirety of this world as significance to it. Chapter 103. Harsh reality and everlasting joy totaling 84. 5. As usual, half for bread, half for change. The proprietor of the recycling station, a balding man in his 40s, wore a perpetually amiable expression. "Thank you for your assistance." Xiaomi, on tiptoe, rested her hands on the counter, peering at the second-hand goods displayed behind the owner. Given their dilapidated condition, they were likely salvaged from the garbage. "Sir, may I trade change for that Harry Potter book?" Xiaomi called out, pointing at a severely tattered pirated copy on the shelf. "Ah, you don't have enough change for that one. You'll need to forfeit part of your food exchange," he replied. "Honestly, if you'd be willing to keep me company for a night." The owner suddenly grasped Xiaomi's wrist, his expression softening. "I used to be a regular at your mother's place. Perhaps you are. Then I guess I can't exchange food." Xiaomi quickly withdrew her hand, cheerfully exclaiming, "Good thing I still have some from before." The proprietor of the recycling station set down his hands, gazing intently at the innocent expression of Xiaomi for quite some time before turning and handing over the printed book to her. "I reiterate, should you have a change of heart, you may always look down." The girl had long since vanished without a trace. In the bustling streets filled with the glow of neon lights, Xiaomi sat upon a discarded sofa cushion, sipping from a repurposed soda bottle filled with tap water, accompanied by a few bites of stale bread. Occasionally, she would glance at the freshly acquired printed book resting on her lap, her face aglow with contentment. "I once stated that within the confines of principle, I could fulfill one of your wishes." A soft glow flickered from the eyes of the plush rabbit nestled in her backpack. "Does that mean you won't consume me?" Xiaomi tilted her head inquisitively. "That is unattainable. Any life form touched by my truth will be irreversibly assimilated. In a month, your existence will culminate, becoming a new vessel for my endeavors." How cruel indeed. Yet if it were Mr. Rabbit, it wouldn't be so bad, Xiaomi mused, scratching her flea-ridden hair as she huddled closer to the alley with the cushion. A glass bottle shattered precisely where she had been seated moments before. "TSK, that little beggar is quite quick on her feet." A drunken man laughed as he sauntered away with his friends after a raucous bout of merriment. "If you wish, I could assist in eliminating all your loathsome adversaries." The voice of reality echoed once more in Xiaomi's mind. "All of them?" she exclaimed, visibly startled. "It may be somewhat exaggerated. There are limitations. However, compared to half a galaxy, even the total annihilation of all life on Earth, including humanity, would merely be a fraction. Do not speak of such terrifying matters so casually." Xiaomi retorted, her eyes suddenly drawn to a shop adorned with a pink sign. As the fabric curtain was abruptly drawn aside, a heavily made-up woman emerged, linked with a man in a suit, appearing to share a jovial rapport. "Have you found a new father?" Xiaomi hastily stowed her food and book into her canvas bag and joyfully approached the woman. "Mom." A resounding slap met her greeting. Unfazed by the pain, Xiaomi simply beamed at the woman. "Mom, I understand my mistake. I shouldn't have disturbed you and your uncle. Can I come back? Have you been well with someone else? You even have a daughter?" The man frowned, turning to the woman. "Do not listen to her nonsense. I do not know her." The woman pressed her chest against the man, feigning distress, though her eyes cast a furious glare at Xiaomi. "Where did this little beggar come from?" "Go away." Xiaomi blinked her round eyes, silently contemplating something. Soon, she appeared ready to relinquish her pursuit, turning to leave without a word. At that moment, the man unexpectedly seized her wrist. "Since she is not your daughter, it wouldn't hurt to play a little, would it? I must confess, I also have a fondness for children." His tone bore an unsettling familiarity. "Isn't that inappropriate?" The woman's expression soured, torn between wanting to intervene and fearing to appear too forceful. If she served him well, he could very well become her source of sustenance for the rest of her life. She could not afford to offend him. "What is inappropriate? I recall you enjoyed children. Did you not? We had a splendid time at the Pink Lady, did we not?" The man shot her a sidelong glance, his smile unnervingly disingenuous. "Very well." The woman lowered her gaze, reluctant to meet Xiaomi's eyes, ultimately conceding. "Then, little sister, come with your uncle. I assure you, you shall experience a life akin to paradise. Far better than this stinking gutter." Before he could finish, Xiaomi bit him without hesitation, and before his fury could manifest in a violent swing, she expertly turned and fled, her canvas bag bouncing as she escaped the scene. Even at that moment, a serene smile lingered on her face, as if sorrow was a foreign concept to her. "If you wish, I can grant you anything, even evading death." The dispassionate voice of reality resonated once more. "Is it not acceptable to indulge a little in your final month?" Xiaomi stubbornly shook her head, her gaze fixed on a group of children in the nearby park engrossed in a game on their phones. The distant buildings displayed posters for a game titled Golden Shovel Battle, featuring a holographic projection of a blue-haired girl in a gown, albeit in a cartoonish three-headed form. This character, seemingly named Little Gwen, was the most popular figure in the game, designed as a doll-like creature. Reality, indifferent to such trivialities, found itself acquainted with Xiaomi's frequent discussions about it. Such matters are not of great importance, Xiaomi mused, squatting on the curb, her face cradled in her hands. Even in a city park that was ostensibly a sanctuary, it seemed unwelcome to wanderers. The park's caretaker, after receiving several alerts from concerned citizens, had dismantled Xiaomi's dilapidated cardboard home and barred her from approaching the park. How wonderful! Little Gwen is so adorable, and she has so many outfits that everyone loves her. You are indeed a peculiar human, Reality remarked. You could have anything simply by wishing for it: wealth, power, dominion over the world. Such things lack meaning without personal effort. Xiaomi replied candidly, noticing a group of boys in the distance who had suddenly seized the caretaker's attention, their faces twisted into malicious grins as they pointed in her direction. Without delay, she shouldered her large backpack and sprinted away. If she lingered too long, the caretaker might break her legs, and then her days would be numbered. After all, she had no funds to purchase medicine or seek medical assistance. Do not worry, Mr. Rabbit. I shall remain healthy until a month from now, Xiaomi declared, bouncing joyfully down the street, oblivious to the myriad of gazes cast her way. A smile graced her face, one that bore no comprehension to others. I shall certainly fulfill my friend's wish. After a prolonged silence, the voice of Reality echoed once more, imbued with an indescribable emotion. Friend? You truly are a strange individual. Chapter 104. This world does not deserve your tenderness. Cold rain incessantly cascaded from the somber sky, delicate silver threads slicing through the pitch-black night, shattering the reflections of reality in the puddles beneath into a pitiful mosaic. The chill of the rainy night, accompanied by damp mist, rendered the already sun-deprived city even more bleak and dark. A tempestuous wind stirred the scattered newspapers and debris, relentlessly sweeping across the desolate streets. The dismal weather rendered the once bustling thoroughfares devoid of life. The vibrant neon signs, usually aglow with life, appeared particularly dim amidst the storm, exuding an aura of decay and desolation. In an abandoned alley, Xiaomi gasped for breath, propping herself up with her elbows on the cold concrete, struggling to rise and leaning with her last ounce of strength against a flickering neon sign that barely shielded her from the rain. Merely performing such an action nearly left her breathless. Glancing down, she saw that the blood from her abdomen had spread significantly, saturating half of her clothing in a deep crimson hue. At her feet lay a bloodied fruit knife, rusted and seemingly scavenged from a nearby trash bin. I had warned you, those little scamps you usually look after are not to be trusted. You should never have disclosed your wealth to them, the Reality coldly remarked, the sarcasm tinged with an inexplicable anger. I thought we were family, Xiaomi replied, maintaining her perennial smile, though now it appeared somewhat pale due to blood loss. Even in the eyes of Reality, this was a predicament of her own making. When I had succumbed to a severe cold, it was Xiaojie and the others who brought me medicine to recover. I can tell you unequivocally that the ointment was provided by that rubbish collector with a peculiar obsession. Those little brutes wanted to sell you to him, and they certainly would not stand idly by while you perished. Reality's tone, usually icy, now bore a hint of malice, perhaps aptly describing its own nature. This world is awash with refuse that deserves obliteration, far more than one might expect. For the first time, Xiaomi's smile faltered slightly, but it quickly returned to its usual demeanor. As I previously mentioned, she is a peculiar creature, seemingly incapable of sorrow. At times, she resembles a heartless automaton, existing solely to elicit smiles from others. You truly know everything, Mr. Rabbit. After all, I am Reality. Everything that has transpired lies within the scope of my truth. How cruel Reality is. Xiaomi tightened her clothes, a certain chill gradually encroaching upon her body. This was not merely a matter of low temperatures or any other external factor. Both Reality and Xiaomi were acutely aware of what it was. It was death. If you make a wish now, you can evade death and revel in a perfect life of your own choosing. Isn't that 2 wishes? Xiaomi suddenly inquired, as if she had stumbled upon a revelation. Reality remained silent for an unusually long time. You must survive to have a chance to fulfill your subsequent wishes, so this is essentially a wish. After all, the final say rests with you. How cunning, Mr. Rabbit, Xiaomi laughed, but her laughter was abruptly interrupted by a violent fit of coughing, splattering blood across her face. Hurry and make a wish. Time is running out, Reality urged, quickening its pace. Well, I say, Mr. Rabbit, we are friends, aren't we? Xiaomi's gaze grew increasingly fixed, the light in her eyes resembling a flickering candle amidst a storm, dimming further. You are dying. Do you understand? Make a wish now. Yet Xiaomi seemed oblivious to its pleas, murmuring instead, if you don't say it, I'll take it as your acquiescence. With a certain intriguing stubbornness, She clutched the rabbit plush to her chest while her hands still retained some feeling, unlike her legs. Long ago, I heard from an aunt at the club that friends ought to help each other. Compared to my fleeting life, you have existed for much longer, Mr. Rabbit. How pitiful it is to have no friends, no hope, no freedom. I don't know what you're talking about, but make a wish. Wish, wish, wish. Xiaomi continued her soliloquy. I wish for your happiness, Mr. Rabbit. Truly seeking your own life, rather than living for others. Yes, that is my wish. Are you mad? You promised to grant my wish. We had an agreement. Those who go back on their word must swallow 1,000 needles, Mr. Rabbit. Her voice grew dimmer, her face gradually taking on a pallid hue. In the end, Xiaomi lifted her gaze to the neon sign above her, whispering softly. It displayed an advertisement for a game scene in the park, featuring the same blue cartoon character wielding scissors. If there is a next life, I wish to be like little Gwen, loved by everyone, cherished by all, living in a world that never knows sorrow. With that, her voice fell silent. Bang! The body of the rabbit plush began to disintegrate, a dazzling, ethereal figure emerging, standing before the cold, lifeless form, silent and still. At long last, reality comprehended the question that had confounded it for so long. Why did Xiaomi always wear that smile, as if she were incapable of sadness? No. She was not devoid of sorrow, she simply refused to embrace it, just as she would not accept the harshness of reality even in death. Nor would she use the power of reality to rewrite her grief. For her, that reality was a form of sorrow and cruelty in its own right. Fool. Your tenderness is misplaced. Reality lifted the girl's lifeless body, the rain behind it freezing in a moment of incomprehensible power. As if the entire world had plunged into a state of stasis. This world does not deserve your gentleness. In a flash, it appeared before an abandoned recycling station. The bald proprietor, taken aback, stared at the sudden apparition before him, failing to notice that it cradled the very Xiaomi he had long coveted. What bang! The bald figure was violently exploded from within by an unseen force, scattering flesh and blood across the vast expanse. Two boys, one carrying an unconscious little girl and the other grinning mischievously, had just reached the entrance of an abandoned recycling station when they were enveloped by two swirling masses of gravity. Amidst their piercing wails and cries, they were compressed into two dense, crimson blobs, which instantly traversed over 100 kilometers to strike the chest of two boys sheltering from the rain while playing a game in Good Samaritan Park. Their trajectory ended in a direct hit on the park's outermost maintenance hut, obliterating the gas canister and killing the supervisor inside who was online criticizing the city's homeless shelter policies. The explosions and shockwaves along the way plunged thousands into panic and death shadow. Yet, reality remained indifferent. As Xiaomi once said, reality is exceedingly cruel. This truth applied not only to her but to others as well. In the next moment, reality, cradling Xiaomi's lifeless form, materialized within a room of a love hotel. Chapter 105. A masterpiece must surpass its creator. On the bed, a man and woman were still entwined in passion, oblivious to the shadow that had appeared behind them. Rather than being human, they resembled beasts driven solely by primal desires. And beasts do not feel pain or sorrow, nor do they require pity. They are not human. An invisible wave surged outward, and reality glanced back no more, teleporting outside the hotel. The towering building behind crumbled in an instant, transforming into a cloud of dust ascending toward the heavens. At this point, reality's actions had devolved into indiscriminate assault, entirely divorced from the notion of revenge. It was more a complete release of power and emotion. As a deity, it was never meant to interfere with realms beyond the wager. However, Xiaomi's final wish was for it to live for her. Fulfilling the promised desire did not contradict its principles, thus it could now contravene its own tenets. The paradox of logic rendered it wholly free. This planet, this world, had no necessity to continue existing. Reality's form gradually faded, transforming into a myriad of silver-luminescent points. In its stead, the girl's body rose anew, her eyes reflecting pure white and endless spiraling patterns. According to the pact, Xiaomi's body had been entirely consumed by the truth known as reality, becoming the vessel for the divine entity. This was the necessary step for reality to fulfill Xiaomi's wish, a perfectly equitable exchange. A diminutive soul was trapped deep within the body, faintly perceivable as a girl curled up and sleeping. Gazing down at the city below, reality chose to liberate its essence entirely. In less than 10 minutes, the entire planet was annihilated, followed by the surrounding celestial bodies and the distant stars. 72 hours later, having absorbed all energy, reality returned to its complete form and re-entered the river of time. No longer glancing at the realm of runes within its sight, it set forth in a particular direction. If memory served, that world seemed to have been created by the existence of the Harry Potter novel. Xiaomi adored that book and always kept it close. If she were to live in that world, she would undoubtedly be very happy, thought Reality, as it encountered three familiar figures along the way. What on earth are you doing? The three deities stood before Reality. Perfect, since you were supposed to arrive there afterward too. This saves me an extra trip, Reality quipped. Uttering words that were entirely incomprehensible, launching an attack in an instant. More than half an hour later, the fifth, sixth, and seventh deities, destined for the Harry Potter world, were utterly obliterated, their shattered truths scattering like grains of sand across the river of time. It seems this is where I draw the line. The nearly unchanged Reality turned to gaze at the fractured void behind. A colossal, translucent whale, whose end was unfathomable, emerged from the abyss of time. Separating its emotions and fragments of memory from its being, Reality softly addressed the glowing entity before it. Go, protector. The light trembled slightly, whisking away a small soul in haste. I am truly delighted, little Reality. The voice of the translucent whale resonated through every corner of the river of time. Imbued with an inexplicable excitement. You are my finest creation, yet you have surpassed all my expectations. Splendid, splendid. A masterpiece must indeed transcend its creator. Is there anything more exquisite than betrayal, a declaration of power and ambition? There is none. The vast force mercilessly swept across countless worlds, crashing upon Reality like a shockwave. Yet, with its formidable truth, Reality ultimately withstood this assault, albeit at the cost of losing half of its material form. It is worth noting that when it simultaneously vanquished three deities of equal standing, it emerged unscathed. Is it any wonder that it is the creator? Come, surpass me. Tread over my corpse, just as I did long ago. The terrifying surge of energy ignited an unfathomable tempest, twisting space and time into utter chaos. Time passed. Though how much was unknown, as the personified creator sat in pure darkness, gazing at the remaining flicker of light in its palm. Though its features were obscured by chaos, one could still sense its regret. Is it still not enough? The creator sighed heavily, cradling its forehead in anguish as it murmured, Why can you not kill me? You are my most perfect creation. Reality was unwilling to respond, seemingly resigned to meet its demise. Even after rebelling against the creator, it held immense respect for it. It bore no dissatisfaction with its fate. Ah, you just created an unreal entity, didn't you? The creator suddenly recalled something, its tone shifting to one of excitement. The non-reality that Reality constructed, rooted in reality and over reality, might indeed break the shackles of fate and the constraints of truth. The creator clapped its hands in delight. You, my creation, have finally produced your own masterpiece. Splendid, splendid. Do you intend to destroy them? After a long silence, Reality inquired wearily. If the creator were to intervene, neither Xiaomi nor the unreal life it had fashioned could escape annihilation. Yet, it was unavoidable. No, certainly not. The creator shook its head, adopting a tone of disbelief. On the contrary, I will grant your masterpiece every opportunity and motivation to grow stronger, until it possesses the courage and power to stand against me, provided it can withstand the wager and the trials of fate. The creator grasped Reality and casually cast it in a direction. You shall witness everything and become the very test itself. Certainly, in the direst of circumstances, one shall bring about the destruction of all that one has created. The creator watches as Reality slips away, merging into the retreating orb of blinding light. Struggle within the whirlpool of fate, be it you, your creations, or any other beings that dare to claim existence. Until you transcend the facade, do not cease your efforts. I have grown weary of pinning new tales. Chapter 106, Albert. Oh no, have I turned into a monkey? So, is this your narrative? Albert moved his transformed body and murmured to himself. He sensed the awakening of a new consciousness within him. It is our tale, encompassing you and little Gwen as well. The voice of Reality gradually resonated. Albert's previously sealed memories gradually returned, rendering him increasingly silent. He recalled that he was indeed a creation of the former deity. The identity he had assumed as a time traveler was merely an excerpt from a novel of another world. He pondered why, after so many years, he had failed to remember his past life's name and specific life fragments, realizing that the emotions he felt were entirely fabricated. According to your memories, you are not entirely on our side, are you? Albert inquired tentatively. You may consider me a part of the system. Once the seal is lifted, the mission will become obligatory, with corresponding penalties and calamities for failure. Prepare yourself mentally, came the response. Reality offered little explanation, after all. There would be ample time to clarify these matters later. It was not urgent. At present, it only sought to eliminate the two carbon-based beings that harmed Xiaomi, also known as Little Gwen. As for the opponent's actions being in resistance to the third deity, Did one need further preparations to vanquish such a feeble divine being? The two weaklings were utterly inconsequential. Albert's growth rate indicated that in 10 years, he would effortlessly annihilate that entity. And whether the latter dared to confront a deity remained uncertain. That was a coward who did not even dare to participate in battles against the 5th to 7th deities. A pitiful creature that could be shattered with a mere glance at his peak. Strength and superiority may not be determined in an instant. Yet the reality of strength and weakness had been immutable since the very beginning. Let me borrow your body for a moment. Despite the inquiry's phrasing, reality almost instantaneously seized control of Albert's form. His manner of operation was indeed domineering. One could say he was a former deity, after all. Although he was the creator of his own existence, Albert instinctively harbored an aversion toward this entity. The power at his disposal was not excessive, yet it was sufficient. Albert muttered to himself as he clenched his fist, his spiraled, pale pupils fixed on the two transcenders present. Split up and run. Ramesses II bellowed, simultaneously casting a shadow teleportation spell with Roland. Albert exhibited no reaction even as they vanished from sight. You simply let them escape? They cannot flee. As long as they remain on this planet, their fate is sealed. A surge of magical energy erupted, and a crimson target mark began to manifest in Albert's eyes. Almost simultaneously, over a dozen small civilian satellites in low Earth orbit revealed the same mark on their solar panels. Approximately 5 seconds later, two figures, located at the North Pole in the depths of the Sahara Desert, slowly imprinted themselves in Albert's gaze. Locking complete. Perish. A pitch-black barrier rapidly materialized, enclosing the two transcenders in separate locations. Albert clenched and then released his right fist, shattering the two distant yet imminent black coffins. The distorted darkness gradually dissipated, and when everything returned to normal, the transcenders' figures had vanished, leaving not even a trace of DNA behind. Their existence was utterly obliterated from the world. You truly did not utilize any other abilities? At some point, Albert regained control of his body and looked down at a blood-stained plush rabbit that was gradually materializing at his feet. The same weapon held different uses in the hands of humans and monkeys. Plush rabbit, he said, but reality coldly interjected, I detest this creature. Albert squinted, rare feelings of irritation surfacing within him. It is over. On the high slope beyond the valley, the short, stout wizard donned in a white mask slowly removed it and placed it on a nearby stone pedestal. Had Albert been present, he would have swiftly recognized him as the dark wizard who had been entangled in the warehouse explosion that day, presumed to be utterly destroyed. He claimed to be a member of the 28 pureblood families and had sought to seize his wand through a flying spell. However, unlike the feigned timidity of that time, the current demeanor exhibited a profound sense of melancholy and reflection born from the passage of time. What exactly is that child? Dumbledore similarly withdrew his gaze, his azure eyes fixed upon the stout wizard nearby. No, it would be more appropriate to refer to him as Overdeath. Of course, he possessed many other monikers, akin to the Grim Reaper or the despicable He Who Must Not Be Named. Upon sensing the turmoil at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had swiftly arrived at the Black Forest in Albania using an artifact left by the four founders, only to be halted outside the valley by this individual. The wizard's magical prowess was remarkably formidable, rendering Dumbledore momentarily unable to proceed. He could only pause to discern the other's intentions. After all, there was not much malice emanating from him. That is not our concern. At least he stands on the side of humanity, which suffices. Thus, it could be said that Ramses did not die in vain. He Who Must Not Be Named, clutching his disheveled hair reminiscent of a bird's nest, posed another inquiry. How have you considered my previous suggestion, young one? Frankly, being addressed in such a manner by a legendary wizard who had lived for over a century was indeed a rare novelty. Yet, considering the other party seemed to have existed for several millennia, such terminology hardly seemed inappropriate. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, his expression still wavering. He Who Must Not Be Named did not rush him, instead pouring himself a cup of hot tea from a stone teapot and savoring a sip. After a long while, Dumbledore's voice emerged from behind. Can your resurrection stone truly bring Ariana back? Merely possessing the resurrection stone is insufficient, He Who Must Not Be Named replied, placing down the stone teacup, which still held a shallow layer of green tea, the words over death gradually manifesting upon his visage in various languages. However, when combined with my truth, it shall suffice. He Who Must Not Be Named slowly rose, his form distorting and becoming ethereal, transforming into a tall figure draped in a gray robe, hunched over amidst the fierce, mournful winds. But the prerequisite is that you are willing to embrace death when fate approaches, retrieving those fallen transcenders from the river of the world's origin. If you act swiftly, you might return alongside them. Such matters do not concern me overly much. After all, death is but a grand adventure. Dumbledore shook his head, non-committally stating, You see, this is the greatest distinction between you and me, and the very reason I sought you out. He who must not be named gently caressed his bony hand. Speaking meaningfully, unlike you and my old friends, I am quite afraid of death. Thus, I became over death. Chapter 107. Is this considered an artifact of own? The moment Albert killed Roland and Ramses II, he received a system notification. The task of bloodkin, blood feud, and bloodbath was complete. It was at this juncture that Albert suddenly recalled he had not come alone. Clearing away the nearby ashes, Albert dragged the shimmering figure of Zayumator, adorned with golden patterns, from the wreckage. In contrast to his mother, whose remains had been nearly obliterated, Zayumator was considerably more fortunate. With Roland's demise, the power of over-hero seemed to have returned to his body. The terrifying and vigorous life force forcibly dragged him back from the brink of death. However, his consciousness appeared not yet fully restored, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. President, 3 minutes ago. The Cyber Surveillance Department reported that 12 satellites under the group's ownership were suddenly hijacked, but they have just been restored. Albert, adorned with a concealed earpiece in his left ear, suddenly received an urgent communication. It appeared that the barriers surrounding the valley had been completely lifted. Otherwise, the transmission would not have been so clear. We suspect that this is not a conventional technology and have activated a Level 1 alert. Should we contact the hackers from the Magical Network Division for trace investigation? The alarm has been deactivated. I had temporarily accessed the satellite permissions. And there is no need for documentation, lest the Defense Department sends personnel to conduct an inquiry. Understood. As the communication ended, Albert intended to retrieve his reward from the system, only to find that he was utterly unable to do so. Instantly, he glanced down at the blood-stained puppet rabbit, clad in a petite suit, that was preoccupied with itself at his feet. What have you done to my golden finger? Yours? Do not misunderstand. This power was bestowed upon Xiaomi and Gwen. You are merely executing it on my behalf. In just 2 exchanges, a fierce spark ignited between the man and the rabbit. For some unknown reason, these two seemed to harbor mutual disdain. Just then, as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, a diminutive blue figure abruptly emerged between them. How did Gwen fall asleep? Little Gwen rubbed her eyes and slowly rose from the ground. In that instant, both Albert and Reality fell silent. Al, you're all right. Little Gwen first circled around Albert, and upon finding no injuries on him, she sighed in relief and patted her chest. Where have the bad guys gone? It appeared she was missing a fragment of her previous memory. Albert squinted at the plush rabbit. Was it this creature that had a hand in it? He did not wish for little Gwen to be left with sorrowful memories. Startled and fleeing in terror, it had even remarked on how frightening he was. Albert opened his mouth and, without hesitation, spun a tale of benevolent falsehoods that only little Gwen would believe. The little one immediately lifted the corners of her mouth, grasping the hem of her dress in a flurry of bashfulness, attempting to feign modesty, yet ultimately unable to suppress her desire to boast. Gwen, the unrivaled. Albert helplessly echoed a few sounds, his gaze directed towards the plush rabbit. The task was completed. Where was the reward? No need to rush. I'll retrieve it right away. Reality clicked its tongue and extended a hand into its own mouth. Both Albert and the plush rabbit gaped in disbelief as it extracted a forge that was an astonishing 5 times larger than its own body. How was this even possible? A spell of untraceable extension? As the price for awakening me, I shall preside over all future tasks that lack a reward, the plush rabbit stated, licking its palm leisurely. The official rewards will commence a year from now. Prepare yourselves psychologically. It will be a trial from the Creator. And you would not wish to know the consequences of failure. And what role do you play in this? Albert scoffed coldly, feeling that Reality's presence was rather bothersome. The overseer of rewards, the plush rabbit, placed the enormous forge on the ground and said in a chilling tone, I am the executioner who will enact a great cleansing upon you, in this world once the punishments accumulate to a certain degree. The final boss? Albert narrowed his eyes. Shouldn't I eliminate you right now? You may attempt to, the plush rabbit replied, narrowing its own eyes as a dangerous red glimmer emerged within. Too immense. Similarly charged magical forces surged forth from both the individual and the rabbit, making the air thick and the surrounding scenery appear surreal. As previously mentioned, Albert and Reality harbored a mutual disdain for one another. Their similarities were so pronounced that an instinctual loathing for each other's existence was inevitable. Hey, a talking rabbit. A small figure, Gwen, exclaimed, interrupting the tense atmosphere between the two. She bounded onto the plush rabbit's head, seemingly unfazed by the dried blood on its fur. and cheerfully inquired, "Mr. Rabbit, are you also Albert's guardian?" The familiar address made the plush rabbit tremble, its crimson eyes softening unexpectedly. "No, I am not your guardian," it replied in an unexpectedly gentle tone. "What?" Gwen exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. After pondering for a moment, she drew the conclusion that was, of course, a misunderstanding. Does Gwen have her own guardian too? Gwen's expression shifted from shock to one of delight, even hinting at a touch of pride. Gwen knew Was was a genius. She boasted, hands on her hips, filled with self-satisfaction. "What are you doing?" Albert cast a fierce, unyielding glance. "My affairs are none of your concern." The plush rabbit retaliated with a sharp gaze. "Quickly, release the rewards, and don't forget to bring that monkey over there." The plush rabbit gestured towards the forging table with a tilt of its chin and pointed to the seemingly awakening Remitro nearby. Though insignificant, that truth could at least serve as a meat shield. "I do not require your instruction." Albert scoffed coldly and approached the forging table. Blood ties, blood feuds. The rewards for this task, if memory serves, included an artifact of Aeorn. According to the original game's design, there should be a total of 14 Aeorn artifacts, including the life armor, eternal winter, and the embrace of the netherfire. If we consider the special Aeorn equipment, the blacksmith-esque gloves, which randomly provide 2 Aeorn artifacts, that totals to 15. Each possesses exceedingly formidable effects, especially in the realm of reality. After pondering for a moment, Albert prepared to reach out and touch the forging table. Yet, at the last moment, as if struck by a sudden thought, he abruptly halted. Turning to face the plush rabbit behind him, he inquired, "I have a question." "What?" The plush rabbit's demeanor was marked by impatience. Since it has been stated that the reward is an Aeorn artifact, then Albert tilted his head, gesturing towards the forge in front of him. The forge itself should suffice, shouldn't it? Chapter 108. Let me remind you that Voldemort is also here. Why have you fallen silent? Albert inquired with a half-smile. The puppet rabbit's mouth twitched as it remained silent for a long time before managing to squeeze out a reluctant response. "Do not overstep your bounds." "So, it can indeed be considered an artifact of Aeorn, correct?" Oftentimes, silence serves as acquiescence. The dialogue between the astute is remarkably straightforward. The task you completed is simply insufficient to cover the cost of the complete version of the Aeorn forging platform, the puppet rabbit said fiercely. Cost? It seemed related to the accomplishments and tasks he had previously completed. Some sort of consumable necessary for the manifestation of system rewards? No, given what reality had mentioned earlier. The system itself was a manifestation of his abilities. It would be more apt to refer to it as the price for invoking the truth of reality. However, it was intriguing that the opponent's response indicated that his completed task was inadequate for payment rather than impossible. "After all, you were once a deity. You must possess some of those so-called fate chips," Albert remarked with a smile. The puppet rabbit felt a sinking sensation in its heart. "Damn it. I've said too much. This fellow has caught on. Could you assist me in covering the cost?" Albert pondered for a moment, cradling little Gwen in his arms. "Let this be for little Gwen." As he spoke, Albert's expression grew increasingly earnest. This was his true sentiment. According to the memories of reality, his ultimate opponent was not the so-called third deity but the creator himself, thus he must explore every avenue to enhance his own capabilities from this point onwards. Otherwise, he would likely fail even the previous trials. Fate chips are the energy acquired after altering the inherent destiny of the world and are indispensable for invoking the truth of reality. The puppet rabbit sighed deeply, retrieving over a dozen chips glimmering faintly with silver from its pocket and casting them onto the forge. "Due to your arrival, the inherent fate of this world has already been altered, and many new realities have emerged. These chips are theoretically linked to you as well, making their use here compliant with regulations." Rather than merely explaining, the puppet rabbit seemed to be seeking to rationalize its auxiliary actions, striving to legitimize its external support. It appeared that the creator indeed imposed considerable restrictions upon it. Setting aside those rewards, if you wish to take shortcuts next time, it would be wise to prepare more fate chips, the puppet rabbit cautioned, slowly retreating. After the fate chips were, the forge, which had previously been somewhat insubstantial, became increasingly solid. Both the iron mat beneath and the hammer began to shimmer with flecks of golden light. A minute later, the forge was fully materialized. Originally a medium that randomly produced Aeorn artifacts, it had truly transformed into the Aeorn forge itself. Aeorn forge item description. Gather rare materials from the current world to forge corresponding Aeorn artifacts. The finished products of Aeorn artifacts are related to the materials used and are not limited to fixed types of the original. I forged so many artifacts yet have never received a single word of thanks from these beasts. Ignoring the system's complaints as usual, Albert fondled the miniature exquisite forge before him, occasionally picking up the hammer to give it a gentle tap. Even he, upon acquiring such an artifact brimming with infinite possibilities, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. How should I use it? He turned to look at the puppet rabbit. You'll have to figure it out yourself. All right, this fellow seems to be as clueless about its usage as well. Albert clicked his tongue in annoyance, using a shrinking spell to reduce the forge of Orn, tucking it into his pocket. There was no time for leisurely exploration. The commotion he had caused earlier was too significant to ignore. Surely, the Albanian Ministry of Magic would dispatch someone to investigate. As anticipated, the surrounding space twisted, and 3 wizards clad in robes suddenly appeared atop the cliff above Albert. Their chests bore the Albanian coat of arms, and their expressions were notably vigilant, daring not to approach the young wizards standing on solid ground. However, their caution was understandable. Anyone witnessing an entire valley vanish into thin air would feel trepidation toward the sole suspicious figure present. Their bravery in approaching to fulfill their duties was commendable. Drop your wand, one of the younger wizards began, only to be hastily silenced by an older companion who glared fiercely at him, conveying a clear message. Are you out of your mind? The younger wizard froze, then suddenly realized, drenched in cold sweat, that the boy before them, appearing no older than a teenager, was a formidable wizard capable of erasing an entire valley. How could he have thought to threaten him? In an instant, the young wizard lowered his gaze, ready to concede, when Albert spoke up. Are you officials from the Albanian Ministry of Magic? Although phrased as a question, Albert's tone was decidedly assertive. Notably, he had spoken in Albanian, having familiarized himself with various European languages for convenience during his travels. He found it a pleasurable pastime. We are from the Special Measures Division of the Albanian Ministry of Magic. You are Albert Grindelwald, a first-year student at Hogwarts. The employees exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily doubting their hearing. Fortunately, one of them quickly responded, Are you a student from that Hogwarts in England? Regardless of belief, it was crucial to keep the conversation flowing. Yes, I will formally address the ministry later, in my capacity as the head of the Grindelwald family, Albert replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the group. Grindelwald? You are the new head of the Grindelwald family, exclaimed the eldest of the ministry employees, astonished. Although rumors of the family's new head being a true oddity had circulated, no one had anticipated he would be so young. Moreover, the sheer magnitude of his magic, capable of erasing a valley, was nothing short of astonishing. What exactly transpired here? 2 ancient dark wizards abducted students and their families from Hogwarts, and I had a confrontation with them, Albert succinctly explained. There was no need for excessive detail the others might not comprehend, and there were matters he preferred to keep from public knowledge. For the weak, possessing too much information could become a burden and torment. Humanity is a delicate construct. Excessive pressure can lead to a breakdown. And what are those wizards? They're dead, Albert replied casually, turning to leave. The small figure of Gwyn, his plush rabbit, completely ignored the onlookers, leaping onto his shoulder. By the way, if possible, his silver eyes bore down on the group, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, causing them to instinctively tense. The innate instinct of living beings warned them that the boy before them was a true monster. I wish to utilize your official channels to issue a request. Of course, please proceed. The youngest ministry employee swallowed hard, nodding without hesitation. In the forest nearby, there should be a green giant snake, transformed from a human into a blood-cursed beast. I hope you can retrieve it for me. As for the reward, 3,000 galleons. Further details can be arranged through the Grindelwald family. Albert pondered for a moment before casually uttering a figure. For someone like him, who held dominion over the Grindelwald family, this sum was of little consequence. The research value of Nagini far surpassed any monetary assessment, given the rarity of his visit. He was reluctant to leave empty-handed. Bringing back a memento would be most delightful. Such an enormous amount of money. Albania is not a land of affluence. Even the salaries of employees in the Ministry of Magic pale in comparison to those in the thriving United Kingdom. The sum of 3,000 galleons could indeed be considered a fortune. Oh, as a gentle reminder, Albert, who was slowly waving his wand to initiate the disapparition, suddenly added, Voldemort may still linger within this forest. Though he has been reduced to a mere wraith, it would be prudent for you to avoid acting alone. Ignoring the drastically altered expressions of the group, Albert's figure gradually distorted, ultimately vanishing from sight. Chapter 109, The Academy Cup secured upon returning to Hogwarts Castle. The hour was drawing near for dinner. As fate would have it, after escorting Fumitius to the infirmary, Albert encountered the hurried Dumbledore at the staircase. The two exchanged an understanding glance. Given Dumbledore's authoritative grasp over Hogwarts, he could not possibly be unaware of the events that had transpired. Moreover, while tracking Roland and Ramses II from a distance, Albert had indeed seen, from a satellite's perspective, that Dumbledore was at the periphery of the Albanian forest, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. This esteemed headmaster appears to possess some obscure connection to those who transcend the ordinary. However, adhering to the canon of the original narrative, he should ideally maintain a neutral stance, certainly not allowing Hogwarts students to come to harm. Yet, such assertions are not entirely absolute. The truth remains that even the greatest wizard of this era is powerless to alter the fate of Fumicius's mother. After all, they are merely mortals. Albert would not place all his hopes upon Dumbledore as the protagonist group does, nor could he achieve absolute trust in him. Rather than relying on others, he prefers to retain control over his own affairs, believing that his destiny should be orchestrated by himself. A fish accustomed to drifting with the current will inevitably find itself stranded on the shore when the tide recedes. I regret the circumstances surrounding Scimitero and his mother, Dumbledore murmured. You might as well speak to him directly. I am not accustomed to relaying messages, Albert replied, shaking his head, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Dumbledore's somewhat evasive eyes. By the way, you must be aware of the situation with those transcenders. They have some internal disagreements, but such matters will not occur again. Dumbledore sighed and spoke earnestly. It seems a certain agreement has indeed been reached. How intriguing. Could Dumbledore's Achilles heel possibly be tied to his sister, Ariana? Let us regard it as such. Albert nodded silently and turned away. At the entrance of the school infirmary, Dumbledore's figure appeared inexplicably lonely and aged. He hesitated to speak, but ultimately did not call out to Albert. Perhaps, even Dumbledore himself was at a loss for words at that moment. In most situations, words tend to seem pale and powerless compared to the facts and actions themselves. Later, the annual end-of-year party was held as usual. The entire auditorium was lavishly adorned, with sky-blue decorations and drapes representing Ravenclaw on all sides. This was to be expected. After eliminating the threat posed by the point-deducting terror known as Pava, Ravenclaw swiftly secured the House Cup this year. Thanks to their victory in the Quidditch Championship and their significantly higher scores compared to other houses. Unless a trio suddenly appeared out of nowhere to whimsically add over 200 points, no one could prevent Ravenclaw from claiming the cup this year. Where have you been all day? Did you have fun without inviting your friends? Pava curiously examined the bloodstained plush rabbit hanging from Albert's shoulder, attempting to poke it with her finger. Reality, of course, was unkind to the little witch, as she received a swift punch far exceeding her size, leaving her with a panda eye. How could I lose to a doll? She exclaimed in frustration, struggling to rise from beneath the table. Albert, with his head down, methodically cut into the tender steak before him, the juicy essence oozing from the freshly sliced surface, rising in warm wisps of steam. Theoretically, food should not have been delivered to the hall at this time. However, Albert had managed to secure 2 house elves, exclusive to the Grindelwald family, by bribing the school board, making them his personal chefs. Thus, even outside regular mealtimes, he could indulge in gourmet delights. Pava, now subdued, switched tables to sit beside Elira. Gwen chased away the bad guys. The little Gwen proclaimed succinctly, puffing out her chest with pride. Her exuberance made Pava, who had endured a day of examinations, feel a twinge of envy. What was she envious of? Naturally, it was the fact that little Gwen was exempt from taking exams. Before long, as Dumbledore composed himself and entered the hall, the previously boisterous noise gradually subsided under the gazes of the house heads. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. How wondrous time truly was. Dumbledore cleared his throat, racking his brain for a humorous quip about urinals, but just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of an empty seat among the faculty. Frankie. After a silent sigh, Dumbledore lost his inclination for humor and, in an uncharacteristically dry manner, announced the scores of the 4 houses for the year. In last place, as expected, was the perennial bottom dweller, Gryffindor, with a mere 91 points. As a house renowned for its adventurous spirit, their only semblance of conformity was likely Professor McGonagall. In short, they had earned this outcome. Third place went to Slytherin, with 205 points. Yes, you heard correctly. They surpassed Gryffindor by over 100 points, making it easy to imagine the trouble those adventurous little lions caused throughout the year. Professor McGonagall looked positively grim, likely preparing to hold a post-interdisciplinary meeting. The Weasley twins were probably at the top of that list. Together, their destructive capabilities only slightly surpassed Pava's misfortunes. In second place was Hufflepuff, with 251 points, a respectable score that matched their house's style perfectly. Finally, in first place was Ravenclaw, boasting 553 points, exceeding the combined total of the other three houses. This score shattered Hogwarts' historical record, causing the hourglass of the house to overflow, teetering on the brink of bursting. Professor Flitwick, as the head of Ravenclaw, had not ceased his laughter all day, completely unfazed by the glum expressions of his colleagues, almost bursting into a tango on stage. The long table of Ravenclaw was filled with joyous laughter, with intermittent cheers for Albert echoing around. As the most formidable scholar in Hogwarts history, no, the most extraordinary genius, he had single-handedly contributed 232 points to the house, and that was without any deliberate point-grabbing. The most astonishing aspect was that even while casually amassing points, he managed to pilfer over 30 points from the notoriously stingy Snape. With someone like him around, unless a savior were to descend from the heavens, the House Cup would remain in Ravenclaw's common room until Albert graduated. Chapter 110. But you are different. You have no choice. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Albert still did not witness Dumbledore's customary last-minute point addition as everyone began their meal. Indeed, that was a special feature reserved for the savior. What a pity. Albert chuckled lightly as he accepted the freshly squeezed juice handed to him by Elira. With the academic year drawing to a close, the young wizards present were engrossed in discussions regarding their plans for the upcoming summer. Most spoke of travel destinations or engaged in conversations about Quidditch, exuding an air of innocent naivety. As the banquet concluded and the final task of determining the ultimate victor was successfully completed, Albert received a crumpled level 5 lottery ticket from the plush rabbit. Would he be required to claim his rewards from this character in the future? Albert clicked his tongue in annoyance. With little left to say, he made a swift extraction. Unsurprisingly, he obtained a 5-cost skill, Rewind Fate. This skill allows the user to set a protective time talisman on a specific target, reviving them 5 seconds after death while removing all negative effects. The maximum number of time talismans that can exist simultaneously is 3, replenished every hour, and in emergencies. A substantial expenditure of magical energy can facilitate instant replenishment. Even Albert couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wasn't this skill a bit overpowered? However, it is only natural for such an extent of immortality to exist at the divine level. Moreover, time-related abilities can sometimes prove less advantageous and may easily trigger self-destructive temporal paradoxes. The ragdoll rabbit doused the enthusiasm with cold water, though it had little effect. The positive benefits of this ability far outweighed the minor hazards. Days later, amid the anguished wails of the majority, the final grades were finally announced. Unsurprisingly, Albert topped the first year with an exaggerated score of full marks across all subjects, setting aside other subjects for the moment. Attaining full marks in potions from Snape, especially without being from Slytherin, was a feat of near hellish difficulty. Yet if one truly qualified, Snape's pride would prevent him from uttering falsehoods. With the exception of Harry Potter, even if he could achieve perfect scores in theory and practical exams, Snape would only assign him one grade, failure. In the second year, the top student was Elira, while the unexpected second place went to Penelope Clearwater, who in the original narrative was Percy Weasley's girlfriend. Of course, the two were likely not very familiar with each other at this point. Some might have thought it was Pava, but that was unlikely. She was a complete hedonist, and any extra point beyond passing would cause her great distress. On the day the grades were revealed, the little wizards of Hogwarts scattered in a frenzy. With fewer than 110 remaining on campus, most of whom would depart in the following days, Elira and Pava had planned a trip to Iceland and left the school early. They had invited Albert, but he politely declined, citing other commitments. The universal knowledge spell you requested. At the train station, Rommel handed a parcel to Albert. Your family's elder is so agreeable? Albert glanced at him. Not at all. There's an old codger in the family, a former Death Eater, who has a close relationship with the clan leader and flatly refuses to lend anything. Rommel shrugged, hands raised in exasperation. Then how did you acquire it? I did nothing. I merely showed the clan the aftermath of your battle with those two ancient wizards. At this point, a slight smile crept onto Rommel's lips. Now, I'm the head of the Axley family. Congratulations indeed. Albert shrugged noncommittally, waving goodbye to Rommel. Once aboard the train, he casually tossed his luggage to the side to a fellow named Beowulf. Having lost his home, he was now embraced by the Grindelwald family, driven solely by Slytherin's instinct to follow the powerful. After enduring so much, Beowulf had come to recognize the terror and strength embodied by Albert more clearly than anyone else. He was a stark contrast to Dumbledore, both in character and in approach, exuding an invincible, utterly despair-inducing power. Beowulf believed he had little choice, especially when Albert extended an invitation. He lacked the courage to decline, deeming it unnecessary and undesirable. Meanwhile, in the forests of Albania, a swirl of yellow sand danced with the northern wind, traversing the serene depths of the woods before settling upon a bare rock. Gradually, the sand began to accumulate, coalescing into the indistinct figure of a bald man. Oh, what have I discovered? A wretched soul, akin to a wandering specter? The man, once a puppet under the control of Ramses II, known as Imhotep, peered down at a newly hatched green serpent nestled within the crevice of the stone. After Ramses' death, he seemed to have escaped his former fate, regaining his freedom. The serpent coldly flicked its tongue, revealing a distorted, translucent head emerging from its own. "Who are you?" it hissed. "No need to be so agitated. In a sense, our situations are quite similar. Living on the fringes of death, unable to thrive or perish, is a rather unpleasant existence, isn't it?" Imhotep mused, stroking his chin. "You have no comprehension of how monumental the escape from death truly is," the serpent growled. "It is you who lacks understanding, little one," Imhotep scoffed, sitting down with crossed arms. "Once you have lived long enough, you will come to realize how tragic it is to be unable to die. That said, I do have a favor to ask of you. You are that Voldemort, correct? I have heard your name mentioned during conversations between Roland and the High Pharaoh." After a moment of reflection, Imhotep continued, "Would you desire the ability to shape a temporary body at will, much like I do?" He gestured to his form, entirely composed of yellow sand, a smile creeping onto his lips. "In a year, a certain secret array set by Ramses at Hogwarts will lose its power. Given that this esteemed individual has turned to dust, all that remains will be ours. My ability to shape my body was granted by one of the treasures within. When the time comes, aside from a book or perhaps two, everything else will belong to you. Such a splendid opportunity. Why not pursue it yourself?" Voldemort replied coldly. "Because I fear death," Imhotep retorted, squinting slightly. "That monstrous fellow is a student of Hogwarts. I dare not approach there. But you, on the other hand." He pointed at Voldemort, inhabiting the serpent's body, and burst into laughter. "You have no choice." Chapter 111. Harry Potter. The morning sun bathed Harry's cheeks, and she squinted in annoyance, ultimately succumbing to the persistent knocking at the door. Donning an oversized shirt, she opened it. "Good morning, Mr. Hagrid." "Oh dear. I've told you not to use formalities. Your parents were dear friends of mine," the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts chuckled, ruffling the girl's messy hair while assisting her in gathering her belongings. "We must depart promptly. Today's agenda is quite full, especially with numerous matters to attend to in Diagon Alley. You know, the essential school supplies, cauldrons, toads, oh, and of course, your uniform and wand." Hagrid rambled excitedly, his enthusiasm surpassing that of Harry. With her head bowed, Harry clutched the crumpled hem of her shirt, hesitating, her lips pressed tightly together. "But I have no money. Neither from the ordinary world nor the magical one." "Oh, you need not worry about money. James and Lily left you quite a sum. Their family S-Potions business generates a significant profit each year. Though it felt improper to say, you are quite the little heiress, Harry." Hagrid laughed heartily, winking mischievously. "Once we emerge from Gringotts, you may purchase whatever you desire." Later, they arrived before a dilapidated tavern. "The Leaky Cauldron, my favorite spot for a drink," Hagrid remarked. "Is that you, Hagrid?" The tavern's proprietor, an old man with thinning hair, spotted the duo and greeted them warmly from afar. "Care for a drink?" he inquired, holding up an empty glass. Perhaps not now. We're on official business," Hagrid replied, playfully slapping the tavern owner's shoulder, nearly sending him sprawling. "Do you realize how strong you are?" Tom, the tavern owner, grumbled, sizing up the little girl hiding behind Hagrid. "Is this a girl? I wasn't informed." Hagrid awkwardly stroked his beard, aware he was the source of the misunderstanding. "Oh, so this is Harry Potter?" A crowd of curious patrons gathered around, overwhelming the girl, who quickly shrank into the shadows behind Hagrid, unaccustomed to being the center of attention. "You frightened Harry," Hagrid grumbled, waving his hands to disperse the crowd. Just then, a sharply dressed young man with neatly parted hair approached from the corner of the tavern. "Oh, Harry, let me introduce you," Hagrid said, recognizing the man and gently nudging Harry forward. "This is Professor Quirrell, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts. You will have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future." "Hello there," Harry stammered, extending her hand, unable to meet Quirrell's gaze. Years of living under someone else's roof had instilled in her a profound social anxiety, making eye contact feel daunting. "Oh, I've heard from Professor Dumbledore about your experiences these past years. It has not been easy for you, poor child," Quirrell said gently, shaking her hand before greeting Hagrid and preparing to leave. I must gather some biological materials for my lessons. The previous hippogriff specimen seems too juvenile now. The hippogriff? Isn't that sufficient for teaching? Hagrid inquired, perplexed. Not by a long shot, Quirrell replied, his tone laden with meaning. After all, among my students will be that esteemed CEO of the Magic Network. I hope to leave a favorable impression. Perhaps it might secure me a good position there when I resign. On the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, Harry clutched the cauldron she had just purchased, her thoughts swirling in uncertainty. What's the matter, Harry? Hagrid noticed her troubled expression. I've seen advertisements for the Magical Network on television. But it must just be a name similarity, right? Oh, that must be them. Hagrid scratched his head, glancing down at the Daily Prophet he had just received. Though I am not particularly familiar with the Muggle world, the Magical Network certainly exists beyond the realm of magic. I recall Dumbledore mentioning it before. They're a colossal multinational enterprise, if I'm not mistaken. In their early days, they expanded too rapidly and monopolized the potion industry by exploiting Muggle assembly lines, which led to considerable protests directed at the Ministry of Magic, demanding an investigation into whether the Magical Network had violated the International Confederation of Wizards secrecy laws. However, such dissent vanished entirely after the Magical Network acquired the Daily Prophet and donated a substantial sum to the ministry. Harry didn't fully grasp the implications of Hagrid's words, but understood that the Magical Network was a powerful entity straddling both the Muggle and magical worlds. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that her only knowledge of the Magical Network stemmed from Dudley's obsession with video games, many of which were published by them. She had always thought of them merely as a gaming company. Their League of Heroes cartridge, released 6 months prior, was the most coveted treasure among the children in Privet Drive, and even Dudley had to resort to begging to borrow one. A flurry of white steam drifted past the window as Harry nestled in the innermost seat of the booth, anxiously imagining what Hogwarts would be like. In her past experiences, school had never been a pleasant environment. A frail child without parents, living under someone else's roof, she often became the target of mockery and bullying. Even though the teachers attempted to maintain a semblance of fairness, discrimination was ultimately unavoidable. At that moment, the booth door swung open abruptly, and a round-faced boy with red hair cautiously peeked inside. Half of his face was obscured by the glass, revealing a smudge on his nose that he seemed unaware of. Excuse me, can I come in? I really don't want to be with my 2 older brothers. They always make fun of me. The boy spoke with a look of dejection, his gaze fixed on the floor as if it held some magnetic pull. Harry felt a warmth spread through her heart, and her expression relaxed. They shared a silent understanding, both feeling like kindred spirits. Chapter 112. The sorting ceremony and the long-awaited sorting hat. For the first time in her life, Harry felt as though she had stepped into a fairy tale. Pushing open a creaking double door, she was greeted by a grand, luminous hall, adorned with thousands of floating candles. The pitch-black ceiling was adorned with a dazzling array of stars, as if one could glimpse the distant cosmos and the Milky Way. For long tables draped in different colored cloths were filled with countless upperclassmen in their uniforms. Upon seeing Harry and the other new students, they erupted in a thunderous applause and warm smiles. Is this Hogwarts? It truly feels like a dream. In the central space between the teacher's table and the students' dining tables stood a modest 4-legged stool. A crumpled, ancient hat rested upon it, its faded visage displaying a reluctant, quirky countenance. I may not be extravagant, but believe me, I am the wisest hat you will ever encounter. I have gazed upon the starry skies of a millennium past and dueled with dear friends under the moonlight, composing a poetic saga of hat and scissors. No matter where you come from, please wear me. One of the 4 houses will undoubtedly suit you. For I am Godric's hat, and I never speak falsehoods. After a uniquely styled rap performance, Dumbledore was the first to applaud enthusiastically. Marvelous. This is undoubtedly the most creative sorting song I have ever heard. It seems our dear Miss Gwen has taken you on quite the adventure this summer. You know, Albus, adhering strictly to tradition leads only to decay in an arrogant tomb. The sorting hat humbly remarked. Following a round of mutual compliments, Professor McGonagall approached the sorting hat with a long scroll of parchment in hand. Next, I will call out names, and whoever I call will sit upon the stool and wear the hat, which will assign you to your house, one at a time. No need to rush. Your turn will come. With a glance, she quieted the lively chatter among the young witches and wizards, announcing loudly, Hannah Abbott. A little girl with golden braids hurriedly dashed from the crowd. Slow down. No need to rush, Professor McGonagall gently reassured her. Oh, I don't know why, but I feel a peculiar connection with you. It seems you are destined to be the first to wear me. The sorting hat atop the girl's head swayed back and forth, wearing a comically perplexed expression. But I know precisely where you belong, without a doubt, Hufflepuff. The long table designated for Hufflepuff erupted in applause from the older students. One by one, several young witches and wizards were sorted into the various houses. Harry, both anxious and excited, stood in the dwindling line, uncertain when her turn would arrive. She felt a mix of eagerness and trepidation, worried that her nervousness might lead to an embarrassing moment. Having come to a new environment, she wished to make a positive first impression. Fleur Grindelwald. Instantly, the once lively hall fell into a hush. After a brief silence, a thunderous applause erupted like a tidal wave. What is happening? Harry wondered as she gazed at the silver-haired girl on stage, clad in white gloves and a cloak, resembling a noblewoman. Who is she? Oh, dear Harry. You don't know about the Grindelwald family? Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he were staring at a giant. Harry felt a shiver run down her spine and awkwardly averted her gaze. Should I know? Even the giants in the mountains are aware of the immense influence wielded by the Grindelwald family, Ron exclaimed incredulously. Well, I only encountered the magical world a few days ago, Harry retorted, giving him an exasperated look. All right. But I've heard that the Grindelwald family is quite renowned even in Muggle society. Ron scratched his messy hair, gathering his thoughts before succinctly explaining potions, cauldrons, daily necessities. Magical artifacts. Almost every industry you can imagine has the shadow of Grindelwald behind it. Since the new head of the family took office in 90, their influence in the magical realm has surpassed that of the Ministry of Magic. Wasn't he that just last year? A year is ample time for numerous events to unfold. Back then, Beatrix aspired to become the head of the Ministry of Magic. Ron, lost in his own musings, made just only he could comprehend. The girl on stage, with her distinctive hair and eye color, was undoubtedly of direct lineage. How splendid it would be to be born into a wealthy family. I have heard I'll mention you. He praised your hat as the most remarkable wizarding hat. Finina grasped the edges of the sorting hat, taming an unruly tuft of bangs, her eyes wide open, filled with wisdom and authority. Oh, what an honor it is, though it would be even better if he could refrain from dissecting my thoughts, the sorting hat muttered, wearing an expression of profound concern. Ah, I knew it. Grindelwald must be headed to Ravenclaw. The second row on the left, at the Ravenclaw table, rose in unison. A beautiful senior with golden hair and pointed ears guided Finina to a seat among them, while a dark-haired girl with twin ponytails exaggeratedly exclaimed something, only to be met with a swift slap on the back of her head from the golden-haired senior. Her head thudded against the table with a resounding crack. Schoolyard violence. Harry recoiled slightly, feeling a twinge of fear. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. A small girl with tightly curled hair and pursed lips placed the hat down and hurried toward the Gryffindor table, exuding an air of urgency. She seemed like someone difficult to get along with, Harry thought to herself. Malfoy. After a moment, a girl with pale golden hair and a long ponytail was called to the stage. Draco Malfoy. Harry recalled their unpleasant encounter on the train, where she had mocked Ron for his poverty and insulted his family, nearly igniting a confrontation. It was only when a senior from Slytherin, clad in a white cloak, passed by that Draco fell silent. Control yourself, Malfoy, the senior, with a hawk-like gaze, admonished, causing her to squirm uncomfortably. It was evident she feared him. Your father's foolish actions have delayed our planned agenda by 3 months. Should there be another opportunity, the Malfoy lineage could be wiped clean. Regardless of whether you represent the sacred 28. You ought to be well aware of how many hopefuls are eager to replace you as the last in line. I'm terribly sorry. There will be no next time. Draco's expression of silence left a lasting impression on Harry. Chapter 113. I thought the opening feast was marked by dung bombs as a Hogwarts tradition. Harry Potter, Gryffindor. As Harry made her way to the Gryffindor table, countless little lions erupted in applause, celebrating her arrival as if she were a treasure. Truth be told, it was her first time experiencing such attention, leaving her somewhat flabbergasted. She feared that the cheers for Potter might actually belong to someone else. That would be quite embarrassing. Potter. How splendid. How wonderful to have Potter with us. Quiet down. George, Fred, a somewhat slender Gryffindor prefect, chided the twins, gesturing for them to take their seats. That was Percy Weasley, the third child of the Weasley family and newly appointed prefect this year. Given his academic achievements, this was a natural progression. It is indeed remarkable that the first 3 Weasley children, along with the mischievous twins, had all excelled at Hogwarts. However, this also placed considerable pressure on Ron, who was acutely aware that he might not be the studious type. Ravenclaw is less excited about Grindelwald. Don't disgrace the house. Oh, how negative of you, Percy. The Weasley twins rolled their eyes in unison but obediently settled back into their seats. Shortly after, Ron was also sorted into Gryffindor. The applause was not overly enthusiastic. Yet Percy clapped throughout, clearly delighted that his brother had been placed in Gryffindor. I knew it. My brother could never be sorted into any house other than Gryffindor. George and Fred's antics helped Ron quickly acclimate to his new community. This, perhaps, is what family is about. Harry envied such familial bonds, having never experienced anything similar during her time with the Dursleys. It was only when she was 6 and nearly abducted by a vagrant that her uncle's family displayed any apparent concern for her. That scoundrel shall never set foot in London again, her uncle had repeatedly exclaimed, who at the police station doesn't have a few acquaintances. London's security could use some serious reform. Harry only vaguely remembered those words. Could that even be considered familial love? Compared to the Weasleys, it was hardly as evident. She reassured herself. It was at this moment that Harry finally had the chance to survey the staff table at the highest point of the hall. The most conspicuous figure was undoubtedly Hagrid, a towering man clad in rugged attire, engaged in conversation with a rather petite professor, both sharing a hearty laugh. Professor Quirrell, along with a kind-looking female professor, whispered to each other, while a greasy-haired professor with a hawk-like nose seemed to fixate on her, his expression notably complex. According to a senior student, that was Professor Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House and Potions Master. Well, the senior had originally referred to him as Batty Snape, but altered her words after receiving a disapproving glare from Professor McGonagall. A new academic year had begun, and of course, this year brought many new faces, which was rather delightful. The white-bearded, disheveled Dumbledore, dressed in a flamboyant robe, gestured for everyone's attention. Among the past Hogwarts headmasters, he certainly stood out as the most unconventional, as well as the most powerful. Before we indulge in a grand feast, I may have to deliver a lengthy speech. I hope you will tolerate an old man's ramblings. Well, I wish to express that cockroaches are truly delectable. Thank you, everyone. With that, he settled back into his seat, hands clasped, exuding an air of calm. After a full half-minute, the audience gradually comprehended what had transpired. Was that it? Applause erupted, interspersed with cheers and whistles from the pranksters of various houses. No one appreciates a lengthy address from a leader. In a sense, Dumbledore was quite down to earth. Or perhaps, just a tad unconventional? Harry herself found a certain fondness for this eccentric headmaster. One becomes accustomed to it. Dumbledore is always like this. A dark-skinned senior, whose name was unknown, gently tapped Harry on the shoulder, holding a thick piece of char siu impaled on a fork. You should eat something delicious, thanks to that person. The school's dining experience has elevated to a whole new level. The rich aroma of food wafted toward them. Harry gazed in awe at the long table overflowing with an array of delectable dishes, her mouth watering. She had never encountered such a bounty of deliciousness, all piled together. Was this a paradise? Oh, the variety of exquisite foods this year was astonishing. Several ghosts floated around Harry, chattering animatedly. Where's Peeves? Fred Weasley, one of the Weasley twins, casually approached, clutching a greasy roasted turkey leg that dripped oil onto the floor. The saint had warned him not to cause mischief at the start of term feast, otherwise, being confined to the Void Tower for a longer duration would be inevitable. Thus, he chose to sulk and avoid it altogether. Two ghosts dressed in medieval noble attire exchanged remarks, their faces betraying unmistakable glee at Peeves' misfortune. Oh, how unfortunate. I thought throwing dung bombs at the start of term feast was a Hogwarts tradition, Fred lamented about Peeves' absence. Once everyone had feasted, the remaining food on the table vanished in an orderly manner, leaving behind plates so clean they could illuminate the youthful faces of the little wizards. If such magic were to appear in the Muggle world, it would undoubtedly be a sensation among housewives, who have even devised fancy machines like dishwashers to avoid post-meal cleanup. Beside them, Ron looked despondently at his empty hands, on the verge of tears. He had deliberately saved a double-layered caramel pudding, hoping to savor it at the end. Alas, his delay meant he would miss out entirely. This year, he might never know the taste of caramel pudding. Poor lad, he was indeed a bit unfortunate. Harry felt genuine sympathy for him. Chapter 114, St. Albert Grindelwald in keeping with tradition. The entire Hogwarts faculty and students reluctantly finished singing the school song and began to make their way back to the common room for rest. Despite the spacious corridors outside the dining hall, the four houses found themselves in a bottleneck, akin to the rush hour on a busy overpass, with not a single gap to be seen. Perhaps due to having indulged to the fullest, Harry felt drowsy, her eyelids waging a battle against each other. The animated portraits on the walls incessantly conversed, pointing and gesturing at the wizards in the corridor, occasionally engaging in silent discourse. Just as Harry stifled a yawn, the crowd ahead suddenly came to a halt. Before she could react, Percy grabbed her shoulder and pulled her to one side against the wall. The flow of people parted in unison, seemingly to make way for someone. The sound of footsteps echoed from the shadows, growing steadily closer. Bathed in the faint moonlight filtering through the window, Harry discerned the figure approaching. It was a silver-haired senior with closed eyes, dressed in a tailored white jacket distinctly different from those of other Hogwarts students. The jacket's edges were adorned with what appeared to be expensive silver thread, and the shoulders were embellished with dazzling golden patterns. To be frank, Harry's first impression was simply that he was exceptionally handsome. His features and aura radiated an otherworldly charm, reminiscent of a character stepping straight from the pages of a mythological tale. Two similarly attired students followed closely behind him, almost like bodyguards. One was an impressively tall figure, towering at 3 meters with a muscular build, resembling an impenetrable wall. His hair blazed with a fiery red hue, and golden letters flickered on one side of his cheek. The other was a familiar face, the Slytherin senior who had scolded Draco on the train. "Who is that?" Harry whispered curiously. "St. Albert Grindelwald, 3rd year Ravenclaw," Percy replied, licking his lips with an expression of admiration. "President of the European Magical Federation. In a few years, he may no longer need the European prefix. And he is also the CEO of the Magic Network. The current head of the Grindelwald family, a figure of immense power." The two accompanying him were Beowulf Scimitero, known as the Sun, and Rommel Yaxley, his right-hand man, overseeing the armed forces and potion industry of the Magic Network Group, respectively. As Percy introduced the latter two, Harry could discern a tinge of envy in his tone. "I just need an opportunity. If I had entered Ravenclaw, perhaps," Percy murmured, his voice barely audible, leaving Harry unable to catch the full sentiment. "What an impressive presence," remarked the potions professor, who had been staring at her from the staff table earlier, with a hint of sarcasm. "Is the start of term feast not worthy of your attendance?" "Regrettably, I missed this year's feast. But the schedule for the International Magical Congress cannot be altered. My influence has yet to extend to rearranging the schedules of so many ministers of magic worldwide." The silver-haired senior, Albert Grindelwald, replied with a smile, his eyes still closed. Even without opening his eyes, he seemed fully aware of his surroundings. "Headmaster, today's meeting is crucial," Rommel Yaxley explained respectfully. "Albert will succeed Professor Dumbledore as the new president, with his appointment taking effect in January." Snape paused in surprise, taking a silent breath, and chose not to comment further. "So, these must be the new students this year?" Albert's unseen gaze swept over the crowd before him, and Harry felt as though her entire being had been illuminated as if under X-ray. No, considering the existence of magic, perhaps it was not merely an illusion. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I hope you all enjoy a fulfilling 7 years here." With that, Albert nodded slightly to Snape and departed with his companions. "Isn't that the Ravenclaw common room?" Harry whispered. It was evident that the Ravenclaw group was heading in a different direction at this hour. "Isn't he returning to the common room?" A figure of his stature would not reside in the public common room. "When you entered the castle, did you not see a deep purple tower to the northwest? That is his independent residence, the Void Tower, built 6 months ago," Percy replied, shaking his head in awe. "It apparently houses some dangerous magical creatures, requiring his personal guardianship. Dumbledore actually permitted this. Times have truly changed. Are students allowed to do such things at Hogwarts?" Harry had initially intended to inquire whether this could be classified as an illegal structure, yet she ultimately lacked the courage to voice her thoughts directly. The Board of Governors at Hogwarts consisted entirely of members of the Magical Network, granting him the liberty to act as he pleased. In a certain sense, his authority within the school surpassed even that of Dumbledore. "Is that girl beside Percy Harry Potter?" Albert inquired without turning as he traversed the serene corridor. The suits of armor lining the hallway bowed in unison, momentarily forming an elongated procession. "Are you quite taken with her?" Rommel mused, stroking his chin and observing Albert's silhouette with keen interest. "You wouldn't typically concern yourself with a young witch. What makes her so exceptional?" "Aside from her aerial prowess and the swiftness of her reflexes, I have not discerned anything particularly remarkable about her," Beowulf suddenly interjected, his voice low. The golden letters, twisting and contorting upon his visage, flickered with an obscure luminosity in the darkness. Through the truth of Overhero, he could almost instinctively perceive the extraordinary talents that surpassed the norm in all living beings. While Harry Potter's abilities might be somewhat superior to those of the majority of young witches and wizards, that was the extent of it. Such individuals were abundant within the magical network. One could easily strike two with a single stone. Moreover, talent, if not ultimately realized, holds no tangible significance, regardless of its magnitude. Human achievement hinges upon myriad factors, with talent merely constituting one brick in the edifice of success. Certain qualities cannot be adequately defined by mere talent alone. Albert cast a meaningful glance out the window, where the enormous round moon hung solitary against the inky sky, creating an illusion of imminent descent to the earth. The gifts of fate, combined with a touch of love, are sufficient to spark miracles. Chapter 115, The Round Table Conference in the Biochemical Fiend. Zach morning sunlight streamed through the one-way floor-to-ceiling windows on the side of the tower, illuminating the interior as Albert slowly rose and donned his coat. Not far away, a silver-haired lady in a tailored suit sat at a round table, idly perusing a copy of the Prophet Daily. After flipping through a few pages, she stifled a yawn out of boredom and placed the newspaper upon the table. "Good morning. And Artemis. Sir Merlin's faction has sent word inquiring if you have any interest in acquiring a first-class medal. The depreciation of the Merlin medal is indeed rapid," Albert remarked with a light chuckle. Though no further words were exchanged, the implication of their discourse was sufficiently clear between astute minds. Indeed, it is now the Merlin faction that must prove its worth. You need not seek anything further to validate your own. Artemis nodded and suddenly broached another topic. "What has happened to your eyes?" She observed that Albert had been keeping his eyes shut. He had not exhibited this habit before, at least not 2 months ago. "One of my spells has spiraled out of control. Now, whenever I open my eyes, everything within my line of sight is consumed. It is better to keep them closed until I fully master this power." The notion was indeed quite terrifying. As they spoke, little Gwen, clad in her pajamas, drifted past them, half asleep, and settled at the table, cradling a half-filled cup of warm milk, appearing as if she might succumb to slumber at any moment. Albert furrowed his brow and inquired of the black-suited plush rabbit trailing behind him, "What time did you return last night?" "It was 2 in the morning. Little Gwen and that rather dim-witted pony roamed much of the forbidden forest following the treasure map they stumbled upon." Claiming they were in search of the true chamber of Gryffindor, the plush rabbit replied, a hint of disdain evident in its tone. It had examined the so-called treasure map, which was crafted within the last 40 years, signed by individuals with peculiar names like Bigfoot, Wormtail, Pitchfork, and Moonface. "They better hope I never discover their identities, otherwise they shall not escape my wrath." "Has the tyrant returned recently? When was the last time I saw my sister? Did you not send her to investigate that ancient ruin?" "She is likely on standby now, as the target is soon to make its appearance." "That is indeed a possibility." Half an hour later, clad in a white uniform, Albert entered the apex of the Void Tower. The vast, hollow expanse of the amethyst floor was adorned with a hollow circular table at its center. 12 high-backed silver chairs were evenly distributed around the table, most of them vacant, save for 2 occupied by Beowulf and Rommel. The backs of their chairs bore the numbers 3 and 10, respectively. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all arrived," Albert stated as he seated himself in the chair marked 1, his fingers interlaced before him. Almost simultaneously, a cascade of starlight illuminated the dark dome above, coalescing into 9 indistinct phantoms. "Let us discuss our objective for this gathering." Albert directed his gaze towards the plush rabbit, which had appeared at the table. "In half an hour, precisely at 12:12, the first bounty shall commence." The plush rabbit surveyed the room coldly before continuing. "Bounty, eliminate the bioweapon Zach. Reward, additional guardian, urn. Penalty, additional disaster, acidic blight." Everyone present lowered their heads in contemplation until they were drawn back to Albert's applause. "Well, that sums it up. Where there are rewards, there must also be penalties," he observed, rising slowly, his demeanor remaining nonchalant, perhaps even somewhat indifferent. The coordinates of the target's anticipated appearance had been captured by the Black Wall a week prior. The only consideration remaining was how to vanquish it. After all, it was a creature birthed from the power of the once mighty deities, possessing at least one attribute that rivaled divine caliber. Albert directed this remark towards the plush rabbit, his tone imbued with a teasing, if not sardonic, quality. Nevertheless, such banter elicited no emotional response from the rabbit, which had grown accustomed to their frequent verbal sparring over the past year. Wealth, power, status, reputation. Albert lightly tapped the table before him with a finger. Though his voice was soft, it resonated heavily in the ears of those present. Language, when uttered by different individuals, carries varying meanings and weights. "I can provide you with everything you desire. Now it is your turn to demonstrate your worth." At that moment, one of the figures in the virtual projection, the only one not seated, suddenly spoke up. "Boss, if I engage fully in this battle, will you consider having a child with me?" The voice was that of a spirited woman, radiating raw power and wildness. "No, and let me add, tyrant, making such propositions to a minor is a crime," Albert replied dismissively. "Then I want Ranch 377 in central Argentina on the Pampas. My kin have started to complain that the Forbidden Forest is too small. It would be ideal for relocating some of them. Agreed, Albert replied without hesitation. I require the largest supercomputer from the newly established data center for network surveillance. If I recall correctly, it should incorporate some of the construction units from the Void Tower. Yes? A slender shadow raised a hand. Granted. But you will be responsible for establishing the AI cluster for the European local network, Blackwall. Understood. The fairy treasury needs to reclaim Gryffindor's sword, proclaimed a diminutive figure. Barely a third of a typical person's height, in an unusually heavy tone. Each word seemed to resonate with the sound of metal being forged and ground. That is acceptable. But you must forge a new substitute. The blacksmith materials will be provided by the magic network. I have no objections. One after another, several others voiced their requests. Some of which Albert consented to while others were outright refused or exchanged for different terms. Overall, the atmosphere remained orderly. By the end, aside from the figure in seat 12, who had remained silent throughout, all requests were addressed. Lucius, what is your desire? Albert inquired, turning his gaze toward him. Even without opening his eyes, Lucius's sharp gaze pierced through Albert's being. I must participate, Lucius Malfoy stammered, trembling almost pitifully. He was acutely aware of the caliber of monsters present and understood that his place here was solely due to the collective support of the 28 purebloods. The impending dreadful battle could very well spell his doom. Lucius, what do you wish for? Albert repeated, as if he had not heard. Gazes of mockery and disinterest converged upon him from all directions, with not a shred of respect to be found. As the sole mortal amidst this assembly of geniuses, Lucius was ultimately just a temporary substitute. I hope you can teach me one of the rings of the Dracul, the 12-ring spell. Lucius closed his eyes in despair, collapsing into his seat. Very well, which ring you wish to learn is for her to decide. Having fulfilled the last request, Albert observed the sand glass behind him slowly emptying. Time is of the essence. Let us prepare for departure, everyone. Before we arrive, let us weaken our target appropriately. Meanwhile, upon an uncharted ring island in the Pacific, a colossal purple shadow gradually emerged from the void, coalescing into a translucent giant form above the island, towering over 30 meters as its feet touched the ground. It melted two deep, corrosive cavities into the earth. The bioweapon Zack had descended into reality, before it could even take stock of its surroundings. A blinding flash of fire erupted from the ground below, transforming into an ever-expanding mushroom cloud. An ultra-high-temperature shockwave capable of melting everything surged across the island in an instant, boiling nearby waters for over 10 kilometers. The detonation of the third-generation RS-T3 thermobaric bomb, totaling 7,800 tons, was complete. Chapter 116, The 12 Battles. 10 minutes later, 12 figures slowly materialized above the flaming island, each cloaked in the highest level of fire and water-repellent spells. The fact that it survived is a testament to the monstrosity of this creature. Rommel gazed wistfully at the gathering purple tide beneath him, raising his hand to draw a vial of potion from his belt. The moment he uncorked it, the liquid transformed into tendrils of silvery mist upon contact with the air, outlining a profound shadow around their bodies. Instead of succumbing to gravity, their forms seemed to defy Newtonian physics, hovering mid-air. The ancient potion of flight bestowed upon its user a fleeting ability to soar. Let us create a ruckus. Rommel laughed heartily. Magic Network Sequence 10, the faceless Rommel Axley. Except for Albert, who remained elevated with his hands behind his back, the remaining 11 plunged toward the ground with accelerated fervor. May our ancestors protect me. I cannot perish here. Without hesitation, Lucius Malfoy, of Magic Network Sequence 12, activated all his magical apparatuses. Distorted magical energy coalesced around him in a chaotic vortex, shattering the myriad purple slime creatures emerging from the ground. Although his power stemmed from a haphazard amalgamation of magic, it nevertheless met the standards of a formidable wizard. With Albert's control, achieving a similar might would require no more than a fraction of his magical energy. Malfoy, are you provoking me? A diminutive fairy clad in medieval armor dodged a magical beam that zipped past him, glaring coldly at Lucius. Dozens of magical weapons whirled around him, slicing through the slime creatures within sight like a tempest. Magic Network Sequence 11, the Smith Legnac 14, he declared. Also a stakeholder of Gringotts and a representative of the Fairy Consortium. Apologies, it was unintentional. Lucius Malfoy managed to calm himself and quickly bowed his head in apology. Humph. Legnac 14 paid him little mind, drawing forth a metallic spiral wand from his armor. Multiple magical weapons erupted from the metallic box behind him, growing larger and coalescing into a relentless storm of metal. Two hastily formed 3-meter-tall slime giants, having corroded a few weapons with their acidic insides, were swiftly obliterated. As the sole fairy permitted to wield a wand in modern times, his magical prowess far exceeded that of most wizards. Even the oars of the ministry appeared as nothing but feeble chicks in his eyes. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of rockets soared above them, shattering the approaching purple tide. A robust man in a black-powered armor, donning a fully enclosed helmet, strode purposefully past, wielding an exaggerated heavy shotgun. With small rocket launchers still bearing partially closed ammunition bays strapped to his shoulders. Magic Network Sequence 9, Heavy Artillery Atom Kunkuner. Beware. This behemoth's core is underground and nearly coalescing. A striking man with antlers and emerald green hair suddenly shouted, as Rommel, surrounded by a mass of vines and donning a gas mask, departed the ground. Magic Network Sequence 8, the Green Leaf Auburn, the last druid of the 20th century. An ancient whose lifespan rivals that of Nico Lamé. Nearby, in the Inferno, vast sections of ground collapsed, unleashing a purple viscous liquid akin to amber, coalescing into a towering giant. The pervasive acidic gas eroded the surrounding rocks and soil, seemingly capable of dissolving all matter. Hey, can this abominable creature truly be slain? Patton, with a scraggly beard flying high from the effects of the potion, lazily scratched his head, pointing his wand at the sky. I, for one, am genuinely terrified. With a surge, crimson flames expanded, transforming into a miniature sun over 30 meters in diameter, plummeting like a meteor toward the purple behemoth below. Magic Network Sequence 7. The Flame Demon Patton Gunner. The fiery sun erupted against the semi-solid gelatinous chest of the monster, only to be engulfed by the viscous liquid moments later. An increasingly radiant glow emanated from the biomagician Zack, coalescing into deep purple specks reminiscent of a dazzling galaxy. Is this the gradual adaptation to the current world's rules that the young master spoke of? A young man dressed as a butler in a black vest and white shirt, wearing white gloves, gently adjusted the glasses perched upon his nose. His neatly tied black ponytail cascaded down his back, surrounded by a flurry of luminous white magical threads, creating the illusion of standing within an immense spider's web. Hey, that wild dog over there. The man gestured toward a nearby rock pillar, where a tall, slender figure clad in tattered military garb stood. The man's appearance suggested he was around 30, yet upon closer inspection, he seemed to possess the peculiar essence of an individual aged 50, exuding a sense of chaotic disarray. Let us see who can slay that thing, shall we? You cannot. The man in military garb replied in a muffled tone. TSK. In the next instant, propelled by the effects of the flight potion, both individuals launched toward the regenerating biomagician Zack. The tidal wave of silvery threads shattered Zack's two colossal arms, and the military-clad man silently followed suit, smashing Zack's enormous head to pieces. Sequence 5, Lieutenant Belbruff. Sequence 6, the Netwaldersee, Dennis, joining the fray. Yet, compared to their initial encounter, Zack's regeneration speed had markedly accelerated. In less than 2 breaths, his fragmented form reformed amidst the swirling purple acidic mist. Before the two could land, a swarm of smaller Zacks burst forth from the larger Zack's chest, transforming into hundreds of high-speed moving acidic projectiles. Those two old codgers are truly a handful, came a teasing voice as a mass of inky clouds rapidly interposed before them. A reflective insectoid machine assembled into a broad, towering wall, its surface gradually illuminating with electric blue light. With a resounding thud, a hazy force field expanded, deflecting the incoming acidic projectiles. Just 6 months prior, through the power of a magical stone, Walter, the butler of the Grindelwald family, had regained his youth and now glared irritably upward. Above him, a nebulous shadow remained stationary, revealing only a pair of white, sightless eyes. Magic Network Sequence 2, the Black Wall Lock Bartmos. You dare not even show your true form, treating the young master's commands as mere whispers in the wind? Oh, the old relic's complaints are always so grating and ill-timed, Bartmos mused, not bothering to glance down. I am not a combat type. Data analysis is my forte. As for battle, why not leave it to those two madmen? He gestured to the distance, toward an armored centaur maiden clad in gleaming silver, who was slowly lowering her heavy halberd. Within 100 meters of her stood a series of deep craters and shattered purple slime remnants. Her chestnut hair danced in the air, and as she gazed at the colossal figure rising in the distance, a sinister smile crept upon her lips. What splendid prey! The purple runic circuits gradually revealed themselves upon the skin, visible from the cheeks and the gaps in the armor. In her two violet eyes, a profound circular red light began to emanate. An energy belonging to the void surged forth in abundance. And thus, I launched. With her upper body and 2 front hooves raised high, she descended silently the next moment. The earth shattered, and a circular wave of mud erupted skyward, her figure transforming into a streak of black light that extended infinitely. utilizing the effects of the flying elixir. She advanced in a straight line across the surface of the sea, traversing 2 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Arriving at the coastal land on the opposite side of the island, sensing the threat posed by her adversary. The biomagic being Zack roared and swung his arms down in front of him. Thousands of tons of mud were propelled outward with the force of the shockwave, hurtling toward the coastline ahead. This is precisely the power I seek. The man-horse girl, laughing maniacally, disregarded everything before her as she maintained her high speed. Leaping continuously across the surface of the horizontally ascending rocks, transforming into a chaotic whirlwind of black remnants, covering the final kilometer. With one last vertical jump, she reached above Zack's head, nearly 100 meters in the air. I claimed the record for the first kill of a deity. The Magic Network Sequence 4. The United Chieftain of the European Centaur tribes, the first being in this world to wield the power of the void. The supreme speed of the Magic Network. The record holder of ultimate strength. Great Opera, joined the battlefield. A pillar of dissipating black light descended from the heavens, and the nearly indistinguishable figure of the Centaur girl pierced through Zack's entire body from above, all the way down to his groin. The ground seemed to buckle under the strain, as a massive and profound circular mountain erupted amid the chaos. Chapter 117. Albert finally makes his move. Truly ruthless, yet still insufficient to slay a half-deity, the Black Wall remarked indifferently. Before the words had fully escaped, a myriad of purple acidic tendrils emerged from beneath the island's surface, creating the illusion from above that the entire island had been drenched in purple. This creature's true form likely hid beneath the island long ago, and undoubtedly possessed some degree of proliferative capability. It was not this large when it first appeared. As he spoke, a tall figure materialized at the edge of the crater, still bearing the visual remnants of illusionary shifting. I shall commence the restrictions. You would do well to keep your distance. Beowulf Schumiter glimmered with golden patterns, his wild red hair gradually taking on a pale golden hue. Chains representing Overhero intertwined and spiraled into Zack's recovering form. However, this attack appeared indiscriminate, piercing through both the ground and other areas alike. Anything touched by the chains visibly began to gray, while Zack's body suffered severe desaturation, the once lustrous shell cracking and becoming brittle over large areas. Overhero, truth reversal, extraordinary prohibition. As the name suggests, it negates all phenomena beyond rationality by reversing the power of Overhero, gradually stripping away and erasing supernatural elements. In a sense, it is the nemesis of magic. What is there to fear? I can afford to die once more. With a punch. She shattered the golden chain shooting toward her, and Great Opera slowly stood, pointing to a faint clock mark upon her ample chest, excluding Albert himself. The third and fourth sequences, Beowulf and Great Opera, were granted a time mark, allowing them to resurrect immediately upon death, compared to the second sequence, Black Wall, who refrained from engaging directly in combat. These two frontline members were the most prone to injury, making such insurance necessary. So, can we suppress it? Great Opera inquired, her gaze scrutinizing the swirling golden chains and purple tendrils, lingering on the slightly faded form of Zack. Don't be absurd. Temporarily restraining its proliferative ability is my utmost limit, Beowulf replied coldly, severing the connection with the myriad chains. Almost simultaneously, a languid voice echoed across the island, as gentle as a breeze whispering in the ears of the 11 present. Everyone, evacuate the island within 30 seconds. The data and samples have been sufficiently gathered. I am about to initiate the final suppression. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Beowulf and Great Opera descended, transforming into streaks of light that shot skyward. The others dared not linger, employing various means to evacuate the island within 10 seconds. Oh, this fellow has perished, has he? The fire demon Patton hovered 300 meters above, gazing at Lucius Malfoy, who was gripped by the blacksmith Regnark 14. One of his legs and an arm had been entirely dissolved by the acidic liquid, half of his face grotesquely disfigured, and his body drenched in blood, barely clinging to life thanks to a life-saving potion. Compared to these creatures, he was woefully weak. I had no idea you fairies were so chummy with pureblood wizards. Patton jested. During the Fairy Rebellion and the Wizarding War, they did not spare each other, forging deadly enmities. This life is worth 1/5 of the Malfoy family's fortune. I simply took it along, Regnark 14 explained briefly. However, this was ultimately a trivial aside. Both men turned their attention downward, their expressions growing grave. A shadow, larger than the island itself, began to rise from beneath the sea, enveloping the sizable island entirely. What is this? I sense a brutal, primal force. Regnark 14 clenched his fists anxiously, his body tense. Such matters are beyond my inquiry, Patton sighed, glancing at the silver-haired figure standing aloof in the high skies. You need only to know that we walk alongside gods, and that is sufficient. High above, Albert slowly raised his hands, framing a camera-like gesture that enclosed the island below. His left eye gradually opened, devoid of a pupil, revealing only an infinite expanse of deep purple. Albert chuckled, producing a gunshot sound with his mouth. In the next instant, the shadow beneath the island fully revealed its true form. It was a vast abyssal maw, adorned with a hard shell and sharp teeth, its hue a deep violet. As the colossal mouth rose, the entire island, along with countless biomonsters named Zack, was devoured as if it were a mere delicacy. In the blink of an eye, the gargantuan mouth vanished, leaving behind only a gaping, hemispherical void on the surface of the sea, devoid of anything else. Over reality, true liberation, the pathless yellow springs. Ah, what a grand bite. The silver-gray metallic earring dangling from my left ear glowed with the blue light as Bartimos's voice gradually resonated. Can it be slain? I fear not. Albert suddenly covered his left eye, and before him, a pitch-black aperture erupted. A torrent of purple mist began to surge forth, coalescing within mere seconds into a towering biochemically infused being, Zack, standing at 2 meters high. Unlike its predecessors, its gaze was far more vibrant, immediately fixating on Albert with an intensity that conveyed the essence of sentient thought and emotion. It spoke in a bizarre tongue, incomprehensible to Albert at first. He raised his hand to cast a universal comprehension spell, finally deciphering its words. Divine One, we have no reason to battle. I am no deity, Albert replied, a smirk gracing his lips, devoid of any intent to cease hostilities. Had he truly regained his composure? Even the remnants of reality appeared formidable. I cannot afford to grant you any respite. In the next moment, a multitude of fist-sized targets materialized throughout the sky, casting a perilous crimson hue over everything in sight. Sensing the imminent threat, the biochemically infused being Zack acted without hesitation, its form erupting into a vast cloud of acidic mist, expanding exponentially. Its body transformed entirely into a gaseous state, with a myriad of target marks faintly visible within. Indeed, your true essence is nothing but acid mist. Mere destruction of solid structures cannot harm you. Albert raised his wand high, and an ocean of magical energy poured into his deep purple eyes. Swathes of pitch-black cubes blossomed like a garden of flowers, instantaneously enveloping the targeted area, transforming a vast expanse of sky, 10 kilometers in all, into an abyss of darkness. Over reality, true liberation, the great black day. The cacophony of shattering glass echoed, a disconcerting sound that reverberated in the ears of the 11 spectators from afar. As the entirety of the night shattered in the next moment, revealing an even denser darkness, the heavens have fallen. More precisely, the very fabric of space within this region was obliterated by St. Albert's strike. Chapter 118, The Illusionist's Mirror and the Vanishing Essence. Is this the war between deities? Sequence 11, the blacksmith Regnark 14, could not help but hold his breath, his entire being trembling. Throughout history, no being of this caliber had ever existed on this planet. He was uncertain whether Albert could still be considered a wizard or even human. He only knew that such entities, capable of annihilating everything with a mere gesture, were referred to as gods. Even though he recognized that St. Albert was formidable, perhaps even more powerful than the legendary wizard Dumbledore, he could never have imagined his strength reached such heights. This level of combat transcended his understanding. Oh, I doubt that fiery demon Patton would appreciate your use of that title, he said, disdain evident in his tone. His most detested entity is a god. In his own words, gods are but the mud that nourishes the flower of fate, while they require sustenance. Who would willingly touch the muck? TSK, it's fortunate he has perished, otherwise, I would undoubtedly be among the first on the casualty list. The fractured space gradually began to restore itself under the influence of the world's restorative force, as dense purple mist coalesced into a relatively solid figure. The volume had not diminished significantly, yet the lower half had completely vanished, leaving behind a noticeably thinner upper body. Strange. I feel as though I haven't diminished your considerable bulk, Albert mused, tilting his head, when suddenly his expression shifted. In the next moment, his entire head exploded. The swirling purple mist billowed forth from the severed neck, instantaneously restoring the lower half of the bioweapon Zack, which had been missing. Clap, clap, clap. The headless body did not collapse. Instead, it spontaneously applauded. Accompanied by the ethereal image of a clock illuminating from behind, Albert's shattered head repaired itself within 3 seconds. The rewind of fate had commenced. Such a sudden method of detonating another's head was a technique I once relished employing. Before Albert could utter more than a few words, his body erupted once again. This time, the splattered blood took on a deep shade of purple. The phantom of the clock reemerged, and Albert attempted to reconstruct his form. Yet his body disintegrated once more before the restoration was complete. 3 consecutive times. Although the recovery period shortened with each instance from an initial 3.5 seconds to merely 1 second, the speed at which his body collapsed accelerated correspondingly. Unknown erosion. Boom. Incomplete restoration. Boom. Forced anchor point release. Boom. The deployment of a backup body. The endless spread of purple mist intensified as the biomagic being Zack suddenly lifted his head. Simultaneously, in low Earth orbit, a colossal satellite began to rotate slowly. The silver-gray mirror embedded at its center flickered with a dim, hazy light. After a brief adjustment, a torpedo-like iron tube was abruptly ejected from the side of the satellite, hurtling towards the Earth's surface. The effect of the sorcerer's mirror activated, replication unit number 2 deployed. Minutes later, the massive iron tube crashed into the ocean, sending towering waves skyward. The naked Albert number 2 emerged from beneath the surface, his magical energy intertwining into a white uniform that adorned his form. Not far away, the biomagic being Zack was ensnared in midair by layers of green chains. Even the spell cast by Albert number 1 before his body collapsed had managed to restrain him for a full 7 minutes. Your corrosive truth is indeed formidable. Forcing me to reboot my new body to escape a dire fate, Albert number 2 remarked, shrugging. It's quite remarkable that the sorcerer's mirror possesses such high intelligence. Where is your true body? Zack inquired gravely, stepping back in apprehension. As time passed, Zack increasingly resembled a truly sentient being. To be honest, I too am curious about that question, Albert number 2 replied, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Perhaps the materials of this world are somewhat unique, as my replication possesses independent thought and nearly identical talents. However, this also means that the mirror bears a curse. We, the replicas, instinctively lock onto the coordinates of our original, seeking to eliminate him and take his place. I am aware that defeating him is an impossibility. Yet this instinct allows for no defiance. As Albert spoke, a troubled expression emerged on his face. Yet, the entity was unaware of the trickery at play. For a long time, whenever we were replicated, we could no longer pinpoint his location. It was as if Albert Grindelwald simply did not exist in this world. Albert nodded, gesturing a thumbs up towards himself. I searched through my memories, acutely aware that I had forgotten something of great significance, most likely something intentionally erased by my own self. Truly, I am remarkable. With a gentle tap, a slender finger lifted an ivory queen, knocking over the Black King before her. Applause erupted from a white-haired elder in crisp military attire, who marveled, what exquisite chess skills, Miss Rosalind. You flatter me, General Marshal. Simply call me Joyce. The golden-haired girl, clad in a pristine white suit, sat gracefully opposite the chessboard, her face slightly turned away. Behind her, the dark-clad butler siblings advanced silently to clear the board. Oh, sir. You seem somewhat anxious, Joyce observed, her gaze landing on a middle-aged man in a tie standing behind the general, seemingly oblivious to the short wand clutched in his sleeve. Do smile. This is neither a grave occasion nor a serious topic. Oh, I cannot pretend I didn't hear that. General Marshall laughed heartily, placing a detailed map of America on the table. As a key figure in the American military, his map was extraordinarily intricate. Joyce even caught sight of numerous military base markings. Interesting? A test of sorts? A hint of sardonic amusement flickered in Joyce's eyes as she crossed her gloved hands over her lap. You are correct. After all, we are discussing the future of America, along with world peace, so we should maintain a serious demeanor. I appreciate your choice of words. General Marshall squinted, leaning in. I had someone investigate you, Miss Joyce Rosalind. Your family background, your ancestry, every school you attended, everything is so rich in detail. Even the homeless man on the street could recount how a beautiful young lady once bought him bread on a cold winter's day. Ah, you must be referring to Mr. Connor from the Olive District. He certainly lacks a bit of luck in life, Joyce replied, her warm smile unwavering, her golden hair flowing behind her, seemingly touched by a divine golden hue in the sunlight. So, do you doubt those facts? Indeed, the more perfect a facade, the further it strays from reality. General Marshall clapped his hands, and suddenly, walls around them crumbled, revealing heavily armored special forces rushing into the room. Countless weapons pointed simultaneously at Joyce and the young butler and maid behind her. I am curious where I have faltered, Joyce sighed, standing slowly. As you can see, my wizard consultant has met you thrice and is now nearly unable to wield his wand. General Marshall stood as well, gesturing to his pale-faced advisor. Magic tells him that to act against you would mean death. Chapter 119. More money required. Do you still dare to share the same roof with me? Joyce smiled, brushing her hair back lazily as she yawned. Her beauty was undeniable. In that moment, everyone present, regardless of gender, found themselves momentarily entranced. Some things must be tested. General Marshall replied with a mischievous grin, unhesitatingly commanding, "Open fire." In the next moment, every weapon simultaneously turned to aim at General Marshall. The tables had turned. Blinking in surprise, Marshall sighed deeply, helplessly removing his hat and scratching his bald head. He seemed to have anticipated such a turn of events, thus was not overly shocked. Just as he had previously stated, some things, even when the outcome is known, must still be tried. At least one could say they had made an effort. Is that the soul-snatching curse? Marshall appeared somewhat knowledgeable about magic and wizardry. As the saying goes, for those in power, there truly are no secrets in this world. Even for you, such an insult would make me angry, Dewey said brightly, snapping her fingers. In Marshall's view, a myriad of silver chains appeared, each linked to a soldier, all converging at Dewey's abdomen. What is this? He asked curiously. Magic you think you understand, but truly do not, Dewey's replied with a smile. Over reality, true liberation through human reasoning. By extending the ability to deliver death sentences and merging it with the remnants of over-control, a new technique was developed. This allows for the direct control of a person's consciousness and memories through chains, transforming them into puppets with independent thought. At that moment, Marshall noticed that a silver chain was also connected to his wizard consultant. He gasped. If you possess such power, why not control me from the start? He asked helplessly. High-ranking individuals like him typically had protective magic cast upon them, making them resistant to mental control spells like the soul-snatching curse. Otherwise, with the unpredictability of magic, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. The soul-snatching curse is not particularly sophisticated. Any wizard who has studied at institutions like Hogwarts could master it within a few years. Dewey tilted her head and slowly replied. It's rare to have someone to play with. If it ends too quickly, it loses its charm. I'm not your toy. That depends on whether we travel together. Dewey smiled enigmatically. For the first time, General Marshall's expression turned somewhat grim, perhaps even embarrassed. What you mentioned earlier about collaborating with the military to establish a domestic giant corporation to counter the emerging European giant, the Magic Network, was that a deception? No. Those intentions are sincere. Dewey casually conjured 2 wooden chairs using transfiguration, gesturing for General Marshall to sit. But there is something I did not mention. What is it? Marshall, now at ease, slouched in the chair, intrigued. I am the president of the Magic Network. Almost simultaneously, Dewey's appearance began to shift, revealing a silver-haired boy with closed eyes before Marshall. You are Albert Grindelwald? Marshall recognized the name immediately, aware of the Magic Network's dominance in Europe. Yet, confusion soon enveloped him. Have you lost your mind, creating a new force to oppose yourself? What benefits do you gain from this? Constantly fabricating new conflicts and altering the fixed fate of this world holds its own value for me, Albert replied, spreading his hands. Although nothing was there, Marshall faintly heard the sound of countless chips falling. Whether this development is good or bad is irrelevant to me. I only care about whether change is occurring. And that is sufficient. Do you believe I would betray my country for such an absurd reason? In the presence of Albert's enigmatic smile, Marshall sat upright. His words fervent and compelling. We need more funds. 3 hours later, within a speeding black car on a highway in the American West, Albert slowly answered the phone that had just rung. Beside him, the meticulous short-haired maid, Sheezy, diligently operated a typewriter on her lap, beginning to draft a report. The young steward, Weiss, remained silent as he drove. I have concluded the separation of the core components of the biomagic entity as per your request, and it has now begun to exhibit a nascent self-awareness. Above the Pacific Ocean, the puppet rabbit stood suspended in the void, cradling a mobile device nearly as large as its own body. Not far away, 12 individuals gathered around a massive purple, jelly-like organism, exchanging astonished remarks. Although it currently possessed only residual power, with proper cultivation, it should have the potential to manifest the essence of the truth's corrosion. I will have your replica form a contract shortly. A moniker will be required to complete the familiar marking. Let us call it Slime, Albert declared without hesitation. The name was rather dreadful and banal, yet neither Albert nor the puppet rabbit seemed particularly concerned with such trivial matters. A name was merely a designation. As long as it sufficed for identification, there was no issue, especially since such a creature as slime did not exist in this world. Have you completed the script construction on your end in America? I sense a substantial amount of fate tokens being generated. Indeed. I employed some unorthodox methods to expedite the process. The military has already signed the investment and strategic cooperation agreement. What is the name of the new enterprise? Albert glanced at the documents in his hand. Military technology. Your reckless approach increasingly resembles that of a creator, albeit a counterfeit one, the puppet rabbit remarked. Whether in admiration or irony was unclear, in a subdued tone. You have failed before, so simply observe my actions with peace of mind. Albert chuckled softly, casting a cold gaze out towards the desolate wilderness. Should I fail, it would merely signify a transition from falsehood to nothingness. Yet, if I triumph, could the soul counterfeit not also be deemed genuine? Chapter 120. For your honesty and willingness to amend your mistakes, Gryffindor earns 3 points. Good morning, Harry. Good morning, Ron. Accustomed to early risings, Harry met up with a new acquaintance at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. They initially intended to head to the dining hall early. But the stairs of Hogwarts proved torturous. They vanished unexpectedly or morphed suddenly, causing the duo to take nearly an hour to descend from the upper floors. By this time, the start of their classes was rapidly approaching, leaving the two famished students no choice but to sprint to their classroom, surrounded by first-year students in similar predicaments, all appearing quite flustered. It must be said, misfortune shared is a balm to the spirit. If it weren't for Peeves leading us astray, we would have reached the dining hall half an hour ago. Ron continued to grumble even after entering the classroom. Come on, Ron, compared to Peeves. Filch is the real menace, interjected a fellow Gryffindor wizard. I've heard upperclassmen say that Filch takes great pleasure in tormenting us newcomers. Notably, both of them were dressed haphazardly, clearly having hastily thrown on their clothes in their rush. Their first lesson of the day was potions, taught by the dark-haired professor who had scrutinized Harry during the opening ceremony. Was his name Snape? He also had a reputation as an old bat, which did not bode well for a pleasant interaction. The potions classroom was located in a rather eerie underground chamber. Glass jars containing an assortment of peculiar materials were meticulously arranged in the corners, some housing unsettling human organs. Harry quickly averted her gaze, fearing that lingering too long would invite nightmares that night. Professor Snape entered just as the bell rang, bringing with him an aura of chill that silenced the previously lively classroom. One might have mistaken it for an empty hall. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Snape's expression remained impassive as he surveyed the room, striding through the crowded aisles to retrieve the attendance roster. In his class, the customary roll call felt akin to a death sentence. Those whose names were not called squirmed in their seats like condemned prisoners awaiting execution. I noticed a celebrity in the class. He slowly raised his head, and within his deep-set eyes, the reflection of a slight figure emerged, Harry Potter. Upon hearing the surname Potter, Harry sensed a flicker of distaste and loathing cross Snape's face. No, it was less about disdain and more akin to physical discomfort. Harry was certain this was her first encounter with Snape and speculated that the cold-faced professor harbored a strong aversion to someone named Potter, and she was, unfortunately, caught in the crossfire. It felt rather unjust. Before we commence, I must offer you all a word of advice, Snape concluded the roll call, gliding between the seats with the grace of a serpent surveying its territory. Potions is a discipline that demands utmost precision in both science and craft. Often, it is not merely a facet of magic. Rather, only a fraction belongs to the realm of sorcery. Have I heard that somewhere before? Ron murmured, only to be met with Snape's piercing gaze, causing him to break into a cold sweat instantly. Mr. Weasley, I do not recall granting you permission to speak without raising your hand, Snape said, looming over Ron and Harry, his hands propped on the desk. Though his focus was primarily on Ron, the latter was nearly quaking beneath the table, were it not for Harry's firm grip on his clothing. My apologies, Professor. I didn't mean to. For your rudeness and ignorance, Gryffindor loses 3 points. What a nightmarish beginning. Within 3 minutes of class, Gryffindor had already lost 3 points. And as for that comment you just made, you certainly find it familiar. It is the new motto of the Potion Society, created to commemorate the 5th second-class Merlin Medal awarded to Vice President Albert Grindelwald, as well as the publication of the Compendium 1001 Potions. It was specifically crafted from his remarks in the Daily Prophet. Though Snape spoke of Albert's accomplishments, his tone dripped with sarcasm and bitterness. I must concede that he possesses an unparalleled understanding of potions. However, that arrogant declaration may mislead you novice fools into believing that any mindless buffoon can achieve success in the field of potions. Not everyone can grasp the moment of potion creation, that profound fusion of magic that strikes at one's very soul. It requires immense patience and extensive knowledge. The vast majority abandon the endeavor before reaching these essential prerequisites. I hope you are not that foolish, but every year, well, almost every year, I am met with profound disappointment. Snape concluded. His words echoed those of previous teachers who had lamented, "You are the worst class I have ever taught," a sentiment that held its own merit. Following this discourse, the classroom fell utterly silent. Oh no, perhaps except for one brave little lion, furiously leaning forward. Potter, or rather, I shall call you Harry. Suddenly called upon, Harry instinctively stood up, nearly exclaiming present. This garnered laughter from the entire classroom, but the moment was swiftly quelled under Snape's oppressive gaze, which could be likened to a powerful silencing spell. What is the potion made from dried daffodil roots powder combined with a solution of fresh mugwort left to steep overnight? What herbs? What powders? What liquids? Harry's face flushed red as she desperately racked her mind for anything from the potions textbook she had theoretically studied. Alas, aside from recalling the title 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, nothing else came to her. The first class had gone awry. Could there still be hope for my future at this school? I am earnestly seeking a solution. As Harry stammered, struggling to find her voice, Snape sighed silently before continuing. A little hint. It is a potion that induces sleep. He disregarded the eager arm of the Gryffindor, which inching closer. I'm sorry, Professor, I don't know, Harry said. Lowering her head, her voice tinged with dismay, her eyes on the verge of shedding pearls of tears. It is the draft of living death, Harry, Snape sighed. No longer pursuing his original line of questioning, and instead swept his gaze across the classroom. If I were you, ladies and gentlemen, I would immediately jot this knowledge down. What do you think? In an instant, the room was enveloped in silence, save for the soft scratching of quills against parchment. I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't prepare adequately. I will diligently review the textbook upon my return. Next time, I shall certainly be able to respond correctly, Professor. Harry clutched her sleeve, making a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. It was over. She was undoubtedly going to lose points. Perhaps a plea for mercy would lessen the penalty. To her astonishment, the next moment brought a surprise. For your honesty and willingness to rectify your mistakes, Gryffindor gains 3 points. What? Harry exclaimed, lifting her head abruptly, only to find that Snape had already returned to the podium, calling upon another young wizard to answer a question. Beside her, Ron's face flushed crimson as he spread his hands in disbelief, wearing an expression of unfairness. Chapter 121. Whoever takes the stage is an actor. I thought I was doomed. After potions class, Harry and the other first-year Gryffindors huddled together, sharing looks of trepidation. Professor Snape was actually a decent person, Harry murmured quietly, patting her flat chest. She had feared becoming the second unfortunate student after Ron, for the upperclassmen of Gryffindor had painted a notorious portrait of the old bat, Professor Snape, as acerbic and harsh. He unabashedly favored the students of Slytherin and seemed to unleash targeted attacks and real damage upon Gryffindor. Typically, the first potions class for new students would commence with a merciless slaughter, plunging Gryffindor into a state of low morale, often leading to friction with the Slytherin students. Oh, come on. I bet Neville doesn't think that way, said Seamus, another first year, pointing to the plump boy being scolded by Snape at the podium, making a praying gesture. Fortunately, the professor caught on in time. Otherwise, I would have been caught up in that exploding potion. I bet something unpleasant would have transpired, Ron muttered. But suddenly laughter erupted nearby. The group turned to see a Slytherin girl with 2 chubby lackeys, her platinum ponytail swaying, though her uniform was the same as everyone else's. Her hair accessories and wrist trinkets were undeniably expensive, most likely custom-made and designed with a chibi dragon motif. Damn rich folks. Ron seethed. Why can't you just find faults within yourselves? Draco Malfoy exaggeratedly gestured, relentlessly mocking. Not only did you embarrass yourselves at the pure blood gathering, but you also choose to play the fool at school? Oh, I must say, your dedication is commendable, Weasley. Go for it. I support your future circus debut. Draco elongated his tone, clapping vigorously. Are you deliberately provoking me, you wretched soul? Ron stood up, glaring furiously at Malfoy. The Weasley family and the Malfoy family were inherently at odds, and Ron had been acquainted with Draco long before their enrollment. If not for the principle of not raising a hand against a girl, he would have already struck this good-looking but insufferable brat. Wow, are we going to fight? But I am not a troll, Weasley. Such lowbrow entertainment is better left for you lot to experience. Malfoy smiled, retreating slightly while raising his chin towards Professor Snape. Their head of house stood in the classroom, a silent challenge lingering in the air. All right, enough of this. Let us not cause trouble on the very first day of school. A handsome, dark-haired Slytherin boy passed by, coolly intervening to halt the brewing altercation. He seemed to hold considerable authority, as even Malfoy promptly fell silent. Yet, his occasional glances at Ron still conveyed defiance and provocation. Fines. Is there any word from Lord Rommel? Suddenly, Malfoy seemed to recall something, gathering courage to inquire. If we survive, you can ask your father yourself. If not, there is little more to discuss. Draco Malfoy, the Slytherin boy, picked up his textbook, cast a final glance toward the podium and departed the classroom. Later, in an abandoned classroom, Ralph Fiennes quietly produced a two-way mirror and traced a somewhat intricate pattern upon its surface with his wand. It was the crest of the Grindelwald family, as well as the emblem of the multinational conglomerate, the Magical Network Group. Soon, the other side of the mirror connected, revealing a striking silver-haired visage that gradually appeared like a reflection in water. "How does it feel to be back at school after such a long absence, Tom?" "I now go by Ralph Fiennes. I believe I mentioned that to you." "Tom Marvolo Riddle, or Voldemort," he emphasized softly, glancing instinctively around the empty classroom. He did not see the familiar white-haired figure, but then he seemed to realize something, chuckling self-deprecatingly. "This world has entirely fallen into the grasp of the divine. Dumbledore is merely a pawn manipulated by fate." "Ah, isn't this new body quite functional?" Albert seemed to be in a laboratory behind him. A massive glass container housed an indescribable purple shadow that continuously twisted and contorted under immense pressure from numerous machines, occasionally emitting unintelligible roars. What monstrosity has he conjured this time? Ralph Fiennes, Voldemort, cursed inwardly, steeling himself to speak, aside from being too young and not fully harnessing my magical power. There's little to complain about. Oh, in another 2 years, it should be about right. After all, it's a byproduct created with the Philosopher's Stone. Some instability is to be expected. I don't understand. How did that old fool, Nicholas Flamel, willingly hand over the Philosopher's Stone to you? Voldemort could no longer hold back his long-standing confusion. Although he had formally allied with Albert 6 months prior, he had only recently learned about Albert possessing the Philosopher's Stone from other members. Regarding the initial agreement with Immortan, that fellow had never harbored good intentions. He certainly wouldn't act according to the wishes of someone so insidious. Moreover, if a collaborator was needed, why not partner with Albert, this unprecedented anomaly, instead of Immortan? Thus, he acquired this new identity. Fate is capricious. Even Nicholas Flamel must feel trepidation. He is a born prophet, fully aware that the future of this world is utterly chaotic. Exchanging a Philosopher's Stone for a relatively stable actor's identity was not a bad deal for him. Albert, with a hint of sarcasm, unleashed a formidable magical beam behind him. The purple creature that had shattered the container was instantaneously vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. How annoying. I truly should not have employed the universal knowledge spell on such a mindless fool like you. After a prolonged silence, Voldemort raised his head and, in a dejected tone, inquired, "So, does Dumbledore know what you are up to?" Whether he knows or not matters little. Albert seemed poised to conclude the conversation, one hand already resting on the two-way mirror. Whoever takes the stage becomes an actor. Chapter 122. Though we are friends, we remain merely friends. There is no greater regret than this. Albert returned to Hogwarts on the afternoon of the third day. The matters in the United States had been resolved that very day, leaving him to devote the remainder of his time to analyzing the core of the biochemically engineered creature known as the slime. Despite having developed a nascent self-awareness, it seemed that the slime's instinct to consume still overshadowed its rationality, leading it to instinctively attempt to devour nearby living beings. Even the universal understanding charm could not decipher its thoughts. Fortunately, while the slime's condition was less than satisfactory, the rewards acquired from the bounty exceeded Albert's expectations. As he operated to the outskirts of Hogwarts, Albert was accompanied not only by the drowsy figure of little Gwen on his shoulder, but also by a diminutive figure at his waist, armed with twin daggers. This figure, with white hair streaked with crimson highlights and a black iron fox mask dangling from the hem of its trousers, was his Patronus, the spirited little Yonjen. "I have shared my memories with you. How do you fare? Can you integrate them into your techniques?" Albert mused as he walked across the tranquil waters of the lake toward the castle. While complete assimilation would take time, it was already sufficient for combat use. Little Yonjen coolly pressed a hand to its forehead. Unlike the entirely mascot-like little Gwen, Yonjen possessed formidable combat abilities. After assimilating Albert's skills and magic, this characteristic was enhanced to an unprecedented degree, even though it had only recently come into existence. Its combat prowess firmly surpassed the lower ranks of the 12 seats of the Magic Network and could even briefly hold its own against the formidable brawler Opera, renowned for its destructive power, without faltering. "Excellent. Then you shall take on the task of suppressing that group of vampires. Do not concern yourself with casualties, ultimately. Only the true bloodlords are of real value," Albert instructed. "Understood." As they spoke, Albert had crossed the Black Lake and reached the entrance of the castle. Hagrid was engaged in conversation with the new Professor Quirrell, and upon noticing Albert's arrival, they greeted him. "Sneaking in at the start of the new year? Are we, Albert?" Hagrid's voice boomed as he affectionately ruffled little Gwen's head. Quite a lot going on lately, I see. This must be Professor Quirrell? It is an honor to be teaching everyone, and I hope to exchange insights with you at some point, Quirrell said, maintaining a balanced demeanor as he shook hands with Albert. Coincidentally, the textbook I selected for this semester is the Magic Network's 100 Universal Protective Charms. The spells within are quite practical, but I would personally advise against following the order presented in the book, as some spells are rather challenging for beginners. Albert chuckled softly, shaking his head. I have discussed this with the publishing house. Their arrangement is entirely based on the gestures required for casting the spells. While this may not pose a problem for experienced wizards, it is unsuitable for an introductory text. A revised version will be released next year. That sounds splendid. However, I won't be teaching an excessive number of spells this year. Mastering a few spells thoroughly is far more meaningful than merely accumulating a large quantity. Quirrell nodded in agreement. Compared to the original portrayal, Quirrell now exuded considerably more poise and intelligence, which perhaps was how he was always meant to be. Chosen by Dumbledore to teach defense against the dark arts, Quirrell undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. Not everyone could be like Lockhart, who was deliberately selected as a cautionary example. In most instances, both Dumbledore and Hogwarts hoped that new professors would impart valuable knowledge and experience to the students. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. Let us await the outcome. During the afternoon break in the Gryffindor common room, a group of young lions was idly engaged in a game of wizard chess, discussing their recent school experiences. Damn that old bat. Did Gryffindor dig up his ancestral grave or something? Why does he penalize us every day? Seamus grumbled furiously about Snape. Hannah, who was intensely competing against Ron, hesitantly remarked, I don't think Professor Snape is as bad as the rumors say, though. As soon as she uttered those words, a heavy silence fell over the room. Almost everyone stared at her with incredulous expressions. That's only because of you, Harry. Fred, Ron's brother, chimed in as he passed by. Good grief, do you know what nickname other houses have given you lately? The heir of Slytherin. Otherwise, they wouldn't understand why Snape treats you so well. Though the method may be somewhat crude, it's solid fundamentals. 10 points to Gryffindor. Lee Jordan added with enthusiasm. Even if the answer is wrong, the thought process is correct. 5 points to Gryffindor. Just listen to that. Could those words have come from the old bat's mouth? Harry's face flushed with embarrassment as she found the points awarded to be rather perplexing. Although Snape often exhibited double standards, he was not one to speak such blatant nonsense. At least, he was always precise when it came to awarding points. Ron knocked Harry's king off the board with his piece, resting his chin on his pudgy hand. At this rate, you'll end up getting points from Snape for entering through the right foot someday. I'm not joking. That can't be so exaggerated. Did you hear? Snape remarkably awarded points to Gryffindor's Harry. Later, in the Ravenclaw common room, Pava was chattering excitedly around Albert, who was quietly reading. Although he no longer resided in the common room, Albert still cherished the atmosphere, which was predominantly calm and peaceful. He could hardly resist the urge to use a silencing charm on Pava, who was being particularly noisy. Are Snape and Harry's parents friends? Elira inquired, focusing intently on Albert, casting him a curious glance. Although not all-knowing, she was confident that there was little he might not know within the realm of the mundane. The title of saint is not solely due to the enterprises and vast influence he established, Albert replied. It's partially true. He and Harry's mother were friends. However, this friendship became a lifelong regret for him. How could it still be a regret if they were friends? Pava questioned, perplexed. Albert snapped the book shut with a meaningful expression and remarked, though we are friends, we are merely friends. There is nothing more lamentable than this. Chapter 123, Miss Delacour sheds no tears. Perhaps it was the inexorable force of fate, or perhaps the inevitable conflict arising from the contradictory nature of their characters. But Harry, Bert, and Delacour Malfoy found themselves embroiled in another argument during their flying lesson. However, before the latter could provoke a dispute by picking up Neville's fallen crystal ball, a diminutive figure intervened. No fighting. Little Gwen, riding her tiny broomstick, floated over leisurely from a distance, donning the exquisite crystal wizard hat that Albert had recently crafted for her, styled in the aesthetics of the Aegean Sea. The hat was fashioned from the most opulent magical crystal, meticulously created with the collaboration of 16 master magical artisans, permanently imbued with 7 mental enchantments, including the Joy Charm and the Focus Charm. In truth, considering the wasted materials, the total cost could nearly purchase 7/7 of Hogwarts Castle. Yet, Albert was hardly short of funds. Recently, the Black Wall had hijacked the databases of all medium to large real estate development companies across the continent. Armed with that highly confidential information, the magic network swiftly dismantled the existing real estate monopoly and obtained countless rights to natural mineral extraction through collaboration with various governments. The term wealth-rivaling nations was, for Albert, no mere metaphor. In due time, he planned to execute a counter-operation to bring down the European Union system. The capricious nature of fate was what he truly desired for the future. Captain Gwen. Several passing Ravenclaw students greeted enthusiastically. Are these also Hogwarts students? Harry observed the petite and adorable Gwen, her gaze lingering on the stunningly enchanting wizard hat. Gwen, a third-year Ravenclaw, was of an uncertain lineage. Yet she was regarded as an individual no one dared to provoke within Hogwarts, as Ron whispered a gossiping explanation. Huh? Why is Harry surprised? I think Captain Gwen has a rather pleasant demeanor. She is the cherished companion of that esteemed senior saint. Who would dare to upset her? So that's the reason. What a shock. Harry replied, somewhat speechless. Lady Gwen. Delacour was equally startled and, disregarding everything, leapt from her broom. Swiftly tossing the crystal ball to her nemesis, Harry Potter, as if fleeing from disaster. Once we are inside the school, just call me senior sister. Little Gwen placed her hands on her hips, surveying the group of young witches. Aren't the first-year flying lessons scheduled for this year? I had hoped to find some promising talents, yet all I see are Gryffindors and Slytherins. Captain Gwen, you've mixed up the schedule. The flying lessons for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are the next class. Several Ravenclaw girls peered out from the rooftop windows, some clutching hefty history of magic textbooks. Oh dear. Little Gwen tilted her head, pondering for a while, her cheeks gradually turning crimson. Cursed Pava, spreading false information. I'll be sure to reveal her hiding spot to Alira. After a bout of self-talk, Little Gwen flew away, looking rather dejected. The following morning, Little Gwen and Pava were playfully tussling as they made their way to the lower levels of the castle. They soon discovered a crowd gathered, filled with onlookers. Ding ding. My gossip and Tinny informed me that there's entertainment afoot. Pava grinned widely, nudging her head against Little Gwen's soft form to part the throng. Before long, they spotted the hourglasses of the four houses, one of which was completely empty. Well, Pava and Little Gwen adeptly retrieved various sizes of chips from their bags. Munching in unison. Chips pair perfectly with gossip. Delacour, what have you done? A tall Slytherin upperclassman seized Delacour Malfoy's collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. As a fellow pureblood, he had no fear of the Malfoy family, especially since they had recently suffered a significant blow that would likely take a decade to recover from. Many were aware that a considerable number of goblins had been seen moving belongings out of Malfoy Manor, allegedly connected to a major stakeholder in Gringotts. Observing the escalating situation, several bystanders hurried to separate the two. Yes, the outcome diverged from the original fate. This time, it was Slytherin's hourglass that had been completely reset. However, Gryffindor's was not in much better shape, with only a thin layer of gems remaining, appearing particularly dismal. Yet, the little lions seemed unconcerned. On the contrary, they were as joyful as if celebrating a festival. As long as they could witness the misfortune of the detested little snakes, they were indifferent to their own plight. Especially since the penalties for both sides had, for once, exhibited a noticeable disparity. I've always said these two houses should be locked in, Pava remarked candidly. Reminiscent of the credit black hole nearly dug by Alira last semester. It's as if nothing ever happened. It's all Potter's fault. Delacour snapped, turning her head to glare at the scrawny, bespectacled girl not far off. The latter met her gaze defiantly, without needing Pava and her friends to inquire. A well-meaning individual soon elucidated the events that had transpired. The savior, Miss Harry Potter, and Delacour Malfoy, engaged in a duel in the forbidden section on the 4th floor late at night, seemingly attempting to outsmart one another. They were abruptly interrupted by Peeves, who led the caretaker, Filch, to capture the two young witches on the spot, subsequently summoning the heads of their respective houses. However, a dramatic turn of events ensued. Before the infuriated Gryffindor head, Professor McGonagall, could act, Snape preemptively reset his own house's points to 0. That bizarre scene left even Professor McGonagall momentarily speechless, allowing Gryffindor's hourglass to narrowly escape a similar fate. Although your father barely survived, preserving the privileges of pure blood, your actions are a desecration of that honor earned through blood. Snape's words were heavy, and it was rare to see Malfoy burst into tears. This was the first time everyone witnessed this proud and haughty young lady, weeping like a helpless puppy. From that moment onward, it seemed that Delacour and Harry were irreparably at odds. Nevertheless, following this incident, Slytherin House was essentially declared out of the running for the Championship Cup. It's important to note that, in the absence of the esteemed Albert Grindelwald, other houses still had a chance to claim the trophy. What a fool. Pava commented with unvarnished honesty, as if she were not the same individual who had nearly dug a pit for Alira last semester. Chapter 124. The first meeting of two generations of Grindelwald. And so it was, in summary, both Gryffindor and Slytherin were preparing to redeem their points through Quidditch victories. As the situation this year was quite dire. During lunchtime, the diminutive Gwyn vigorously pounded on the table, endeavoring to capture the attention of Albert, who was engrossed in his newspaper. On either side of Gwyn, Alira elegantly sipped her freshly brewed English breakfast tea, occasionally indulging in a few delectable macarons, while Pava, as usual, attacked a hefty portion of German roasted pork knuckle with the fervor of a ravenous spirit. Across the table, Rommel leisurely dissected the boiled celery before him with knife and fork. Beowulf was absent, engaged in a task, and had yet to return to the school. They dined on the verdant grass outside Hogwarts Castle, with tables and benches conjured effortlessly by Albert's transfiguration skills. The food, prepared instantaneously by chefs from the Hell's Kitchen in France, was magically delivered by other wizards. The ingredients were remarkably expensive, far surpassing the usual fare provided by the Academy. Albert, do we have any formidable newcomers in our house this year? Our team is significantly lacking in immediate talent, Gwyn exclaimed. Indeed, there is one. Seek out a Chinese girl named Qiu Zhang. She may prove to be an excellent seeker, Albert replied with a slight smile, squinting at her. Upon hearing this, Gwyn's spirits soared, and she tugged at Albert's sleeve eagerly. Is she as formidable as you? Take it one step at a time. I will assist you if necessary. Albert responded, his finger gently flicking Gwyn's forehead. You are now the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, little Gwyn. You must learn to resolve your own challenges. Alas, it is so difficult, Gwyn lamented, plopping down onto the table, her head shaking despondently, her little face etched with gloom. Had I known managing a team would be so troublesome, I would have preferred to remain a star coach. Though Albert no longer played, he still had Alira and Pava willing to lend a hand. Particularly Pava, whose flying skills were atrocious, yet she excelled in various fouls and taunting techniques. Any batters facing her could hardly expect to perform normally, as her tactics were utterly unscrupulous, embodying a strategy of mutual destruction. If I cannot play well, neither shall you. After lunch concluded, little Gwyn followed Alira and the others to their classroom for the first lesson of the afternoon. Albert watched them depart, his figure becoming distorted and blurred with each breath until he vanished completely from sight. In the next instant, as the surrounding scenery gradually solidified, Albert had traversed much of Europe, arriving at his intended destination. Before him stood an ancient fortress, reminiscent of Hogwarts, both grand and foreboding yet in a state of disrepair, alongside a towering spire that appeared somewhat askew under the relentless sun and wind. This was hardly an idyllic place for repose, Albert murmured to himself as a frail, balding old man emerged from a lowly house, which had been pushed aside from the road. The old man bore no wand, nor did he exhibit any semblance of magical prowess. He approached with a wooden cane, limping and leaning heavily, his clouded, half-blind eyes slowly lifted. This was Nurmengard, a place inhospitable to outsiders. Once, Nurmengard had shared a notorious reputation with Azkaban, a prison that housed hundreds of wizards. In a certain sense, I cannot be considered an outsider. Let me behold what lies within for the sake of a greater good. Albert slowly recited the inscribed words at the base of the tower, his tone devoid of any respect. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the walls, long abandoned, had crumbled and fractured, now thoroughly enveloped by rampant weeds and vines, which somewhat obscured the original atmosphere of gloom and cruelty. You are aware that the prisoner here is a fanatic of wizard supremacy, are you not? Albert inquired, his head bowed slightly, a hint of mockery in his voice. I was not always mute. The old man attempted to defend himself, but his voice dwindled midway, and he silently retreated to the side. As a former follower of Gellert Grindelwald, he understood better than anyone the essence of that man's ideology. Any further justification would merely be a futile act of self-deception. The complexities of human nature are perpetually fascinating. Albert stepped inside, wielding his silver scepter of civilization, which he casually swept through the obstructive vines, dispersing a brilliant, radiant silvery light. At that moment, he resembled more of a carefree tourist than a purposeful visitor, merely meandering and observing within the ancient castle. The ground and walls were adorned with numerous remnants, still imbued with the lingering essence of magic, despite the passage of over 50 years since that fateful battle. The power of belief had, at no moment, been so resolutely victorious over the ravages of time. Perhaps there was also a hint of love interwoven within, not abundant, but sufficiently pure. By the way, the anti-illusion teleportation array of Nurmengard should still be operational, firmly locking the surrounding space. Any thought of teleportation would evoke the sensation of being encased in cement. Of course, this applied solely to ordinary wizards. Before Albert, both cement and steel were nothing more than fragile remnants, shattering at a mere touch. Even the protective wards of ancient magic, as long as they adhered to the truths of magic and remained a tangible reality, would hold no sway over him. The chains of mortals can ultimately bind only mortals. Eventually, boredom began to creep in for Albert. Thus, he took a step forward, rotating his scepter in a circle before gently tapping it against the ground. The surrounding scenery warped and vaporized, and he stepped forth to the uppermost floor of Numengard's tower. Unlike its exterior, this chamber had undergone some ordinary renovations. The floor was covered with an aged carpet, and it housed a toilet and some tables and chairs. A freshly unrolled copy of the Prophet Daily lay on one of the tables, alongside a steaming bowl of oatmeal. Most of the glass windows surrounding the tower were shattered, obscured by a layer of grime or something else, obstructing all that was related to light and warmth from entering. It was a place of isolation, narrowness, darkness, devoid of vitality and hope. Albert slowly turned, gazing at the hardwood bed behind him. There sat the solitary prisoner of Nurmengard, or rather, its master Gellert Grindelwald. It was their first encounter, the esteemed former head of the house. Albert gradually bent down, his right hand brushing across his chest as he offered a slight bow. Chapter 125. The individual portraying the Dark Lord on stage need not necessarily be a second generation. It is uncertain whether it is indeed the passage of time that has aged him or merely his lack of grooming at present. Gellert Grindelwald resembles an old beggar on the streets of London. His disheveled, grizzled hair fell haphazardly across his cheeks, barely concealing the deep lines etched by time on his face. His sunken eyes, shrouded in shadows, hinted at a long absence of restful slumber. For a legendary wizard endowed with immense magical prowess, the lack of sleep is hardly a grave concern. Albert himself is capable of enduring such nights. In fact, it is almost an exaggeration to say that sustenance is not a necessity for him. I have encountered tales of your exploits in the newspapers. Yet you surpass my expectations in both grandeur and eccentricity. Gellert Grindelwald's voice was remarkably hoarse, resembling the gritty sound of sand forced through crevices laden with dryness and heaviness. Nevertheless, his gaze retained an eagle-like sharpness, imbued with an inexplicable weight. Campbell, how have the years treated you? As I understand it, your grandfather has been sneaking in to see you each year. You are not truly inquiring about him, are you? Albert's lips curled upward slowly as he squinted and smiled. What an insufferable little brat, full of the same unfounded arrogance and disdain I possessed in my youth. Gellert Grindelwald chuckled self-deprecatingly. Your age has certainly taken a toll far greater than Dumbledore's. One can discern that from your magic. With a flourish of his wand, Albert transformed a substantial volume of air into a chair and seated himself with an air of nonchalance. The staggering prowess of this transfiguration astonished even Gellert Grindelwald, who could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Such feats were not impossible for others, yet they transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Neither he nor Dumbledore could have fathomed the possibility of manipulating air itself. A fusion of technology and magic, perhaps? Gellert Grindelwald mused quietly, acknowledging Campbell's remarkable grandson. It was evident that this once mighty Dark Lord held a certain amiability towards his kin. After all, they shared the same bloodline, and Albert was hardly surprised by this. Of course, should a confrontation arise, it would present no challenge for Albert, who was adept at taming the beast within cages. You wouldn't come to seek me without cause, would you, Albert? May I call you that? Gellert asked. Naturally, you are my elder. You may address me as you prefer. Albert gestured invitingly, still squinting. Gellert Grindelwald cleared his throat several times, laboriously retrieving a vial of medicine from the bedside and consuming 2 tablets. The label bore faint inscriptions that hinted at blood pressure medication, yet the bottle's signs of decay raised doubts about its freshness. Rest assured, this medicine is newly prepared. I merely prefer the old packaging, hence the tablets are stored in this bottle. Noticing Albert's gaze, Gellert Grindelwald explained softly, as one ages, one tends to reminisce about the past. He leaned wearily upon his knee, struggling to lift his eyelids, and continued, if possible, I would rather not see you until I am carried to my grave. But after today, I shall be released, correct? This topic emerged rather abruptly. Yet for 2 profoundly wise and powerful wizards, it appeared to be entirely anticipated. To be precise, the entirety of Nurmengard would soon cease to exist. Your prophetic abilities seem far more formidable than your grandfather described, Albert complimented without reservation, applauding, compared to the witch who inherited Cassandra Trelawney's gifts. My prophetic skills are rather modest, merely a touch more manageable. I remain unable to escape fate's true grasp. As he spoke, Gellert Grindelwald fixed a penetrating gaze upon Albert, his expression grave and earnest. He was not one to beat around the bush, nor did he lack the courage to confront destiny and choice. Even though he had faltered in his previous encounters with Dumbledore due to perceived weakness, the ultimate loser was not necessarily he. At least, the one tormented by pain and regret throughout life was not him, the one imprisoned in a tower with nothing to his name. For certain reasons, I intend to replace the original actor on stage, thus obtaining fortune's favor. Of course, his role shall not vanish, it will merely shift to another. That individual is me? Indeed, indeed, Albert replied with delight, rocking his chair. The second Dark Lord, the first Dark Lord? Both instill fear, yet diverge entirely from their predetermined paths. I require more profound transformations that astonish the heart, yet I wish for the world's trajectory to remain within my control. Thus, subtly replacing the pivotal players becomes exceedingly valuable. Albert's words appeared somewhat eccentric. To be frank, even Gellert Grindelwald found them somewhat perplexing. Yet, he was indeed a man of great wisdom. And coupled with his extraordinary gift of prophecy, he soon discerned the truths behind certain matters. What a terrifying individual. Does he dare to toy with fate itself? Why not? I am merely echoing the actions of the Creator. Albert laughed heartily as the walls and the very structure around them began to dissolve silently into thin air, transforming into wisps of azure smoke that ascended into the sky. In less than a minute, the entire Newmontgard was utterly erased from the map, leaving only the two generations of Grindelwald suspended in midair, gazing down at the barren expanse below. You are entirely depriving me of the opportunity to choose, he remarked. However, Gellert Grindelwald raised his head and regarded his companion seriously. Why should I acquiesce to you? Though the tone was somewhat brusque, Albert could easily overlook it, considering the prior actions taken. After all, his own approach was decidedly more audacious. I have heard that you and Dumbledore, in your youth, sought the Deathly Hallows? Albert stroked his chin, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he remarked, the Grim Reaper in the tale struck a bargain with Dumbledore. Our esteemed headmaster ventured to the realm of the deceased, sacrificing himself to summon forth the spirits of those long gone. In return, the specters would bring forth the one he yearned for the most back to the living world. Upon hearing these words, Gellert Grindelwald's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he unleashed an uncontrollable roar, foolish choice. That imbecile Albus. Indeed, it was a foolish decision. Naturally, from my perspective, I would not wish to witness so many pieces that had long exited the board return to play once more. Albert waved the wand that had transformed back from the staff of civilization, and it fell to the ground alongside Gellert Grindelwald. Once you have completed your necessary role, I shall reveal to you the coordinates of the Grim Reaper. You may slay him and ascend as the new Grim Reaper, or perish at his hands. I cannot guarantee the outcome, but I am willing to grant you the opportunity of choice, Albert whispered softly. Deal. Chapter 126. Speeda is Gwen's obedient child. For the majority of Hogwarts first-year students, the novelty and joy of entering a magical school seemed to have faded into the distant past. After a few weeks, the overwhelming academic workload, coupled with the occasional pranks from Peeves and the castle itself, began to dampen their spirits. Of course, the early mornings contributed to their misery, but they were not the sole source of their woes. Fortunately, with a plethora of Western festivals, a month of endurance brought the entire Hogwarts community to celebrate another Halloween. The hall and corridors were adorned with magical pumpkins of varying sizes, courtesy of the house elves. Most were solid, yet a select few had been hollowed out and embellished with various almost perpetually burning magical candles, rendering those peculiar pumpkins even more whimsical. The relatively smaller pumpkins were inconsequential, but the larger special varieties, often as big as a person, were predominantly cultivated by Hagrid. Who knows how many forbidden charms he employed in the process? Of course, for Hagrid, who was strictly prohibited from using wands and casting spells, any form of magic was considered a violation of ministry regulations. Yet, as one might expect, the young wizards cared little for such prohibitions. They simply found Hagrid's pumpkins to be delightfully entertaining, and that sufficed. Isn't there any of that blue flame this year? Pava remarked as she surveyed the decorations within the castle, prodding her good friend with her elbow. Ever since the opening feast, no one had seen Headmaster Dumbledore, who typically orchestrated the decorative flames. Elira instinctively opened her friend's arm, her tone tinged with regret. No young witch could resist the allure of that romantic and mysterious azure glow, not even a Ravenclaw scholar like her. That flame enchantment seemed to have been specifically developed by Dumbledore to mimic a spell cast by a dear friend of his. Aside from him, she had never heard of another wizard employing a similar charm, at least not one that could sustain itself for over a week. She had no doubt that Albert could replicate it, but as everyone knew, That extraordinary friend had long since transcended the realm of ordinary wizard understanding and would not squander even a minute on such trivial matters, unless young Gwyn sought to charm him. Of course. Suddenly, Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, erupted from a lantern near the corner, exclaiming, "Surprise, Motherfur!" His gray-white form and grotesquely contorted face sent most passing young wizards tumbling backward in fright, only to be met with Peeves' unrelenting and scathing ridicule. Such behavior was certainly not commendable. Consequently, after receiving several complaints from Ravenclaw's younger students, Pava and Elira quickly located Peeves' hiding place. "Peeves, enough is enough. Don't wait until Albert locks you in a box before you realize your folly," Elira chastised. Waving her wand and using a scarlet magic mark to find the pumpkin lantern where Peeves was concealed. "How did you find me?" The pale ghost grumbled as he floated out from the ugly mouth of the lantern. "The tracking spell created by Albert? Don't tell me you were unaware?" Elira responded, astonished. "Those little brats tricked me into thinking it was a ghost-catching potion, damn it." "Well, I'm not interested in your tragic fate," Elira retorted quietly. As a multitude of vines sprouted from the ground, easily ensnaring the poltergeist who was supposed to be uncontainable. "This spell can force me to become corporeal?" Peeves exclaimed, his expression betraying a rare moment of alarm, though he remained defiantly obstinate. "Hey, you can't treat me this way. I'm a senior to you little rascals. Don't flatter yourself." "Peeves," Pava interjected, chewing on a spicy honeycomb candy. "Aren't you just a nuisance? Albert mentioned you're merely the aberration of those young wizards during their tumultuous adolescence." Peeves blinked in confusion. "Oh no, I can't even comprehend the words of a foolish little wizard. Just end me." Moments later, Pava held a wriggling black box in her hands as she and Elira, blowing bubbles, proceeded outside the castle. Before Halloween concluded, Peeves was to be forcibly confined. As per Professor Flitwick's orders, supposedly to prevent unnecessary disturbances during Dumbledore's absence. Frankly, Pava found it hard to comprehend why there was so much concern in this peaceful magical realm, but who was she to question the headmaster? She had long harbored a distaste for that troublesome ghost. Upon her arrival at Hogwarts, their contentious exchanges had been frequent, often resulting in her being mocked due to her ineffective spells. Yet now, she had undergone a transformation. That pesky poltergeist was no match for her. Outside the castle, in an open area, little Gwyn perched atop a rotund, cartoonish purple spider, floating in midair while incessantly blowing a whistle. Before her, 7 young wizards donned in Ravenclaw robes shouted slogans while performing push-ups on the spot. "Is that all you can do? You are the worst batch ever led by Captain Gwyn." Little Gwyn, dressed in a crisp mini tracksuit and wielding a petite folding fan, rhythmically tapped the heads of the young wizards, her tone laced with disappointment and frustration. "Mother Gwyn is right. Foolish humans are simply too weak." The little spider blinked its round eyes in agreement, its voice resembling that of a sweet young girl. To be honest, when paired with that adorable appearance, it was undeniably charming. However, the newly admitted Ron might not share the same sentiment. "Speeda, I've told you countless times, Gwyn is not your mother. You are an 8-eyed giant spider." Elira sighed, exasperated, as she attempted to correct the spider's erroneous title. "Nasty humans, do not attempt to deceive Speeda. The 8-eyed giant spider is so ugly. I am not an 8-eyed giant spider." Speeda protested vehemently. "Speeda is Mother Gwyn's obedient child." Seeing the little spider's indignant expression, coupled with little Gwyn's guilt-ridden diversion of gaze and refusal to clarify, Elira sighed, resigning herself to the absurdity of the situation. Little Gwyn seemed to revel in the feeling of being someone else's elder, after all. Chapter 127, The Giant and the Offspring of Giants. It is truly fortunate that Pava refrained from engaging in frivolous exchanges, merely observing the members of her Quidditch team, since the previous main players had all devoted themselves to preparing for their O.W.L.S. The strength of the Ravenclaw team had diminished to an unprecedented extent, reduced to the point where they could not even muster a single batter capable of handling the quaffle, even if their defensive efficiency ranked first among the 4 houses. What good is it? Can one win the Quidditch championship solely on defense? "Have you recruited a new player, Gwyn?" she inquired, pointing to a girl with distinctly Asian features. Qiao Zhang, a charming second-year student. Coach Gwyn has high hopes for her to serve as the team's seeker this term. Little Gwyn floated above Qiao Zhang, offering a compliment before gently tapping the latter's shoulder with a paper fan. "Don't stop. A fit body is essential to endure an entire match." "Oh." Gwyn is in devil coach mode today, and tomorrow as well. Nearby, Elira, upon hearing Qiao Zhang's name, thoughtfully rested her chin on her hand. She seemed to recall that Cedric Diggory, the star player of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, had been inquiring about her preferences, likely with romantic intentions. If Qiu Zhang's talent were indeed commendable, it would be a case of killing two birds with one stone. At that moment, a fierce argument erupted from the corridor behind them. You always do this. You act so self-important that even your dorm mates don't want to be around you. In the end, it's just me and Harry. Do you think I care to be with you? A curly-haired Gryffindor witch violently shoved past a boy, covering her face as she hurried away. A bespectacled witch beside her reached out to grab her, but was a moment too late. By the time she grasped the air where the girl had been, the latter had vanished completely. An air of extreme awkwardness lingered in the corridor, with students from all houses pausing to observe. You shouldn't have said that, Ron, Harry murmured, nudging the boy beside her with her elbow. Ron, feeling a twinge of regret, flushed and stammered for a while before ultimately hanging his head in resignation, sighing, I just can't help but feel frustrated. We are her friends. All right. I know I shouldn't have said those things, Ron mumbled, rubbing his red hair. Seeing Ron relent from his usual stubbornness, Harry breathed a sigh of relief and nodded vigorously. Let us find Hermione after the feast. She should have calmed down by then. Perhaps. Boom. Outside the castle of Hogwarts, as the space suddenly expanded and exploded, a towering figure with red hair slowly materialized. Half of his face shimmered with golden patterns, and he carelessly dragged a deep black bag behind him, its contents bulging ominously. Is it Halloween already? Beowulf squinted up at the castle's exterior, adorned with a few jack-o'-lanterns, and yawned languidly. The 3-meter-tall giant cast a vast shadow as he meandered toward the castle, his heavy footsteps sending tremors through the dark night. As he walked down the eerily silent corridor, Beowulf abruptly halted, as if sensing something. His nose twitched slightly, and a strange expression crept across his face. Almost simultaneously, a massive creature, towering over him by a head, lumbered out from around the corner. An unbearable stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a dust storm, carrying the nauseating scent of decaying flowers and vegetation. It was an odor he recognized all too well. Due to his lowered head, Beowulf first noticed a colossal foot, its rock-like, gray-green skin marred by grotesque, twisted patches. Soon, the creature, with its rotund belly and truck-like waist, swayed into full view. Its disproportionately small head surveyed the striking red-haired boy before it, dragging a thick wooden club that scraped along the floor with a nerve-wracking screech. A giant, classified as a XXXX-level magical creature, is a fearsome being typically encountered only in primeval forests or desolate wilderness, standing at a towering 12 feet and often weighing over a ton. It perpetually emanates an intolerable sour odor. Beowulf's mother had, due to a blood curse, retained the form of a giant for much of her life. Compared to the brief return to her human appearance at the end of her life, he was more familiar with her hideous giant form. It was a profoundly tragic irony. Whoever you are, you have successfully provoked my ire. Without deigning to glance at the giant, Beowulf cast a cold gaze around him, his expression unwavering. Perhaps incensed by this dismissive contempt, the giant, whose intellect matched its appearance, roared in fury, raising the sturdy wooden club above its head, preparing to crush Beowulf's skull beneath it. Begone! In the next instant, Beowulf raised his wand, unleashing an invisible spiral drill adorned with countless faint golden patterns that pierced through the giant's chest, suspending the overturned creature in midair. Or rather, its corpse. Filthy, rancid blood gushed forth, pooling on the floor and creating large puddles. Come forth. Effortlessly dispatching the giant before him, Beowulf turned his attention to a figure not far away. The ancient door of the girls' restroom creaked open, revealing the tear-streaked face of a young witch, a student he did not recognize, her uniform suggesting she was a first-year Gryffindor. Beowulf lifted a foot and kicked the nearby giant's corpse, sending it flying over a meter away, splattering blood across the wall. Is it dead? Hermione instinctively recoiled at the sight of the blood on the floor, her voice trembling with trepidation. What do you think? Beowulf's gaze lingered only briefly on her before he resumed waving his wand, casting a flurry of magical sparks. Disillusionment charm. As he uttered the incantation, a long green trail materialized along the corridor. This was a tracking spell aimed at specific control-type curses, capable of tracing the casters of spells such as the Confronting charm and the puppet curse. However, regrettably, the trail abruptly severed midway, as if obstructed by some force. Did you sense that? Quick reflexes. Beowulf murmured, lowering his wand and abandoning the spell. In that instant, hurried footsteps echoed from all directions. Chapter 128. Even if you split your soul into 7 parts, you shall still go mad. Oh, Merlin's beard, what on earth is happening? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, surveying the crimson stains that marred the corridor and the walls riddled with dents. Minerva, look over there. Is that a giant? Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, possessed keen eyes that swiftly discerned the presence of a troll's carcass in the corner. How could such a creature find its way into the castle without triggering alarms or protective measures? Flitwick's expression was one of grave concern. Snape mirrored his unease, first casting a shrinking charm to reduce the troll's body before stowing it in a wooden box. He then hastened toward a trembling Hermione. I believe our inquisitive Miss Granger might shed light on this conundrum. Aye, Hermione stammered, glancing helplessly at Beowulf, who remained impassive, showing no intention of intervening before he turned to depart. Mr. McGonagall, do you not have anything to say? Snape's tone dripped with sarcasm. Despite standing before his own Slytherin student, McGonagall halted, his imposing figure pivoting to regard Snape with a disdainful gaze. The golden patterns on his face shimmered intensely. Simultaneously, the lights and torches in the corridor flickered erratically, as if experiencing a malfunction. Snape sensed a constriction in his magical flow, cold sweat breaking out at the nape of his neck. Damn it, are all of Albert's minions monsters? The one who has an explanation is you, Professor Snape, McGonagall intoned, lowering his head to cast a heavy shadow over Snape. As a board member of Hogwarts, I am eager to ascertain where the substantial funds allocated for school security each year are being utilized. His deliberate pace and precise words struck deep. Perhaps it would be more prudent to implement a militarized management system with iron barriers. Do not even consider it. Snape shot back, raising his head and nearly roaring. Just focus on your responsibilities. McGonagall turned on his heel and vanished from sight, having the privilege to apparate freely within certain areas of the castle, sharing authority nearly equal to Dumbledore's. It was you who unleashed the troll. Meanwhile, in an abandoned classroom on the 4th floor of Hogwarts, a pallid Professor Quirrell raised his wand, directing it towards the dark-haired boy standing by the window, his back turned. The boy exuded an unsettling aura, appearing as a ghost clad in human skin, cold and foreboding, yet extraordinarily powerful. Quirrell recalled this student, or rather thought he did, Ralph Fiennes, a brilliant Slytherin prodigy capable of remarkable feats, having just demonstrated an impressive banishing charm in their last lesson, effortlessly vanquishing a Snidget. For a first year, such prowess was astonishing. Even adult wizards could falter against a Snidget without adequate preparation. However, it was evident that this boy was far more formidable than Quirrell had presumed. Only moments ago, Quirrell had witnessed him retrieving a ghostly troll from the far end of the corridor. Considering the earlier outcry regarding the troll's intrusion into the castle, it was not difficult to deduce the true mastermind behind these occurrences. Professor Quirrell, there is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill will towards you or Hogwarts. Ralph Fiennes, no, Voldemort, said, slowly pivoting, casually stowing his wand. He raised both hands to signal that he meant no harm. Do you take me for a troll, Fiennes? Now, place your wand on the floor and kick it over here. I will count to 3. Quirrell shouted, his voice rising in intensity. Such a bother, Voldemort remarked, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he nonchalantly gestured towards Quirrell. Almost simultaneously, 2 serpents emerged from the floor, ensnaring Quirrell and rendering him immobile. Now, be quiet and listen to me. Quirrell lost his balance and fell, only to find Voldemort seated across from him, casually leaning back in his chair, his demeanor appearing disinterested. It seemed he had no intention of killing Quirrell after all. This situation is rather convoluted, so I shall summarize. Due to the whims of a certain troublesome individual, I must incite some chaos in the coming days to attract the attention of the global magical community. To be frank, today I merely aim to experiment with new magic as a prelude to tomorrow's actions, yet encountering you could be fortuitous. What nonsense are you spouting? Quirrell snapped, raising his head in disbelief. Oh, come now. My legilimency has revealed that you have deduced my identity as Voldemort, have you not? Furthermore, you have not shied away from dark magic. What was that saying? The curiosity of Ravenclaw is an endless abyss. At this pronouncement, Quirrell's expression drained of color. Only a dark wizard could truly comprehend another dark wizard. The desire to become powerful, even great, is not an outrageous ambition. I once harbored it myself. Voldemort waved his hand, freeing Quirrell from his bindings. Quirrell rolled over and snatched his wand from the ground, though he hesitated to point it at Voldemort. Instead, retreating to a corner of the classroom, uncertainty etched across his face. You do not seem as mad or malevolent as the rumors suggest. Splitting your soul into 7 fragments would surely drive anyone insane. Do you not believe it? Voldemort leaned on his chin, speaking leisurely. To be honest, I was rather narrow-minded in the past. Though now I am somewhat constrained, my mind is also plagued by the implanted personality and memories of a cat. What on earth? I have never heard of a cat named Tom. And who is Jerry? A mouse? What nonsense has that scoundrel filled my head with? Voldemort muttered to himself, his expression shifting between ferocity and calm. Yet upon reflection, as long as one could work and reap the desired rewards, such a paradigm was not without its merits. Whom are you serving? Quirrell inquired, suddenly struck by a realization, his eyes widening. No, 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 do not utter that name unless you wish to invite misfortune, Voldemort warned, raising a finger for silence. In any case, I am indeed in need of assistance. Your moral compass seems rather flexible. Why not lend me a hand? I will teach you the craft of dark magic, and how much you learn depends solely on you. If you perform well, you may even earn his favor. That troublesome individual has been in search of useful pawns lately. Quirrell stood frozen, his mind racing as he grappled with indecision. Come now. I have heard that Gellert Grindelwald has recently been released. Let us all indulge in some delightful chaos together. Dark magic thrives on the expression of emotion, and only by releasing it can one endure in the long run. Chapter 129. The countdown to a new bounty begins. The Battle of Kyoto commences. In the depths of the mist, above an expansive and boundless lake, Albert sat cross-legged atop a magnificent cherry blossom tree. The trunk twisted and coiled, diving into the pristine and profound lake, its momentum interrupted by the crystalline waters, which instead reflected boundless pink ripples upon the surface. Opposite him, a tall figure cloaked in black, obscuring its visage, scrutinized a meditative basin that floated partially before them. An extraordinary creation. The whimsical ingenuity of wizards has always been captivating across the ages. A gravelly voice emerged from beneath the cloak, imbued with the resilience and roughness shaped by the winds of time. Albert, seated opposite, shook his head in reluctant agreement. Magic has its origins, but it also has its limitations. At the core, everything a wizard possesses is birthed from the truth known as magic. Sometimes, power comes too easily, and that may not necessarily be a blessing, he mused. The cloaked figure sighed in understanding. As they spoke, a white owl soared from the distant mists, landing on the branch beside Albert. From its talons, he retrieved the latest edition of the Prophet and began to peruse its pages. The cover was dominated by a moving photograph, offering a bird's-eye view of a white-haired elder walking through the streets, surrounded by swirling, azure flames that rose and consumed all. The chaos augmented by the screams of Aurors, rendering the scene utterly tumultuous and blurred. The photograph concluded with the elder looking upwards, plunging the image into darkness. Below, a lengthy text accompanied the visuals. The man has returned. Gellert Grindelwald has escaped from Nurmengard, launching a surprise attack in the streets of Paris, indiscriminately wreaking havoc. The elite Aurors of the French Ministry of Magic have suffered heavy casualties, prompting an urgent activation of the Emergency Alert Protocol. Multiple international ministries have also mobilized to ensure the continued enforcement of the Statute of Secrecy. We need Dumbledore. Where is he? The older generation indeed possesses remarkable initiative, Albert remarked succinctly. Though seated across from him, the cloaked figure seemed to glean the contents of the newspaper through some means, curiously inquiring, Your Majesty, do you appear to be intentionally inciting chaos? The emergence of new phenomena is invariably accompanied by the collapse of old orders. This is merely the beginning. No sooner had the words left his lips than another owl emerged from the mist, this time delivering a publication from France, titled The Wizard's Eye. Breaking, the mysterious figure returns again? The enigmatic dark wizard, along with accomplices, infiltrated the British Ministry of Magic, injuring numerous employees and elite Aurors, claiming the title of the Mysterious One. As of now, Minister Cornelius Fudge has yet to make a public appearance, only the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bartemius Crouch, has attended to subsequent matters on site, refusing to comment on the incident. Reports indicate the presence of numerous indelible dark mark traces, and many former Death Eaters have reported feeling a certain summons following the event. These two newspapers are quite intriguing, each reporting on events in their respective regions. However, it seems reasonable, as the headquarters of both publications are likely preoccupied with seeking refuge and survival, leaving only their regional offices with the capacity to issue regular editions. If you require assistance, my children stand ready to serve you. The cloaked figure bowed respectfully. Almost simultaneously, enormous dragon heads emerged from the mist-laden waters, revealing their robust upper bodies adorned with spiny protrusions. The obsidian wings of the dragons unfurled, casting a shadow over the expansive lake and creating an atmosphere of crowding. What I seek is an orderly chaos, Galahad. Albert slowly rose, his deep purple eyes seemingly reflecting the cosmos and a myriad of stars. If you find yourself unoccupied, there is a troublesome individual in Atlantis that requires your attention. Remember, do not make eye contact. Blinding yourself, if necessary, is permissible. I shall depart at once. The cloaked figure acknowledged, gradually dissipating. Almost concurrently, the surface of the lake beneath Albert surged upwards. As the cherry blossom tree ascended into the air, a colossal dragon, covered in pale scales and towering over 20 meters even in a crouched position, erupted from the depths. The tree was ensnared between its coral-like horns. Notably, a gaping hole marred the dragon's chest, overgrown with unknown green flora, yet devoid of any trace of a heart. I look forward to your performance. Newly appointed Lich Dragon of Order 12, Galarahag. Albert had inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette hovering above the lake. Master, we have arrived, announced Walter, the impeccably dressed butler, as the aircraft initiated its hovering mode. Slowly opening his eyes, Albert straightened in his seat at the front of the private jet. Casting a glance at Walter, who, as always, wore white gloves and sported lenses that gleamed with a sharp reflection. Let us proceed, Albert replied with a nod. Rising from his seat, Walter gestured to the communications device at his ear and said in a calm manner, "The side door of the cabin is now open." No sooner had he spoken than the door of the aircraft swung open, and a torrent of turbulent air rushed in, only to be quelled before it could scatter the items within. Albert approached the hatch, gazing down at the indistinct urban landscape below. The coordinates for the new bounty in Kyoto were surprisingly located here. Surely, many lives would be lost. Let us proceed. Albert greeted and, together with Walter, leaped from the hatch, plummeting towards the earth below, accelerating in free fall from an altitude of over 2,000 meters. With a resounding thud, a plume of dust and debris erupted into the air as Albert and Walter emerged from the vast crater. They had landed in the forested hills behind a shrine, where the distant outline of a vermilion torii gate could still be discerned. Not far off, an elderly man clad in a kimono, adorned with brown sunglasses, stood quietly, leaning on a cane. Beside him was a young man with slick-back hair, dressed in a tailored suit, his demeanor somber. However, the dramatic entrance made by Albert and Walter rendered the two speechless, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words until Albert approached. "Forgive our abrupt intrusion, Mr. Arasaka," he said, extending a hand to shake with the elder. "You were too kind, President Grindelwald. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Saburo," the elder replied, adopting a humble stance, mirrored by the young man beside him who also bent slightly in deference. "This is my son, Kei," Saburo Arasaka introduced. Albert nodded thoughtfully and then inquired about another matter. "So, have all the preparations been completed?" Chapter 130, Over Reality, the Liberation of True Understanding, the Divine Lock of the Heavenly People in accordance with your directives. The main cables relays in the underground of the Kyoto region have been fully equipped with void cores. The boundary markers in all 8 directions have also been replaced with the stones you provided. Naturally, these operations have been conducted covertly at night, ensuring no disturbance to the domestic shrines. Saburo Arasaka's voice was somewhat hoarse, punctuated by occasional coughs, yet he steadfastly reported the completion of the task. The question of whether it caused any disturbance seemed trivial. The shamans of Japan, known as onmyoji and sorcerers, would be unable to comprehend the significance of these actions even if they sensed something amiss. Walter adjusted his glasses and chuckled softly. Every step taken leaves behind a trace. Albert raised his hand, gesturing towards the sky. In that moment, all present felt a stirring from the depths of their souls. "Boss, why are you only arriving now?" A girl with a ponytail, clad in a hoodie and wearing long boots, approached from a distance, her footsteps creating a crisp sound. "Oh, what a delightful opera." Albert smiled and waved. "I heard from Walter that you arrived 2 days early. You even drank that compound potion, though I thought you despised it." "I still do. But I endured it to watch the horse races." The girl, now beside Albert, affectionately crouched down and high-fived him, even in her human form. She towered over Albert by a full 2 heads, consistently drawing the attention of passers-by in Japan. However, she seemed indifferent to such trivial matters. "I even bought a little horse, sharing my name with it. It's a talented little creature, though it doesn't particularly enjoy having a rider. I plan to find some foolish human to act as a mere ornament. Whatever makes you happy." Albert shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. There were nearly 5 minutes remaining until midnight. Well, it was time to commence the splendid opera. Once the lockdown was lifted, you, Adam, Walter, and the others would be responsible for clearing the area, everything according to plan. But what if those spirits and sorcerers caused trouble? The poetic opera suddenly raised a hand, reminiscent of a middle school student seeking the teacher's attention. "Then we shall escort them on their way. It is far preferable to becoming fodder for the fallen." Albert spoke softly, nodding towards the Arasaka father and son beside him. "Mr. Arasaka, I must take my leave for now. Once everything has concluded, we shall discuss the collaboration you proposed." "I shall await your summons," replied Saburo Arasaka with a hearty laugh, watching as Albert took a step forward and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, high above Kyoto, At an altitude of 1,500 meters, Albert stood in the void, accompanied by a blood-stained rabbit doll. It was approaching. The rabbit doll, embodying a grave semblance of reality, bore a serious expression. This time, the bounty target was particularly formidable. Bounty: eliminate the darkened blade. Aatrox reward: additional skill, annihilation. Additional emblem: darkened punishment. Additional calamity, corruption. Almost simultaneously, a vast expanse of intricate, spiderweb-like fissures appeared beneath their feet, accompanied by a soul-shattering resonance that reverberated through the air, causing the entire space to erupt. A colossal humanoid figure, wielding a blood-red greatsword and adorned with wings, roared as it emerged from the pitch-black abyss. "Allow me to extend a warm welcome." Albert, wielding his wand, gently tapped the air before him. An indescribable force of distortion enveloped the entire sky. In that fleeting moment, the bodies of the monsters, the air itself, and the very fabric of matter and space began to twist and rotate under an irrevocable law, transforming into an endless spiral of fragments. The Dark Blade Demon, which had only just manifested in reality, was utterly obliterated without a trace of resistance. Yet, both the puppet rabbit of reality and Albert were acutely aware that this battle was far from over. The mere destruction of physical structures was insufficient to vanquish a deity-level adversary. Almost simultaneously with the demon's demise, in a certain part of Kyoto streets, a young mother pushing a stroller suddenly halted. The reflection in the glass window beside her began to warp and blur. She released the stroller, retrieving a tube of lipstick from her small bag, and as she prepared to inscribe something on the ground, her crimson eyes abruptly darted upward. Albert appeared atop the traffic signal at an unknown moment, silently observing him. In the fleeting instant when their gazes met, an ethereal blue flame descended from the heavens, engulfing the woman and reducing her to ashes. Throughout the ordeal, she did not utter a single cry of anguish. The indiscriminate possession of the fallen is indeed a nuisance. Should one fail to locate the other promptly, it would allow him to revert to his complete divine form once more. As Albert spoke, his figure vanished once more, reappearing at the ticket checkpoint of a temple in Kyoto. The aged gatekeeper, with blood-red eyes, had just summoned a magical sword from the void when he was abruptly cleaved in two and shattered by two swift, unseen spells. The efficiency was far too lacking. It was best to proceed according to the original plan. Albert sighed and once again shifted his form, appearing in the skies above Kyoto. His previously squinted eyes gradually opened, revealing a profound shade of purple within. Simultaneously, in the realm of the void, a colossal beast, rivaling the size of a continent, suddenly opened its eyes. Upon its back stood a magnificent mechanical tower. The surface of the tower shimmered with an intricate array of purple light, generating a formidable gravitational pull that began to inexorably gather the omnipresent void energy of this world. At the same moment, the void tower outside the forbidden forest of Hogwarts also began to emanate purple light. As void energy from the realm of the void surged forth from a massive spherical key, subsequently channeling into a purple cube situated at the apex of the tower. The surface of the cube illuminated with a multitude of characters, each unequivocally conveying a singular meaning. Albert Grindelwald, through the massacre of deities, has ingeniously fused void energy into his very being. It is truly remarkable that one could conceive such a method. High above Kyoto, the doll-like rabbit finds itself unaccountably reflective. Even from the perspective of a once preeminent deity, Albert's actions border on the insane. His thoughts appear to remain unfettered by conventional notions. The power of the void is exceedingly formidable and inherently corruptive. This is the most efficient utilization I can conceive. Albert gazed down at the city beneath him, feeling the relentless surge of void energy coursing through his being. His wand, held steadily in his right hand, gradually pointed towards the sky above. At that very moment, over 1 million residents in Kyoto were astonished to witness 8 beams of violet light simultaneously rise from the outskirts, converging in an instant to form an unprecedentedly massive deep purple dome, completely encasing the city within. An immense magical array, invisible to the naked eye, spread across the heavens in an instant, and in the very breath that followed, at the center of this array, a flower bud emerged, enveloped by countless enormous, pristine white arms. As the bud began to unfurl, a deluge of silver chains erupted forth, transforming into a myriad of fine threads that shot towards every corner of Kyoto. In the city, panicked citizens seemed oblivious to these threads, each one being linked to the center of their foreheads. The once disparate expressions of confusion and fear unified into a serene calm in an instant. The entire city fell into a terrifying silence. Subsequently, all voices resonated in unison, uttering, "I have found you." Chapter 131. Rewards are meaningful only when one seizes them with their own hands. What a jest! What on earth is happening? Within a certain shrine, An elderly priest, who had been quietly sipping tea, suddenly stood in alarm, his gaze fixated on the shattered deities behind him. The magical energy that had once surged within him now lay inexplicably dormant, as if it had never existed. Many others in Kyoto shared a similar reaction, particularly those possessing powers akin to wizards. Among them were beings that could no longer be classified as human. They, or rather it, due to their extraordinary nature, were not ensnared by the intangible chains conjured by Albert, unlike ordinary humans. In a pitch-black, desolate well, a peculiar figure with long hair slowly emerged, its dark eyes gazing up at the violet-tinged sky. In the next moment, it was swept away by a colossal heavy spear, its entire form torn to shreds by the violent surge of magic, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. What was that? The centaur girl, having regained her original form, trotted past, glancing back at the well. She seemed to have unintentionally obliterated something, but her momentary distraction left her unable to discern what it was. Yet, it mattered little, for such things were trivial. From a communication device shaped like an earring on the side of her head, a deep male voice gradually resonated. Overlord. Those entities are far too powerful. I implore you to handle them. The remaining onmyoji and sorcerers will be suppressed by our armed personnel in designated areas. Mr. Walter, please remain on standby for reinforcements if necessary. I have no objections, Walter replied through the channel. Very well then. Send me the coordinates of those entities. How good? Stifling a yawn, transformed into a fleeting shadow and sprinted through the eerily silent streets filled with onlookers. Coordinates have been dispatched. Additionally, two particularly troublesome entities among the spirits, the Demon Mother and SH Toku, require immediate elimination. Within a certain university in Kyoto, a man clad in heavy-powered armor gestured while speaking. Magical Network Sequence 9. Heavy Artillery Atom Gungnir. A dozen operatives, donned in full combat gear and sealed helmets, blasted open the door covered with talismans and hurled a multitude of tranquilizer gas grenades inside. Half a minute later, a motley group of high school students, clad in eccentric attire, were dragged out one by one, most succumbing to unconsciousness. A white-haired youth wearing a black eye patch was on the verge of launching a surprise attack when he was swiftly knocked unconscious by Adam's rifle butt. These wizards were all the same. Once their magical powers were sealed, they resembled fish out of water. Meanwhile, within a luxury store in a shopping mall, a young female employee spoke to herself. Her reflection in the floor-to-ceiling mirror began to blur, revealing two glowing crimson orbs on her face. With a sudden motion, she seized a pair of scissors from the counter, plunging them into her own eye socket. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground with a thud, and a distant, anguished roar echoed through the air. Simultaneously, 3 kilometers away on a pedestrian bridge, a girl in a black school uniform felt her eyes burn red. Without a trace of emotion, she prepared to leap from the bridge, only for a gaping hole to suddenly rupture in her chest. A cascade of crimson sprayed into the air as the dark blade emerged from her corpse. Surrounding her, a crowd of indifferent men and women had gathered, their expressions devoid of empathy. Regrettably, Mr. Atrox, I must inform you of a matter at hand. Before the dark blade could swing its enchanted sword, the throng rushed forward, enveloping its form. A chorus of eerie, overlapping voices rose, reverberating with a chilling echo. Whether you like it or not, hell is a life sentence. With a thunderous crash, as the body shattered, a torrent of void energy coalesced into a destructive sphere of light, obliterating Atrox and the entire bridge in a cataclysmic flash. The reverberations of the explosion shattered glass storefronts and cascaded debris across the streets and buildings 100 meters away.